Chapter 445, Boss is more reliable than the ancestor. The sacred battle-tark never thought that Shen Tion was so clever to see through him. He scratched his head awkwardly as it was not something glorious. A Tark like him actually wanted to scam Shen Tion? If others learned about it, all of his face would be lost. The sacred battle-tark smiled and said, "I'm just joking with you. Of course these things could not be compared to the immortal peach herb. I'll give you another 2 Pseudo-tark artifacts, the Sky Divine Staff and Battle Divine Armor. That should be enough." He also knew that he could not deceive Shen Tion, so he could only take out his treasures to trade. The grade of the immortal peach herb was higher than the immortal banana herb, and during the sacred battle-tark's era, the immortal peach herb had not appeared in the 5 regions. Therefore, the sacred battle-tark could not find even one immortal peach herb even after searching for 10,000 years. The sacred battle-tark had eaten the immortal banana herb more than once, but he had not even tasted the immortal peach herb even once. One would always desire for the unobtainable. Since the immortal peach herb that he had been searching for 10,000 years had suddenly appeared, how could he stay calm? Although he did not know how Shen Tion had obtained this immortal peach herb, the sacred battle-tark was determined to obtain it no matter what. When Chi-jon heard that the sacred battle-tark wanted to use so many items to trade for the immortal peach herb, he was so jealous that he pulled a long face and said, "Ancestor, aren't those items for me? Why are you all giving it away to trade? Leave some for me." Chi-jon felt wronged. He had promised that he would give the banana to me. But he's now using it to trade for the peach? Also, those 2 Pseudo-tark artifacts, shouldn't they be the sacred battle apes items? You just suggested trading them without batting an eye. Is this really a good idea? Why can't he show some love and concern to his descendant? The sacred battle-tark's face turned red. Cough, cough. "Child, although I did not leave any Tark weapons or herbs for you, I've left the whole world for you to roam and battle freely. The world is vast and boundless, so if you could devote yourself to cultivate and strengthen yourself, what treasure could you not obtain? The whole 5 regions is the best present I'm giving you. All other items are just external things. They're as transient and ephemeral as a fleeting cloud." Chi-jon? He felt resigned as he complained in his mind. "How awesome. Thank you very much." Shen Tion smiled and laughed inwardly. Looks like this old monkey has a deep obsession with peaches. To think he took out so many treasures. It looks like he's quite wealthy. And he still wanted to scam me. He'll definitely need to pay a high price to trade for the immortal peach herb. Even though the sacred battle-tark had added items to the trade, Shen Tion still shook his head. "Senior Tark, I know that you're sincere in wanting to exchange the immortal peach herb. So logically speaking, I should help you fulfill your wish. However, this peach was given to me by my senior, and he entrusted me to definitely refine it into a pill. Sorry, I cannot exchange with you." Shen Tion sighed heavily and expressed that he could not help. After finishing, he put away his immortal peach herb. "What? You're unwilling to trade?" The sacred battle-tark stomped his foot anxiously. "Aren't you giving me hope then making me despair again?" He did not want to miss the opportunity to obtain that peach. The sacred battle-tark hurriedly spoke. "Isn't it just ingredients for refining a pill? I'll give you. It's all the same. There's no difference in using other ingredients. How about 3 immortal banana herbs?" The sacred battle-tark was ready to risk everything and increase the trading quota. The immortal banana herb was also a Tark herb. It was extremely precious, even if it could not be compared to the immortal peach herb. If the sacred battle-tark was not the top Tark 180,000 years ago and still had some immortal banana herbs, even he would be reluctant to take them out. However, Shen Tion still sighed and said, "But that senior specifically asked me to use the immortal peach herb. 6 immortal banana herbs. Senior, you're really making things difficult for me. 9 immortal banana herbs. Senior, how could I take that much? Enough, 10 immortal banana herbs, do you want to trade? I don't have any more." The sacred battle-tark was anxious. He did not believe that Shen Tion was not moved by his sincerity. However, he seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed slightly. "Damn it. I seem to have been tricked by him. Is it really okay to use so many Tark herbs to trade for 1 peach?" Only now did the sacred battle-tark realize that this trade was a huge loss for him. However, before he could correct his words, Shen Tion smiled. "Deal." How could Shen Tion not know to take such a good deal? 10 immortal banana herbs were already the sacred battle-tark's limit. If he continued, he might not get anything. Meanwhile, the sacred battle-tark came to an understanding and shook his head bitterly. "What a smart kid, you're indeed cunning. I can give those things to you, but I have a condition." Shen Tion smiled and said, "Senior, what condition do you have?" He was not afraid of the sacred battle-tark going back on his words. Since he was a Tark, he was still keen on face-saving. "I'll leave that immortal peach herb with you first. After you ascend to the celestial world, come to the Purple Myrtle Mansion's heaven-equivalent city and give the peach to me." The sacred battle-tark felt resigned as he opened his mouth. He wanted to directly eat that peach, but he could not do it. Even if his remnant consciousness ate it, he would not be able to taste anything. Naturally, his original body had to taste such a delicacy. Anyway, he had already waited for tens of thousands of years, so he did not mind waiting for a while more. Shen Tion was slightly taken aback, but he then patted his chest and guaranteed, "Don't worry, Senior. I'll definitely bring the immortal peach herb safely to the heaven-equivalent city." It could be said to be a huge win for Shen Tion, using the immortal peach herb to trade for so many treasures. Also, the sacred battle-tark's condition was extremely simple, and there was no difficulty at all. Naturally, Shen Tion agreed without hesitation. The sacred battle-tark nodded and then took out 10 immortal banana herbs. Once those items appeared, endless spirit chi surged, golden light was emitted, and life force became extremely dense. The value of those immortal banana herbs had already far surpassed the immortal peach herb. It was just like how scarce items were valuable, especially since the sacred battle-tark had an obsession with the immortal peach herb. He had to pay a higher price in exchange for the immortal peach herb that he had been longing for. "Kid, take them." Even someone like the sacred battle-tark was reluctant to take out so many of his treasures at once. Nonetheless, he somehow comforted himself. "It's okay, it's okay. Out with the old, in with the new. It is fine as long as I have my peach." "Thank you, Senior." Shen Tion directly put away those items without hesitation. Although the immortal banana herb could not be compared to the immortal peach herb and 12th stage lotus, it was still a Tark herb with medicinal effects far surpassing a sage herb. Also, the quantity was enough to make up for the difference in quality. 10 immortal peach herbs had completely exceeded the value of the immortal peach herb. This trade is definitely worth it. Seeing his ancestor take out so many treasures, Chi-jon could not take his eyes off the items. He pulled a long face like he had eaten a 10,000-year-old lemon. The sacred battle-tark could not bear seeing such a scene. He sighed and gave an immortal banana herb to Chi-jon. "I don't have any in storage anymore, so don't eat it all at once." Chi-jon was, in the end, the sacred battle-tark's descendant, and the sacred battle ape race was only left with the two of them. The sacred battle-tark had to show some care and concern for Chi-jon. Chi-jon was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Thank you, ancestor. Indeed, my ancestor still takes good care of me. Although it's nothing compared to what he took out for the peach, it's better than nothing as it's still a Tark herb." Afterward, the sacred battle-tark took out another 2 items and threw them at Shen Tion. Once the 2 items appeared, a brilliant divine light shone upon the ground, emitting an immense aura. Those 2 items were the Pseudo-tark artifacts Sky Divine Staff and Battle Divine Armor. The Sky Divine Staff was a gorgeous long reddish gold staff that shone with bright divine light. The staff was carved with nomological patterns and contained magnificent power. It was a peerless offensive weapon. Once the Sky Divine Staff appeared, endless laws surged out. In that instant, the void trembled, and space was twisted as if it could stab through the whole sky. The Battle Divine Armor was also extremely extraordinary. The armor was filled with gold and red divine emblems, dazzling rays of light were intertwined, and aura surged out of it. Sharp battle intent erupted from the Battle Divine Armor. It could double the user's battle intent and was an unparalleled defensive armor. Shen Tion was overjoyed as he held the 2 Pseudo-tark artifacts. As expected of the treasures the sacred battle-tark bestowed, they were also the best out of the best amongst other Pseudo-tark artifacts. Especially the Sky Divine Staff that had power second only to the Tark artifact Divine Sun Cauldron. These were all valuable items. Although Shen Tion had said he did not want them, his body was honest. However, as if he had thought of something, Shen Tion took out 5 immortal banana herbs, the Sky Divine Staff, and the Battle Divine Armor and passed them to Chi-jon. "Brother Chi, I'll give these to you. The Sky Divine Staff and Battle Divine Armor are very compatible with the Sacred Battle Apes and can increase your battle prowess greatly. Chi-jon was completely stunned once he heard what Shen Tion said. He had never expected Shen Tion to be so generous. He gave him tark herbs and pseudo-tark artifacts, after all. There were not some commonplace cabbages but tark herbs and pseudo-tark artifacts. Even mighty sages would go crazy over those items. Those items were extremely precious, but Shen Tion did not even bat an eye when giving those items to him. Chi-jon was extremely moved. Boss is just too nice. With him as my boss, I have no regrets. Upon seeing the items that Shen Tion had given to him, Chi-jon's eyes were burning with passion. He was extremely moved. No one could refuse such precious gifts. Shen Tion had really given too much. However, in the end, Chi-jon still suppressed the desire within him. In front of treasures and loyalty, he chose loyalty. Chi-jon shook his head and said with gratitude, "Thank you, boss. I can't accept them. This is the boss's fortuitous opportunity. How could you give them all to me?" Shen Tion was stunned. He had never expected that Chi-jon would decline. Nonetheless, he still tried to persuade him. "Didn't Great Sage Evil Fire destroy your golden battle armor? You could take this battle divine armor to make up for your poor defense. We are brothers, so there's no need to split between you and me so clearly." Shen Tion had his reasons for doing so. This was originally Chi-jon's fortuitous opportunity, but it had landed in Shen Tion's hands because of his involvement. If Shen Tion were to accept those items, although Chi-jon would not suffer from extreme misfortune, Shen Tion's providence would not increase either. When having to choose between Providence and Pseudo-tark artifacts, Shen Tion naturally chose Providence. He did not lack Pseudo-tark artifacts. Even if he obtained 2 more, it would only be the icing on a cake. However, Providence was different. It was clearly superior to Pseudo-tark artifacts. Shen Tion made his decision between the two. Chi-jon was extremely grateful to Shen Tion. He was even on the brink of tears. However, he still shook his head resolutely. No, if you give these to me, then it will be too much of a loss for you, boss. I did not do anything. How can I accept so many treasures?" Shen Tion had used the immortal peach herb to trade for the items, but he wanted to give almost half to Chi-jon. Didn't that mean that not only would Shen Tion not earn anything, but he would also suffer a big loss? How could Chi-jon let that happen? Shen Tion felt helpless. Why can't I get through to this monkey? Just accept it. No, how could boss give me so much of your fortuitous opportunity? Accept it. Boss, you're too good to me. I can't accept it. The sacred battle Tark's mouth twitched as he looked at them. Just what are the two of them doing? Are the items I've taken out poisonous? Why are they both refusing to take them? If you don't want them, then return them to me. I want them. The sacred battle Tark's mouth twitched. He had lived for so many years, but he had never seen such a strange scene. Not only are they not fighting for the treasures, but they are even trying to give them to each other? Just what kind of weirdos are they? In the end, Chi-jon could not stand Shen Tion's pestering and agreed. Boss, how about this? I'll accept this battle divine armor, but it counts as borrowing it from you. When I have a new Pseudo-tark artifact, I'll definitely return it to you. Also, I'll only accept the battle divine armor. You must take the rest of the things back. Or else, I won't even accept the battle divine armor. Chi-jon spoke with determination. He was only willing to accept the battle divine armor. Take a few more bananas. Don't you love bananas? However, Shen Tion still wanted to give Chi-jon a few more immortal banana herbs. Boss, it's okay. I could ask Ancestor for them if I wanted. Chi-jon shook his head. Although those items were extremely beneficial to him, he did not want Shen Tion to suffer a big loss. Thus, he only chose one item, and it was even counted as borrowing it from Shen Tion. Even so, Chi-jon was still extremely grateful. Who would be willing to give others treasures of such a grade? After hearing Chi-jon's words, the sacred battle Tark was stunned. He only knows how to cheat bananas from me. What do you mean you can come to find me if you want to eat? Do you think I'm that rich? Don't squander my fortune. Seeing that Chi-jon had accepted the battle divine armor, Shen Tion did not continue forcing Chi-jon to take the others. However, he still sighed. Just what happened to this world? I still have to try so painstakingly to give others treasures for free. Sigh. It's really hard to be me. Chi-jon was eager to wear the battle divine armor. He was instantly covered by resplendent light, and even his aura had increased greatly, surging out vigorously. Under the Battle Divine Armor's enhancement, even the Sacred Battle Ape's battle intent became immense and unpredictable, getting even stronger. Chi-jon's whole body was enveloped in bright light as if he was a peerless battle god with battle intent soaring through the roof. He could feel that his strength had increased greatly, so he exclaimed inwardly, "It's still better to follow boss. Not only will I benefit greatly, but I will also obtain Pseudo-tark artifacts. Boss is really awesome. He's much more reliable than my ancestor. The ancestor did not even leave his treasures to me. He only knows how to exchange for a peach to eat." Shen Tion's line of sight was above Chi-jon's head. At that time, Shen Tion finally saw the scene he wanted to see. Chi-jon's dazzling purple Providence halo had become even brighter. The light became more gorgeous and dazzling. Under the purple light, the color of the Providence halo became even darker until it finally turned dark purple. After obtaining his original fortuitous opportunity, Chi-jon's Providence would naturally increase. Shen Tion also felt a warm sensation, which made him feel awesome. Such a pleasurable feeling made him feel as if he was on cloud nine. He hurriedly took out his mirror and looked at his Providence halo. It had already returned to its dark gold color. But that was not it. There was even purple light surrounding the dark gold Providence halo. Although it was only slightly, he was extremely excited. If he freeloaded a few more fortuitous opportunities, he could become the son of Providence with purple Providence halo. As expected of me. I am so smart. Seeing how harmonious the two of them were, the Sacred Battle-tark was also gratified. The Sacred Battle Ape race was always rebellious and comprehended their Tao through battles. They did not submit to heaven and earth. Although their race was extremely powerful, they did not have any friends. Who would become friends with an obstinate and unruly monkey? Also, the Sacred Battle Apes felt it was not worth it to get along with other races. That resulted in the Sacred Battle Ape race always battling alone. Seeing Chi-jon's good relationship with Shen Tion, the Sacred Battle-tark was deeply moved. Meanwhile, his impression of Shen Tion also changed gradually. Not only did this kid bring my Sacred Battle Ape bloodline successor, Chi-jon, to this place, but he also brought the immortal peach herb that I yearn for. Looks like this kid is fated with the Sacred Battle Apes. Alright then. I'll teach you the ultimate cultivation art of my race, Battle Imperial Sutra. You need to activate this Imperial Sutra through your battle intent. The stronger your battle intent, the greater the unleashed power will be. It depends on your capability on how much you can learn. Although the Sacred Battle-tark spoke with a serious tone, he was ready to teach the Battle Imperial Sutra to both of them and see how good their talents were. One had to know that the Battle Imperial Sutra was not some ordinary Imperial Sutra. It required one to have extremely high talent. However, how much effort one put in would decide their return. If one could successfully learn this Imperial Sutra, their battle strength would increase greatly. Ancestor, please don't worry. I'll definitely try my best to cultivate. Chi-jon was excited after listening to what the Sacred Battle-tark said. As a Sacred Battle Ape, he had already heard how powerful the Battle Imperial Sutra was, so he was eager to cultivate it. He was thrilled since the Sacred Battle-tark himself would personally teach him. Shen Tion smiled. He was curious about the Battle Imperial Sutra. As the Sacred Battle-tark's heritage sutra, its power could not be underestimated. He wondered if he could understand the Imperial Sutra thoroughly since one would require the Sacred Battle Ape bloodline to unleash the sutra's full power. Shen Tion had the innate constitution and a high affinity with all cultivation arts, so he might be able to break such a restriction. Only those that had cultivated before would understand. Very good, sense it with your heart. The Sacred Battle-tark nodded and waved his hand. Two bright golden lights entered their heads in the next instant, and a surge of information appeared in their minds, which shocked them. They quickly turned silent and started absorbing it. The Sacred Battle-tark's eyes were shining as he watched them cultivate. I wonder how much those two can understand. With me guiding them, they won't be too bad. Hee hee. My heritage is about to appear in the mortal world again. 446, your battle prowess is only mediocre. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. At Sacred Battle Abode. Chi-jon closed his eyes and cultivated, understanding the concepts of the Battle Imperial Sutra. Waves of energy swirled around his body, greatly increasing his aura. Dazzling golden light radiated from within his body and interweaved with wisps of red divine light. It was spectacular. Tremendous battle intent surged out like massive waves, shaking the entire land. Chi-jon was like the god of war incarnate. His aura was magnificent, as if he wanted to battle the entire world. But then, he frowned and muttered, "This doesn't make sense? Why am I still unable to understand the Battle Imperial Sutra's forbidden chapter?" Chi-jon possessed the bloodline of the sacred battle ape. Therefore, he was able to quickly understand the Battle Imperial Sutra. But no matter what, he was unable to decipher the forbidden chapter. This was the most powerful part of the Battle Imperial Sutra. It could make him evolve. But it was like a massive gulf, extremely difficult to cross. Chi-jon opened his eyes and scratched his ears and cheeks. "Ancestor, this sutra is too difficult. I cannot understand it." Chi-jon was extraordinary both in terms of innate talent and the ability to decipher things. But one could not rely on innate talent and the ability to decipher things to understand the forbidden chapter. The sacred battle-tark was not surprised. The Battle Imperial Sutra was the most difficult legacy. It was already amazing that Chi-jon managed to cultivate this much in such a short time. He smiled. "Child, don't be so anxious. The forbidden chapter can only be activated by an invincible battle intent. You have the bloodline of the sacred battle ape, but your battle intent is too weak." Realization dawned upon Chi-jon. He hurriedly asked, "What should I do then?" The sacred battle-tark smiled. "If you want to master this quickly, you need to embrace the way of battle. Gain understanding through battle. Use battle intent to cleanse yourself. You can spar with that kid and use the battle to hone your battle intent." Chi-jon shrank back the moment he heard that he was to spar with Shen Tion. "No way. I will just be thrashed if I fight with boss. Moreover, boss is still cultivating. It won't be nice to disturb him." Chi-jon was well aware of how terrifying Shen Tion's power was. Even though he had learned the Battle Imperial Sutra, he was still not confident of holding himself against him. Fight with Shen Tion? That's just asking for a beating. The sacred battle-tark looked annoyed. "You are so cowardly. If you don't even dare to pitch yourself against this kid, don't even think about learning the way of the battle. Anyway, this kid might not be able to beat you. After all, you possess my ultimate sutra. So even if you haven't understood its core essence, you should still be very powerful. And that kid cannot possibly have understood the sutra as much as you did. So you will definitely win." The sacred battle-tark was full of confidence. Amongst all the sacred battle apes from past to present, Chi-jon's power was definitely not considered weak. He was a peak demon venerable but could already display the battle prowess of a true sage who had undergone 5 tribulations. He was a rare talent. Why is this kid so cowardly? He doesn't even dare to spar with a human? He was a disgrace to the sacred battle ape bloodline. Shen Tion was a human, and compared to a sacred battle ape, it was 100 times more difficult for him to decipher the Battle Imperial Sutra. That was why the sacred battle-tark had asked Chi-jon to challenge Shen Tion. The sacred battle apes were rebellious in nature. How could one endure being under a human? Chi-jon shook his head. "My ancestor, you want me to fight with boss? You might as well just kill me now." He was grumbling on the inside. The way of the battle? Previously, Great Tark Huang Shi wanted me to embrace the way of the battle too. And I nearly lost my life. It's not that I don't want to, but to fight Shen Tion. No way. The sacred battle-tark sighed before rolling his eyes. He mocked. "Never mind then if you don't want to fight this kid. I won't force you. I happen to have some free time now anyway. I can get in some practice with you." The sacred battle-tark suggested that he sparred with Chi-jon instead. The corners of Chi-jon's mouth twitched. "Ancestor, you must be joking. You are a Tark who has lived for goodness knows how long. You want to practice with a little junior? Are you really that bored?" The sacred battle-tark was indeed quite bored. He had been here for so many years, and things had gotten really dull. He was the sacred battle-tark and was naturally combative. However, he had not been able to fight for many years. He was really itching to do so. Since someone had finally entered his place, there was no way he would let this opportunity go. He must drag someone over to loosen his limbs a little. As if he could read Chi-jon's thoughts, the sacred battle-tark said comfortingly, "Don't worry, I will suppress my cultivation level to the same as yours. It will be a fair fight." Chi-jon looked pained. "My ancestor, can we not fight?" He did not trust the sacred battle-tark's words at all. No matter how he suppressed, he was still the divine consciousness of a Tark. "How am I supposed to fight that?" The sacred battle-tark shook his head resolutely. No. You must fight. Otherwise, how can you cultivate? Either you fight with that kid or with me. You can choose. The sacred battle-tark did not allow Chi-jon to reject him. If he feared battles, then it was a complete waste of his sacred battle-ape bloodline. Chi-jon took a deep breath. He understood the sacred battle-tark's intention. He had no choice but to fight this battle. On one side was the freakish boss. On the other side was the divine consciousness of a Tark. He had to make a smart choice. Chi-jon soon made his decision. He stepped forward and cupped his hands together in respect. I will have to trouble you then, ancestor. Shen Tion's powers were just too terrifying. He could hammer a 7 Tribulation great sage to death. He would be completely defenseless against Shen Tion. The sacred battle-tark might be the divine consciousness of a Tark, but he was willing to suppress himself to the same cultivation level. He might be able to do something there. On one side, there was clearly no chance at all. But, on the other hand, he would just end up enduring a thrashing. On the other side, there might be a bit of hope. The choice was clear. Well now. Between Shen Tion and I, you are willing to fight me instead? The sacred battle-tark smirked when Chi-jon chose him. But he was not angry. Anyway, he had already achieved his goal. Next, he wanted to hone Chi-jon's skills. It didn't matter who the opponent was. And he could finally enjoy a fight. Just the thought of it made him happy. I have been so bored for the past 10,000 years. I finally have a chance to loosen my limbs. Ancestor, I look forward to your guidance. Chi-jon's desire for battle lit up. He exuded a surging aura as he circulated his power to the maximum. Beams of golden light radiated from his body. A sharp battle intent swirled endlessly around him. His aura was magnificent as if he was the god of war incarnate. A dazzling divine light shone out of his eyes as he activated his penetrating insight, fixing them on the sacred battle-tark. Sacred battle apes had always been battle-hungry. They were proud and arrogant and had an extremely high thirst for battle. Battles could ignite the aggression in their blood, enabling them to display very powerful battle prowess. Moreover, this fellow before him was the sacred battle-tark, a renowned practitioner in the primordial age. The chance to fight a Tark at the same cultivation level was enough to make Chi-jon's blood surge with excitement. He also wanted to see just how wide the disparity was between them. Chi-jon attacked with full effort. He activated the Battle Imperial Sutra and charged toward the sacred battle-tark. He waved his fists as a faint reddish glow surrounded his body. It was like a divine ape was attacking. His strength was extremely potent. This is what a sacred battle ape should be like. Smiling, the sacred battle-tark remained motionless. Finally, he just raised one hand and smacked it toward Chi-jon. The ordinary-looking hand was full of fearsome power. The fabrics of space shattered as the terrifying force surged past, leaving debris behind wherever it made contact. The two attacks collided, and a boundless divine light erupted, covering the entire sky and blocking out the sun. Chi-jon was forced back, his eyes very grave. His hands were trembling as if he had smashed them on a primordial divine metal. The impact sent painful vibrations down his body. The sacred battle-tark was like the galaxy beyond him, unreachable. Even with the suppressed cultivation, the Tark was still far from your usual ordinary practitioner. But he held no fear. Instead, he waved his cudgel, which exuded waves of mighty energy. Staff subdues the universe. Chi-jon struck out with all his might as his aura rose to the level of a 6 Tribulation true sage. The laws of nature went into disarray as his power shook the world. The cudgel was 1,000 feet high as if it was a sky pillar that could shatter the great earth. Unfortunately, the sacred battle-tark still destroyed the attack with a single smack. The sacred battle-tark said mildly, "Your battle intent and powers are too weak. As a result, you completely failed to capture the essence of this peerless technique. Child, let me show you the most powerful skill of my race." The sacred battle-tark radiated with a golden glow which lit up the skies with a dazzling light. At the same time, he was exuding a terrifying battle intent. It was like the Milky Way was descending. The aura was tremendous. The sacred battle-tark calmly reached out a fist, and all the power gathered there. Space was compressed into a ball as all the power morphed into a massive fist of light, charging straight toward Chi-jon. "Ancestor, can you please don't be so aggressive?" Chi-jon's eyes widened as he hastily circulated all his power. He even activated his battle divine armor. However, before this indomitable battle intent, all was shattered. Bam! A loud boom sounded while dust and ash flew all over. Chi-jon crashed onto the ground, causing a huge puff of dust to swirl up. A huge crater appeared on the floor. Chi-jon was all covered in dust as he crawled out of the crater and hurriedly shouted, "Ancestor, stop the fight. Stop. I concede defeat." Chi-jon looked very wretched and aggrieved. "I am so pitiful. Why did I meet such an ancestor? He is so merciless. Why can't he show love and concern to his descendants?" The sacred battle-tark's voice was as clear as the breeze. "This is not up to you. How will you be motivated if I don't give you a bit of pressure?" In the next instant, a dazzling light lit up the earth, completely sealing off this area. Boundless divine energy swirled endlessly around. A golden divine light morphed into a colossal hand and dragged him into the space. Chi-jon quickly shook his head with a pained expression on his face. "Ancestor, please have mercy on me. I can eventually decipher the battle intent if I cultivate on my own." "No, this way is faster." "Ah, no. Don't worry. Your battle prowess will shoot up when you finally gain an invincible battle intent." "Ancestor, don't hit my face." Bam, bam, bam. Pitiful shrieks echoed across the sky. Shen Tion sat cross-legged, as stable as a mountain on a rock. He was not at all affected by any outside influence. He was putting in all efforts to decipher the Battle Imperial Sutra. The sacred battle ape's legacy was very profound and complex. It was very difficult to decipher the essence of the sutra without the sacred battle ape bloodline. Shen Tion soon realized the path to understanding this Imperial Sutra. It was battle intent. Sacred battle apes had always held battle in high regard. One must cultivate this with battle intent. With this key concept unlocked, everything became much easier. Shen Tion radiated with a divine light, exuding waves and waves of energy and turning the natural rays of the world soft and pliable. Divine light swirled around, dazzling and mystical, surging into Shen Tion's body. It caused major vibrations down his entire body. The formally complicated message had become very smooth and clear. Shen Tion was completely immersed as his body automatically advanced the Battle Imperial Sutra. A colossal figure appeared in his mind's eye. It was tens of thousands of feet tall and stood there with its chest proudly puffed out, roaring into the skies. It was a mighty sacred battle ape with a peerless divine staff in its hand. The sun and moon dimmed as it roared. Then, with a wave of its hand, the stars in the galaxies all shattered. The giant ape was shrouded in a dark red flaming aura. Its powerful battle intent was like a tsunami wave, surging and roiling, shaking the entire world. Rebellious energy shot into the skies, disrupting the entire space as if it wanted to turn the world upside down. Thumping his chest, he suddenly waved his huge staff. It was a mystical weapon and exuded very formidable energy. The staff stretched up into the sky into the highest clouds, covering the earth for thousands of miles. This staff could control the skies and seas, destroy the sun, moon, and stars. Boom! A loud explosion echoed. The fabrics of space were utterly shattered, revealing an endless void. The laws of nature and arrays were completely destroyed. All living beings in the world were annihilated. Only the giant ape remained standing. Too fierce. Shen Tion couldn't help shuddering at the sight. But an expression of glee soon crossed his face. Shen Tion realized that he had gained an in-depth understanding of battle intent after watching this magnificent scene. His aura morphed as a powerful battle intent emerged and covered his entire body. It continued to strengthen. Supported by this battle intent, Shen Tion's understanding of the Battle Imperial Sutra became deeper. 3 days later, the golden light finally dissipated, and two figures slowly descended. It was Chi-jon and the sacred battle-tark. In the name of training, the two of them had been fighting for 3 days and 3 nights before stopping. Although it was called a battle, it was actually a one-sided thrashing. Chi-jon's face was all swollen, and he looked very pathetic. The good thing was his golden aura was now covered by a dark red divine glow. His battle intent had also gotten more vibrant. The sacred battle-tark nodded. "Not bad. You were able to gain quite a bit of ground with the Battle Imperial Sutra's forbidden chapter in just 3 days. It's all thanks to you. Child, no need to thank me. This is what I should do." The sacred battle-tark patted Chi-jon on the shoulder and walked to the side, feeling very satisfied. Chi-jon was left alone, looking rather teary-eyed and pathetic. Over the past 3 days, he had been totally trampled by the sacred battle-tark. The good thing was that Chi-jon's battle intent had been strengthened. He had even managed to make good progress deciphering the Battle Imperial Sutra's forbidden chapter, Battle Blood Burns the Sky. This was a peerless technique that could greatly enhance one's power by burning the battle blood in one's body. The more powerful one's battle intent was, the more powerful their battle prowess would be. If Chi-jon could successfully activate this technique, he could instantly double his power and subdue a 6th Tribulation true sage. This increase in his powers was the silver lining in the cloud. Even though he had to endure a vicious thrashing, Chi-jon did not harbor any grudge. He knew that the sacred Battle-Tark had done that for his own good. Yep, it's definitely not because I can't beat him. It has been 3 days. I wonder if boss has awakened from his seclusion. Chi-jon turned and saw that Shen Tion was still in seclusion. This fellow looks somewhat different. The sacred Battle-Tark looked shocked. In his eyes, Shen Tion was not a sacred battle ape and would not be able to decipher much. He should not need that much time to cultivate. He should have woken up long ago. However, Shen Tion had spent 3 whole days deciphering. It was not normal. At that moment, Shen Tion finally moved. He opened his eyes, which emitted a dazzling divine glow. Those eyes were very profound, as if they encompassed the entire universe, sparkling like the stars in the galaxy. Shen Tion suddenly radiated with robust battle intent. It surged like the Milky Way, shooting straight into the heavens. The terrifying battle intent burned and morphed into a dark red flame. It engulfed his body, making his aura formidable beyond imagination. Suddenly the dark red flame incinerated the fabrics of space as if it was a divine fire. Its power was extremely fearsome. Chi-jon was full of awe. This battle intent. So scary. He realized that Shen Tion's battle intent was even more powerful than his. Chi-jon was stunned. He was a sacred battle ape and naturally had an extraordinarily powerful battle intent, but he was now inferior to a human? You must be kidding me. Who the hell is the sacred battle ape? And this was just the beginning. Shen Tion's aura's world as a divine light radiated from his body, forming a colossal figure behind him. It was a mighty sacred ape. It exuded a ferocious aura, making the earth and universe tremble. The appearance of the sacred battle ape avatar created boundless divine energy, which turned the world upside down. A staff appeared in Shen Tion's hands, which complemented his dark red battle intent. It made his aura extremely terrifying. He exuded a limitless divine aura as he waved the staff, causing the earth to shake and tremble. In that instant, the fabrics of space shattered into nothing. All was turned to dust. This aura was like a full-on attack of a great sage. The sacred Battle-Tark was shocked. He managed to increase his battle prowess by 6 times? And he managed to learn the sky-lifting sea-steering technique. How is that possible? He is just a junior. How did he manage to reach this level in just 3 days? The sacred Battle-Tark was the second sacred battle ape in this world, and he had a thorough understanding of the sutra. The sacred battle ape bloodline was a creation of natural forces. They were touted as the descendants of destiny. This bloodline had always been very powerful. They did not have many weaknesses and revered the way of the battle. The first sacred battle ape had been born in the Antiquity Age. He had been an ultimate existence. He was the first ancestor of the sacred battle apes. He was extremely powerful and could even defy the heavens. Even amongst the many mighty practitioners present in the Antiquity Age, he had been considered one of the top. He had used the sky-lifting sea-steering technique to dominate over everyone, building a fearsome reputation for his bloodline, which lasted for tens of thousands of years. And this staff technique could only be executed when one had completely learned the Battle Imperial Sutra's forbidden chapter. The sacred Battle-Tark could feel that Shen Tion's staff technique still did not possess any dharmic energy. This meant that Shen Tion had yet to undergo tribulation to become a sage. He possessed this level of battle prowess even though he was not a sage yet? He was a freak of nature. The sacred Battle-Tark subconsciously swallowed his saliva. He glanced at Chi-jon and then at Shen Tion. He finally realized why this kid was so afraid. He would rather fight me than Shen Tion. If I was his age, I might have made the same choice. No choice. This freak is just mind-blowing. The sacred Battle-Tark snorted. Little ape, look at him and then at yourself. You both cultivated the Battle Imperial Sutra. Why is the disparity between you two so great? Kid, you are a disgrace to our noble sacred battle ape bloodline. Your battle prowess is only mediocre. So embarrassing. Hurry up, I need to continue training you. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The sacred battle-tark could not bear it anymore. He picked Chi-jon up and walked toward the void. He had to train this descendant properly. He could not let this kid tarnish the good name of the sacred battle apes. Chi-jon was dazed. Question mark. Ancestor, are you sure you are training me / You just want to give me a beating? Why must you compare me to boss? In front of boss, I am a useless piece of trash. Please have mercy. Chi-jon struggled wildly, but the sacred battle-tark did not give him any leeway. Golden light covered the earth, which rippled with every single shriek. The two apes left. Shen Tion scratched his head. Brother Chi has not completed his training yet. He is indeed a sacred battle ape. So hard-working. Brother Chi, all the best. I will be here cheering you on. Chapter 447, Boss is giving something too good. An endless divine glow was emitted from the space's aura surge like waves. Loud bangs and crashes echoed out as battle intent intensified. There was no need to wonder. It was the sacred battle-tark's training for Chi-jon. Shen Tion looked up into the sky and stroked his chin. Being personally guided by the sacred battle-tark. This was a great fortuitous opportunity. This kid is so lucky. And by the looks of it, it will be going on for some time. I cannot stand around doing nothing. I must find something to do. Time is money. It is a shame to waste any time. What should I do? Shen Tion scratched his head as he pondered. His eyes suddenly lit up. I will refine some pills. Anyway, I have nothing else to do now. It is a good opportunity to refine some chaotic sky-mending pills. It should be pointed out that the sky-mending pill was a valuable item. It could be sold for money or used to establish good relations. A currency like this, one could not have much of it. The main thing was that Shen Tion had gotten a really great harvest this time. Not only did he get a large number of sage herbs, but he had even gotten 10 tark herbs. It was a big windfall. With so many sage herbs in his possession, he would get sick of eating them. So why not use them to refine some pills? Moreover, these things were not that useful to Shen Tion. They were just like candy to him. Using them to refine pills and handing them out was much better than handing out bananas. After all, not everyone liked to eat bananas. Moreover, giving someone a big banana as a gift, was that really appropriate? It might lead to obscene thoughts, especially if he were to give it to a female. Huang Shi had wanted a chaotic sky-mending pill. But the immortal peach herb had already been used to exchange for a few immortal banana herbs. As a result, he could not use it to refine the pill. This was a good chance for him to use the immortal banana herbs. Anyway, a banana was not that different from a peach. Shen Tion did not dally any longer and started to refine the pills. He flicked his sleeves, and the divine runes on the Lotus-tark cauldron expanded. The huge cauldron stood before him, radiating with a vibrant divine aura. Shen Tion executed some hand seals, and true sun fire rose, filled with a searing divine aura. It surged into the Lotus-tark cauldron. The true sun fire was ranked second on the exceptional fire list. It was very powerful and was the best choice for brewing sage herbs. Shen Tion was already familiar with the process, so he took out a bunch of sage herbs and started to refine them. The sage herbs were tossed into the cauldron, and they soon transformed into a pool of pure divine liquid under the true sun fire's heat. The divine liquid was very fragrant and shimmered like liquid gold. It was a dazzling sight. Yep, a pool of golden liquid. There were 24 mid-grade mixed sacred golden bananas and 12 superior-grade mixed sacred golden bananas among the sage herbs. Shen Tion had invested quite a bit into this batch of pills. The sacred battle-tark had carefully cultivated the mixed sacred golden bananas. They possessed a powerful life force, far stronger than the effects of other sage herbs. It was only natural that the effects would be very potent after refining so many sage herbs into this liquid. The golden liquid shimmered as a divine aura swirled around it. It also exuded a wonderful fragrance. Just one drop possessed enough power to greatly improve a sage's cultivation level. But this was not the finale. Shen Tion took out 3 more bananas. The moment he took out those bananas, their aura was like a spirit wave gushing over and covering the entire region. In the blink of an eye, this area was engulfed in a powerful life force. It was like it could nourish all living creatures, vibrant and robust. This was because these 3 were tark immortal banana herbs. The effects of 3 tark level bananas were definitely comparable to that of an immortal peach herb and a 12th stage lotus. It might be even more potent. Even a tark would feel pained at the thought of using 3 tark herbs at once. If it was someone else, they would not bear to use even one. This was a Tark herb, after all. It was very, very rare. However, Shen Tion did not care. Anyway, he still had 7 more in his storage ring. He put the 3 immortal banana herbs into the lotus Tark cauldron and fanned the true sun fire to smelt them. In an instant, a golden glow shone out of the cauldron. The dazzling divine aura was like a blazing sunrise. Mighty and magnificent, full of vibrant divine energy. The aura was like a tremendous wave, and the cauldron shook and vibrated as light and divine energy shot out in all directions. Smelting 3 Tark herbs together. Things are getting a little wild. Tark herbs were naturally very potent, and 3 immortal banana herbs refined together was a terrifying force. As powerful as the true sun fire was, it was unable to smelt them. Shen Tion did not mind. He increased the energy, and the true sun fire blazed even fiercer. The scorching divine flames morphed into a flock of fiery golden crows, charging at the 3 bananas inside the lotus Tark cauldron. Golden beams vibrated and shot out continuously from the flames, but it was still not enough. Shen Tion frowned. The yang energy is too strong. It is impossible to use the same type of energy to try and smelt this. Let me lower the fire then. Shen Tion took out a fan shaped like a banana leaf and covered in dazzling golden runes. It was the banana fan, a pseudo-tark artifact. It was a precious artifact used by the lotus Tark to refine pills. During Shen Tion's previous pill refining attempts, the potency had been gentle enough, and there had been no need for him to use this pseudo-tark artifact. Now that he was trying to refine 3 Tark herbs, their power was very explosive. He had to use this banana fan to neutralize the effects. The banana fan was created from the moon essence leaf and possessed very powerful yin energy. It was the best choice to use this to temper down the yang energy's explosive power. Shen Tion waved the banana fan lightly, and a gust of yin energy flowed out. In the next instant, raging winds howled and surged endlessly, causing the golden rays to vibrate. The formerly surging yang energy was somewhat reduced, but it was not completely dispelled, just compressed together. It is indeed effective. Shen Tion waved the banana fan again, creating waves of yin energy. The lotus Tark cauldron's golden light wavered as the yang and yin energies clashed and merged, inciting a tremendous natural array. In the end, all became calm. The herb potency also became gentler. Done. Shen Tion's eyes lit up, and he quickly increased the fire energy again. The 3 immortal banana herbs were continuously smelted by the true sun fire, transforming into drops of dazzling golden liquid. The hardest part of the pill refining process had been completed. It was time to start refining. Shen Tion executed a different set of hand seals and continued to enhance the fire to refine the liquid. Unfortunately, it was a very long process. 18 days later. Loud noises echoed across the skies, and divine rays shot out everywhere, but most of them were sounds of bodies clashing. It was clear that the sacred battle Tark was still thrashing Chi-jon. The red aura on his body had become increasingly dazzling while his battle intent had grown stronger. Chi-jon had gained quite a bit after this period of training. After all, he was being personally guided by the sacred battle Tark, who followed the way of the battle. Chi-jon already understood the true meaning of the battle Imperial Sutra. His battle intent continued to strengthen, and his battle prowess greatly increased. He could even hold himself longer under the sacred battle Tark's assault. It was no longer a one-sided full-on suppression. Before long, Chi-jon would be able to cultivate battle blood burns the sky to the highest stage. At that moment, an intense fragrance drifted by, covering the entire region. Chi-jon's nose twitched as if he had detected a dreamlike fragrance. It relaxed him. He hurriedly shouted in excitement, "Ancestor, stop fighting. What a wonderful smell. Maybe some precious treasure has just emerged." This fragrance had the power to stir one's soul, and Chi-jon was instantly bewitched. The sacred battle Tark was immersed in the thrill of the battle and did not notice. He spoke mildly. "Don't you know this is my territory? You two have ransacked everything. How can there be any treasure? Child, don't try and slack off. I won't allow you to leave until you finish cultivating the battle blood burns the sky." With that, the sacred battle Tark once again smashed his fist toward Chi-jon. Chi-jon immediately hollered. "Ancestor, I am speaking the truth. Sniff the air if you don't believe me." He looked very piteous. Over the past 18 days, he had received even more intense training than the first 3 days. Chi-jon was extremely woeful. "Ancestor, I can see you are having a good time. If not for the fact that I have very hard bones, I might not be able to climb back up from the ground." The sacred battle-tark was still dubious. "If you are trying to trick me, I will double the intensity of tonight's training." The sacred battle-tark sniffed the air, and astonishment flashed across his eyes. "There is indeed a fragrant smell." Rip. He ripped open the golden screen in the sky, and the two apes peered out and saw that Shen Tion was refining some pills. The fragrance was coming from that cauldron. Chi-jon was taken aback. "Boss knows how to refine pills? What kind of pills are these? Why does it smell so good?" Chi-jon was shocked and very awed. Shen Tion already possessed astonishing battle prowess and high innate talent. Yet, he could also refine pills? And by the looks of Shen Tion's skilled movements, he was clearly also very good at it. Boss is indeed omnipotent. He can do everything. Chi-jon's admiration for him grew even more intense. The sacred battle-tark's eyes hardened. He was still focused on the cauldron. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Pursing his lips, he muttered. "This kid is desecrating a precious heavenly treasure. What does a young punk like him know about refining pills? What a waste of a precious treasure. Bananas and peaches are for eating raw. Isn't that good enough for him? But this kid is refining them into pills. They have completely lost their original flavor." The sacred battle-tark noticed that Shen Tion was using the immortal banana herbs to refine the pills and was enraged. He believed that Shen Tion was wasting the bananas. This delicious fruit should be eaten raw. His eyes soon widened with surprise, however. "What? This kid is able to control chaotic aura?" The sacred battle-tark saw that Shen Tion manipulated chaotic aura and infused it into the cauldron, using the aura to refine the herbs. He was full of disbelief. The sacred battle-tark had been an elite practitioner 180,000 years ago. His cultivation had been at peak levels, so he knew what this chaotic aura represented. It was a power that even a Tark could not control. Unexpectedly, he was now seeing this chaotic aura on a junior who had not even ascended to the Tribulation transcendence stage. What was even more surprising was that this chaotic aura was very docile and easily controlled. Is this some kind of joke? Is he the illegitimate son of the heavens? The sacred battle-tark started to doubt the meaning of life. 1 month later. Rumble. The Lotus Tark cauldron shook violently, and divine light radiated as a surging divine aura spread across the region. It was finally the last step of the pill refinement. Shen Tion executed a different set of hand seals and started to form the pills. The divine liquid inside the cauldron gathered together to form multiple smooth, round pills. Rumble. Terrifying lightning strikes spread across the skies as intense dark clouds gathered above the cauldron, exuding an immense pressure and destructive divine aura. There are Tark-level divine pills. The sacred battle-tark looked shocked. He had no idea what kind of pill Shen Tion had been refining, but by the looks of this aura, they must at least be Tark-level. A mere junior is able to refine Tark-level pills? The sacred battle-tark was already astonished, but the next scene made him even more shocked. Those pills don't look like your ordinary Tark-level pills. The sacred battle-tark had been a major Tark 180,000 years ago and had consumed Tark-level pills before, but he had never seen any Tark-level pills refined by chaotic aura. It was unprecedented and mind-blowing. Rumble. Thunder echoed through the air as a mighty divine aura surged outward. It was like the moment the pills were completed, an all-destroying heavenly tribulation lightning would be unleashed to destroy everything. Chi-jon shuddered as the aura sent a chill down his spine. This lightning tribulation was too terrifying. Even a normal sage might not be able to endure it. What kind of pill was able to attract such a terrifying lightning tribulation? The sacred battle-tark was not just staring dumbly. He waved, and the natural arrays of the earth changed and gathered. Beams of dazzling divine runes spread across the land and space, completely sealing off this area. Before long, the lightning tribulation could no longer detect the pill's aura and slowly dispersed. This was the sacred battle abode and full of powerful arrays. It could be easily separated from the outside world. The sacred battle-tark also wanted to see what kind of pill Shen Tion was able to produce. This was why he helped to dispel the lightning tribulation. With the lightning tribulation dispelled, Shen Tion could concentrate on the pill refinement. He was completely focused as he executed the various pill refinement hand seals to create beams of divine runes and infuse them into the cauldron. These pills were becoming more solid and very fragrant as a misty fog surrounded them. Boom! A thunderous boom shook the place. The cauldron lid flew into the air, revealing the contents. At the same time, a thick fragrance radiated outward. It was akin to a celestial spirit liquid. One couldn't help drooling at the scent. Inside the cauldron were 36 plump, round pills dazzling with golden light. They were the chaotic sky-mending pills. And the number of pills in this batch was more than the previous one. There were a total of 36. At the same time, these chaotic sky-mending pills were even more potent than the previous ones. Firstly, it was because Shen Tion's pill refinement skills had improved with practice. Secondly, he had used 3 immortal banana herbs. Upon smelling the fragrance of the sky-mending pills, Chi-jon and the sacred battle-tark were instantly transfixed. It was just too fragrant, far more intense than the immortal banana herb. This was what apes loved the most. Greed flashed across Chi-jon's eyes as his saliva nearly dripped to the ground. He wiped his mouth and stepped forward curiously. "Boss, what kind of pills are these? Why do they smell so good?" Chi-jon was speaking to Shen Tion, but his eyes remained fixed upon the 36 pills. These things were even more alluring than the immortal banana herbs. Shen Tion smiled. "These are chaotic sky-mending pills. I refined them using 3 immortal banana herbs and many mixed sacred golden bananas. This pill is very miraculous and has heaven-defying and destiny-changing abilities. It can enhance one's innate talents and powers." "What? There is such a miraculous pill in this world?" Chi-jon was shocked. He knew very well what it meant to enhance one's innate talent. This was truly heaven-defying and destiny-changing. It was mind-blowing that Shen Tion could refine this grade of pill. Chi-jon felt the chaotic sky-mending pill's aura, and a soothing sensation spread across his body. His blood surged in excitement. These were definitely peerless divine pills. No question about it. Boss would never lie to me. "Boss, can you give me one? I am willing to exchange it for an immortal banana herb." Chi-jon's eyes blazed as he gazed at the 36 plump, golden pills. It was not just because these pills possessed a heaven-defying and destiny-changing effect. The main reason was that they were just too fragrant. No ape could resist. As a result, Chi-jon was willing to give an immortal banana herb in exchange. Shen Tion smiled and handed one chaotic sky-mending pill to Chi-jon. "You are my good buddy. No need to stand on ceremony. This chaotic sky-mending pill is my gift to you." The value of this chaotic sky-mending pill was even higher than that of a normal tark herb in the outside world. Firstly, this was a tark-level pill with even more potent effects than a tark herb. Also, this kind of pill could only be refined using chaotic aura. Apart from Shen Tion, no one else in the world could make such pills. Lastly, the effects of these sky-mending pills could drive even a great sage mad. The above-mentioned 3 reasons were why the value of these pills was beyond measure. However, Shen Tion did not mind. This may be a priceless treasure to others. But it only cost him a bit of fire and a bit of time to Shen Tion. As long as he wanted to, he could refine a big batch. The number of sage herbs and immortal banana herbs in his storage was enough to let him refine a few more batches. Of course, there was a good reason why Shen Tion gave a chaotic sky-mending pill to Chi-jon. Chi-jon was a son of Providence with a deep purple halo, after all. Shen Tion had been able to benefit from his fortuitous opportunity just some time ago. This was such a fertile goose. He had to take good care of him. Chi-jon was totally dumbstruck when Shen Tion handed him the chaotic sky-mending pill. He completely didn't expect Shen Tion to be willing to give him such a peerless pill. Chi-jon lifted his hand slightly as if he was going to accept the chaotic sky-mending pill, but he suddenly started trembling uncontrollably. His lips moved as if he wanted to reject Shen Tion, but he couldn't get the words out. Yes, going by his usual character, Chi-jon would never have accepted this pill. After all, Shen Tion had just given him a Pseudo-tark artifact not too long ago. The sacred battle apes were full of pride and righteousness. He would feel very uncomfortable with himself if he got a treasure without doing anything. He also didn't want to take advantage of Shen Tion. Thus, Chi-jon should have rejected it. Unexpectedly, he was now unable to squeeze out the words. Gazing at the chaotic sky-mending pill, Chi-jon was filled with conflicting emotions. "I want to reject it. But boss is giving something too good, too fragrant. I cannot reject it." In the end, Chi-jon made a decision. He accepted the chaotic sky-mending pill with trembling hands. His eyes were filled with gratitude. "Thank you, boss. I will never forget this favor of yours. Whenever you need me in the future, I will be there even if I have to run through fire and swim across boiling waters." Chi-jon took a deep breath. He was touched to tears by Shen Tion's gesture. This chaotic sky-mending pill was comparable to that of a true Tark artifact. One would be able to exchange for a Tark artifact with this pill. After all, it could greatly enhance one's abilities. However, Shen Tion was willing to give it to him for free. No one else had such magnanimity. Shen Tion smiled as he shook his head. "You are welcome. Hurry up and eat the pill. Your Tark ancestor is here and can help you form a protective array." Chi-jon nodded and sat down cross-legged to consume the pill. Gulp. The pill dissolved into a sweet, warm current after entering his stomach. It suffused into his body. Chi-jon radiated with a dazzling golden light as his aura surged. An enchanted look crossed his face as he immersed himself in the delicious taste of the chaotic sky-mending pill. The pill morphed into a warm current and spread throughout his limbs, skeleton, and internal organs. His entire body radiated with a dazzling divine light. In the blink of an eye, Chi-jon's cultivation level shot up wildly. That was not all. His golden fur became very smooth and silky. His body also became more firm and muscular. A powerful battle intent surged like a tsunami, erupting with extreme force. In his current state, Chi-jon was at the maximum level of his sacred battle ape bloodline. He was like a divine god of war, filled with battle intent as if he wanted to battle the entire world. The sacred battle Tark was shocked at the sight. He could feel that Chi-jon's battle blood was evolving and becoming purer. There were even signs that the ancient essence of the bloodline was being awakened. The sacred battle Tark was shaken to the core. His eyes shone brightly. This type of pill was able to raise even the bloodline of a sacred battle ape. Didn't this mean that with enough pills, they could create more sacred battle apes? It should be pointed out that the most powerful golden-eyed fire apes already had very strong innate abilities. They were only half a step away from awakening the sacred battle ape bloodline. Yet, countless ape prodigies remained unable to overcome that half a step. Surprisingly, this chaotic sky-mending pill was able to enhance one's bloodline. If those powerful golden-eyed fire apes were able to get this pill, wouldn't they be able to create sacred battle apes by the minute? TSSSS. The revival of my sacred battle ape race is finally here? Chapter 448. In the future, you must lick your boss's boots more. As the chaotic sky-mending pill was being absorbed, Chi-jon underwent another evolution. His aura surged, and his blood boiled. His body was like a furnace, bubbling with powerful essence energy. A blazing fiery glow radiated from his eyes. It was extremely formidable, as if he wanted to penetrate through all space and time. His golden fur sparkled even brighter as if it was the scorching sun. His aura churned endlessly, swirling up into the heavens. At this point, Chi-jon's cultivation level was nearly at the final gateway right before he could undergo tribulation to become a sage. Rumble. Thunder boomed as if the skies were angry, and dark, intense heavenly tribulation clouds gathered. The expansive heavenly tribulation clouds gathered in the sky, exuding a terrifying pressure. It's the heavenly tribulation. This kid is about to become a sage. The sacred battle Tark's eyes hardened. He waved his hand and removed the sealing array he had previously set up over the sacred battle abode. The heavenly tribulation clouds surged forth upon detecting Chi-jon's aura. Lightning flashed amongst the dark clouds as thunder boomed. Lightning streaked across the heavenly tribulation clouds as if they were newly born dragons. Lightning flashed like dancing electric snakes, and its aura was oppressive to the maximum. 8-9 Heavenly Tribulation. Looks like another powerful practitioner is about to emerge in my race. The sacred battle Tark's eyes shone brightly. There were protocols for one to become a sage. One must overcome a heavenly tribulation to become a sage. The more powerful the practitioner, the more terrifying the heavenly tribulation would be. Nonetheless, there were also a lot of benefits to a cultivator to undergo a more powerful tribulation. One's powers would greatly increase after overcoming a lightning tribulation. Their physical body would be cleansed by the lightning tribulation and undergo evolution. An 8-9 heavenly tribulation was considered very powerful amongst all the tribulations. If Chi-jon could overcome this 8-9 heavenly tribulation, his battle prowess would far surpass a new sage. Like Chi-jon, new sages were practitioners who had very powerful innate talent and could battle beyond their levels. They were akin to top prodigies who could hold themselves against a sage when they were only at the soul formation stage. However, they usually only underwent normal heavenly tribulations when they ascended to the sage level. As a result, they were no match for Chi-jon. The heavenly tribulation was not just a test. It could provide a major boost to one's abilities. Given Chi-jon's current battle prowess, he could kill a 5 tribulation true sage. The moment he became a sage, he would be able to hold himself even against a great sage. The dark heavenly tribulation clouds became even more intense, and they dazzled with flashes of lightning. The terrifying aura was like a heavenly punishment about to descend on the mortal world to destroy everything. The power of the 8-9 heavenly tribulation was too terrifying. Even a normal true sage would find it very difficult to fend against it. Boom! The clap of thunder echoed through the skies as the heavenly tribulation clouds churned even more violently. Soon, terrifying lightning shot out. Streaks of lightning crisscrossed, creating a dazzling divine glow as it shot straight down to the ground. The 8-9 heavenly tribulation had a total of 72 tribulation lightning bolts. Every single tribulation lightning bolt was 10,000 feet in size. The light was dazzling, and it morphed into a lightning beast with sharp claws and fangs, tearing its way over. Chi-jon remained calm. He stood up and charged toward the heavenly tribulation clouds. He entered the sea of clouds to pit himself against the heavenly tribulation lightning with his bare fists. He threw a single punch, and the heavens resonated. Chi-jon's fist glowed magnificently, possessing a boundless battle intent. It morphed into a dark red divine fist as he smashed it down. As he waved his fist, his dark red battle intent filled the skies, dispelling the surrounding clouds. He was like an indomitable battle god shooting his way through. Bang! A loud explosion resounded. The lightning shattered and dispersed in all directions. Chi-jon stood there in mid-air, bathed in lightning. His aura dazzled and lit up the earth. The lightning energy entered his body and strengthened his physical body. The more he battled, the fiercer he became. His fist was like a divine roaring ape, easily tearing through the lightning tribulation. At this point, 9 tribulation lightning bolts had been destroyed. Rumble. The heavenly tribulation had not reached its end yet. There were a total of 72 tribulation lightning bolts, after all. The more intense the heavenly tribulation clouds, the more terrifying and dazzling the lightning was. Rumble. Another rumbling crash jolted the entire area. 18 lightning strikes were unleashed, morphing into multiple lightning dragons. They opened their jaws wide as they charged down from the skies. Just in time. Chi-jon hollered as he swung his staff toward the lightning dragons. Total annihilation. The divine staff in Chi-jon's hand vibrated strongly before magnifying into a massive staff avatar, spanning across the space. In an instant, the fabrics of space were shredded as a boundless divine glow crashed onto the lightning dragons. Boom! Lightning scattered in all directions, the huge lightning dragons were shattered by that staff strike. Chi-jon stood there in a dashing manner, burning with battle intent all over. He was like a god who was about to turn this world upside down. His staff was swift as the wind and very powerful. Every single strike managed to destroy a lightning dragon. The 18 tribulation lightning bolts were completely annihilated in just a short period. Boom! The 8-9 heavenly tribulation once again unleashed its power, creating countless ferocious beasts which charged madly down. 36 tribulation lightning attacks were emitted. Its power was far more terrifying than the previous attack. The lightning beasts howled malevolently. Their roars caused the fabrics of space to tremble so violently that they shattered. These lightning formations were based on the great ancient beasts. Their emergence caused the area to grow dark and the sun and moon to lose their luster. Chi-jon looked grave as he faced so many tribulation lightning beasts. He was feeling immense pressure. However, he did not fear it. Instead, his battle intent was ignited. Chi-jon lifted his head and howled into the skies. Battle blood burns the sky. A reddish glow was emitted in the blink of an eye, looking very much like a dark red roaring flame. He was activating the Battle Imperial Sutra's forbidden chapter to strengthen himself via an invincible battle intent. The dark red glow shimmered with boundless battle intent before gathering inside his body, and his aura surged again. Kill. Chi-jon stood up. His golden glow had morphed into a dark red light as his battle intent surged forth like a massive wave about to wipe out the entire area. He was like a peerless god of battle, pitting himself against the tribulation lightning. Every single strike could smash a tribulation lightning beast. Nonetheless, the 8-9 heavenly tribulation was not to be underestimated. 36 tribulation lightning attacks all at once, even a great sage would have to give their all to hold themselves against that. Chi-jon was struck by lightning, which caused his divine aura to vibrate intensely. If not for the protection of his battle divine armor, he might have suffered grievous injury. Luckily, Chi-jon managed to defend against everything. After he destroyed the final tribulation lightning, endless lightning surged into his body, greatly increasing his cultivation level. 1 Tribulation Sage. 2 Tribulation Sage. 3 Tribulation Sage. After overcoming the 8-9 Heavenly Tribulation, Chi-jon's cultivation level reached the status of a 3 Tribulation Sage. The Heavenly Tribulation clouds finally dispersed, and all was bright and clear again. Chi-jon descended from the skies and stood before the two. "Thank you, boss. It's all thanks to your invincible pill that I achieved this." He cupped his fists together in gratitude. His eyes were full of respect and joy. If not for the chaotic sky-mending pill, he would not have undergone tribulation to become a sage so quickly. Not to mention overcoming 3 heavenly tribulations at once to become a 3 Tribulation Sage. This was something beyond imagination, but one heaven-defying, destiny-changing pill made it possible. Chi-jon was shocked to the core. He had been a peak demon venerable for many years and already possessed a very solid foundation, but the sky-mending pill's effects were clear. It was indeed a peerless Tark-level pill. "You are welcome." Shen Tion nodded, feeling very satisfied. Chi-jon's powers had been greatly enhanced, and this was a good thing for him. Chi-jon was a goose who laid golden eggs for him, after all. As such, the fatter he was, the better. Shen Tion's attention was more focused on the potency of this chaotic sky-mending pill. This batch of chaotic sky-mending pills was even more potent than the previous one. The previous batch could only help a sage undergo 2 heavenly tribulations consecutively. Yet, this batch managed to help Chi-jon undergo 3 heavenly tribulations. It looked like the price of this chaotic sky-mending pill would increase greatly. The sacred battle-tark was extremely shocked by Chi-jon's breakthrough success. He realized that not only had Chi-jon's cultivation level increased, but his foundation and innate talent had also been enhanced. This was unbelievable. Just one pill could produce such results? Mind-blowing. The sacred battle-tark's eyes shone as he focused on the remaining chaotic sky-mending pills. He couldn't help feeling tempted. This grade of pill was unprecedented. It made him very interested. The main reason, however, was because it was just too fragrant, far more fragrant than the immortal banana herb. This was the kind of fragrance that apes loved the most. The sacred battle-tark spoke up. "Child, don't forget my contribution to your success." If the sacred battle-tark hadn't trained Chi-jon so hard over that period of time, he might not have been able to survive the 8-9 heavenly tribulation. Chi-jon hurriedly nodded. "Thank you, ancestor, for your guidance over this period." It was true that Chi-jon might not have been able to overcome the 8-9 heavenly tribulation if he hadn't mastered the battle Blood Burns the Sky. The sacred battle-tark nodded in satisfaction before asking, "Is this pill really that miraculous? One pill can produce such effects? I don't really believe it." Actually, the sacred battle-tark was utterly convinced, but he was just trying to wrangle a pill from Shen Tion to try. Chi-jon replied, "Ancestor, this pill is indeed that miraculous. If not for this peerless pill, I might not have been able to undergo 3 heavenly tribulations consecutively." Chi-jon had no idea what the sacred battle-tark was really thinking. As a result, he quickly explained after hearing his query. The sacred battle-tark snorted. "I don't believe it. Unless you let me try it." Shen Tion. Chi-jon. The two of them exchanged looks. They finally understood the sacred battle-tark's intention. So he wanted to get a free pill. Chi-jon looked rather awkward. He kept silent. No choice. This was too embarrassing. "Ancestor, you are a major Tark, but you are trying to trick a junior into giving you a pill for free? Is this really appropriate?" Shen Tion raised his brows as he teased. "Senior Tark, aren't you a divine consciousness? Will a pill be effective on you?" Upon realizing that his act had been seen through, a sliver of embarrassment flashed across the sacred battle-tark's arrogant demeanor. "Ahem, I might be a divine consciousness, but I can still feel the effects of pills." The sacred battle-tark couldn't possibly just admit that this chaotic sky-mending pill was just too fragrant, and he was greedy for a taste, right? It would be a great loss of face to him. Chi-jon couldn't help holding his own forehead. He groaned inwardly. "Ancestor, if you want to trick someone, you should at least find a better excuse. Do you really think we are just 3-year-old children? That we are so naive? When has a pill ever been effective on a divine consciousness?" Shen Tion shook his head. "Senior, you can have one if you want. 1 immortal banana herb in exchange for 1 chaotic sky-mending pill. Senior, you should still have some in your stock, right?" Shen Tion had given a sky-mending pill to Chi-jon because he could leverage off his Providence. This old fellow had no Providence to leverage off, however. Want a free pill? Dream on. The sacred battle-tark was stunned. You are such a punk. I was the one who gave you the ingredients for those pills in the first place. And you are asking me for another banana now? Shen Tion smiled. Senior Tark, I used my immortal peach herb to exchange for those ingredients. Don't you want the peach anymore? Are you prepared to return it to me? Fine, you win. The sacred battle-tark snorted, but he had no choice. He had his pride and couldn't keep on haggling with the junior. Give me 3 pills then. Left with no choice, the sacred battle-tark offered the last of his fortune stash. He took out another 3 immortal banana herbs. Shen Tion's smile widened as he handed 3 chaotic sky-mending pills to the sacred battle-tark. This transaction was a big win for him. After all, he had only used 3 immortal banana herbs and a bunch of sage herbs to refine 36 chaotic sky-mending pills. Now, he was using 3 sky-mending pills to exchange for another 3 tark herbs. It was a big win indeed. As for the sage herbs, Shen Tion was not worried at all. He had a nearly inexhaustible quantity of them in his storage ring. The sacred battle-tark couldn't help taking a deep breath after receiving the chaotic sky-mending pills. He immediately looked transfixed. This fragrance was just too bewitching to an ape. Even though he was just a divine consciousness, the sacred battle-tark couldn't wait to taste it. Gulp. The moment the first chaotic sky-mending pill entered the sacred battle-tark's stomach, he radiated with a dazzling divine light. Apart from the miraculous avatar, nothing else happened. The sacred battle-tark's eyes were crossed as he remained immersed in the delicious taste of the sky-mending pill. Not bad, not bad. Delicious. This thing is even more delicious than a ripe banana. After a while, he snapped out of his trance and licked his lips. He was not yet satiated, but he didn't consume the rest of the chaotic sky-mending pills. This peerless pill had remarkable effects but was truly useless to him. He would be a disgrace if he ate it just to satisfy his greed. The sacred battle-tark handed the remaining 2 sky-mending pills to Chi-jon. Child, take these back with you. Perhaps they can help our race gain 2 more sacred battle apes. This grade of pill could enhance one's foundation and innate talent. The golden-eyed fire ape race had many powerful practitioners who were just one step away from awakening the bloodline of a sacred battle ape. Thus, if they could get these chaotic sky-mending pills and improve their bloodline, they might be able to evolve into sacred battle apes. It should be pointed out that theirs was an indomitable bloodline created by natural forces. They were extremely powerful. Chi-jon was very moved. Yes, ancestor. He had personally experienced the miraculous effects of the sky-mending pill. It could definitely help his race evolve. By then, the golden age of the golden-eyed fire apes would arrive. 1 race, 3 sacred battle apes. Unprecedented. His gratitude for the sacred battle-tark intensified. He was indeed his ancestor. He was still thinking about the good of the race. But of course, Boss is the one I feel the most gratitude for. If he had not refined this peerless pill, how would my race rise again? Boss, you are even more awesome than my own ancestor. The sacred battle-tark had no idea what Chi-jon was thinking. If he knew, he might have smacked Chi-jon to death. This useless descendant. I dug out my entire fortune to exchange for the sky-mending pills, but my contribution is still less than your boss? It is the golden-eyed fire ape race's misfortune to have such a useless monkey like you. The sacred battle-tark glanced at the sky and crossed his hands behind his back. I have already imparted my whole legacy to you. It is time for you to leave. The sacred battle-tark was sending off these 2. His treasure stash was empty now, while his final immortal banana herb had been used to exchange for the sky-mending pills. He was completely cleaned out now, so there was nothing more he could give. Moreover, these 2 punks had no need for his guidance. One was an abnormally talented freak. He had learned the full Battle Imperial Sutra in just 3 days, shocking even the Tark. It was mind-blowing. Even the sacred battle-tark himself could not have done that. The other was a sacred battle ape. Sacred battle apes had always pursued the way of the battle. There was no need for much guidance. The sacred battle-tark had already helped Chi-jon find his goal. If he offered too much guidance, it might even end up being too restrictive and hinder Chi-jon's growth. It was better to let him find his own way from there on. The 5 regions would be Chi-jon's battleground from now on. Sacred battle apes had always been that way. This was the only method to maximize the power of this bloodline. Thank you, Senior Tark. Thank you, Ancestor. Shen Tion and Chi-jon spoke in unison as they cupped their fists in gratitude. They had been here nearly 2 months now, and it was indeed time to leave. The sacred battle Tark had been a major Tark 180,000 years ago. He had imparted his legacy to them, and it was only right to thank him. Go on. The sacred battle Tark waved, indicating that the two of them could leave now. Unexpectedly, a conflicted expression crossed his face as he watched Shen Tion's departing profile. The sacred battle Tark's lips moved slightly as he sent a voice transmission to Chi-jon. Child, in the future, try to get closer to your boss. It doesn't matter even if you become a bootlicker. Chi-jon? He was taken aback while the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Ancestor, didn't you say earlier that you despised me looking up to boss? Why have you changed your tune so quickly? The sacred battle Tark reddened as he replied awkwardly, just take my advice. In the future, if the golden-eyed fire ape race encounters any danger, he might be able to save our entire race. The sacred battle Tark's eyes turned even more profound. He felt that Shen Tion was just too mysterious. So mysterious that even he could not see through him. Let's not talk about that mind-blowing talent and battle prowess first. Just his ability to refine such a peerless pill is enough to shock the world. There's no harm at all establishing close ties with such a prodigy. The Tark's words stunned Chi-jon. Didn't realize that my ancestor has such a high opinion of boss. But even if ancestor didn't tell me this, I had already decided to follow boss wherever he goes. Boss is just too nice to me. Ancestor, I got it. Chi-jon replied as he followed Shen Tion. In the blink of an eye, the two of them left the sacred battle abode and flew back to the outside world. As he watched the two depart, the sacred battle Tark couldn't help sighing to himself. This generation produced such a freakishly powerful practitioner. I wonder if it will be a boon or a bane to the 5 regions. The sacred battle Tark's image gradually faded away, and the sacred battle abode became completely hidden in the deep sea. Meanwhile, Shen Tion and Chi-jon had left the deep sea and reached the skies above East Sea. Chi-jon scratched his head. Boss, where should we go now? Shen Tion nodded. Let's return to Jixia Academy first. Anyway, they had already gotten the fortuitous opportunity. There was no need to linger outside. It was not that safe out here. The evil spirit sect was lurking around, so it was better to return to Jixia Academy and continue developing his skills. Jixia Academy had bountiful resources for cultivation and plenty of fellow practitioners with juicy Providence. Shen Tion wanted to make good use of this opportunity to leverage off a few more fortuitous opportunities and bring his own Providence halo to purple color. This was the most important goal of all. Having made that decision, the two of them flew toward the nearest city without further hesitation. They wanted to make use of the teleportation circle to hurry back to Jixia Academy. Meanwhile, Jixia Academy was already in a furor. Everyone in the human compound and demon compound was discussing the same thing. Have you heard? The East Sea City battle results have come back. Our senior brother Chi-jon single-handedly thrashed a 5 Tribulation true spirit from the evil spirit sect. And he endured hundreds of attacks by the 7 Tribulation Great Sage Evil Fire. He managed to hold his own. He is indeed the top student of the demon compound. He is so powerful. The senior students of the demon compound were very excited. However, the human compound prodigies shouted over. So what? Our top student was also there. The divine firmament saint is invincible. He made 9 clones of himself. Every single clone possessed a pseudo-immortal artifact, and he defeated the great sage in just 1 move. It was clear that news of the East Sea City incident had spread. However, these rumors sounded very exaggerated. They were even bordering on the ridiculous. Chapter 449, Laner, is that you? Using the teleportation array, Shen Tion and Chi-jon quickly rushed back to Jixia Academy. When they returned to the academy, what they heard the most was their feat in East Sea City. The incident in East Sea City had become a hot topic. There was no one who didn't know about it, and the reports were getting more and more exaggerated and bizarre. The two of them looked at each other, not knowing how to explain. Boss, what should we do? Chi-jon scratched his head in confusion. He didn't think that the rumors would be so terrifying. What was even more ridiculous was that this rumor was actually true. As Chi-jon's cultivation broke through to the 3rd Tribulation Sage, his strength increased greatly. He could indeed now fight with a great sage. This completely corresponded to the rumors. The corners of Shen Tion's mouth twitched as he was dumbfounded. Did these people install cameras on me? How did they know about what had happened in the void? Could it be that someone had activated the heavenly eye and was hiding at the side to peep at me? What truth are these people blindly speaking? Seriously, this is ridiculous. Forget it. Let nature take its course. Shen Tion shook his head and didn't intend to explain himself. He was bent on keeping a low profile, but the situation didn't allow for it from the looks of it. At this moment, it was even worse for him to explain. The more he explained, the more troublesome it would be. Therefore, the two of them did not bother with the rumors outside and directly returned to their residences to enter seclusion. As the rumor spread further and further, all the Jixia Academy students believed that both of them had the strength of a great sage. For a time, the two of them were in the limelight. At the same time, in the country of fire, a figure was rushing toward the capital. It was a bald monk dressed in Buddhist robes. His entire body emitted a holy Buddhist dharmic intent. However, this Buddha dharmic intent was unstable, appearing and disappearing from time to time. After it disappeared, it was replaced by a mournful demonic will. He was like a holy monk of Buddhism for a moment and a peerless demon king in the next. This person was one of the 4 great kings of the evil spirit sect, the Lifeless King. After losing 2 peak-grade Tao bodies in succession, Lifeless King's strength had been greatly reduced, and he had lost 1,000 years of cultivation. The resentment he felt toward Shen Tion was like an endless river that hung in the 9 heavens. The Lifeless King wanted to take revenge on Shen Tion, but he suffered greatly every time. This boy was too strange. Both of his Tao bodies had been destroyed because they had attacked Shen Tion. The Lifeless King finally gave up on attacking Shen Tion head-on after learning from his lessons. He had decided to attack Shen Tion's family instead. After this period of bitter cultivation, the Lifeless King had finally condensed his other 2 Tao bodies. After all the preparations were done, the Lifeless King could not suppress the killing intent in his heart. He immediately set off and rushed to the country of fire. He wanted to kill the country of fire's king, Shen Xiao, in order to seek revenge against Shen Tion. The Lifeless King laughed sinisterly. "Shen Tion, I will destroy your family." He slowly walked toward the royal palace. Nonetheless, his speed was extremely fast, as if he was as fast as lightning. His body seemed to have become one with the void. Even if he appeared beside others, no one would notice him at all. Land failing, this was Concubine Land's tomb. After Concubine Land had passed away, Shen Xiao had personally built a cemetery just meant for her. This place was very quiet. Only Shen Xiao would occasionally come over. Other people were not allowed to enter. Shen Xiao held the white flower in his hand and looked at the tombstone in front of him. His eyes were filled with longing and nostalgia. He offered the white flower and offered a few incense sticks. Shen Xiao fixed his gaze on the land failing's tombstone and softly muttered, "Laner, do you know? Dionner has grown up now. He has successfully joined a sacred ground, and his achievements are unprecedented. I heard that even among all the sacred grounds, Dionner is one of the top geniuses. If your spirit in heaven knew about this, you would be smiling in the underworld." At that moment, the void behind Shen Xiao distorted, and the Lifeless King appeared. The Lifeless King said with a sinister expression upon seeing Shen Xiao, "So you were hiding here. I'll kill you today and let that brat Shen Tion have a taste of losing his closest kin. Ant-like existence, die." Even though the Lifeless King was right in front of him, Shen Xiao did not notice anything. After all, the Lifeless King was an existence above a great sage. Given Shen Xiao's cultivation, he could not sense him at all. The Lifeless King stretched out his hand, and terrifying dharmic powers condensed into a monstrous demonic claw as though he wanted to smash Shen Xiao into minced meat. At that moment, a purple wave of energy surged out of the void, the aura boundless and immeasurable. Strands of purple energy descended from the void as if it was the Milky Way of the 9 heavens, vast and endless. However, there was a majestic power contained within it. It carried all the laws of heaven and earth and formed a huge purple hand that slapped toward the Lifeless King. What? How can this be? The Lifeless King felt a terrifying force that caused his heart to tremble and his guts to burst. This power was like a myriad of laws descending, unstoppable. Run. Lifeless King's only thought currently was to turn around and escape. That power was too terrifying. He would die if he touched it. He could not resist at all. He could not imagine that a mere country of fire actually hid such a terrifying power. Could it be that Shen Tion had already guessed his plan and made preparations in advance? Impossible. How could a mere youth have such means? The Lifeless King could not believe it, but now was not the time for him to be suspicious. He suddenly tore open the void behind him, wanting to escape. However, before the lifeless king could move, the purple hand grabbed him. Even someone as strong as the lifeless king was lifted up like a chick in front of the purple hand. No matter how he resisted, he could not break free at all. "Who exactly are you?" The lifeless king was terrified. He had never felt such terrifying power before. It was as if it could easily wipe out his life. However, no one responded. The purple hand gently pinched, and invisible waves rippled in the void. Bam! The sound of flesh exploding rang out. An evil spirit sex king was crushed into a bloody mist just like that. Shen Tion seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly turned around and looked at the distorted space, his voice hoarse. Laner, is that you?" At the same time, in Middle Ground's lifeless temple that was billions of miles away, two figures sat cross-legged. One was filled with extreme Buddhist dharmic intent, while the other was filled with extreme fiendish intent. These two figures were the lifeless king's newly formed Tao bodies. Previously, he had been afraid that an accident would happen, so he had spent a lot of effort and resources to reconstruct these two Tao bodies. This was a life-saving technique. As long as a Tao body still existed, the lifeless king would not be considered dead. However, at this moment, the pupils of the two Tao bodies widened, their eyes filled with fear. What kind of power is that? The true body was killed instantly? The lifeless king's past self Tao body roared. The three Tao bodies that he had spent thousands of years nurturing had all been destroyed. These newly formed Tao bodies of his carried less than 1/10 of his original strength. It could be said that the lifeless king had returned directly to his strength before his liberation and had wasted thousands of years of bitter cultivation. "Shen Tion, it's all because of you. I will kill you." The lifeless king's future self Tao body was also roaring. But soon, the two Tao bodies cried out in horror, "What the hell?" Shock suddenly appeared on their faces as their bodies exploded one after another, turning into ashes. Only a trace of purple energy leaked out of the void. No one noticed anything. In a certain dark void devil cave, there were all kinds of indescribably terrifying devil god statues. Each and every one of them was filled with a demonic aura. Dark light flickered, and their auras were extremely shocking. If an ordinary person were to look at it, they would instantly fall into the abyss and be controlled by the demonic will, becoming a demon that only knew how to kill. This place was too terrifying, as if it was the power of a devil origin. It was definitely a place no ordinary person could enter. In the middle of the void devil cave was a huge table. It was refined from the body of a great sage tree demon. The scale of its size was unimaginable. At this moment, the void in the demonic cave surged, and several figures appeared. Those figures were slightly illusory, but they emitted a terrifying aura. They were the projections of top-notch experts. This place was the lair of the evil spirit sect. These projections were the top experts of the evil spirit sect. Three figures sat at the bottom of the table. They were the three kings of the evil spirit sect, the Hell Protector King, the Heaven's Net King, and the Purple Lightning King. The evil spirit sect had a total of 4 kings. Each of them was extremely powerful and controlled most of the resources of the evil spirit sect. Setting aside the lifeless king, the 3 kings could only sit at the lower position. 2 other figures were sitting in the main seats. Their auras were far more terrifying than the 3 kings. Even the 3 kings were respectful when they saw these 2 people. These 2 people were the 2 vice sect masters of the evil spirit sect, Evil Lord Quiney and Evil Lord Lao Qing. They were the most powerful existences apart from the evil spirit sect master and were in charge of all the affairs of the evil spirit sect. Today was the evil spirit sect's upper echelons meeting. The evil spirit sect's vice sect masters had already informed all the upper echelons to participate. Seeing that there were still empty seats, Evil Lord Qianhuan said indifferently, "Why is the lifeless king still not here?" This was the meeting of the upper echelons of the evil spirit sect. As one of the 4 kings, the lifeless king was actually absent. This made Evil Lord Qianhuan very displeased. The Heaven's Net King said, the lifeless king should be in seclusion. He lost 2 of his Tao bodies earlier, causing his strength to be damaged. I will contact him now. The Heaven's Net King had a good relationship with the lifeless king and quickly explained. Unexpectedly, there was no response when he sent a message to the lifeless king. What's going on? The lifeless king's communication line can't be connected? Heaven's Net King was puzzled. As the top experts of the evil spirit sect, they knew the importance of the matter. How could the lifeless king miss such an important matter like the conference? Evil Lord Shen Tion snorted. I want to see what he's doing. He activated his secret technique and sensed the lifeless king's location. Next, his expression changed, turning grave. The lifeless king's soul lamp is gone? What? Everyone was shocked. The soul lamp was connected to a person's true spirit. Once the soul lamp was extinguished, it meant that both the body and soul of the person were destroyed and that they were completely dead. The lifeless king's extinguished soul lamp meant that he had already died. This was unbelievable. Although the lifeless king was the weakest among the 4 kings of the evil spirit sect, that was because he did not merge his 3 incarnations. If the lifeless king had merged his 3 incarnations together, his strength would definitely increase greatly and become a top existence among the 4 kings. Furthermore, relying on the unique effects of the 3 lives body, the lifeless king's life preservation abilities were also extremely powerful. Unless one destroyed all 3 of his bodies at once, there was no way to kill him. The lifeless king had always been cautious. His 3 incarnations would not move out at the same time. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to kill the lifeless king. However, this type of existence had actually been killed, with his body and spirit erased from this world. This was just too terrifying. Who killed the lifeless king? Could it be that Huang Shi has invaded the lifeless temple? Some people raised their doubts. They could not imagine how the lifeless king had died. Probably only Huang Shi could do it in the 5 regions. He was the strongest of the 5 regions, an existence that even the evil spirit sect feared. Impossible. If Huang Shi took action, there is no way we wouldn't know. Evil Lord Shen Tion shook his head. The Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty has a great enmity with our evil spirit sect, so we naturally pay close attention to it. Although Huang Shi was powerful, it was impossible for him to avoid the evil spirit sect's line of sight and kill the lifeless king silently. Moreover, the lifeless king had hidden himself very well. No one knew his exact location. If Huang Shi really had that strength, the evil spirit sect's upper echelons would have long been slaughtered. The Heaven's Net King then asked, other than Huang Shi, who else can kill the lifeless king? They had no idea who it was that had attacked them. This was simply ridiculous. To be able to kill the lifeless king, they must be extraordinary. It seems that there are mysterious experts hidden in the 5 regions. First, it was Great Sage Evil Fire, and now it's the lifeless king. The situation in the 5 regions is getting more chaotic. All the kings had solemn expressions. This situation was not good for them. It had only been a short period, yet they had already lost 2 powerful Great Sage combatants. They had even lost the lifeless king, whose potential was extremely high. His death had even damaged the foundations of the evil spirit sect. All the high-ranking evil spirit members felt uneasy. At that moment, a terrifying cold voice came from the void, as though it was the low voice of a demon god. Increase the speed of progress and prepare to welcome the descent of the god fiend from the outer realm. When the evil spirit army descends, the evil spirit sect will rule the world. The bodies of everyone present trembled as they said respectfully, "Yes, sect master." In Jixia Academy. It had been some time since Shen Tion and Chi-jon had returned. The rumors in East Sea City had once been extremely prevalent, but because Shen Tion and Chi-jon hadn't come out to explain, the matter had been left unsettled. Jixia Academy had recently become restless again because everyone was attracted by something else. Have you heard? The Kunlun mountain range is emitting a peerless immortal sound. Many people comprehended the Tao on the spot and achieved a breakthrough in their cultivation, including many sages. A group of prodigies was discussing what had happened recently. The message spread like wildfire across middle ground, and almost all of Jixia Academy's prodigies were excited. The sound of the Grand Tao rumbled through the Kunlun mountains. Those who heard it fell into a state of deep comprehension and started to comprehend the Grand Tao of heaven and earth. Even sages had benefited greatly from it. Cultivators with lower cultivation bases were sitting on the ground and comprehending the Tao. Their cultivation levels increased tremendously, and they even found their own Tao. Countless people were sighing at the appearance of such an event. Only the strongest knew that the sound of the Grand Tao came from the supreme sky tree in the Kunlun mountain range. The Kunlun mountain range had always been incomparably mysterious. It was rumored that this place was the remains of an immortal realm. During the ancient era, hundreds of the most powerful individuals had emerged from there. There were even rumors that this was the stairway to the celestial world. The Kunlun mountain range was filled with all sorts of mysteries. As for the supreme sky tree, It was an ancient tree that reached the heavens within Mount Kunlun. It had been there since ancient times, and no one knew how long its history was. Not only was it a towering ancient tree, but it also contained great fortuitous opportunities. It was considered a blessed land bestowed by the heavens. The supreme sky tree contained the truths of the Grand Tao. When the wind blew past the branches and leaves of the tree, sounds of enlightenment would appear. This was the purest sound of the Tao in the world. It could allow one to comprehend the Grand Tao of the world and be close to the myriad of laws of the world. However, the supreme sky tree was hidden in the endless void and would only appear once every 8,000 years. Many cultivators would not have the chance to chance upon it even if they waited their entire lives. In the past, there had been powers that had wanted to take this ancient tree for themselves. However, they had all been killed forcefully in the end. Even quasi-immortals had not been spared. After that, no one had dared to snatch the supreme sky tree anymore. And this wasn't even the greatest opportunity of the supreme sky tree. A small world existed within the supreme sky tree, the supreme sky tree world. Any cultivator under the age of 3,000 could attempt to enter. It was said that one could sense the laws of the celestial world in the supreme sky tree world, which greatly increased the efficiency of one's comprehension of the Tao. This effect could last for at most 100 years. Those who possessed peerless talent could even comprehend peerless divine abilities and battle techniques of the celestial world from the inside. It was rumored that in the past, Huang Shi had once comprehended the Tao for 100 years under the supreme sky tree, deducing everything he had learned to the extreme. After leaving the supreme sky tree world, Huang Shi had broken through 7 levels of heavenly tribulation in a row, becoming the strongest powerhouse in the 5 regions. From then on, he had opened the path of legendary invincibility. It was not just Huang Shi. Many of the old powerhouses from the various sacred lands of the 5 regions had also chanced upon the sound of Tao before. Among them, those with exceptional aptitudes had mostly ascended. In the supreme sky tree world, the more talented one was, the longer the world one could enter seclusion to gain insights. At most, one could stay inside for 100 years until the tree disappeared. Those with poor talent might only be able to enter seclusion for a few days. Some might not even be able to get into it. Logically speaking, it had only been 7,000 years since the last time the supreme sky tree had descended. The next time it descended would be another 1,000 years later. The arrival of the supreme sky tree caused another round of heated discussion. It wasn't just the middle ground prodigies, the entire 5 regions were in an uproar. Countless experts under the age of 3,000 were rushing to Kunlun. After all, cultivating there for a day might be equivalent to cultivating in the outside world for hundreds of years. On the second spirit mountain, Shen Tion was cultivating in seclusion when he received a message. It was a message from Huang Shi and the others. They recounted the events of the Supreme Sky Tree and the Supreme Sky Tree world. Huang Shi was organizing the Jixia Academy students and was planning to arrange for people to enter the Supreme Sky Tree world to cultivate. Shen Tion's lips curled up with interest. The Supreme Sky Tree world? I want to see what's so amazing about it. Shen Tion's current combat strength far surpassed his peers, but that was far from enough. He lacked time to settle down. Compared to those old monsters who had cultivated for thousands of years, Shen Tion's foundation was still lacking, and the gap was huge. The great calamity of the 5 regions was about to arrive, so Shen Tion had to improve himself as much as possible during this period to survive. This was no joke. Even Huang Shi was wary of this great calamity, and thus he personally organized his students to enter the Supreme Sky Tree world to cultivate. It was to nurture a large number of experts faster to deal with this great calamity. It so happened that the Supreme Sky Tree world was a perfect place to do so. Not only could it strengthen one's Tao comprehension, but it also contained numerous opportunities and treasures. There would definitely be a lot of people entering the Supreme Sky Tree world this time. There would definitely be a lot of children of Providence. Shen Tion wouldn't give up on this great opportunity to harvest leeks. He left the second spirit mountain and flew toward Jixia Academy. When Shen Tion entered the academy, he saw a sea of people. They were all experts with powerful auras. These were the elites of the various sacred grounds, and they were all under 3,000 years old. There were even Grand Elder level figures present that would normally be in seclusion all year round. They had all rushed over for this trip to the Supreme Sky Tree world. Junior brother Huang Shi and the others were excited to see Shen Tion. Shen Tion nodded and greeted them with a smile. Brother Shen. Apart from the 4 divine firmament prodigies, Wang Shingshu, Chi-jon, various saints, and saintesses from the various sacred grounds were all here. Boss! Chi-jon also rushed over with the demon compound geniuses. In an instant, Shen Tion was surrounded by people, and they were all the most talented geniuses. The older generation experts could not help but look over. After all, the East Sea City incident had made the Divine Firmament Saint famous. Even those older generation powerhouses who were in seclusion all year round had heard of Shen Tion's name after coming out. At once, everyone's attention was focused on him. Some were surprised, some were curious, some were in awe, and some were even infatuated with him. Not only were these people attracted by Shen Tion's deeds, but they were also attracted by his peerless appearance. Countless people exclaimed in their hearts. The Divine Firmament Saint was just too powerful. He had become the human compound's prime disciple as a newly promoted student. He had even killed an evil spirit great sage. Not only that, but he had also managed to befriend so many paragons. And he was so handsome. What a godly person. Chapter 450, Don't Tell You Have Really Become a Monkey Knight? Before the crowd recovered from their shock, another powerful aura radiated out. It was clear that a powerful practitioner was descending. That aura was mighty and profound, like a massive churning tsunami, instantly grabbing everyone's attention. Everyone turned to see a young man slowly walking forward. The person was dressed in a snow-white outfit. He was coldly handsome and exuded an extremely imperious air. His aura was as powerful as the sun as he radiated a dazzling divine glow, lighting up the entire arena. It's His Highness Chi Jon. He has also come. Someone called out, his eyes full of adoration. Previously in the human compound, Chi Jon had personally conceded that he was not as good as the Divine Firmament Saint. He had even ceded his position as the top student of the human compound. However, this did not have too much impact on Chi Tion's reputation. After all, he was still an exceptional prodigy, and his battle prowess was far beyond a normal person's. Thus, it was natural that his appearance caused a stir. Chi Tion drifted down to the ground, ignoring the stares of the crowd. He scanned the surroundings. His gaze focused on Shen Tion, and his eyes glowed. Chi Tion also heard the news of Shen Tion's East Sea City battle results. Chi Tion was unable to ascertain the truth behind those rumors, but he knew that Shen Tion was very powerful. It might be possible for him to battle a great sage. This did not affect Chi Tion negatively. Instead, it ignited his competitive spirit. He already held Shen Tion as his ultimate goal. He wanted to beat him. The more powerful Shen Tion was, the more motivated he became. Sensing Chi Tion's gaze, Shen Tion nodded in acknowledgement as a radiant smile spread across his face. This was because he had seen the purple mist churning in the deep purple Providence halo of Chi Tion's. It was like a fortuitous opportunity image was about to appear. It was clear that given Chi Tion's Providence, he could definitely encounter a great fortuitous opportunity in the supreme Sky Tree world. This fat, juicy Providence was finally ripe for the taking. Soon after, the crowd was in another uproar. The male prodigies in the human compound were especially excited, they were full of fire. It's Fairy Quiney. She also came out of seclusion. Countless male prodigies couldn't help cheering, their words filled with love and adoration. That woman has emerged too. Chi-jon was somewhat curious. Before Chi Tion and Shen Tion had joined Jixia Academy, his opponent had always been Fairy Quiney. However, Fairy Quiney had never liked competition and remained in seclusion for long periods. She was the stereotypical homely girl. Chi-jon never expected her to be lured out by the emergence of the Supreme Sky Tree. Upon hearing the cheers, Shen Tion turned to look. Not far off, a slender figure was walking over. It was a female dressed in a luscious green dress. Her features were as exquisite as carved jade, her skin as fair as snow. She exuded an elegant air, graceful, noble, aloof, and otherworldly. She was like an unattainable fairy. One could only admire her from afar. Nothing could taint her. All male prodigies were instantly bewitched the moment Fairy Quiney appeared. Not only was she very powerful, but she was also extremely beautiful. She was the revered goddess of all the male prodigies in the human compound. Many female prodigies couldn't resist lowering their heads in shame when they saw Fairy Quiney. This kind of woman should only exist in the heavens. How rare was it to find such a gorgeous female in this world? Even Chi-jon couldn't resist scratching his head. This woman might not be as beautiful as the females in my race, but she does have her own allure. She is worthy of boss. Shen Tion. The crowd. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Fairy Quang Yue is not as beautiful as your female apes? Are the monkey features of your female apes really comparable to Fairy Quang Yue? Many prodigies quietly gnashed their teeth in annoyance upon hearing Chi-jon's words. If not for the fact that this ape was very powerful, they might have charged forward and given him a good beating. This monkey's beauty standards are so biased. But the second part of his words is correct. Everyone looked at Shen Tion before turning their eyes back to Fairy Quang Yue. They couldn't hold back the delighted gasp in their hearts. This kind of fairy is definitely worthy of the Divine Firmament Saint. The two of them had drop-dead gorgeous looks and were also very powerful. The two of them together would be like a match made in heaven. Zhang Shi, Princess Ling Long, and the other females gnashed their teeth as they stared daggers at Chi-jon. What did he mean by she's worthy of junior brother? How is she worthy? I am the only one who is worthy of brother Shen. Chi-jon felt a chill down his back and scratched his head in confusion. He had no idea what just happened. Meanwhile, Fairy Quang Yue was stepping gracefully over to Shen Tion. When Fairy Quang Yue saw Shen Tion's face clearly, she couldn't help being pleasantly surprised. There is such an extraordinarily handsome man in this world? Fairy Quang Yue was an abstemious person, and few things in this world could move her. Nonetheless, she couldn't help the emotion stirring in her heart after seeing Shen Tion. She blushed slightly. Fairy Quang Yue gave a small bow. Greetings, junior brother Shen Tion. Junior brother Shen Tion is indeed powerful, to be able to kill the evil spirit great sage. You are truly an exceptional man. She was the fourth saintess of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Her master was the Jade Lake Sacred Leader. The Jade Lake Sacred Leader had messaged her previously, instructing her to establish good relations with Shen Tion. This was why she had taken the initiative to come over and greet him. Shen Tion shook his head with a smile. Senior sister Quang Yue is too kind. Those are just rumors. I only managed to chase off Great Sage Evil Fire. I did not kill him. He remained very modest as he explained. It would not be good for him to be targeted. After all, the hunter would shoot the bird that stuck out. I would rather concentrate on my development. Shen Tion was slightly taken aback. His eyes were fixed upon the spot above Fairy Quang Yue's head. This was because he had seen a dazzling purple Providence halo sparkling above Fairy Quang Yue's head. There was even a fortuitous opportunity image inside. Shen Tion was delighted. Here it comes. Another plump goose is here. She is indeed the former #1 student in the human compound. Her providence is so extraordinary, not that much weaker than Chi-jon's. Shen Tion was thrilled. He had to make good use of this opportunity to leverage off her providence. Fairy Quang Yue's blush deepened upon seeing that Shen Tion was staring at her. Why is junior brother Shen Tion staring at me? Don't tell me. For some unknown reason, Fairy Quang Yue's face turned even redder. The Divine Firmament Saint was so famous that even Fairy Quang Yue was friendly toward him. There was bound to be someone who felt displeased at this little scene. He's just a junior but already has such a hot reputation. I bet it is just empty talk. It was a young man dressed in a fiery long robe, and there was a blazing sun emblem on his forehead. He was the first-generation saint of the 9-Sun Sacred Ground. The 9-Sun Sacred Ground had never gotten along with the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground. The first 9-Sun Saint felt very annoyed when he saw how famous the Divine Firmament Saint was. He had adored Fairy Quang Yue since forever. Thus, his jealousy raged uncontrollably when he saw his own goddess getting so close to Shen Tion. That was why he had stepped forward to pick on Shen Tion. The first 9-Sun Saint did not believe that Shen Tion had the power to kill a great sage. None of the first-generation saints from the various sacred grounds had this level of battle prowess. And Shen Tion was just the 10th-generation Divine Firmament Saint? Did they really think that great sages are like garbage? They can be killed off just like that? Those who managed to reach great sage level were all old freaks who had lived for several thousands of years. In addition, they had all been top prodigies when they were young. Could a junior kill such a formidable great sage in his 20s? Where did all those thousands of years of cultivation go? The first 9-Sun Saint believed that Shen Tion was just exaggerating to gain the crowd's favor. Shen Tion did not care. There were too many people jealous of him. He couldn't possibly try and reason with every single one of them. Before he could say anything, the prodigies around him exploded in rage. Punk, what did you say? Chi-jon's monkey temper had always been bad. How could he possibly endure others slandering Shen Tion? He already treated Shen Tion as his boss. He was full of respect for him. Moreover, even the sacred battle-tark had urged him to establish good relations with Shen Tion. Whether it was of his own volition or because of his ancestors' wishes, he had to protect Shen Tion's reputation. Chi-jon stepped out and glared viciously at the first Nine Sun Saint. His body radiated with surging battle intent. The first Nine Sun Saint shuddered from being oppressed by Chi-jon's dark red battle intent. Chi-jon was the former top student of the demon compound, after all. His cultivation level was even more terrifying now after the latest enhancement. And the first Nine Sun Saint was just amongst the top 10 of the human compound prodigy list. He was no match for Chi-jon. Subdued by Chi-jon, the first Nine Sun Saint couldn't even speak. "Junior, you have gone too far." A surging aura spread over at this moment, instantly dispelling Chi-jon's aura. A middle-aged man walked over, looking very cold and malevolent. There were 3 blazing sun emblems on his forehead. The first-generation Nine Sun Saint looked delighted at the sight of that man. "Master." This man was the Nine Sun Sacred Leader. "Damn, old man, you want to interfere?" Even though the Nine Sun Sacred Leader had appeared, Chi-jon was not afraid. The Nine Sun Sacred Leader's eyes narrowed since a junior was challenging him. He snorted. "This has nothing to do with your golden-eyed fire ape race, right?" The golden-eyed fire ape race was no pushover in middle ground. Their status was even above that of the Nine Sun Sacred Ground. However, that was just the power of the race. It did not represent Chi-jon's true abilities. After all, the Nine Sun Sacred Leader was a sacred leader and had lived for over 1,000 years. He was already a great sage. It was only natural that he had little regard for a junior like Chi-jon. Nevertheless, the Nine Sun Sacred Leader still didn't wish to blow things up out of respect for the golden-eyed fire ape race. "The Divine Firmament Saint is my boss. So, of course it is my business. You are slandering boss, how can I endure that?" Chi-jon no longer cared about the consequences. He stubbornly demanded redress. "How dare you? You are just a junior but dare to behave so rudely in front of me?" The Nine Sun Sacred Leader was enraged. This Chi-jon had no regard for him at all. His aura churned as terrifying energy erupted from his body. It was as if he wanted to subdue the entire arena. "So what if I am rude? Don't even think of leaving unless you can provide a good explanation." Chi-jon was also enraged. His battle blood was boiling as terrifying waves of battle intent spread out of his body. His rise in cultivation level was now clear for all to see. Chi-jon was a 3 Tribulation sage, but his aura was not inferior to that of the Nine Sun Sacred Leader. Everyone was thunderstruck by the sight. What? When did Chi-jon break through to become a 3 Tribulation sage? Wasn't he just a peak demon venerable a short while ago? How did his cultivation level increase so quickly after just one trip to East Sea City? Chi-jon was able to defeat a 5 Tribulation true sage when he was a peak demon heavenly venerable. Now that he is a 3 Tribulation sage, he can probably hold himself against a great sage. So the East Sea City rumors are indeed true. It looks like the Divine Firmament Saint can really kill a great sage. The Nine Sun Sacred Leader dared to challenge the Divine Firmament Saint. I am afraid that would be his misfortune. Everyone was stunned. Ascending from a peak demon venerable to become a 3 Tribulation sage in just a few months' time. It was unbelievable. Could this ape have swallowed some immortal herb? Even a tark herb would not be so potent. Rising by 3 stages in just a few months' time? And to the sage level? Too terrifying. Someone realized something and shouted, "I say, do you guys think that Chi-jon encountered some exceptional fortuitous opportunity in East Sea City? Only an exceptional fortuitous opportunity could induce such an evolution." Someone replied, "I know, it must be because of the Divine Firmament Saint. The Divine Firmament Saint is the ultimate son of Providence. He has a peerless providence." Chi-jon met the Divine Firmament Saint in East Sea City, and the Saint's providence rubbed off on him. This is how Chi-jon managed to improve his cultivation level by so much. The more they thought about it, the more shocked everyone became. They were all convinced of this point of view. This was the only explanation that made sense. Chi-jon didn't try to hide the fact. "You are right. It is because of boss that I managed to improve so much." "You guys dare to slander boss? It is as good as slandering me." "Nine Sun Sacred Leader, do you want to fight?" The Nine Sun Sacred Leader stiffened slightly. He didn't expect Chi-jon to be so stubborn in trying to protect Shen Tion's reputation. He was now unable to extricate himself from this situation. "How dare you? Don't blame me for bullying a junior then. The Nine-Sun Sacred Leader hollered angrily as his aura churned, unleashing a terrifying force. He was a powerful senior practitioner who was nearly 2,000 years old. He was an 8th Tribulation Great Sage and extremely powerful. How could he tolerate being belittled by a junior? The Nine-Sun Sacred Leader snorted coldly. I will help your elders teach you a good lesson today. His whole body glowed like the blazing sun, possessing an endless and terrifying aura. 8th Tribulation Great Sage, this was an indomitable existence. Old man, you are truly shameless. Your junior is too weak, and so you are helping him. Chi-jon was also enraged. As a sacred battle ape, he had never feared anyone before. He would battle even an 8th Tribulation Great Sage. I think this old man is just jealous of Brother Shen. Not only is their younger generation jealous of Brother Shen, but even the powerful senior practitioners are jealous. What a disgrace. Huang Shi's mocking voice drifted over the crowd. This fellow had such a venomous tongue. He dared to insult an 8th Tribulation Great Sage? Given his foul mouth, he must be one lucky fellow if he hadn't been beaten to death before. Huang Shi's words were like adding fuel to the fire. The Nine-Sun Sacred Leader became even more incensed. All right, I want to see just how good you are. The Nine-Sun Sacred Leader reached out one hand and formed a blazing golden sun, shooting it straight toward Chi-jon. Chi-jon's eyes hardened. The Nine-Sun Sacred Leader was powerful, even more powerful than Great Sage Evil Fire. Even with the great increase in his cultivation level, he could not afford to view this battle lightly. A dark red battle intent burst forth from Chi-jon's golden fur. His battle armor and staff appeared, making him look like an invincible god of battle. He looked all ready to go on an all-out war with the Nine-Sun Sacred Leader. But then, a coarse voice rang out. It was like a thunderous boom, causing everyone's ears to ring from the intense vibration. Who dares to attack my little monkey? A massive golden-colored ape suddenly charged over from the side, bringing an exceedingly violent force of energy with him. The massive golden-colored ape waved his huge fist, which magnified with a golden glow and immense power. The golden fist smashed down, bringing with it an intense pressure as if a primordial divine mountain had landed. Boom! A loud explosion resounded. The golden fist clashed with the blazing sun, igniting an earth-shattering explosion. A terrifying aura erupted like a mighty hurricane, completely alarming the entire crowd. The eyes of countless people were filled with shock. Is this what a great sage-level battle is like? Too terrifying. The Nine-Sun Sacred Leader's attack was destroyed. The blazing golden sun dissolved into sparks and disappeared. His body shuddered while his hands trembled as if he had endured an indomitable force. The Nine-Sun Sacred Leader's face hardened as he focused on the sight before him. A massive, mighty golden ape had appeared in front of him. The huge golden ape was covered in fur as hard as steel needles. His aura was wild and uncontrollable as if he was a violent king of battle. The appearance of this ape was major pressure on him. Chi-jon was delighted. Granddad, you have come? That's right. This huge ape was the current leader of the golden-eyed fire ape race, Chi-jon. You have become increasingly bold. You only know how to stir up trouble wherever you go. And this time, you even dared to go against this old fellow? Did you think you could have withstood that if I didn't come? Chi-jon patted Chi-jon's head with a doting expression on his face. Hee hee. Chi-jon scratched his head with a foolish grin. Chi-jon was not only the leader of the golden-eyed fire ape race, but he was also his grandfather. He did not dare to talk back. Chi-jon then snorted. But this is the correct way of our race. We will beat up whoever dares to provoke us. Chi-jon doted on Chi-jon very much. After all, he was the only sacred battle ape of his race. The golden-eyed fire ape race possessed the bloodline of the sacred battle ape. They were naturally combative and never feared anyone. Old man, you wanted to bully a junior. Why don't you spar with me instead? Chi-jon turned his attention toward the Nine-Sun Sacred Leader, his eyes full of battle intent. His aura was surging wildly, unleashing the power of an 8th Tribulation Great Sage to the maximum level. He was like an invincible god of battle. Chi-jon was the leader of the golden-eyed fire ape race and was powerful beyond measure. Chi-jon, are you determined to fight me? The Nine-Sun Sacred Leader looked very grim. It was not that he feared Chi-jon. The two of them were 8th Tribulation Great Sages and had comparable battle prowess. A golden-eyed fire ape was extremely combative and would be a very challenging opponent. It was true that if the battle dragged on, he might not be a match for Chi-jon. Both sides might end up grievously injured. He might even be defeated. Ahem. But the main reason was the appearance of the Supreme Sky Tree. He did not wish to miss out on this fortuitous opportunity. Would I be afraid of you? Chi-jon sneered at him. He also had sacred battle ape blood in him. Although it had not been activated, he still had the same raging battle intent. This bloodline had always been combative. They had no idea what fear meant. The Nine-Sun Sacred Leader snorted. I don't want to waste my time with you. He did not fear Chi-jon, but he did not wish to stir up too much trouble. Oh? You provoked Shen Tion. It is as good as provoking my race. Shen Tion is an esteemed ally of my race. It is as good as an insult to the golden-eyed fire ape race when you bully him. Apologize to Shen Tion. Otherwise, I will smash you with my staff. Chi-jon snorted as he glared at the Nine-Sun Sacred Leader. Chi-jon had already notified Chi-jon the moment he had returned. He had even told him all about the Sacred Battle Abode and Chaotic Sky Mending Pill. Chi-jon had been extremely excited by his news. It was a major cause for celebration that his race could have 2 more Sacred Battle Apes. And this was all thanks to Shen Tion. Chi-jon had lived for several thousands of years. Of course he understood the Sacred Battle-Tark's intention. As such, he had also decided to establish good relations with Shen Tion. It was just that he hadn't had the time. There was no way Chi-jon would give up on this good chance to curry favor with Shen Tion now. The Nine-Sun Sacred Leader's face stiffened. He did not expect Chi-jon to be so stubborn. Don't tell me he really wants to battle me? Everyone was shocked. The golden-eyed fire ape race was very highly regarded in Middle Ground. They were one of the top authorities. And now their leader had proclaimed that Shen Tion was the golden-eyed fire ape race's esteemed ally. Could it be that Shen Tion has signed a contract with Chi-jon and become the golden-eyed fire ape race's human partner? There has never been a monkey knight in the 5 regions before. Chapter 451, Zhonglong Yuan and Chu-long's True Strength. Seeing how Chi-jon did not back down, the Nine-Sun Sacred Leader was also enraged. That damned monkey! Does he really think I'm afraid of him? Chi-jon, don't blame me for not holding back if you continue pestering me. The Nine-Sun Sacred Leader snorted, and 2 powerful beings appeared behind him. They were both the Grand Elders of the Nine-Sun Sacred Ground and had fearsome auras. They were both great sages. 3 mighty figures suppressed Chi-jon's aura. Chi-jon remained calm and composed before snorting. You think only you can call for reinforcements? Boom. 2 golden apes walked out from behind him. Their auras were violent and shook even heaven and earth. Those 2 apes were both the Grand Elders of the golden-eyed fire ape race and were also great sages. They beat their chests with their hands and roared toward the sky, staring at the 9 Sun great sages with high fighting spirit. It was as if they wanted to start an earth-shattering battle. Everyone was astonished, and their faces were filled with horror. They had never expected things to turn out this way. 3 golden-eyed fire ape great sages did not hesitate to help Shen Tion. The Divine Firmament Saint's status in the golden-eyed fire ape race was simply too high. Which force would be willing to allow top cultivators of their race to help an outsider? And without minding the consequences to oppose the Nine-Sun Sacred Ground that was also one of the top sacred grounds? It was simply unprecedented and too unbelievable. The Nine-Sun Sacred Leader's face turned dark, but he did not want to back down as that would affect the Nine-Sun Sacred Ground's reputation. He would not retreat even if he had to fight with the golden-eyed fire ape race. The Nine-Sun Sacred Leader stepped forward with a cold expression. A winner had to be determined between him and Chi-jon. The 2 Grand Elders also refused to back down and confronted the 2 golden-eyed fire ape Grand Elders. At that moment, the atmosphere also became tense. That old dog of the Nine-Sun Sacred Ground thinks that the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground lacks people so we can be bullied? At that moment, 2 figures joined the fray. One of them was a majestic figure bathed in lightning and heavenly aura. Endless divine lightning would strike with each step taken, crashing the space into pieces. The other figure wore a purple Taoist robe and had white hair. He also held a huge golden staff, and his posture was similar to Chi-jon's. Boundless awe erupted once the 2 of them appeared and caused the whole earth to shake. Shen Tion was delighted. Master, Martial Uncle Azure Lotus, why are the both of you here? The 2 figures were the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader and Azure Lotus. The heavenly aura surrounding the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader swayed gently. Honor, senior brother, and I received a message that the Supreme Sky Tree had appeared, so we rushed over. The 2 of them had studied in Jixia Academy before, and their age was below 3,000 years old, so they could enter the supreme Skytree world. After receiving the message, they had rushed from the Divine Firmament's sacred ground immediately. As a result, they had witnessed the scene of the Nine Sun Sacred Leader making things difficult for Shen Tion. The lightning and heavenly aura around the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader surged vigorously. "You dare bully my sacred ground, Saint? You treat me as if I don't exist?" The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader took a step forward, and his body released lightning. He was like the Lightning Emperor as he emitted a fearsome aura. He stood in the air, but it was as if he had merged with the void itself. Divine lightning gathered and shattered the void into powder. Azure Lotus also showcased his strength. He hit the ground with his golden staff and stared at Nine Sun Sacred Leader with a provoking look. "Marshal nephew, I heard that there's someone wanting to bully you? Is it that old guy? I'll beat him up for you." Although Azure Lotus looked frivolous, he was someone who was fearless. If he was forced into a corner, then he could even defeat a sage. The Nine Sun Sacred Leader's expression turned stiff. He never expected things to turn out like this. He had originally been under the impression that Shen Tion was but a junior that did not have any background even though he had exceptional talent. This was in the end middle ground, the Nine Sun Sacred Ground home ground. Therefore, he had not stopped the first-generation Nine Sun Saint from provoking Shen Tion. Firstly, it was to make the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground's reputation suffer. Secondly, it was to vent their anger. The Nine Sun Sacred Ground had suffered a huge loss from the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground not long ago. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader had killed a sage of their sacred ground. As such, the Nine Sun Sacred Leader had to take revenge. Who would have expected that the situation would become this complicated? Not only was the golden-eyed fire ape race involved, but even the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader and Azure Lotus had arrived. It was not good for the matter to blow up. Nevertheless, he did not back down either and sneered. "Chulong, do you still think that it's still the past? Given your present strength, you're no match for me at all." Chulong had been the topmost peerless prodigy back then. However, he had caused too much trouble, and numerous sages had attacked him. As a result, he had self-exploded and had to cultivate from scratch. No matter how exceptional Chulong's talent was, it was impossible that he was on par with the Nine Sun Sacred Leader. That was what the Nine Sun Sacred Leader firmly believed. "I've defeated you before, but you still dare to look down on me today. I think I've been too nice to you." Azure Lotus pointed his long staff straight toward the Nine Sun Sacred Leader without fear. "Such arrogance. I want to see just what you are capable of doing." The Nine Sun Sacred Leader's face darkened. He had never been humiliated like this before. He flew on top of the void platform to compete with Azure Lotus and determine a winner. "Let's fight then. You think I'm afraid of you?" Azure Lotus scoffed. He then carried his golden staff and walked toward the void platform. At the side, Chi-jon asked, "Do you need help?" Chi-jon knew what had happened back then. Although Azure Lotus was powerful, he had been injured badly before, and his strength was not like before. The Nine Sun Sacred Leader was an old great sage with unfathomable strength and was difficult to defeat. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader shook his head and said, "Thank you, but let us, the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground, settle this matter ourselves." The Nine Sun Sacred Ground had dared to humiliate the Divine Firmament Saint and look down on them. The grudge between the two sacred grounds was deeply rooted, so it should have been settled long ago. Also, the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground had kept a low profile for many years, so it was now the time to prove to the various forces that the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground, which had dominated the eastern wilderness, was back. Most importantly, it was for Shen Tion to see their attitude. How could they stay put when others had already bullied them right to their doorstep? No one could harm the Divine Firmament Saint's reputation, not even the Jade Emperor, not to mention the Nine Sun Sacred Ground. That was the main reason the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader and Azure Lotus were determined to battle. Chi-jon nodded and kept silent. He also wanted to see just how powerful the once renowned Divine Firmament prodigies were now. "You two old things, too. Don't just stay there and watch. Come and fight." The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader moved. Terrifying lightning burst around him and directly surrounded the two Nine Sun Great Sages, pulling them into the void turbulence. In that instant, three figures disappeared, and only frightening waves of impact could be sensed. Even if there was only a slight fluctuation, it would send shivers down others' backs. There was no doubt that the battle inside the void turbulence was extremely intense. On the void platform, the Nine Sun Sacred Leader emitted a powerful aura, and boundless light could be seen shining from behind him. 6 blazing suns rose up with unfathomable strength. His talent was already quite exceptional to be able to become an 8 Tribulation great sage at his age. Even amongst the middle ground sacred leaders, the 9 Sun sacred leaders' strength was also one of the top. He had been one of the top prodigies back then, but he had always lost to Chu-Long, never even winning one battle. The 9 Sun sacred leader was resentful. He wanted to take this opportunity to avenge the humiliation from the past. Fight. He activated his 9 Sun battle sutra, and the 6 blazing suns behind him turned into raging flames that shot toward Azure Lotus. In that instant, the whole sky was covered by endless flames. Fearsome aura soared into the sky, even burning the void into nothingness. The 6 blazing suns have completely covered the whole void platform. Even heaven and earth paled in comparison to the resplendent firelight the sun and moon had dimmed. The 9 Sun sacred leader waved his hand, and the 6 blazing suns instantly surged toward Azure Lotus. Azure Lotus did not even bat an eye. The golden staff in his hand suddenly shook. Bright golden light scattered in all directions, shining upon the ground. The staff in his hand suddenly grew larger, becoming 10,000 feet in length. It was as if it could pierce through the ground and straight into the sky. Sky-propping pillar. Azure Lotus activated his Supreme Ocean Staff and unleashed a mighty aura, emitting countless staff auras as he swung his staff toward those blazing suns. Boom! The space collapsed, and the 6 blazing suns broke into pieces, with countless sparks flying in all directions. However, golden flames also lingered on the golden staff. Chu-Long, you're too weak. The 9 Sun sacred leader was elated. He had discovered that Azure Lotus battle strength was far worse than before. The 9 Sun sacred leader had not had any room to fight back when battling with Azure Lotus in the past. Currently, Azure Lotus could not even completely repel his attack. The 9 Sun sacred leader started to become conceited as he believed he could defeat Azure Lotus. 9 Sun Sky Incineration. He roared to the sky, and blazing flames raged, shining brightly as if they would cover the whole sky. An endless sea of flames surged and burned the void into nothingness, making the laws of heaven and earth collapse. The intense flames seemed to even want to devour Azure Lotus whole. The 9 Sun sacred leader used his full strength to attack. It was so powerful it could easily kill a true sage. However, Azure Lotus did not move at all, as if he did not care about the 9 Sun sacred leader's attack at all. However, his expression changed slightly. His originally frivolous expression turned serious and solemn. Azure Lotus spoke coldly. "Why did you have to force me to make a move?" Boom! His aura surged like turbulent waves. The laws surrounding Azure Lotus shone brightly as they enveloped him. 2 figures walked out from behind him. They looked extremely similar to Azure Lotus, but their auras were extremely powerful. That was the 3 pure ones in one breath that Azure Lotus cultivated. The 3 Azure Lotus auras increased exponentially and became even more powerful than the 9 Sun sacred leaders. That scene frightened everyone, especially the sacred leaders who were of the same generation as Azure Lotus. Their jaws dropped from surprise. All of their eyes were filled with astonishment. Azure Lotus had given them a powerful visual impact. The Chu-Long who had dominated the 5 regions back then had returned. How can this be? Didn't you lose all your cultivation? The 9 Sun sacred leader turned pale from terror. Azure Lotus had self-exploded and had been unable to follow the Chi refinement path again. Everyone was aware of that fact. However, he did not seem like a person who only followed the God-Fiend path at all. It was obvious he had cultivated both. Also, his aura seemed to be much more fearsome than before. The 9 Sun sacred leader, who was originally full of confidence, instantly hit rock bottom and could not stop trembling. The Chu-Long of the past was just too terrifying, his talent too exceptional. Meanwhile, the current him was even more frightening than before. "I don't believe it. I can defeat you." The 9 Sun sacred leader revealed a ferocious expression and suddenly released endless raging flames that surged toward Chu-Long. Attack! Azure Lotus roared toward the sky, and his aura suddenly burst out. The 3 Azure Lotuses rushed toward the 9 Sun sacred leader and attacked. Sparks flew everywhere, and 3 holes were directly formed in the barrier made of endless flames. The 3 Azure Lotuses had instantly appeared beside the 9 Sun sacred leader and started beating him up. Bang! 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 Sounds of physical collision resounded. Under the 3 Azure Lotuses' relentless attacks, the 9 Sun sacred leader had no room to retaliate at all. He was directly struck to the ground and was continuously beaten up. In just a short while, the Nine Sun Sacred Leader was already beaten black and blue. Even the sage battle armor he wore had broken. "Stop beating me. I admit defeat." Finally, the Nine Sun Sacred Leader could not take the beating and begged Azure Lotus to stop. However, Azure Lotus did not care what the Nine Sun Sacred Leader said and continued beating him up crazily. At the same time, Azure Lotus was still grumbling. "You think I'll stop once you tell me to stop? Then I would lose face. Brothers beat him to death. Hee, you tell me not to beat you? Then I have to beat you up." Upon hearing Azure Lotus' words, the Nine Sun Sacred Leader rolled his eyes as he felt bitter. Azure Lotus was indeed, as the rumors said, thick-skinned. Not stopping even though he had already admitted defeat. "He just wants to beat me up. Boss Chu, what do I have to do for you to stop?" The Nine Sun Sacred Leader could only hug his head to block the attacks as he did not have any chance to retaliate at all. He could only hope for this nightmare to end as soon as possible. Azure Lotus said, "Well, I can stop beating you up. My hands are even hurting from beating you up for so long. You should at least compensate me for the medical fees." Azure Lotus had gone back to his old ways. "You! Dream on!" roared the Nine Sun Sacred Leader. His face turned red, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. It was unknown whether it was because Azure Lotus' beating had heavily injured him or due to anger. "I'm the one injured, but you still want me to give you medical fees? Is there no justice?" "Oh? You're not going to give? Then I'll let you continue enjoying it." The three Azure Lotuses increased their strength, and even the void platform started trembling as the fearsome aura surged throughout the whole area. The surrounding sacred leaders could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. The Nine Sun Sacred Leader was simply too tragic to have provoked Azure Lotus. Azure Lotus was truly shameless. Many people could not bear to continue looking, so they turned to look elsewhere. There was no doubt that Azure Lotus' beating was unforgettable. The Nine Sun Sacred Leader would definitely not be able to get up without recovering for about half a month. The Nine Sun Sacred Leader hurriedly shouted as he finally could not endure it anymore, all right, I'll give you. If he were to continue being beaten up, all of his face would be lost. Azure Lotus stopped after hearing what the Nine Sun Sacred Leader said. He said in a bantering manner, "Why didn't you say that earlier? Why did you have to endure for so long?" The Nine Sun Sacred Leader looked miserable. His sage armor was already battered, and his face was even as swollen as a pig's head. He struggled to get up from the ground. He had already accepted it all. It was just a beating. It was not as if he had not been beaten before. Azure Lotus' words snapped him back to reality. "Don't forget the compensation for my medical fees, damage and reputation, and emotional distress. In conclusion, just give me around 100 sage artifacts." Azure Lotus started talking and calculating all kinds of fees for compensation. The Nine Sun Sacred Leader spat out another mouthful of blood once he heard what Azure Lotus said. "Fuck, that's too much. You want sage artifacts from me after beating me up? You're going too far." The Nine Sun Sacred Leader rolled his eyes and directly fainted. Fainting is better than being awake. "If I am awake, then I'll only continue to be humiliated. I even have to pay him compensation. His tolerance ability is so poor? He fainted so soon? I didn't request that much. Don't think you're able to escape after fainting. You have to pay me all of those fees that I have mentioned." Azure Lotus shrugged and threw the Nine Sun Sacred Leader to the first Nine Sun Saint. Everyone's mouths twitched. That bastard hasn't changed at all. He's still that good at aggravating others with his words even after he wins. Those that dare provoke him will definitely suffer from extreme misfortune. The battle at the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader's side had also ended. He stood in midair as the brilliant lightning and heavenly aura surrounded him. He emitted an immense aura and seemed mighty. Meanwhile, the two Nine Sun Great Sages were already lying on the ground and had been burnt black by lightning. Their bodies were also convulsing. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader said coldly, "Their strength is indeed extraordinary. The winner was not decided today, so let's spar again in the future." "Everyone? You almost beat them to death, and there's still no winner? It's really a draw for the Divine Firmament Sacred Grounds battles." When everyone reacted, they could not help but take in a sharp breath. Those two were too terrifying. 3 great sages were defeated by 2 people so easily? Those 2 were definitely sly old foxes that hid their strength too deeply. If not for those unlucky fellows today that had provoked them, no one would know just how fearsome their strength was. It looked like the divine firmament sacred ground was determined to rise up. Not only did they have the divine firmament saint, who was exceptionally talented, but even the divine firmament sacred leader and heavenly venerable azure lotus were astoundingly powerful. In the whole 5 regions, there were only a handful of sacred grounds that could be on par with them. The divine firmament sacred ground should not be provoked. Everyone had the same thought, they did not dare to offend the divine firmament sacred ground anymore. Seeing how the two of them had defeated the 9 sun sacred ground so easily, Chi-jon was also astonished. Divine firmament sacred leader and azure lotus, you two are still as powerful as before. As expected of the 2 divine firmament prodigies, exclaimed Chi-jon. Chi-jon thought that he had really done the right thing to help Shen Tion this time. Not only would Shen Tion have a favorable impression of him, but he could also be on good terms with a powerful sacred ground like the divine firmament sacred ground. It was a win-win situation. You're flattering me. The divine firmament sacred leader's heavenly aura swayed gently. The divine firmament sacred ground and golden-eyed fire ape race did not have much interaction previously. However, the golden-eyed fire ape race was now willing to lend a helping hand. It was definitely because of Shen Tion. As expected of Tioner, he's so exceptionally talented that even the golden-eyed fire ape race is willing to voluntarily associate with us. The sacred ground is destined to rise up with Tioner. Hey hey. Suddenly, a voice echoed. Silence. That voice was loud and clear, with a serious and majestic tone. That made the bustling crowd instantly silent. Everyone held their head up, puffed their chests, and looked toward the sky. A few figures walked out from the void, their auras immense. They were a group of old men wearing sackcloths and simple clothes. They exuded a very regal bearing but were feared and respected. They were all Jixia Academy's veteran mentors and were all powerful top cultivators. An old man wearing a grey robe stepped forward and spoke in a serious tone. The Supreme Sky Tree has appeared in advance. It's a blessing upon this world. However, danger and opportunity are 2 sides of the coin, so don't lower your guard. Today, the Great Tark shall come personally and warn all of you on matters of caution in the Supreme Sky Tree world. I hope everyone can listen carefully as each and every piece of information is important. Once that old man finished, the crowd instantly burst into a discussion. Advice from the Great Tark himself? Such great honor. We'll definitely follow the Great Tark's teachings. Mentor, I am already prepared to write down everything the Great Tark says. Everyone was overjoyed and excited. Huang Shi was a legendary figure to them. He was the strongest cultivator in the whole 5 regions and in existence that could dominate the whole world. He was a supreme mighty being. Many of them had only heard about him from rumors and had never seen him before, not to mention being advised by the Great Tark personally. Even the number of people who could hear the Great Tark's teachings could be counted on one hand in the past thousands of years. They were actually fortunate enough to hear the Great Tark's teachings today, so they were extremely honored. Only the powerful beings of the older generation narrowed their eyes and sighed inwardly. The Great Tark must have sensed that the calamity was approaching, so he had appeared. It was for more people to be able to benefit from the Supreme Sky Tree world and increase their cultivation levels. Only then could they deal with the upcoming calamity. It looked like peaceful days were numbered. Chapter 452, Is it that difficult to give it for free? Everyone was looking forward to the descent of Huang Shi. At that moment, space warped and surged. Endless divine light burst forth from the void. Dense mist shrouded the 9 heavens, revealing a dazzling scene. A mighty figure walked out of the sky. He seemed to have fused into one with the sky, his aura vast and unfathomable. He slowly walked over. With every step he took, laws seemed to surround him, as if he was an unmatched monarch, making heaven and earth submit to him. Though it was just a projection, his aura was still extremely terrifying, making everyone's minds tremble greatly. He was like a god that had descended into the mortal world, making everyone feel reverent toward him. Everyone's eyes were fervent. They lowered their heads and shouted with reverence, "Welcome, Imperial Lord." This projection was none other than Huang Shi. "Greetings, fellow Taoists." Huang Shi's tone was calm like a breeze, and it caused others to not feel the slightest pressure. The Supreme Sky Tree world is about to open, but this world is not as simple as it seems. I will inform you of what I know about the situation in the Supreme Sky Tree world. There are some things to take note of. I hope everyone will remember them. Huang Shi's projection spoke slowly. His voice was like the profound voice of the 9 heavens, resounding in everyone's ears. "Thank you for your guidance, Imperial Lord." Everyone sighed. It was a great honor for them that Huang Shi was willing to impart his experience. What's more, the internal situation of the Supreme Sky Tree world was of utmost importance. Back then, Huang Shi had spent 100 years meditating in the Supreme Sky Tree world, gaining tremendous benefits from it. He definitely knew the situation in the Supreme Sky Tree world like the back of his hand. To be able to receive the teachings of an existence of this level, wouldn't one's cultivation soar to the sky? Everyone immediately focused their attention and listened carefully. Huang Shi nodded slightly before explaining what one needed to know about the Supreme Sky Tree world. The Supreme Sky Tree world was different from other blessed lands. This was a special region that was independent of the outside world. The requirements to enter the Supreme Sky Tree world were extremely high, far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Not only did it require a strong aptitude for comprehension, but it also needed one to resonate with the Tao emitted by the Supreme Sky Tree in order to enter. And even if one managed to enter the Supreme Sky Tree world, it did not mean that they would obtain a great harvest. Inside it was an ocean full of chaos that contained a myriad of Tao intents. One formidable Tao intent was capable of suppressing one's mind, causing their mind to collapse. It was utterly impossible to comprehend the Tao in meditation. Even if someone with weaker talent entered the Supreme Sky Tree world, they wouldn't be able to stay for more than a few days. There were too many Tao intents in the Supreme Sky Tree world, and every single one of them was filled with boundless and unfathomable temptation, causing it to be very easy for one to be lost. Once one lost focus and was in a mess, or if one was too greedy and wanted to comprehend too many great Taos, it would backfire on them. This was the easiest way to suffer the backlash of the heavenly Tao, causing one's own Tao to become chaotic. The consequences would be dire. Once the heavenly Tao injured one, their Tao heart would shatter, or even worse, they would experience Chi deviation. Only those with a stable Tao heart and a firm mind could obtain benefits from the small world. This was merely a small portion of the dangers in the Supreme Sky Tree world. There were many others inside it. There were not only complete great Taos there but also many broken Taos. As time went by, the broken Taos started to have their own mind and wisdom. They would slowly turn into independent living entities by themselves and become Tao demons. Although Tao demons had the ability to think, they did not have the slightest bit of emotions. Hence, they only knew how to kill. They were powerful and controlled the powers of various great Taos. They were the greatest threat in the Supreme Sky Tree world. Tao demons were like mental demons that constantly interfered with those who were trying to comprehend the Tao. They would even attack and devour them to strengthen themselves. No matter how good a cultivator's perceptivity and talent were, it was very difficult for them to withstand Tao demons without powerful combat strength. It could be said that the Supreme Sky Tree was specially created for top geniuses. Only those with great talent and battle prowess could obtain great harvests and walk the path of invincibility. Apart from this, there was another great fortuitous opportunity in the Supreme Sky Tree world. If one killed a Tao demon, their corpse would turn into a great Tao fragment. Great Tao fragments were condensed from the Taos and could be directly refined by cultivators. If one were to refine it, they would be able to speed up their comprehension of the Tao profundities by 1,000 times. When this piece of information spread, some were happy, while others were sad. Those who were worried were those who were not talented enough but wanted to join in the party. It was extremely difficult to enter the Supreme Sky Tree world, and there were great risks hidden within. This tempted people to go in even if it carried a high risk of death. And the people who were happy were those with extraordinary talent and outstanding strength. Not only could they enter the Supreme Sky Tree world to comprehend the heavenly Tao, but they could also obtain Tao fragments by killing Tao demons to raise their comprehension of the Tao. As long as one killed a large number of Tao demons and obtained a large number of great Tao fragments, their Tao comprehension speed would greatly increase. Many people were excited and couldn't wait to enter the Kunlun mountain range. This is all I have to say. I hope all of you will act according to your ability. Don't be rash. It's not worth it. Next, the Academy's teachers will set up a teleportation array to send you all into the Kunlun mountain range. I wish all of you success. As Huang Shi finished speaking, his tone was filled with seriousness. In this world, there was no lack of geniuses. Nonetheless, standing out among so many geniuses was the most difficult. 100 years of cultivation in the Supreme Sky Tree world would allow one to differentiate true geniuses from others. And this was what Huang Shi valued the most. I wonder how many people will remain after 100 years. Huang Shi sighed, and his projection slowly dissipated. "Thank you, Imperial Lord." Everyone thanked him. Huang Shi's teachings had not only informed them of the internal situation of the Supreme Sky Tree world. They now even knew the dangers awaiting them in the Supreme Sky Tree world. These were important pieces of information. As long as they were careful, they would be able to survive in the Supreme Sky Tree world. Instantly, everyone was filled with gratitude toward Huang Shi. At this time, all the teachers also started to get busy and set up the teleportation array. As the Kunlun mountain range was located in Middle Ground's western part, it was still a long way from Jixia Academy. The teleportation array required was also extremely powerful. These teachers were all top-notch existences in the academy. Their cultivations were powerful, and thus they didn't spend much time constructing a teleportation array. After the array was activated, the cultivators were allowed to choose whether to proceed independently. However, as expected, more than 90% of the Jixia Academy prodigies chose to give it a try. The path of cultivation was to fight for a chance of survival with heaven and earth. The Supreme Sky Tree world would only open once every 8,000 years. It was a supreme mystic realm. Even if there was danger, no one retreated. Soon, most of the students entered the teleportation array and headed for the Kunlun mountain range. "Let's go." Shen Tion spoke and entered the array with the other elites who were on good terms with him. When they appeared, they were already in another region. Kunlun mountain range. Mountain ranges and towering clouds surrounded this place. The air was filled with a hazy mist, dense and resplendent. Spirit chi filled the surroundings. Ancient trees that were as thick as water buckets towered between heaven and earth, filled with the traces of time. The spirit chi that filled the sky converged over, and the density was not inferior to that of the great wilderness region. Upon entering this place, everyone felt delighted, as if they had entered a paradise on earth. Many people began to look around, wanting to take a look. However, Elder Su shouted, "Don't wander around. Be careful not to get lost. It is said that a great terror is hiding within the Kunlun mountain range. Also, once you are lost, you will definitely not be able to escape from here." The Kunlun mountain range was too mysterious. No one knew what was hidden inside. There was once an immortal who had entered the depths of the mountains, but he had been completely lost and never appeared again. After this, even top experts would not easily enter the depths of the Kunlun mountain range. Upon hearing Elder Su's words, everyone was shocked and did not dare to walk around casually. "As long as we don't enter the inner region, there's no danger," Elder Su explained and led everyone into the Kunlun mountain range. The Supreme Sky Tree was located in the periphery of the mountain range. Under the guidance of the teachers, everyone quickly reached the Supreme Sky Tree's location. This place was incomparably vast and filled with mist. Everything in sight was a vast expanse of white. There was only a gigantic ancient tree at the center. This ancient tree was so tall that its peak could not be seen. Just its width alone was several tens of thousands of kilometers. It didn't look like a tree at all, more like a heavenly pillar that supported heaven and earth. There were even rumors that the peak of the tree led straight to the celestial world. Therefore, the Supreme Sky Tree was also known as the Stairway to Heaven. Is this the Supreme Sky Tree? It's too magnificent. Countless people sighed. After all, this was the first time they had seen such a magnificent ancient tree in their lives. As the Supreme Sky Tree had just appeared, the Supreme Sky Tree world was not completely stable yet, so they could not enter. Even so, there were still sounds of the Tao that the tree emitted, making one's mind clear. Merely staying here allowed one to become even closer to the heavenly Tao. Not to mention that they had still yet to enter the Supreme Sky Tree world. Needless to say, the benefits one could reap inside were definitely much more. During this period, other than those from Jixia Academy, many other powerful cultivators arrived one after another. Some of them were itinerant cultivators who had come to seek their own fortuitous opportunity. A portion of them were grand elder figures from the 5 regions' sacred grounds. They were less than 3,000 years old and still had a chance to enter the Supreme Sky Tree world. Many experts greeted the Academy's teachers upon arriving. This was because many of these figures were once students who had graduated from Jixia Academy. Jixia Academy accepted all the geniuses of the 5 regions, so it could be said to be the sacred academy of the world with students from everywhere. The cultivators here got along very well. They quietly waited for the opening of the Supreme Sky Tree world. At that moment, Shen Tion, the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader, and the others arrived. Since they couldn't enter the Supreme Sky Tree world yet, They weren't in a hurry and started chatting. Some cultivators even directly started to comprehend the heavenly Tao and strive to enter as soon as the supreme sky tree world stabilized. Shen Tion, on the other hand, went back to his old business and started brewing tea in a pot. What he brewed was precisely Tao comprehension tea. This place was a fortuitous opportunity wonderland for comprehending the heavenly Tao of the world. If combined with the Tao comprehension tea, the effects would definitely be much more obvious. Shen Tion saw faint images of the future fortuitous opportunities they would encounter appear above the heads of most of the prodigies present. It was obvious that this was a good opportunity to build some friendships with them. Moreover, Eunuch Gui and the others were also nearby. Shen Tion naturally treated his own people better. He made them some Tao comprehension tea to increase their chances of entering the supreme sky tree world. His movements were extremely fast, skillfully brewing the Tao comprehension tea. This time, he had added in 2 silver Tao comprehension tea leaves. Powerful Tao runes instantly filled the air, bringing along a rich fragrance that drifted for thousands of miles. "What's that smell?" Everyone was immediately attracted. Among them, there was no lack of sacred leaders. "It's Tao comprehension tea. The divine firmament saint is brewing Tao comprehension tea again." Everyone drooled when they saw the huge tea vat in front of Shen Tion. Not everyone could enter the supreme sky tree world. Only if one could enter a state of enlightenment and resonate with the supreme sky tree by listening to the sound of the heavenly Tao could they enter. However, this was definitely not a simple matter. Even a peerless genius would need to spend a great deal of time to accomplish this. The supreme sky tree world only existed for 100 years. Every minute and every second was extremely precious. It would take a long time just to enter, let alone search for opportunities and treasures inside it. It was said that there were many peerless treasures and cultivation techniques inside the supreme sky tree world. Thus, being able to enter earlier meant that one could be one step ahead of everyone else. Not only could one comprehend the heavenly Tao, but they also had a greater chance of finding treasures. Instantly, everyone's gazes gathered on Shen Tion's Tao comprehension tea, and they drooled. Meanwhile, Shen Tion had already finished brewing the Tao comprehension tea. He picked up 3 cups and walked toward the divine firmament's sacred leader and his party. "Master, Martial Uncle Azure Lotus, Old Ape King, please have some tea." The 3 of them were all on his side. Furthermore, they were all respected elders. Naturally, he had to serve them the tea first. How thoughtful of the honor. The divine firmament's sacred leader's body shimmered with heavenly aura before he drank the Tao comprehension tea. Soon, his body emitted endless divine light, causing the worldly laws to become closer. This scene made many people extremely envious. "Martial nephew, I won't stand on ceremony." Azure Lotus smiled and drank the Tao comprehension tea. Only Chi-jon could not help but feel excited after seeing the Tao comprehension tea. This level of Tao comprehension tea was priceless. Under normal circumstances, Tao comprehension tea might not be as valuable as a sage artifact. However, its value far exceeded that of a sage artifact in a sacred land like the Supreme Sky Tree. So what if one had more sage artifacts? Would they be able to enhance their comprehension of the Tao? That's not possible. On the other hand, the Tao comprehension tea could. The generosity of Shen Tion to give such precious Tao comprehension tea to him moved Chi-jon. Chi-jon laughed. "I even feel slightly ashamed by your generosity. How about this? I'll use this top-grade sage artifact in exchange." After he finished speaking, Chi-jon took out a staff-shaped sage artifact that emitted a powerful spiritual pressure. Dazzling divine light coiled around the rod, making it seem vast and immeasurable. Even among top-grade sage artifacts, it could be ranked as one of the top few. Shen Tion smiled. "It's just a cup of Tao comprehension tea. Old Ape King, you don't have to do this." Shen Tion didn't really need any more sage artifacts. After all, he still had a basket of them. Furthermore, the Old Ape King had stepped out to protect him before, and on top of that, he was also Chi-jon's grandfather. Shen Tion wouldn't be stingy with such people. Furthermore, he had simply too many Tao comprehension tea leaves. Shen Tion brewed a huge vat of tea, so he didn't care at all. Chi-jon shook his head. "How can that work? This Tao comprehension tea is incomparably precious. How can I let my little friend waste it? This is my gift to you. Divine Firmament Saint, accept it." Shen Tion nodded. "All right, thank you then, Old Ape King." Since Chi-jon insisted on giving it to him, Shen Tion was too embarrassed to refuse. "No, No, I have to thank you. Chi-jon smiled brightly and accepted the Tao Comprehension Tea. After all, the value of a top sage artifact here was far inferior to the Tao Comprehension Tea. He felt that he was the one who had benefited from that exchange. Shen Tion then distributed the Tao Comprehension Tea to the other prodigies. The prodigies who were on good terms with Shen Tion were naturally given a cup. Thank you, Brother Shen. The prodigies were filled with emotions. The Divine Firmament Saint was indeed broad-minded. He was always thinking about them. It was a great honor to befriend a paragon like the Divine Firmament Saint. This scene made the hearts of the other sacred leaders and grand elders itch. They also wanted to drink the Tao Comprehension Tea, but they were too embarrassed to ask for it. There were even people who went to look for the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader in Azure Lotus to see if they could exchange some. I cannot decide on this matter. However, I can help you ask for Tianer's opinion. The Tao Comprehension Tea belonged to Shen Tion, so it was not appropriate for the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader to make a decision on his own. Tianer, what do you think? After Shen Tion heard this, he said righteously, the 5 regions are about to face a great calamity. At that time, we will all work together as comrades who will advance and retreat together. Only when everyone's strength increases together will we be able to better deal with the calamity and protect the 5 regions. I am not a stingy person. I am willing to share the Tao Comprehension Tea with all of you. Shen Tion had originally planned to use the Tao Comprehension Tea to befriend the various children of Providence. Even if they didn't say it, Shen Tion planned to give it to them for free. After all, this thing was too precious to others, but not to him. He might as well use this opportunity to befriend them and find a chance to freeload on their fortuitous opportunities. The most important thing was to improve his own providence. Shen Tion's words moved everyone. The Divine Firmament Saint was actually so generous. He was even willing to gift something as precious as the Tao Comprehension Tea. Such magnanimity, such generosity. They all felt ashamed at their inferiority. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader said indifferently, "All right. In that case, each of you can get a cup of Tao Comprehension Tea. Of course, if the Tao Comprehension Tea is not enough, I hope that those Tao friends who did not obtain it will not take offense." The moment the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader said that, everyone was delighted. Many people impatiently walked up, wishing to obtain Tao Comprehension Tea. At that moment, someone shouted, "How could I do that? The Divine Firmament Saint is generous. How can I be shameless enough to enjoy Tao Comprehension Tea for free? After all, money doesn't come from nowhere. The Divine Firmament Saint must have paid a huge price to obtain this tea. And he's willing to share it with everyone. This is unprecedented. If not for Divine Firmament Saint, how could we have the luck to drink Tao Comprehension Tea? No, I have to exchange it with a sage artifact. I hope that the saint will accept it." At this moment, a golden-furred ape stepped forward, shouting with righteous indignation. This ape was a member of the golden-eyed fire ape clan. He had received orders from Chi-jon to liven up the atmosphere. Chi-jon had long regarded Shen Tion as one of his own, so how could he let him suffer? Moreover, he had already used a sage artifact to exchange for it. How could he allow others to freeload? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Everyone's faces froze upon hearing the ape's words. These words were very straightforward. The Divine Firmament Saint was willing to give it because he was magnanimous. But if you don't exchange it with something, you're being petty. The people present were all sacred leaders and grand elders of the various sacred grounds. They all had to preserve their dignity. If no one said those words, no one would care. But after these words had already been said, how could they have the nerve to freeload? The Tao Comprehension Tea was indeed more valuable than saint artifacts here. Logically speaking, they should all exchange their treasures for it. Furthermore, they were unable to resist the fragrance and effects of the Tao Comprehension Tea. In an instant, the sacred leaders and grand elders of the various sacred grounds were too embarrassed to freeload. They all took out their sage artifacts in exchange. "Seniors, how can I accept this?" Shen Tion was dumbstruck as he looked at the sage artifacts that were about to pile up into a mountain. He really hadn't expected this to happen. What happened? Why did it turn into a marketplace? To be honest, I am not selling tea. Damn. Is it that difficult to give it away for free? Chapter 453, Junior Brother Shen Tion, how are you so fast? These people were just too polite. No matter how Shen Tion tried to persuade them, they insisted on giving their sage artifacts in exchange. Shen Tion had no choice but to let them do so. As there was a limited amount of Enlightenment tea, an increasing number of people wanted to exchange for it. The price of the tea surged such that several sage artifacts were needed just to exchange for 1 cup of Enlightenment tea. Those at the front of the queue were thrilled. They felt that they had gotten a low price for the Enlightenment tea. In contrast, those at the back were envious. Who could reject this grade of Enlightenment tea? Who didn't want to magnify their harvest from the Supreme Sky Tree world? It was not too big of a deal for these people to hand over a few sage artifacts. Many people at present were the sacred leaders and grand elders of the various sacred grounds. Of course they had plenty of resources. Apart from some of the more timid young prodigies, powerful practitioners from all corners scrambled desperately to exchange for the Enlightenment tea. The number of sage artifacts piled in front of Shen Tion increased until it was the size of a small hill. Shen Tion looked exasperated. He had no choice but to accept it. Having delegated the task of handing out the Enlightenment tea to eunuch Goe, Shen Tion walked to the side with a cup of Enlightenment tea in hand. He did not forget that he had to butter up to the daughter of Providence. A slender figure stood there quietly as if she was a pure lotus flower, untainted by all. It was Fairy Quang Yue. She had always preferred to be alone and did not like crowded scenes. Shen Tion walked to her side with a cup of Enlightenment tea. "Senior Sister Quang Yue, this Enlightenment tea is for you." Fairy Quang Yue was taken aback and blushed. "No, it's yours." The price of the Enlightenment tea was obvious for all to see. Even sacred leaders were desperate for a share. And one had to exchange sage artifacts for it. As there was a limited quantity of Enlightenment tea, many people failed to get a portion and were feeling very depressed. And now, Shen Tion was giving Fairy Quang Yue a cup of his own volition. Her heart lifted. "Why is junior brother Shen Tion giving me a cup of tea? Could it be that he likes me?" Shen Tion smiled. "Senior Sister Quang Yue, don't stand on ceremony. Please accept my goodwill." Shen Tion gazed at Fairy Quang Yue, his smile growing wider. Or, more accurately, he was looking at the Providence halo above Fairy Quang Yue's head. There was a fortuitous opportunity image there. Fairy Quang Yue's blush deepened upon seeing that Shen Tion was staring at herself. She lifted her head in a bashful manner and just happened to meet Shen Tion's eyes. Those handsome features. Those profound eyes. That extraordinarily noble demeanor. Shen Tion was like an immortal from the heavens, totally out of this world. For a moment there, Fairy Quang Yue fell into a daze. She didn't know why Shen Tion was staring at her head, but he was really very handsome. "Senior sister, please accept it." Shen Tion placed the cup of tea into Fairy Quang Yue's hands with a smile. Fairy Quang Yue snapped out of her trance. Still blushing, she said in a soft voice, "Thank you, junior brother." It was too difficult to reject Shen Tion now. For some reason, an unprecedented feeling swelled up in her heart. At this moment, a gentle breeze blew by. The Supreme Sky Tree swayed, and its leaves tinkled like silver bells. It was an exceptionally gentle sound as if the breeze was stroking one's heart, making them feel clear and soothed. Thereafter, the sound suddenly changed to become mighty and surging, as if a massive army was charging forth. Tens of thousands of natural rays appeared across the skies. Countless dazzling divine light arrays swirled magnificently across the sky, enshrouding the Supreme Sky Tree. The humming sound of the heavenly Tao caused the arrays to vibrate, making the entire region look like a sea created by magical waves. Streaks of smoke like arrays descended from the sky like a heavenly river flowing down, completely engulfing the Supreme Sky Tree. The heavenly Tao became increasingly intense as countless arrays accumulated to form a void image. Everyone was thrilled at the sight. The Supreme Sky Tree world had opened. The expansive center of the Supreme Sky Tree had become twisted. A hazy portal emerged, surrounded by divine rainbow light and misty fog. It looked very mystical. Powerful Tao intent churned like tremendous waves, surging out of the portal as if it wanted to cleanse the world. In the blink of an eye, the region was transformed into a land of enlightenment, attracting natural rays to it. The opening of the Supreme Sky Tree world, which only happened once every 8,000 years, had finally come. Everyone went wild with joy at the sight. They quickly sat down to decipher the Tao intent radiating from the Supreme Sky Tree. They had to get themselves in tune with this Tao intent to enter the Supreme Sky Tree world. Soon, some people glowed all over. They radiated with a powerful Tao intent as if merging into one with heaven and the earth. These people had all drank the Enlightenment tea and were closer to the natural magic of the world. As a result, their speed of enlightenment had shot up. They were surrounded by a thick sea of Tao intent, mighty and forceful. It shouldn't be long before they would be in unison with the heavenly Tao. A magnificent scene appeared in front of the supreme sky tree as countless strong practitioners continued to be enlightened. 2 hours later, a roaring Tao intent was emitted as countless natural rays descended and surrounded Shi Tianzi. Shi Tianzi had very high innate talent. Thus, he only needed 2 hours to get in sync with the heavenly Tao after drinking the enlightenment tea. He stood there proudly as if he was a deity surveying the mortal world. His aura was magnificent. Everyone was shocked. His Highness Shi Tianzi's abilities are indeed without peer. Across history, only a handful of people had managed to gain enlightenment within 2 hours to enter the supreme sky tree world. Even the sacred leaders of the various sacred grounds could not reach that level. Shi Tianzi rose, surrounded by divine light. He glanced at Shen Tion. "Brother Shen, I will be waiting inside for you." With that, countless divine rays radiated out of the supreme sky tree world to guide Shi Tianzi inside. Shen Tion smiled as he murmured, "Don't worry. I will come looking for you later." He was in no hurry to gain enlightenment. It was like he was waiting for something. Fairy Quiney had also drunk the enlightenment tea and started her cultivation. Suddenly, a dazzling divine glow shone out of her body as multiple silver moons appeared behind her. Fairy Quiney had the great moon constitution. In the Jade Lake sacred ground, she was the saintess with the highest innate talent. She had just ascended to the Tribulation transcendence stage but was already able to cultivate up to 6 moons. As the great moon constitution was closely linked to the skies and nature, it was very suitable to decipher the heavenly Tao. Fairy Quiney's Tao intent became increasingly strong. Her aura also became very profound and wondrous. Not long after Shi Tianzi's enlightenment, Fairy Quiney radiated with a dazzling silver moonlight and got in sync with the heavenly Tao. She looked like she had morphed into an otherworldly fairy as she was guided into the supreme sky tree world. Seeing that, Shen Tion finally made his move. He drank a cup of enlightenment tea and activated his innate constitution to start his enlightenment. Shen Tion was shrouded in dazzling divine light in an instant, attracting countless natural rays to gather toward him. The formerly complex heavenly Tao suddenly became easily deciphered. The glow intensified as the Tao intent morphed into a massive wave and surged into Shen Tion's body. Supported by the innate constitution, it became very easy to decipher. At this moment, it was like he had merged as one with the world and could easily grasp the concept of the heavenly Tao. In just a few minutes' time, Shen Tion was totally in sync with the heavenly Tao. In this man and nature as one state, Shen Tion charged into the supreme sky tree world and disappeared before everyone's eyes. Shen Tion had gained enlightenment and left in just minutes. Everyone was dumbstruck. He managed to achieve the man and nature as one state. The divine firmament saint is really too awesome. That's the man and nature as one state. How many years has it been since someone achieved that state? The man and nature as one state was the highest level of enlightenment for the heavenly Tao. Even for a normal practitioner, enlightenment was like crossing thousands of miles of mountains and oceans, extremely difficult. But when one was in the man and nature as one state, enlightenment became as simple as eating and drinking. There had been others in past history who had managed to achieve this man and nature as one state. They had all been practitioners with extremely good providence and had to enter seclusion for long periods before being able to achieve that state. However, it didn't look like Shen Tion was just lucky. Who the hell gained enlightenment so fast? Deciphering the heavenly Tao within minutes and entering the man and nature as one state? It was mind-blowing. No way. How can that be? Impossible. Brother Shen, how did you manage to do it so fast? Is it really a good thing for a man to be so fast? Nearby, the corners of Huang Shi's mouth twitched wildly. He knew that Shen Tion's abilities were beyond measure, but he didn't realize that they were at such terrifying levels. Even Shi Tianzi needed 2 hours to accomplish that. But you managed to do it in just a few minutes? Can you please give the rest of us some leeway? Comparing yourself to Brother Shen is as good as a death wish. Huang Shi and Chi-jon exchanged looks before gnashing their teeth and continuing their cultivation. After witnessing that scene, Chi-jon's eyes were filled with competitiveness. He was also trying his best to gain enlightenment and catch up to Shen Tion as fast as possible. Surprisingly, the most anxious of them all were Zhang Shi, Quiney, and the other females. They panicked on seeing Shen Tion enter the supreme sky tree world so quickly. They had all witnessed Shen Tion giving Fairy Quang Yue a cup of tea. Now, Shen Tion had entered the Supreme Sky Tree world right after Fairy Quang Yue. This fellow's actions made all the females feel very anxious. Unfortunately, enlightenment was a natural process that could not be forced. Zhang Yanqi and the rest were unable to calm down to cultivate due to their anxiousness. Their anxiety made it even more difficult for them to achieve enlightenment. Inside the Supreme Sky Tree world, Fairy Quang Yue appeared in a wondrous space. It was very expansive and as if there were no boundaries at all there. A murky fog covered the entire area. It was just one boundless empty haze as far as the eye could see. Powerful and intense arrays spanned the skies. They were far more clear than in the 5 regions. Cultivating inside this place would be 10 times more effective. The Supreme Sky Tree was indeed a realm that stirred the hearts of even the sacred leaders. No one could resist this kind of enlightenment ground. Gazing at the surrounding foggy area, Fairy Quang Yue felt somewhat lost. She had no idea where to go. This was her first time inside the Supreme Sky Tree world. She had heard Huang Shi's briefing about the Supreme Sky Tree world, but she was still somewhat lost and had no idea where to go after entering. At that moment, Shen Tion appeared. Senior Sister Quang Yue. He saw Fairy Quang Yue standing there in a daze and walked over. Fairy Quang Yue was surprised. Junior brother Shen Tion, how did you get here so fast? She couldn't help being shocked. Before Fairy Quang Yue entered, she had noticed that Shen Tion had not started cultivating. That was just minutes ago, but he was here now? That was way too fast. Shen Tion smiled. I wonder if I can have the honor of traveling with senior sister? Shen Tion had chosen this moment to enter because he wanted to travel with Fairy Quang Yue. Of all the fortuitous opportunity images above the heads of the children of Providence, Fairy Quang Yue's was the earliest one to occur and the most profitable. Naturally, Shen Tion wanted to take this opportunity to leverage off this great fortuitous opportunity. Fairy Quang Yue was taken aback. She didn't expect Shen Tion to take the initiative to ask to travel with her. This made her heartbeat flutter. Why is junior brother Shen Tion asking to travel with me? Could he be worried for my safety? Don't tell me he really likes me. But he is only in his 20s. So young. The Supreme Sky Tree world was an enlightenment ground, but it was not as safe as one might imagine. Not only were there monsters created by the demonic Tao, but there were also many moving void doors. Inside those doors were the legacies left behind by the powerful practitioners of the primordial age. The void doors might harbor fortuitous opportunities or great dangers. It was the right choice to travel with another companion so that they could protect and help each other. Fairy Quang Yue had always preferred to travel alone. For a moment there, she didn't know how to react to Shen Tion's invitation. She recalled the rumors of Shen Tion being a son of Providence. She could benefit from great fortuitous opportunities if she joined him. In a place like the Supreme Sky Tree world, where there were plenty of fortuitous opportunities, an invitation to join a son of Providence was very tempting. Fairy Quang Yue considered for a moment. It would be my honor to travel with junior brother Shen Tion. Yep, she believed that she had agreed to join Shen Tion solely for the sake of finding fortuitous opportunities. It was definitely not because Shen Tion was very handsome. Not at all. Shen Tion's smile widened when Fairy Quang Yue agreed. All right, let's go then. He had already achieved his goal. From here on, they could explore this land of fortuitous opportunities. Junior brother, where should we go? Since she was on the same team as Shen Tion now, Fairy Quang Yue finally voiced out her concern. She herself had no idea where to go. The greatest fortuitous opportunities in the Supreme Sky Tree world were enlightenment and legacies. But one could not gain enlightenment just by sitting down and cultivating. Even if the Tao intent here was far more powerful than the outside world, it was still not enough, far from enough. The Supreme Sky Tree world contained many enlightenment regions. For example, the Sword Purification Lake possessed very potent sword Tao. It was very beneficial to a sword cultivator. Or the Endless Fire region, which possessed 3,000 fire Daos. It was akin to a paradise for fire attribute cultivators. There were all sorts of other enlightenment regions. The speed of gaining enlightenment in these regions was hundreds and thousands of times faster than the outside world. Cultivating here for one day was as good as cultivating in the outside world for 100 years. But these regions were hidden behind those void doors. It was very difficult to find them. One had to find the most suitable enlightenment region for themselves to benefit. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time. Shen Tion smiled. Let's head to the west. He chose a direction at random and headed there. West? Fairy Quang Yue was somewhat shocked. Before Shen Tion had appeared, she had been prepared to choose a direction at random. And that direction was also west. The corners of Fairy Quang Yue's lips curled up slightly upon seeing that Shen Tion had the same idea as her. Junior brother Shen Tion and I are truly linked. The two of them traveled westward. On the way, they encountered some Dao demons. These demonic creatures came in all sorts of shapes and types. Some were like ferocious beasts, some were like an illusory mist, while others were hideous monsters. They exuded powerful Dao intent and were merged as one with the natural array. If one didn't keep an eye out for them, they might not even notice their presence. These Dao demons had unique ways of attacking. They could control the power of the natural arrays of this world to launch their attacks. Even a same-level cultivator might not be these Dao demons' match. Luckily, there were only heavenly venerable level Dao demons in the outer regions of this world. These were not much of a threat to Shen Tion and Fairy Quang Yue. The two of them could kill off over a dozen Dao demons easily. The most important thing was that after these Dao demons died, their corpses would disappear, leaving behind shattered fragments of heavenly Dao shrouded in a glowing mist. They possessed the power those Dao demons wielded and could be refined. Nonetheless, they were not that useful to those two. They were not that compatible with their powers, but it was better than nothing. The deeper those two ventured into the world, the more powerful the Dao demons became. There were extremely powerful sage-level Dao demons, but Fairy Quang Yue still killed them effortlessly. She was only a new sage, but she had very formidable battle prowess and could kill opponents beyond her level. When supported by the 6-moon avatar, she could even kill a 4 Tribulation true sage. Fairy Quang Yue alone managed to kill off all the Dao demons they encountered on the way. Meanwhile, Shen Tion could relax by the side. At that moment, the void suddenly trembled, and a terrifying aura erupted like a massive tsunami, turning the area upside down. "Senior sister, watch out." Shen Tion instantly reacted and dragged Fairy Quang Yue to the side. In the very next second, the space which they previously occupied transformed into an empty abyss, as if it had been swallowed by something. Fairy Quang Yue was very shocked. This monster's ability to conceal its aura was extremely strong. Fairy Quang Yue did not have the slightest inkling that an attack had been imminent. If not for Shen Tion, she might have suffered a grievous injury. "What's that?" Fairy Quang Yue looked grave. The Supreme Sky Tree world was indeed not as simple as she thought. There were terrifying things hidden here. Roar! A ferocious roar echoed. It was as if the Dao demon was enraged that its attack had missed its target. The fabrics of space twisted, and a massive Dao demon emerged. Its aura was terrifying. The Dao demon had a heinous appearance. It was shaped like a mutant dragon and covered in a faint purple glow and tough scales. Its eyes were blood red like 2 blood suns, filled with a hair-raising aura. Its massive jaws were wide open in rage as if it wanted to swallow the entire world. The most terrifying part was the Dao intent it exuded. It was extremely destructive, as if it wanted to tear this world apart and annihilate everything. "This is a sky-swallowing beast." Fairy Quang Yue turned pale as she trembled. She had read through the ancient books and seen records of this creature. During the Antiquity Age, there had been a fearsome race that could swallow all the living creatures on Earth. That was the sky-swallowing beast. This race could control the void and travel through the void turbulence. They had the ability to control the energy of the void. However, this was not the most terrifying part. The most powerful thing about the sky-swallowing beast was its ability to swallow. This race had been indomitable during the Antiquity Age. The more powerful ones could swallow the sun, moon, and stars. Even the lesser beasts could swallow the lands and seas. The most powerful of them all could even swallow practitioners at the perfected immortal level. Where there were sky-swallowing beasts, there would be widespread destruction. Even the natural arrays would be swallowed and disintegrated into a barren landscape. Fairy Quang Yue never expected to encounter a sky-swallowing beast here. This might be a sky-swallowing beast created from the heavenly Tao, but its power was terrifying to the maximum. This sky-swallowing beast's aura was comparable to a 6 Tribulation true sage. On top of that, it also possessed 2 types of abilities: void control and swallowing energy. This sky-swallowing beast's battle prowess was far greater than that of a same-level Dao demon. Fairy Quang Yue turned pale. "Junior brother, we cannot underestimate this sky-swallowing beast. Let's flee now. The sky-swallowing beast was just too powerful. It was not something they could handle. As such, Fairy Quiney hurried off in the opposite direction, but after 100 meters, she turned only to see that Shen Tion was still standing there. Fairy Quiney panicked. "Junior brother, let's go now." The sky-swallowing beast was already near. It moved at the speed of light and was already in front of Shen Tion now. The fabrics of space surrounding the sky-swallowing beast were all engulfed by it, leaving behind an empty void. It opened its massive jaws, which possessed an indomitable swallowing power as if it wanted to consume Shen Tion in one gulp. Shen Tion remained calm, and dark red flames swirled around his body. His battle intent burned intensely as he went toward the sky-swallowing beast. One fist and the fabrics of space shattered. Shen Tion's fist light was invincible and carried with it a dark red divine flame. It was like a divine ape gushing battle intent. The dark red flaming fist smashed down on the head of the sky-swallowing beast. Boom! Terrifying energy radiated out like a massive wave, instantly shredding the sky-swallowing beast to pieces. The sky-swallowing beast didn't even have the time to emit a single cry. It immediately split in half. Fairy Quiney was completely stunned by the sight. Is this junior brother Shen Tion's true power? That was a 6th Tribulation true sage sky-swallowing beast. Yet, he was able to kill it in a single blow. TSSSS. This is simply mind-blowing. Don't tell me junior brother really killed a great sage previously? Chapter 454, I am willing to give my body to him. Fairy Quiney was stunned to the core at the sight of the utterly destroyed sky-swallowing beast. She never expected Shen Tion to be able to kill a sky-swallowing beast. The sky-swallowing beast was a fearsome beast. This race had been exceedingly powerful and reigned supreme over the world during the Antiquity Age. The moment this kind of beast appeared, they would dominate the region. Few people could escape them, not to mention killing them. They were able to control the void and conceal themselves in the void to evade attacks. Their ability to defend themselves was very high. Many people were helpless before them. This sky-swallowing beast was comparable to a 6th Tribulation true sage, but even a great sage would not be confident of killing it. Nonetheless, a single punch of Shen Tion had killed this fearsome sky-swallowing beast. This level of battle prowess was just too terrifying. Fairy Quiney did not know that Shen Tion had already cultivated the Kunpeng arts to the peak level. He also had the extraordinary item, the Hurricane Lily King, inside his body. These two were naturally able to control the void and were closely linked to the spatial Tao. Shen Tion's mastery over the void was comparable to a great sage who specialized in void control thanks to these two factors. The sky-swallowing beast might have been able to make use of its void control abilities to evade attacks, but this was useless against Shen Tion. When the invincible battle intent enhanced Shen Tion's fist, it would become so immense and heavy that even a great sage would vomit blood. The sky-swallowing beast had been unable to evade the attack, and its physical body was not as tough as a great sage. As a result, its death had been inevitable. After killing the sky-swallowing beast, Shen Tion waved and kept the 2 Tao fragments. It was very rare to see such large Tao fragments. They were filled to the brim with Tao intent. This type of treasure was priceless, especially since these were void Tao fragments. Whether Shen Tion used them himself or used them to exchange for other items, they were invaluable. After collecting the spoils of battle, Shen Tion smiled. "Senior sister Quiney, let's continue forward." "Oh, okay." Fairy Quiney snapped out of her trance, but she was still feeling rather unsteady. The two of them continued westward and finally stopped after traveling for 3,000 miles. A doorway appeared in mid-air. The void here was surging and swirling with natural arrays. Beams of divine light descended from the sky, shrouded in a misty fog. It looked very magnificent. Fairy Quiney was very excited by the sight of that. She knew that this doorway was one of the biggest fortuitous opportunities in the Supreme Skytree world, a void door. Void doors were legacies left behind by powerful practitioners from the primordial age. They might hold treasures or invincible sutras. But void doors were found inside the void turbulence and moved constantly. They did not remain in one place for long. There were many people who had remained in the Supreme Skytree world for over a decade but had not had the good fortune to encounter one. And now, a void door had just appeared before them. Of course it was a cause for joy. This remarkable fortuitous opportunity moved Fairy Quiney. Junior brother Shen Tion is indeed a son of Providence. His luck is beyond measure. We have just entered this world and already found this fortuitous opportunity. Wasn't it obvious? Only someone with very high providence would have good fortune of this magnitude. If not for Shen Tion, she would never have encountered this void door. Just that sky-swallowing beast alone was enough to block her way. She would never have been able to continue westward. This was all thanks to Shen Tion. Shen Tion looked very calm. "Senior sister, let's go in." This was all within his expectations. This very place was the mystic realm that appeared in Fairy Quang Yue's fortuitous opportunity image. The two of them moved in unison toward the void door. Thereafter, miraculous energy spread out, leading the two of them in. When they reappeared again, they had been transported to another space. It was a valley and looked very mystical. When they stepped onto this land, they saw the avatars of a sun and moon shining together in the sky, dazzling and magnificent. It was like a celestial landscape. Countless rays of divine light crisscrossed the avatars, swirling with natural arrays. It was a spectacular sight. On one end was a searing golden glow, like a magnificent, mighty sun radiating with burning sun energy. On the other end was a pristine silver glow, like an elegant moon, exuding gentle moon energy. What a mystical place! Fairy Quang Yue gave a soft gasp. It was rare to see such a mystical scene. Apart from this special avatar, there was also a powerful Tao intent. Sun and Moon. Two types of Tao intent. If a cultivator who specialized in sun or moon energy cultivated here, they would definitely be able to progress at an accelerated rate. Fairy Quang Yue was one such cultivator. She had the great moon constitution and followed the moon Tao. This was the best place for her to gain enlightenment. It could speed up her evolution and make her stronger in the fastest time. Cultivating here for one day would be the equivalent of cultivating in the outside world for 100 or even 1,000 years. When faced with such a wonderful enlightenment place, Fairy Quang Yue subconsciously started to cultivate. She slowly spread her arms to feel the cleansing power of the heavenly Tao. Beams of pure moon energy descended from the sky, morphing into a pristine moonlight. Shrouded in a misty fog, light rays shooting out everywhere. In that instant, Fairy Quang Yue was engulfed in the moonlight. She radiated with a divine glow, looking very much like a celestial fairy, extraordinary and untainted. She felt like she had been immersed in the ocean. Her understanding of the heavenly Tao rapidly increased. At that moment, Shen Tion reminded her with a smile. "Senior sister, don't be so anxious to cultivate. There might be some good treasures here." Would a legacy left behind by a strong practitioner from the primordial age be so simple? "Thank you, junior brother, for the reminder." Fairy Quang Yue snapped out of her trance. To be able to construct such a wonderful avatar, there would definitely be some treasures. There was no need to rush the enlightenment. Anyway, they had 100 years worth of time. The most pressing task now was to find treasures. The two of them ventured deeper and saw the source of the avatars. The avatars were emitted by two treasures. The two treasures floated in mid-air, both round in shape. They had different colors and different energies. One held the extreme power of the sun, while the other held the extreme power of the moon. These two treasures were like the searing sun and the bright moon. Each stood proudly in mid-air, radiating with a spectacular divine light. This was why there were those two types of avatars, one sun and one moon. If I am not wrong, these should be the sun and moon golden wheels. Fairy Quang Yue looked very excited. She had seen these items in the ancient books. Legend had it that the sun and moon golden wheels were supreme great immortal artifacts from the primordial age. Formidable celestial beings had forged them, and their power was limitless. The sun golden wheel was forged using the essence of the sun and was an artifact with peerless defensive capabilities. The moon golden wheel was created using the essence of the moon and possessed indomitable attacking power. Together, the two of them could cause the sun and moon energies to resonate and merge, triggering an invincible force. A powerful practitioner would be able to kill a Pseudo-tark with the sun and moon golden wheels. The sun and moon golden wheels had been very famous during the primordial age, but they had disappeared ever since part of the celestial world fell. No one expected them to be found here. No wonder they had not been seen in the outside world for the past tens of thousands of years. Fairy Quang Yue was very shocked to see the sun and moon golden wheels here. Suddenly, the moon golden wheel radiated with a boundless divine glow. It dazzled brightly, rose, and covered the sky. Endless moon energy gathered and rushed into Fairy Quang Yue's body, causing her to resonate together with it. Fairy Quang Yue instantly reacted. A pristine moon glow also radiated out of her body. 6 silver moons rose behind her, mixing with the moon golden wheel. Fairy Quiney possessed the great moon constitution and was very compatible with the moon energy. This was why she was able to resonate with the moon golden wheel. Junior brother. Fairy Quiney glanced at Shen Tion with some hesitation. Shen Tion had discovered this place, but the treasure was resonating with her. She didn't know how to proceed. Shen Tion smiled. Senior sister, you are fated with this item. Go ahead and collect it. He knew that this was Fairy Quiney's fortuitous opportunity in the first place. Fairy Quiney looked very grateful. She stood up and flew toward the moon golden wheel. However, a silver light screen rose and blocked her way at that moment. There was a formation, and it was not that easy to enter to take the moon golden wheel. Fairy Quiney circulated her power, and the 6 silver moons behind her glowed with pristine light. Her aura surged. After activating the 6 moons, boundless moonbeams shot toward the silver screen. The beams of moonlight were like moon blades, emitting a very powerful aura. Bang, bang, bang. Multiple bangs echoed through the air. Every single beam of moonlight possessed great power, enough to easily kill off a normal sage. Even a 4 Tribulation true sage might not be able to handle so many beams. The moonbeams collided with the silver screen, creating countless ripples on impact. Surprisingly, there were no signs of cracking. The silver screen was very strong, and going by Fairy Quiney's current abilities, she would need some time before she would be able to break through. Shen Tion turned his eyes slightly to look at the sun golden wheel. Fairy Quiney would get the moon golden wheel's acknowledgement and collect it in the original fortuitous opportunity. But she had never managed to gain the acknowledgement of the sun golden wheel. As such, even if Shen Tion collected that treasure, it would not affect Fairy Quiney's Providence. This item possessed the power of the sun, and only a practitioner with the huge Sun Saint constitution would be able to resonate with it. And Shen Tion just happened to have the huge Sun Saint constitution. As expected, after feeling the aura of his huge Sun Saint constitution, the sun golden wheel erupted in brilliant golden rays. Boundless searing energy charged up to the sky as if a mighty sun was rising. Shen Tion's eyes lit up. The sun golden wheel was an artifact with extremely powerful defensive capabilities. It harbored the essence of the sun and was an elite item amongst all supreme great immortal artifacts. Shen Tion had no qualms helping himself to a treasure of this grade. He stood up and flew toward the sun golden wheel. At the same time, the sun golden wheel emitted a dazzling golden screen. It spanned from the ground to the highest skies, completely closing the wheel off. One had to shatter the golden screen in order to collect the treasure. The golden screen exuded a powerful aura. It was like a golden steel fort, indestructible. Compared to the moon golden wheel, the sun golden wheel had higher defensive powers. As a result, its protective formation was even more formidable. Shen Tion smiled. I want to see just how tough this thing is. He waved, and his sky-shaking hammer appeared in his hand. The massive hammer radiated with a magnificent aura as if it wanted to shake the earth and shatter the mountains and rivers. Shen Tion raised the hammer, gathering an immense power, before smashing it down on the golden screen. Bang! A booming crash shook the earth as if this entire space was about to shatter. Countless violent ripples appeared on the golden screen as if it had just endured a terrifying power. Even so, the golden screen did not crack. It should be pointed out that Shen Tion's strike was the equivalent of a 6 Tribulation true sage's full-on attack. Nevertheless, he was unable to break the screen. Shen Tion didn't stop. He activated another skill. Battle blood burns the sky. In the blink of an eye, a dark red flame erupted from Shen Tion's body. A terrifying battle intent surged out as his aura magnified to astonishing levels. Shen Tion was now like an invincible god of war about to embark on a terrifying battle. He raised his hammer again, but his aura was completely different this time. If the previous attack was like a huge rock, this attack was like a plummeting asteroid. The massive hammer roared with a dark red glow, looking like a blood-red falling star. It radiated with earth-shaking power. The fabrics of space shattered in that instant, and a large piece of empty void was left in its wake. This blood-red falling star was unstoppable. It smashed into the golden screen, and terrifying divine energy spread across the area like a tremendous tsunami. Bang! A loud explosion echoed before the golden screen cracked and dissolved into dust. Shen Tion stood up and held the sun golden wheel in his hand. He immediately felt searing sun energy enter his body. His huge Sun Saint constitution resonated together with the wheel. True Sun fire surged out and mixed with the Sun golden wheel. The majestic divine fire merged with the Sun golden wheel, emitting a boundless divine glow. The two complemented each other, producing an even more powerful force. This is a really good treasure. Shen Tion nodded with satisfaction. This trip was not in vain. Not only did he manage to leverage off a fortuitous opportunity, he even collected a supreme great immortal artifact. Thereafter, Shen Tion looked toward Fairy Quang Yue and saw that she was still attacking with all her might, but without results. The main thing was that this array required the power of a 6th Tribulation true sage to break. Fairy Quang Yue might be able to exude the power of a 4th Tribulation true sage, but it was very difficult for her to break the Moon Golden Wheel's protection. Fairy Quang Yue would have to spend several years just to successfully break the screen in the original fortuitous opportunity. Shen Tion was not willing to spend several years here. He stepped forward. "Senior sister, let me help you." With that, Shen Tion raised his hammer and smashed the silver screen. Boom! The silver screen was instantly shattered. Fairy Quang Yue was dumbstruck. "I poured in so much effort but didn't do much." But it broke from just a single strike from junior brother Shen Tion? He was just too powerful. Shen Tion retrieved the Moon Golden Wheel and handed it to Fairy Quang Yue. "Senior sister, this is for you." Fairy Quang Yue snapped out of her trance. She gazed at the shimmering Moon Golden Wheel and couldn't help feeling tempted. This treasure was very compatible with her skills, and it would greatly enhance her battle prowess. Although she was very tempted, Fairy Quang Yue shook her head in refusal. "Junior brother is the one who obtained it. How can you give it to me?" According to the Cultivation World's rules, a treasure belonged to whoever obtained it. Shen Tion was the one who had obtained the Moon Golden Wheel, so it should belong to him. Moreover, given her power, it was questionable whether she might have been able to break that formation. Shen Tion was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect Fairy Quang Yue to refuse. He gave a dry laugh. "Senior sister Quang Yue, you are fated with this treasure. Please accept it." This supreme great immortal artifact may be priceless, but it was not that precious to Shen Tion. After all, he knew numerous Tark and Pseudo-tark artifacts. His Divine Sun Cauldron and Sky Divine Staff were both very powerful artifacts, and he had just collected the Sun Golden Wheel. He would not be so greedy as to take the Moon Golden Wheel too. Moreover, this was originally Fairy Quang Yue's fortuitous opportunity. Fairy Quang Yue still shook her head. "You obtained it, so it's your fortuitous opportunity. Moreover, junior brother just collected the Sun Golden Wheel too. If you use it together with this Moon Golden Wheel, their powers can be brought up to the next level. It's such a great treasure. You must keep it." Fairy Quang Yue was determined to reject it. The main reason was that Shen Tion had led her here. It was solely due to Shen Tion that the Moon Golden Wheel could be collected. She did not expend much energy at all. How could she be so thick-skinned as to take the treasure? Anyway, she was already satisfied with being in this Enlightenment land. Shen Tion felt exasperated. He scratched his head. "Senior sister, I will throw it away if you don't want it." With that, Shen Tion made an action like he was going to throw away the Moon Golden Wheel. He would not be able to improve his Providence if Fairy Quang Yue didn't accept the wheel. That would be a major loss. "Don't. I will accept it then." Fairy Quang Yue hurriedly spoke up. She also couldn't help feeling rather exasperated. Junior brother is truly too rich. He can bear to throw away a supreme great immortal artifact. But in her heart, Fairy Quang Yue knew that Shen Tion was pretending to do so just to make her accept the Moon Golden Wheel. Fairy Quang Yue felt extremely grateful. Junior brother is so good to me. He is even willing to give me a precious treasure like this Moon Golden Wheel. Could it be that he really likes me? Shen Tion heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing Fairy Quang Yue accept the Moon Golden Wheel. An idea came to Shen Tion, and he took out something and handed it to Fairy Quang Yue. "Senior sister, this is a chaotic sky-mending pill. It is very effective for enhancing one's innate talents and ability to decipher things." It was a chaotic sky-mending pill refined from the immortal banana herb. Fairy Quang Yue looked at the glistening, plump pill in Shen Tion's hand. It exuded a thick fragrance, and her body trembled in shock. She could feel just how potent this pill was. A limitless divine glow covered it, and it could attract the natural rays of the world. This was definitely a peerless Tark-level pill. She never expected Shen Tion to give her this Tark-level pill. It was too extravagant. In the outside world, a pill of this level would drive all the sages mad. Countless people would be desperate to get it. This type of peerless pill was priceless. Even so, Shen Tion was willing to give it to her. As such, ripples of emotion spread across Fairy Kuang Yue's heart. Junior brother Shen Tion is so good to me. He must like me. Is this his way of professing his love for me? Should I accept? But junior brother Shen Tion is just too young. If I get together with him, wouldn't it be like? Fairy Kuang Yue felt very conflicted. She never expected Shen Tion to give a Tark-level pill to her. This item was even more valuable than the Moon Golden Wheel. Fairy Kuang Yue was convinced that Shen Tion liked her. That was the only possible reason why he was so generous. She blushed and murmured in a low voice, "Junior brother, you don't need to do this. Even if you didn't, I would also accept." "Senior sister, what did you say?" Shen Tion scratched his head in puzzlement. Fairy Kuang Yue snapped out of her trance and hurriedly explained, "This is junior brother's fortuitous opportunity. How can you give it to me? The Tark-level pill is too precious. Please keep it for yourself." Shen Tion smiled. "Senior sister, there's no need to stand on ceremony. Just accept it. I still have more of this." The Jade Lake Sacred Ground and Divine Firmament Sacred Ground had always been on good terms. Hence, an increase in Fairy Kuang Yue's powers would be a definite boon to the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground. After all, the major calamity was approaching the 5 regions. It was a problem that all the sacred grounds had to face. By then, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground and Divine Firmament Sacred Ground would definitely be in the same camp, facing the calamity together. Under such life and death circumstances, everything else did not matter. Anyway, there were indeed many chaotic sky-mending pills left in his pocket. He had refined a total of 36 pills. He had more than enough. Fairy Kuang Yue finally nodded after hearing Shen Tion's words, while an indescribable expression flashed across her eyes. "Junior brother Shen Tion is too good to me. I am unable to repay his kindness. No matter what junior brother asks of me, even if I have to give him my body, I am willing." Chapter 455, Moon Goddess Constitution, Spherical Heaven Chessboard. After Fairy Kuang Yue received the Moon Golden Wheel, her Providence halo shone brightly with purple light. The dazzling purple light surged around the halo, and her Providence increased rapidly. As the light became brighter, the violet Providence halo turned dark purple. This place was originally the location of Fairy Kuang Yue's fortuitous opportunity. She had received the Moon Golden Wheel under Shen Tion's help, so naturally, her Providence would increase. Meanwhile, Shen Tion's Providence was also increasing. He felt as if he was floating again while his whole body relaxed and energized. The dark golden halo on top of his head turned even brighter. The purple light surrounding it also increased and flourished. In the end, the purple light and golden halo merged together and formed a purplish-gold Providence halo. Shen Tion was overjoyed. His Providence could be compared to Chi-jon when they had just met. One had to know that Chi-jon back then had already been worthy of being called a son of Providence. He had obtained numerous fortuitous opportunities with his purplish-gold Providence halo. Everyone said Chi-jon had the talent of a Tark mainly because his Providence was extremely high. Therefore, Shen Tion was thrilled now he had obtained the purplish-gold Providence halo. Even if he went to find fortuitous opportunities himself, he would not be that unlucky anymore. Of course, he still could not be compared to the children of Providence that had a pure purple Providence halo. Shen Tion sighed at that thought. "I still have to continue freeloading. I still need to work hard." There had been countless children of Providence in the past, and none of them lacked purple Providence halos. However, in the end, they had all disappeared in the river of time, forgotten by history. High Providence did not mean everything. It would also be dangerous for them when they encountered fearsome heavenly tribulations. Unless their Providence could reach a frightening level, they would still face the risk of death no matter how high their Providence was. Therefore, their strength was also extremely important. That was why Shen Tion had given the chaotic sky-mending pill to Fairy Kuang Yue. Even children of Providence might not be able to safely transcend the heavenly tribulation. Only by increasing one's strength could there be higher chances of survival. That was why Shen Tion would help as much as he could when he encountered those with high Providence. It would be to Shen Tion's benefit if Fairy Kuang Yue's strength increased. "Senior sister, eat the sky-mending pill. I'll help guard you." Shen Tion gave the chaotic sky-mending pill to Fairy Kuang Yue and signaled her to eat the pill. This place was exceptional as it contained powerful Tao intent and spirit Qi. If one cultivated here, then the effects of enlightenment and cultivation would be much stronger than outside. If Fairy Kuang Yue were to eat the chaotic sky-mending pill, her constitution and aptitude for enlightenment would transform. Afterward, her speed of enlightenment and cultivation would increase rapidly. Fairy Kuang Yue cupped her hands and said, "Thank you, junior brother." She could sense that the pill was extraordinary, and it greatly tempted her. A Tark pill was already rare to obtain, not to mention a peerless pill that could increase one's aptitude for enlightenment and talent. Such an astounding pill was not recorded even in ancient books. The good thing was that she had already heard of the miraculous effects of the chaotic sky-mending pill from the Jade Lake sacred leader. As such, she knew how extraordinary this pill was. However, the pill that the Jade Lake sacred leader had consumed was a pseudo-tark one. Meanwhile, the pill in her hands was a real Tark pill. The difference between the two of them was like heaven and earth. Once Fairy Kuang Yue thought of how Shen Tion was willing to give such a precious pill to her, she was extremely excited and full of gratitude. She did not refuse and hurriedly sat down cross-legged. She ate the sky-mending pill and absorbed it. The chaotic sky-mending pill melted once it entered her mouth and turned into a warm current that instantly flowed throughout her limbs, bones, and internal organs. In that instant, Fairy Kuang Yue's whole body was glowing. The magnificent light hovered around her in an ethereal manner. 6 silver moons gradually rose behind her and swayed according to the wind, emitting bright divine light that shone upon the ground. Endless Yinora gathered around the silver moons in the sky like the Milky Way pouring down from heaven. The silver moon's light and Yinora merged together and lit up the sky, constructing a beautiful scene. Under the background of the hazy moonlight, Fairy Kuang Yue was like a fairy descending upon the earth with extraordinary disposition. Her aura was still increasing exponentially, climbing at an astonishing rate. Meanwhile, a clap of thunder echoed as heavenly tribulation clouds gathered, making the sky gloomy. The heavenly tribulation had gathered once again as if they had sensed Fairy Kuang Yue's aura on the verge of breaking through. Boom! The tribulation lightning that was as thick as a water snake struck with an astonishing aura from the sky. It was the heavenly tribulation lightning of a sage with immense strength. However, Fairy Kuang Yue did not feel much pressure as her power surpassed that of an ordinary sage. She used the silver moons to protect herself and the moon golden wheel to attack. She used the endless Yinora as supply and swiftly overcame 2 of the heavenly tribulations. Fairy Kuang Yue's cultivation level increased the instant she overcame the lightning tribulation. She successfully broke through from first tribulation sage to third tribulation sage. The 6 silver moons behind her transformed as laws surrounded them. Another 6 silver moons were actually formed, and there were 12 moons in the sky now. The 12 moons filled up the vast sky. It was an unprecedented scene. Such an avatar would only appear after one cultivated the Great Moon Constitution to the maximum and awakened their ancestral bloodline. Meanwhile, it was the Moon Goddess Constitution that was above the Great Moon Constitution. That was the real peerless constitution. Such a constitution was an unparalleled existence even in the Antiquity Age. It was on par with the unrivaled Sage Constitution. With the Moon Goddess Constitution and the Golden Moon Disk, Fairy Kuang Yue would even be able to fight on par with a great sage. Shen Tion smiled and went up to congratulate her. "Congratulations for improving your cultivation level, senior sister." He was also relieved upon seeing that Fairy Kuang Yue's strength had increased greatly. This was his sheep, so the higher the Providence, the better. "It's all due to junior brother's sky-mending pill that I could have such achievements." Fairy Kuang Yue blushed. She had never expected the effects of the chaotic sky-mending pill to be this powerful. It could actually transform her Great Moon Constitution into the Moon Goddess Constitution. Fairy Kuang Yue was originally the person with the purest bloodline in the past 10,000 years from the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Her Great Moon Constitution was even stronger than the Jade Lake Sacred Leaders. However, she was originally still extremely far from awakening her ancestral bloodline. Only the ancestors of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground could awaken such a peerless constitution. Since then, no one had managed to awaken the Moon Goddess Constitution in the Jade Lake Sacred Ground anymore. Who would have expected that her constitution could break through her bloodline limit due to the chaotic sky-mending pill's enhancement and transform into the Moon Goddess Constitution? As expected of the peerless pill that could change one's destiny. Meanwhile, this was possible because of Shen Tion. Fairy Kuang Yue stared straight at Shen Tion as she started feeling an inexplicable emotion. She swore to herself, "I will never forget such kindness." If I have the chance, I will definitely repay junior brother Shen Tion no matter what. Clang. 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 At that moment, the rumbling sounds of Tao could be heard. That sound was like the ringing of a large bell. It resounded throughout the supreme Skytree world, emitting a majestic aura. Shen Tion and Fairy Quang Yue could hear the sound of Tao even when they were within the void door, improving their Tao heart. This is. The spherical heaven chessboard has appeared. Shen Tion exchanged a look with Fairy Quang Yue, and they could both see the astonishment in each other's eyes. Previously, Huang Shi had explained to them that besides the void doors in the supreme Skytree world, one would only be able to rely on their luck to encounter mystic realms. There were also fixed mystic realms like the spherical heaven chessboard. It was said that the chessboard was left by a certain mighty figure from the celestial world. It was a heritage from the remote past. It contained a great fortuitous opportunity and was the most powerful mystic realm in the supreme Skytree world. Each time the spherical heaven chessboard opened, the spherical heaven chessboard would definitely appear. Countless prodigies had benefited greatly from the spherical heaven chessboard, so the two of them were delighted once they sensed its appearance. Shen Tion asked, "Senior sister Quang Yue, are you going to stay here or head there together?" Although the spherical heaven chessboard was the place with the best fortuitous opportunities, it was not simple to obtain those fortuitous opportunities. There were fortuitous opportunities within, but difficulties would beset them. Not everyone would be able to obtain such fortuitous opportunities. Meanwhile, this land was the best place that was compatible with Fairy Quang Yue for her to attain enlightenment. If she stayed here, the effects would not be weaker than going to the spherical heaven chessboard. Therefore, Shen Tion asked that question to let Fairy Quang Yue decide. "I choose to head to the spherical heaven chessboard." Fairy Quang Yue did not hesitate to choose the spherical heaven chessboard. Cultivation was originally the path of pursuing the paramount, so how could she settle down here? Although it was extremely comfortable for her to stay here, she would lose the resilience of facing difficulties. The spherical heaven chessboard contained great fortuitous opportunities, so how could she not try her luck so as to improve and strengthen herself? How could cultivators fear fighting for fortuitous opportunities and retreat? They must press forward with indomitable will. Well, most importantly, Fairy Quang Yue wanted to follow Shen Tion. She already firmly believed the rumors that Shen Tion was the son of Providence. If not for Shen Tion, she would not have been able to find this place and obtain the Moon Golden Wheel. Therefore, as long as she followed Shen Tion closely, she would definitely be able to obtain fortuitous opportunities. Also, it would be extremely boring to stay there and get enlightened by herself. It was better to follow Shen Tion. Not only could she search for fortuitous opportunities, but she would also be fortunate enough to be able to admire such a handsome appearance too. Shen Tion nodded. "All right, senior sister, let's head out now." This place was not that useful to Shen Tion, so he naturally would not stay there for long. Countless prodigies would head toward the spherical heaven chessboard. In other words, it was the best opportunity to fleece the sheep and freeload the fortuitous opportunities. He could not miss it. Shen Tion and Fairy Quang Yue made their preparations before leaving this place. The spherical heaven chessboard was in the center of the supreme Skytree world. Avatars would appear, and sounds of Tao could be heard every time it appeared. All cultivators in the supreme Skytree world would be able to sense it as soon as it appeared. As such, the supreme Skytree world instantly became lively. Countless prodigies rushed toward the center of the supreme Skytree world. Shen Tion and Fairy Quang Yue's speed was extremely fast, so they reached the supreme Skytree world center without spending much time. A strange land floated in front of them. There was a huge chessboard in the supreme Skytree world center, and white and black chess pieces were pitted against each other on it. Each chess was like a world of itself. The battles between the white and black chess pieces were extremely deep and profound, as if containing the great supreme Tao. The surroundings were already filled with various powerful cultivators that had rushed over after hearing that the spherical heaven chessboard had appeared. Some of them carefully observed the chessboard while others flipped through ancient books with a frown, as if they had seen an unprecedented puzzle. Those who knew chess rules would discover that the white chess pieces were already losing the game. Once they entered this place, they would automatically join the white chess pieces' side once they entered this place, competing against the black chess pieces. They needed to use their chess skills and obtain a certain fortuitous opportunity once they changed the situation in the chess game. The further they deciphered it, the more rewards they would obtain. However, it was not simple to do it. That was why many people were still observing as they tried to find a way to reverse the white chess pieces losing game. Shen Tion spotted the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader and Azure Lotus there with numerous prodigies from Jixia Academy. Although they had entered the Supreme Skytree world slightly later, they had made it for the Spherical Heaven chessboard's appearance. Seeing that Shen Tion had arrived, everyone was elated. What most of them cared about was that Shen Tion had come together with Fairy Quang Yue. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader stepped forward as his heavenly aura swayed gently. "Tioner, how are your gains during this trip?" Shen Tion bowed respectfully. "Master, I did obtain some fortuitous opportunities." "Very good." The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader nodded and looked toward Fairy Quang Yue. "Tioner, as expected of the son of Providence blessed by the heavens. He's able to obtain a great fortuitous opportunity in such a short time. Even Quang Yue has benefited. Looks like this generation's fairy is about to fall in love too." Hey. Although the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader could not see through Shen Tion's cultivation level, he could see through Fairy Quang Yue's. Fairy Quang Yue had been a first Tribulation sage before entering, but she was already a third Tribulation sage. Also, her cultivation level and disposition had transformed greatly. It was obvious she had obtained a huge fortuitous opportunity. Meanwhile, the Jade Lake Sacred Leader also walked toward them. She could not help but tremble when she sensed Fairy Quang Yue's aura. She hurriedly walked up to Quang Yue and held her hands in excitement. "Quang Yue, your constitution." She could sense that Fairy Quang Yue's constitution had transformed greatly, far surpassing hers. The Jade Lake Sacred Leader had consumed the chaotic sky mending pill before, so her constitution had also transformed. Although Fairy Quang Yue's constitution had still been powerful, she still paled in comparison to the Jade Lake Sacred Leader who had eaten the sky mending pill. However, now, Fairy Quang Yue's constitution had actually surpassed her, and she had even awakened the ancestral bloodline, obtaining the Moon Goddess constitution. The Jade Lake Sacred Leader could not help but be astounded. It was the ancestor's constitution that had peerless powers. Sensing the Jade Lake Sacred Leader's excitement, Fairy Quang Yue explained, "Master, this is all due to junior brother Shen Tion. So it's because of him." The Jade Lake Sacred Leader instantly reacted, and her beautiful eyes looked toward Shen Tion. No wonder. Only he would be able to do it. She knew that Shen Tion could refine the chaotic sky-mending pills, and only such a peerless, destiny-changing pill could transform Fairy Quang Yue's constitution this much. The surrounding prodigies were all astonished after hearing the Jade Lake Sacred Leader's words. Fairy Quang Yue's transformation is related to the Divine Firmament Saint? Could it be that they? No. My youth. The various male prodigies had complicated expressions, and the sound of their hearts breaking could be vaguely heard. The Jade Lake Sacred Leader caressed Quang Yue's hand and teased with a low voice. "Quang Yue, tell me, have you fallen in love with him?" Fairy Quang Yue blushed, and she replied shyly, "Master, please don't joke around." She lifted her head to look at Shen Tion and lowered it again. Her pretty face turned even redder. She looked just like a young lady whose thoughts had been exposed. "If you like him, then I'll act as your matchmaker. That kid has quite the luck in love affairs, so you must grasp the opportunity." The Jade Lake Sacred Leader smiled as her eyes lit up. "Master, I..." Fairy Quang Yue's face was already as red as a tomato, and she did not dare to lift her head anymore. "All right, I'll stop teasing you. The Jade Lake Sacred Ground is indebted to that kid, so try your best to have a good relationship with him." The Jade Lake Sacred Leader sighed. Shen Tion was just too mysterious, so there would definitely be no mistake in being on good terms with him. Fairy Quang Yue nodded with a complicated expression. It was unknown what she was thinking. Shen Tion was currently observing the Spherical Heaven chessboard. Some could not bear the excitement and decided to try clearing this mysterious place. However, when someone entered, the Spherical Heaven chessboard shone brightly, and the rays of light soared into the sky. The endless divine light enveloped the whole area and sealed it off. The chessboard started to create its own world with countless laws surrounding it. In that instant, a huge chessboard floated in the air. Meanwhile, that cultivator was the chess player. However, he himself was the chess piece. That was the mysterious part of the Spherical Heaven chessboard. If they wanted to obtain the fortuitous opportunity in this place, they could only become the chess piece themselves to solve this stalemate. That cultivator merged with the white chess pieces once he stepped into the chessboard. Once someone entered this place, they would become one with the chessboard. The black chess pieces instantly erupted out endless with laws that surrounded that cultivator. The laws instantly covered that cultivator. Brilliant divine light converged and formed an area, which emitted violent power. Those who entered the spherical heaven chessboard would play the chess game as the white side. However, the situation of the white side was unfavorable as the black pieces completely surrounded the white side. That cultivator stood there as the white piece as if he had become a piece of the chessboard. In that instant, the black pieces turned into fearsome powerful beings. A figure surrounded by obscure divine light attacked that cultivator. Boom! A thundering explosion resounded. That person was directly sent flying and fell off the chessboard, vomiting blood. That scene left everyone dumbstruck. This chess game is too terrifying. That cultivator was a heavenly venerable, but he could not retaliate at all. However, that did not frighten everyone. Numerous powerful cultivators had also walked into the spherical heaven chessboard. I don't believe I can't win this chess game. Everyone, let's enter together. Shortly after, over 10 figures dashed forward. They were the sacred leaders and grand elders of the various sacred grounds. They occupied the chessboard and wanted to attack the black pieces from different directions. However, a similar figure walked out from each black piece and started fighting with them. An intense battle had begun in the spherical heaven chessboard. The powerful beings in the chessboard were extremely powerful, most of them were sages, and there were even some great sages. Many had been knocked back before they could even take a few steps forward. The strongest cultivator had only walked over 10 steps before numerous black pieces surrounded him. He could only retreat from being defeated. It looked like a chess game, but it was more like a battlefield. It contained endless battle intent, and it seemed like one would be able to fight their way through, but one would only be surrounded by countless black pieces in the end. There was no chance of success at all. However, those powerful cultivators had obtained some gains. Most of them trained their battle intent through the battles. The cultivator who had walked the furthest had even obtained a sage artifact as a reward. However, those items were not very attractive to them. Everyone knew that those truly powerful items were still in the back. Rumors said that someone had walked hundreds of steps, and although that person had been defeated, the reward that person had obtained was an immortal artifact. There were numerous others that had obtained the celestial world's mystic arts or offensive skills as a reward. Therefore, everyone believed that as long as they deciphered the chess game, they would definitely be able to obtain peerless fortuitous opportunities. However, no one was able to do it ever since the spherical heaven chessboard had appeared. It was because there was no solution for the chess game, it was a dead end regardless. The powerful cultivators of the past had refused to give up, so they had copied the chess game. As such, the various sacred grounds had been painstakingly researching it. After thousands of years of research, the various sacred grounds believed they had a certain understanding of the chessboard, so they went up to try. Unfortunately, no one could successfully decipher it. On the contrary, quite a few of them had suffered from chi deviation, and their mental state was even in disorder. Countless people exclaimed that this chess game was simply too difficult. It was no wonder that no one had cleared it before. It looked like they were destined to miss this final fortuitous opportunity. Chapter 456, Fighting Their Way Through Adversity. The spherical heaven chessboard was profound, and countless powerful cultivators had failed to clear it. Ever since its emergence, countless cultivators had tried clearing it, but no one could solve it to this day. The chess game in the spherical heaven chessboard was only halfway through, so there was still a chance to reverse the situation. However, the white pieces would anyhow lose no matter what one did. It would be difficult for the white pieces to escape being surrounded by the black pieces. The white pieces were like trapped beasts as the numerous black pieces completely surrounded them. The white pieces would be attacked by numerous black pieces no matter which step they took, so it was difficult for the white pieces to escape. No matter how proficient one was at chess, it was a stubborn resistance that would only let one lose the game slower. It was impossible to completely win the chess game. Even so, there were still many powerful cultivators that challenged the chess game. Although they might not be able to win, they could train themselves through the battles on the chessboard. That place contained a great Tao intent and was filled with laws, increasing one's speed of enlightenment. Also, they could battle with the powerful beings from the black pieces. Those were figures created with peerless dharmic powers of mighty figures in the celestial world and would change according to the trial taker's strength. This place could be said to be the best training ground. Battling with opponents of equal strength could increase one's capability for actual combat as much as possible. Therefore, many of them had benefited greatly. The powerful cultivators of the sacred grounds were also itching to try, so they decided to enter the spherical heaven chessboard. Those figures left behind trails of divine rainbows as they flew toward the spherical heaven chessboard. The surrounding people exclaimed, "Top cultivators are making their move. How far can they go?" Those that entered were all the sacred leaders and grand elders of the various sacred grounds, and they were basically great sages and above. There were even powerful cultivators like the 9 Sun Sacred Leader and Heaven Tripod Sacred Leader, who were 8 Tribulation great sages. Would such a powerful lineup be able to clear the spherical heaven chessboard? "Junior brother, how about we go up to try too?" Azure Lotus looked at the spherical heaven chessboard with passionate eyes. There were numerous treasures within the spherical heaven chessboard. Not only were there sage artifacts but there were also great sage artifacts and pseudo-immortal artifacts. Even the celestial world's mystic arts and cultivation techniques were also present. As long as they tried clearing it, they might be able to obtain those items. That was a huge amount of wealth, so Azure Lotus was extremely tempted. Even if he did not need to use those items, he could use them to exchange for cultivation resources. Azure Lotus cultivated the Tinder Sutra and had spent all his wealth long ago, so he was short of money. Therefore, he had to grasp this chance to earn a fortune. The heavenly aura surrounding the divine firmament sacred leader swayed gently. "Since senior brother is interested, then naturally, I'll keep you company." Azure Lotus smiled brightly. Then junior brother, I'll rely on you to lead the way." Why did he pull the divine firmament sacred leader along with him? That was naturally because Azure Lotus knew nothing about chess. He would definitely be able to benefit more if he found someone who knew how to play chess rather than going by himself. "I want to go too." Chi-jon, the golden-eyed fire ape race's leader, stepped forward with a passionate gaze. His race was originally keen on battling, so although he did not know chess, he was already itching to fight once he saw others battling. Azure Lotus nodded. "All right, then the 3 of us will enter." Chi-jon was powerful, so with the 3 of them, their gains would be bountiful. All right. I want to see just what's so special about this chess game." Chi-jon soared into the sky and dashed into the spherical heaven chessboard while leaving a trail of divine rainbow. The divine firmament sacred leader exchanged a look with Azure Lotus before entering the spherical heaven chessboard in the same way. In an instant, the laws within enveloped them and formed a world by itself. The 3 of them stood on the chessboard while everything around them was hazy and full of chaos. Those black pieces would not appear before they made a move. Once cultivators enter the spherical heaven chessboard, they would be completely immersed within, so they would not be able to see the whole chessboard. As such, they could only try to clear it according to the positions of the chess pieces in their memory. "Junior brother, where do we go?" After entering the spherical heaven chessboard, Azure Lotus did not move. One misstep and they would be surrounded and attacked by black pieces. If too many black pieces attacked them, even a great sage would be defeated and have to retreat. The divine firmament sacred leader said coldly, "Senior brother, I told you to read more books, good books, on a daily basis, but who told you not to listen to me?" Azure Lotus scratched his head, smiled, and said, "Junior brother is here, so it's all right. I'm too lazy to read those boring things." The divine firmament sacred leader shook his head and ignored Azure Lotus. Instead, he started to study the chess game. Afterward, the divine firmament sacred leader took a step out. Azure Lotus and Chi-jon hurriedly followed behind him. Boom! A loud explosion could be heard. A black piece landed beside them with compelling pressure. 3 figures enveloped by divine light walked out from within and charged toward the 3 of them. The number of figures formed would depend on the number of cultivators present. If they were surrounded and attacked by 2 black pieces, then 6 figures would appear. Hence, although the saying went, "Many hands make light work," it did not apply in this place. If they were surrounded and attacked by numerous black pieces, the number of figures that they would have to face would increase even more and become more frightening. Although the aura of those 3 figures was powerful, they were too rigid and only knew to attack. They had no intelligence at all. Shortly after, those 3 figures were defeated and disappeared. "Junior brother, You'll be responsible for analyzing while Old Ape King and I will be responsible for clearing the path." Azure Lotus emitted an imposing aura as he held his golden staff in his hands. At the side, Chi-jon also took out a huge stone staff and stood beside Azure Lotus, shining with golden light throughout. The two of them were like invincible gods of war that wished to overwhelm all enemies. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader nodded and continued moving forward. They advanced smoothly. Even if a few black pieces attacked them, they could not be stopped. They continued proceeding as they tried to reverse the chess game situation to save the white pieces. Not only them, but the other sacred leaders were also doing the same thing. They had been analyzing the spherical heaven chessboard for 1,000 years and had found some solutions long ago, so they were not easily defeated. However, the further they advanced, the greater the difficulty. The black pieces would follow behind them closely with each step they took. The black pieces would keep on shrinking the area surrounding the white pieces. The various sacred leaders were all surrounded by 7 or 8 black pieces after walking about 100 steps. Figures enveloped by divine light walked out from the black pieces and attacked ferociously. Even an 8th Tribulation great sage would not be able to block attacks by so many powerful beings. Shortly after, the 9 Sun Sacred Leader, Heaven Tripod Sacred Leader, and others were sent flying out of the spherical heaven chessboard. This spherical heaven chessboard is indeed extraordinary. Some shook their heads with a bitter laugh. They had been analyzing it for 1,000 years but could not even complete half of the chess game. Meanwhile, a few rays of heavenly light flew out of the spherical heaven chessboard and landed in their hands. Various people were envious as they looked at the items in the sacred leader's hands. It's actually great sage artifacts. There are also great sage artifacts? The 9 Sun Sacred Leader is just too powerful. He actually received such a reward. Even in the past, there were few that could obtain such a reward. He is indeed extraordinary. Normal great sages would be defeated after walking at most 10+ steps. Therefore, their rewards were but normal sage artifacts. On the other hand, top great sages could walk dozens to even around 100 steps, so their rewards were naturally better. As an 8th Tribulation great sage and someone that had specially analyzed the spherical heaven chessboard before, the 9 Sun Sacred Leader had successfully walked 100 steps. Although he had failed, he still obtained a great sage artifact as a reward. The 9 Sun Sacred Leader was delighted as he could gain the spotlight. After all, only a small portion of people had obtained great sage artifacts despite so many trying to clear the game. Meanwhile, a change occurred within the spherical heaven chessboard. A rumbling sound reverberated throughout the whole place. The sound was so deafening that it caused one's ear to buzz. Countless laws swirled down and emitted a fearsome aura, which spread over the whole chess game. Everyone looked toward the spherical heaven chessboard and saw that the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader and his party's situation had a drastic change. They advanced smoothly and quickly walked hundreds of steps. Even though they had encountered a few small crises, they overcame them easily with their powerful battle prowess. However, the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader felt that something was wrong the further back they advanced. The number of black pieces increased more and more while their location could only shrink more and more. They were about to be completely surrounded by the black pieces. The heavenly aura around him surged vigorously. There's no solution. This is the heavenly cycle lost game. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader had analyzed how to play the chess game, but he realized that it had all been in vain. They had returned to the same starting point after walking for a whole round. Meanwhile, the black pieces had already formed a circle, trapping them there. The black pieces sparkled, and their fearsome aura filled the whole area, sending chills down others' backs. Those black pieces were surrounded by divine light as laws flowed down upon them, and figures walked out from those black pieces one after the other. Many powerful figures emitted a strong spiritual aura, like the evil spirit army pressing upon the border and about to attack anytime. Currently, the 3 of them were in dire straits. No matter which step they took, they would be completely surrounded by the black pieces. They were unable to escape. Just what kind of place is this? Azure Lotus was stunned. He had never expected that things would turn out this way. They had walked into a dead end? Since there's no escape, then we can only fight. We might be able to fight our way out. The heavenly aura around the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader vibrated vigorously and emitted endless lightning. He utilized the lightning Tao laws and soared into the sky. His whole body was enveloped in divine lightning, which emitted a fearsome aura. Endless lightning gathered here and prepared to start their battle. This place was just too strange and could not be cleared at all. They had reached a dead end. If they did not fight their way out, they would definitely be injured heavily. Those figures were just too many, at least a few hundred of them. Each of them emitted a fearsome aura, and their cultivation levels were nearly the same as the trio's. Although the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader far surpassed those of the same level, it was only to a certain extent. Who could beat hundreds of opponents with equal strength? Just in time. I've waited for this battle. Chi-jon roared toward the sky and beat his chest with his hands. Then, brilliant golden light enveloped him. And his high-spirited battle intent burst out from his body. It overwhelmed the place with imposing momentum. A mighty ape avatar appeared behind him, releasing a powerful aura. Here I come. I'm fearless when it comes to fighting. Azure Lotus did not waste his breath speaking once he saw such a scene. The golden staff in his hands vibrated vigorously, and an immense aura that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas was formed. At the same time, an azure green exceptional fire surged into Azure Lotus. Azure Lotus cultivated the Tinder Sutra and had also refined an extraordinary item before, Azure Green Sky Flame. Under the enhancement of both, his physical body was extremely tough and did not pale in comparison to Chi-jon's sage ape body. The three of them stood there proudly as they emitted endless laws that surged throughout the sky. The void was shattered, and countless laws were annihilated. They could only see hundreds of pitch-black figures walking out of there. It was obvious that an astonishing large battle was about to erupt. On the outside, someone exclaimed, "They're in trouble. They've run into a dead end." Even a mighty sage would not be able to escape safely from being surrounded by so many powerful beings. Will the three of them be able to leave safely? The spherical heaven chessboard was not without dangers. It was just that few people would trigger it. Those people that had entered previously had not advanced too far, so a few black pieces had only surrounded them. There had still been room for retreat. However, the three of them had no route of escape as they were completely surrounded. It would not be that simple for them to escape. Meanwhile, those figures had already begun attacking. Those figures split into three groups that charged toward the three of them. There were about 100 figures in each group. It was like 100 great sages simultaneously dashing toward each of them. Their auras were so terrifying that those with weaker cultivation levels were trembling. Such a large-scale battle was unprecedented. Azure Lotus and the Old Ape King had a solemn expression as they stayed on guard against those formidable figures. Fortunately, the black pieces were scattered, so not all of them attacked at once. Otherwise, even a mighty sage might not be able to block so many enemies, and there would be bloodshed. Even so, the situation was still unfavorable toward the three of them. Each of them had to face at least 10 figures at the same time, and one batch after another would arrive. If they could not end the battle fast, then it would be troublesome once all the black pieces surrounded them. Fight. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader took the lead and stepped forward. He controlled mixed divine lightning with one hand and held the lightning celestial sword in the other. Countless lightning bolts behind him formed a lightning tribulation that soared into the sky. In that instant, the area he was in was covered by endless lightning. The fearsome lightning contained the aura of destruction, which shattered the void into powder. Lightning snakes flew in all directions, emitting radiant light. The lightning was like the wave pouring down from the sky as it struck toward those 10 figures instantly. Boom! A deafening thunder echoed. That huge lightning that was as thick as a bucket wantonly pierced through the air toward its target. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader flew toward those figures while holding the lightning celestial sword, which had unparalleled sharpness. Each slash could shatter one of the black pieces figures. He was like the lightning emperor that had descended and was invincible. On the other side, Azure Lotus also did not lag behind. He swung his supreme ocean staff and unleashed his techniques with unfathomable strength. That golden staff shone brilliantly, and the golden light could be seen throughout the whole area. It was as if it could crush mountains and rivers. That huge staff descended from the sky like a towering mountain, wanting to crush the whole ground into pieces. Bang! As Azure Lotus attacked with his staff, a few figures directly exploded and turned into endless laws before dispersing into the air. Chi-jon's battle method was even simpler and savage. His body suddenly grew larger as he transformed into a golden-furred ape that shook the ground. At the same time, a powerful battle intent erupted, making his aura even more frightening. Chi-jon stood in midair and unleashed violent strength as if he wanted to battle with heaven and earth. As the leader of the golden-eyed fire ape race and an 8 Tribulation great sage, his strength was outstanding. He was from a race whose ancestor was the sacred battle ape, so his strength was originally fearsome. A supreme sacred battle ape would be able to tear apart the sun, moon, and stars with only one hand and even dare to battle with the paragons. Chi-jon had the bloodline of the sacred battle ape, so even if he had not awakened his ancestral bloodline, there was much of the sacred battle ape's blood running in his veins. Therefore, he cultivated the purest battle intent. Even when facing so many powerful figures, Chi-jon was fearless. He had a fearsome battle intent as he was going to fight his way out. Chi-jon swung his fists, and the strength they carried gave off an oppressing feeling as if they were unblockable. In that instant, those figures were knocked backward by their attacks. The three of them looked valiant and heroic as they forcibly blocked the Black Piece's attacks and persevered. Everyone was astonished. Some widened their eyes, and their jaws dropped from astonishment. The three of them are just too powerful. As expected of the previous top two Divine Firmament prodigies, they are still as talented as before. The old Ape King is also extremely powerful. Could they actually clear this chess game? Some people could not help but exclaim as they were extremely astounded. They were outside so they could see the whole situation and knew just what kind of danger those three were in. If it were other sacred leaders, they would have been defeated already. There was simply no match for such a force. However, not only did the three of them endure the pressure, but they still continued battling as they advanced to fight their way out. They were just too terrifying. The trio in the spherical heaven chessboard felt immense pressure. After all, hundreds of figures attacking them, the advantage in numbers was absolute. Even if the three of them joined hands, they would not be able to defeat all those figures in a short period. On the other hand, those figures' attacks were formidable and not something ordinary cultivators could block. As for Chi-jon, the attacks he endured were the fiercest as he was in the front. Shortly after, his whole body was dyed in blood from grave injuries. "Old Ape King, retreat first and let me." Azure Lotus hurriedly stepped forward and signaled Old Ape King to retreat and heal his wounds. "No need, I can still fight." Chi-jon's golden blood splashed out, but his battle intent did not decrease at all. He still wanted to continue battling. "Enough. If you continue bleeding like this, you'll die. Don't worry and leave it to me. These figures are nothing to me." Azure Lotus stood in front of Chi-jon, and divine light shone behind him. Two similar figures walked out and blocked the enemies too. He had activated 3 pure ones in one breath, and all 3 of them started fighting too. Each Azure Lotus aura was frightening as they used their peerless arts. Currently, Azure Lotus looked majestic. It was as if he could block the army of Black Pieces by himself. Chi-jon retreated to the back and treated his wounds upon seeing that. Shortly after, his mouth could not help but twitch. Under the attack of hundreds of powerful figures, even 3 Azure Lotuses were unable to last long. He was retreating backward continuously. Azure Lotus instantly showed his true colors and started crying out. "Fuck, why are they attacking so ferociously? Hey, hey, hey! Wait a minute, wait a minute. OMG, did you have to use so much strength? Old Ape King, are you done yet? Hurry and come switch with me. Save me. I can't hold on anymore. Ah! Junior brother, save me." Azure Lotus' tragic howls resounded. Attacks bombarded him until his face was burnt black, and he ran away in all directions while hugging his head. There were also almost 100 figures chasing him. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader took a large step forward, and his lightning and heavenly aura emitted radiant lightning. In that instant, countless Tribulation lightning bolts struck like turbulent waves, one after another. The whole area had turned into a sea of lightning. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader seemed to be like the god who controlled Tribulation lightning and attacked using endless lightning. That was the forbidden chapter of the Divine Firmament Imperial Sutra, Declamity. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader was like a god that was indifferent to all living beings and wanted to completely destroy the whole world. Rumble. That fearsome lightning enveloped the whole place with overwhelming force. With each Tribulation lightning bolt, a figure would turn into dust. Junior brother is so amazing. Just a few mere figures dare to bully me? Take that. Since the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader was aiding them, Azure Lotus became energized again and hurriedly retaliated. The outburst by the two of them joining hands temporarily stopped the Black Chess Pieces' attack. However, it was still difficult for them to fight their way out. In the outside world, everyone's expression was solemn. The spherical heaven chessboard was actually this formidable. Even the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader, Azure Lotus, and the Old Ape King could not beat the chess game. Who else in the whole 5 regions could play the chess game till the last step? It was simply unbelievable. Chapter 457, A Hidden Trick. There must be a hidden trick. The spherical heaven chessboard situation became increasingly complicated. The terrifying power swirled endlessly, turning the world upside down. The 2 great Divine Firmament practitioners executed countless techniques and managed to destroy nearly 100 black figures. But then over 200 black figures charged in unison, their mighty power shaking the earth and shattering the mountains and rivers. There were just too many of these figures. And every single one of them was not to be underestimated. Without the Old Ape King's outstanding battle prowess, they were unable to be as relaxed as before. The scene was spine-chilling. They never expected the spherical heaven chessboard's final move to be so terrifying. There were many black figures, and their combined power was unstoppable. They could wash over everything and everyone. It was not even certain whether the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader and his partner could make it out alive. Not to mention clearing the game. For a moment there, many people couldn't help feeling worried. I am here. Chi-Long's battle blood churned as he charged forward. Not satisfied with sitting back and watching, he wanted to fight alongside those 2. Chi-Long radiated with robust battle intent. His aura was like a startling tsunami, forceful and energetic. His golden glow changed to include swirls of dark red flames. His aura instantly became even sharper. The gold and dark red glows mixed together as his aura covered the area, making his battle intent even more terrifying. Chi-Long was giving his all and executing his most high-level sutra, the Battle Imperial Sutra. He was trying to execute this invincible technique to counter the enemy. After Chi-Jon had received the sacred battle Tark's legacy, he had immediately passed the Imperial Sutra on to his race. As the leader of the golden-eyed fire ape, Chi-Long naturally had the right to cultivate this Imperial Sutra. But only those with the bloodline of the sacred battle ape could cultivate the Battle Imperial Sutra to the maximum stage. Chi-Long's bloodline was not pure enough. He was unable to learn the forbidden chapter. Under the pressure of the great army of figures, Chi-Long tried to use the Battle Imperial Sutra to force his way out of the final gateway. Boom! A muffled roar echoed out of Chi-Long's body. In the next instant, a dark red glow sprouted out of his entire body, his battle intent filling the skies. A vibrant dark red light swirled around his body, his aura surging mightily. This surging aura incinerated the surrounding fabrics of space into cinders. Chi-Long's aura suddenly changed to become more fearsome and violent. As the golden and dark red lights mixed, it was like he had transformed into an invincible god of war. His battle intent burned as if he wanted to battle with the entire world. Battle blood burns the sky. Chi-Long hollered as a roaring dark red flame rose from his body, shooting 3 feet into the sky. After activating the battle blood burns the sky, his power and battle intent underwent an instantaneous, massive increase. Chi-Long rose and charged into the massive army of black figures, his thirst for blood raging out of control. A terrifying battle intent spread across the skies. The ensuing massacre was spine-chilling. Beams of dark red light spread across the space, shooting straight into the skies and creating a huge crater in the space. Boundless divine light vibrated, their aura so earth-shaking that even the clouds in the sky were dispelled. Gazing from afar, one could see a dark red figure charging into the army of black figures, killing his way through the mass. It was a blood-pumping sight. Azure Lotus hollered. "Old Ape King, well done. I will fight alongside you." His aura erupted, morphing into a green light as he followed suit. Lifting Heaven Hand. Azure Lotus roared, gathering countless arrays to form a massive handprint, which suppressed the skies and earth. Suddenly, the skies and earth cracked, and all the black figures near the handprint shattered into pieces. This was a peerless technique from the celestial world. When Azure Lotus executed it, its power was unstoppable. The 2 of them joined forces and forced back the massive army of black figures. Countless powerful practitioners were destroyed. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader moved to stand behind them. He was responsible for handling the black figures surrounding them. His lightning celestial sword slashed here and there endlessly, emitting a dazzling lightning glow, easily slicing the figures into 2. Rumble. A loud rumbling sound echoed throughout the entire chessboard. A limitless divine light erupted, like the explosion of a mighty sun. Light rays lit up the skies and earth, dazzling and blinding. The 3-man team forged forward, endlessly killing their way toward the outside world. they forced their way through the black chess pieces by carving out a bloody path. Everyone was dumbfounded by the scene. They were utterly shocked. They didn't realize just how powerful those three were. Although they had yet to beat the spherical heaven chessboard, they managed to force their way out from a certain death situation. This kind of achievement was one for the records. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader and his team successfully killed their way out and stood there proudly. Their aura was awe-inspiring. After that major battle, they did look rather wretched, especially Chi-jon and Azure Lotus, who both looked quite pathetic. The old Ape King's golden fur was drenched in blood, and his entire body was covered in bloody wounds. Gold and blood intermingled, making everyone's heart shudder. Azure Lotus was in a similar state. His purple robe was in tatters. His face was swollen, and his eyes had dark bruises around them. He had clearly received a beating. The main reason was that the old Ape King had rushed to the front and blocked most of the attacks. Otherwise, Azure Lotus would have been in an even worse state. What a great fight! The old Ape King did not care about the injuries on his body. He was whooping excitedly. It had been a long time since he had been in such a thrilling battle. His battle blood was surging through his veins. Chi-jon shuddered, and his body glowed as if he was about to gain some enlightenment from this battle. He sat down cross-legged as mighty, profound energy radiated from his body. Boundless battle intent churned like a roaring wave, surging straight into the skies. In the blink of an eye, heavenly tribulation clouds gathered. A heavenly tribulation was about to occur. Someone exclaimed, "The old Ape King is about to have a breakthrough." Chi-jon was an 8 tribulation great sage. With the arrival of this heavenly tribulation, it was clear that he was about to break through to the 9 tribulation great sage. Just in time. Chi-jon had suffered grievous injuries, but his battle intent still burned brightly. He made use of his leftover battle intent and charged into the skies to battle the heavenly tribulation. In an instant, lightning flashed, and thunder boomed. Even the fabrics of space were being shattered. In the end, Chi-jon successfully overcame the heavenly tribulation and attracted countless natural rays onto him. His aura surged, and a dazzling golden light surrounded him, as radiant as the sun. On top of that, cleansed by the natural array, Chi-jon exuded a divine light from his entire body. His physical body became more robust as if he was the personification of a god. His bloodline evolved and advanced, overcoming the final barrier to become a sacred battle ape. The crowd was in awe at the sight. The sacred battle ape bloodline was created by natural forces and blessed by the heavens. There were originally no sacred battle apes on Earth. But the ape race was naturally combative, and some of them achieved extraordinary success by adhering to the way of the battle. Cleansed by the heavenly Tao, they had battle intent infused into their bones, organs, muscles, and veins. This was how the sacred battle ape bloodline was born. Since the Antiquity Age, only 3 sacred battle apes had appeared on this Earth. Now, it looked like Chi-jon had used the way of the battle to evolve into a sacred battle ape. Everyone was astonished. The spherical heaven chessboard is indeed a fertile ground for cultivation. Looks like the old Ape King reaped great rewards this time. Another powerful world-class practitioner has emerged in this world. The faces of countless people were filled with awe and respect. Not only had Chi-jon become a 9 tribulation great sage, but he had also used the way of the battle to evolve into a sacred battle ape. His increase in power was out of this world. Azure Lotus looked very jealous. Even the old Ape King got a fortuitous opportunity. Why didn't I get any? The heavenly Tao is so unfair. Azure Lotus had fought tooth and nail and endured a major beating, but he didn't get a single reward. The feeling was akin to eating a lemon that had been preserved for 10,000 years, sour to the extreme. At that moment, a divine light shone out of the spherical heaven chessboard. Spirit energy radiated out as if a treasure had just been born. 3 beams of divine light arched across the space like a dazzling rainbow, delivering 3 artifacts straight into the trio's hands. An excited look spread across Azure Lotus' face. A pseudo-immortal artifact was in his hands. It was a long staff. The staff was pitch black in color and resonated with terrifying power. A divine misty glow swirled around it. It was clearly no ordinary item. A brilliant smile spread across Azure Lotus' face as he held this treasure in hand. Ignore what I said earlier. Great Heavenly Tao, you are without question fair and just. This was a pseudo-immortal artifact. It was even more powerful than his golden staff. Azure Lotus smiled widely, his heart filled with glee. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader received a seal that possessed Tribulation power. It was a lightning-based pseudo-immortal artifact. And Chi-jon received a Divine Metal Armor, which was also a pseudo-immortal artifact. It greatly enhanced his defense. It could be said that it was a bountiful harvest for these three. Everyone looked very envious as they watched the trio. Pseudo-immortal artifacts were extraordinary items. Only a quasi-immortal could refine such powerful artifacts. It was very rare even amongst the sacred leaders and grand elders of the various sacred grounds to have artifacts of this level. Countless people mused, since ancient times, the number of people who were rewarded with pseudo-immortal artifacts could be counted on one hand. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader and his team are so lucky. Given their battle prowess and achievements, they are indeed worthy of such treasures. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader and the other two had advanced to the final step on the spherical heaven chessboard and successfully killed their way out. Since ancient times, this level of battle results was a rare achievement. Receiving these pseudo-immortal artifacts was a nod to their abilities. The other sacred leaders and grand elders felt a wave of bitterness arising in their hearts. After all, they had only gotten sage-level artifacts. Even the Nine Sun Sacred Leader's Great Sage artifact was far beneath that of a pseudo-immortal artifact. The corners of the Nine Sun Sacred Leader's mouth twitched. His face was full of envy and jealousy. He suddenly felt that his Great Sage artifact was not that great anymore. Comparing yourself to others all the time was an aggravating exercise. We are all sacred leaders. Why is the disparity between us so wide? Standing by the side, Shi Tianzi looked very excited and eager to try. This kind of fortuitous opportunity was the best for training. If he could hang on long enough, he could even get a treasure as a reward. But then, Shi Tianzi sighed. A pity that my chess skills are quite lousy. It would be useless for me to go up. Since the day he was born, Shi Tianzi had immersed himself in cultivation. He ignored everything else, devoting all his time and effort to cultivation. To be honest, he had not spent much time at all learning chess. Although he would play a game of chess now and then, he was considered a novice at it. Even for some of the more challenging chess games in the outside world, he found them very difficult to beat. Not to mention this was the spherical heaven chessboard. Given Shi Tianzi's chess skills, he would not be able to progress too far. Shi Tianzi was very tempted, but he was also very hesitant and conflicted. After all, he had the burden of being an idol that everyone looked up to. He did not wish to embarrass himself. At this moment, Shen Tion walked up. He smiled. Since you want to try, go ahead. Otherwise, you might regret it in the future. Just listen to your own instincts. You can do it. Shi Tianzi replied, so many seniors have failed to solve it. Do you really think I can do it? Given his chess skills, he could barely understand this chessboard. How could he beat it? Shen Tion was encouraging. Cultivation is all about challenging and improving yourself. How will you know if you will succeed if you don't try? If Brother Shi is willing, I can try with you. Shi Tianzi's eyes lit up. Brother Shen, do you know how to play chess? Shen Tion nodded. My chess skills are pretty good. If you don't mind, let's go together? Overhearing Shen Tion's words, those standing nearby were amazed. Not only is the Divine Firmament Saint handsome, but he also knows how to play chess? How is he so all-rounded? The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader's chess skills were so good that he had managed to progress to the final step. The Divine Firmament Saint was under the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader, so it should be no surprise that his chess skills were very good too. As everyone mused over the situation, they started to look forward to it. They all wanted to see how far the exemplary Divine Firmament Saint could go. Shi Tianzi had the same thought. Shen Tion was his most respected opponent. Not only were his battle prowess astonishing and his innate talent very high, but he was also kind-hearted and generous. Shen Tion was willing to go with him and teach him how to win the game. At the thought of that, Shi Tianzi looked somewhat conflicted. He took a deep breath but didn't reject him. Thank you, Brother Shen. Shi Tianzi might be proud, but he did not want to owe favors to anyone. However, he finally agreed for the sake of being able to train on the spherical heaven chessboard. This was the only way to hone his own skills. Shen Tion was willing to help him, and Shi Tianzi was unable to reject his kind offer. Shen Tion's smile grew wider after Shi Tianzi agreed. All right, let's explore this chessboard together then. Shen Tion smiled as he prepared to enter the spherical heaven chessboard with Shi Tianzi. Hearing that those two were about to go on, Everyone immediately turned their attention toward them. A heated discussion started. Which stage do you guys think that Shi Tianzi and the Divine Firmament Saint can progress to? I think it should be the same as the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader. They should be able to last till the final stage. After all, the Divine Firmament Saint said he has good chess skills. They were all prodigies from the Jixia Academy and were very confident of Shen Tion's abilities. Now that the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader had tried the board first, it should not be that difficult for him. But I don't think he will be able to win. Everyone saw that the final stage of the Spherical Heaven chessboard is an inevitable checkmate. I think that this chessboard is unbeatable. Someone sighed. The Spherical Heaven chessboard was just too difficult to beat. It was an impossible puzzle. No one could see any hope of winning this chess game. Even the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader had failed to beat it. The chances of the Divine Firmament Saint winning were probably also very slim. But someone argued, I feel that the Divine Firmament Saint and Shi Tianzi might be able to do it. Shi Tianzi is a young paragon and has extraordinary providence. The Divine Firmament Saint is the most blessed son of Providence. These two great sons of Providence are joining forces. Perhaps they can create a miracle. Some people were full of anticipation. Their eyes burned brightly. Meanwhile, Shen Tion and Shi Tianzi had entered the chessboard. Like the others before them, they stepped into a chaotic, murky space. Shi Tianzi observed his surroundings. Brother Shen, what should our first move be? The first move on a chessboard was very important. One could not just move randomly. The moment one made a wrong move, it would be very difficult to salvage the situation later on. Shi Tianzi's chess skills might be mediocre, but he still understood this concept. Thus, he wanted to see how Shen Tion would choose to make the first move. Shen Tion looked very calm. He chose a spot. Our first move will be to go there. Shi Tianzi was shocked. It was not because the Divine Firmament Saint had made a great move. Even if it was a great move, he would not be able to tell. The main reason he was shocked was that he had the same line of thinking as Shen Tion. All right. Shi Tianzi moved toward the position. In the next instant, divine light shot up to the sky, dazzling and spectacular. Different from the others, their first step was not blocked by any black pieces. They were safe and did not need to battle any black figures. Shi Tianzi looked relieved. Brother Shen, you really made the right choice. During the previous chess games, Shi Tianzi had observed that those practitioners encountered black pieces during every single move. But they didn't meet any. It was definitely the best move. Shen Tion nodded. He did not try to deny it. On the outside, everyone watched on with dumbfounded expressions. Someone scratched his head. Why did the Divine Firmament Saint choose to make that move? Wouldn't he be stepping into a trap? Although he will not encounter any black pieces, it will be a checkmate before long. The person speaking was a whiz at chess. He could progress nearly 100 moves on the Spherical Heaven chessboard. As such, he was very knowledgeable about chess. Going by Shen Tion's gameplay, he would be killed by the black pieces in just a few more moves. He looked very puzzled. He had no idea why Shen Tion chose that step. To have made that move, either the player knew nothing, or he was extremely confident and had many tricks up his sleeves. Everyone looked rather doubtful. They did not believe that the Divine Firmament Saint was the former. Profound. There must be some profound explanation there. Perhaps the Divine Firmament Saint wants to try and change the set pathway. To go beyond the normal route and forge a different pathway. Yes. What you said is very reasonable. I think so too. The various sacred leaders looked rather exasperated. The corners of their lips twitched slightly. Only the loyal fans of the Divine Firmament Saint would say such words. The various sacred leaders had been analyzing this Spherical Heaven chessboard for thousands of years. How could there possibly be any route they had not thought of? Anyone with any sense could see the situation immediately. But they remained silent and just continued watching. They wanted to see how the Divine Firmament Saint would continue this chess game. Shi Tianzi believed that their first step was the perfect decision. He had absolute faith in Shen Tion. He already believed that Shen Tion was an expert in chess. Guided by a chess expert, they could never go wrong. Shi Tianzi asked again, Brother Shen, what should we do next? Shen Tion once again pointed in a direction. There. Shi Tianzi was slightly taken aback. Shen Tion's decision was the same as his. Without another word, Shi Tianzi walked over. Boom. Divine light swirled up again, shooting into the skies. But the end result was the same. No black pieces appeared. Shi Tianzi smiled. Brother Shen's chess skills are so masterful. I am truly awed. You are too kind. I just know a few moves. Just a few moves. Shen Tion explained modestly. I don't deserve your high praises. The various sacred leaders? This is considered masterful chess skills? I could do it too if it were me. In fact, anyone could. You are just moving into the group of white pieces. Of course you won't be blocked by any black pieces. But there were still people who were amazed. What great chess skills! Splendid. Just splendid. To be able to make such chess moves, the divine firmament saint is so awesome. Everyone's attention was instantly captured by this person's words. Buddy, may I know your name? Where are you from, and where did you learn chess? Someone asked with surprise in his eyes. How can you tell this is good chess playing? The person scratched his head. My name is Xiong Meng. I am from the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground. Everyone looked shocked. So he was a Divine Firmament disciple. Could it be that the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground came up with a special chess technique that only Divine Firmament disciples could understand? That is quite likely. There was no doubt that the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader's chess skills were very masterful. As the disciple of the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader, the Divine Firmament Saint clearly gained the same knowledge. Shen Tion must have his reasons for making those moves. Although this way of chess playing was very puzzling, there must be some hidden trick. That's right. There must be some hidden trick that a normal person is unable to uncover. Hidden trick, hidden trick. Where is this hidden trick? Chapter 458, Universe Stars Map. At that moment, everyone's attention was focused on the spherical heaven chessboard. Xiong Meng's words from before had made many people suspicious. They felt that Shen Tion definitely had some ulterior motive for playing chess like this, but they couldn't understand what he was doing with their skills. Thus, everyone wanted to see how Shen Tion would resolve this situation. Shen Tion and Shi Tianzi were advancing continuously. Shi Tianzi would ask Shen Tion for his position before proceeding forward every time. Shen Tion would follow with a quick response and didn't need to think for a long time like the others. Therefore, the two of them played their pieces very quickly. The position where they placed their pieces was very strange, and there seemed to be no logic. Although the black pieces occasionally intercepted their pieces, the numbers were very small and not enough to be feared. Given their battle prowess, they could easily deal with the phantoms that emerged from the black pieces. The people in the outside world were confused. To be precise, they could no longer understand the game. This was because Shen Tion's chess style was completely out of common sense and had no skill at all. However, one thing was clear. If they were to continue with their strategy, they would definitely be unable to win. This was because the black pieces had already surrounded the white pieces. Before long, the white pieces would be completely surrounded and killed. Shi Tianzi had no idea about all of this. Shi Tianzi was immersed in joy because he realized that Shen Tion had the same thoughts as him every time. He was very happy and felt that his chess skills might not be as bad as he had imagined. After all, Shen Tion's chess skills were profound, and he thought of the same moves as Shen Tion. This meant that his chess skills were not weak either. Shi Tianzi sighed in his heart. Looks like I've always underestimated myself. So I'm actually a genius in the Tao of chess. Brother Shen, I have a suggestion. How about we take the next step like this? Shi Tianzi was eager to give it a try and chose a spot. He felt that he had grasped the essence of chess and wanted to verify it. Shen Tion nodded. Great minds think alike. That's what I thought too. He trusted Shi Tianzi's decision. Hearing Shen Tion's reply, Shi Tianzi resolutely walked over. Sure enough, the place was still safe. Shi Tianzi's face was filled with joy. Thank you for your guidance, Brother Shen. I understand now. He sighed in his heart. Brother Shen is indeed my lifelong friend. I can learn a lot just by following Brother Shen. Shen Tion said with a smile, Brother Shi's talent is extraordinary. I said you could do it a long time ago. He fixed his gaze on Shi Tianzi's head as a faint image appeared on it. The two of them continued forward, but the further they went, the more complicated the situation became. They began to suffer attacks from the black pieces, and even though there weren't many of them, they soon fell into a deadlock. As such, Shi Tianzi didn't dare to casually make his next move, afraid that something would go wrong. He looked at Shen Tion and asked again, "Brother Shen, what should we do next?" Shen Tion pointed to a spot. "Here. Brother Shi, what do you think?" Shi Tianzi nodded. "That's what I thought too." Shen Tion smiled. "Since we're thinking of the same thing, it's definitely correct." Shi Tianzi nodded seriously. "Brother Shen is right. Let's go this way next." The corners of everyone's mouths twitched madly. They finally understood what was going on. They were two completely clueless fellows playing chess. They looked like they were pretty good from the side, but in reality, everything they did was just a wild guess. Any one of the people present might be able to perform better than them with this kind of chess skill. Yet, these two still felt that they were skilled in chess and appreciated each other. Yes, these two are really great. An older generation expert shook his head. "It's already over." The two seemed to be safe, but the black pieces completely surrounded them. It could be said that there was no chance of winning at all. The number of black pieces increased as the game went on. In the end, they would all be wiped out. It would be a dead end no matter which step they took. However, Shi Tianzi didn't know that. He still confidently took the final step. Boom! Divine multicolored light rushed into the heavens, brilliance overflowing in all directions. Countless black pieces appeared from all directions and surrounded them. Terrifying fluctuations swept out and shot into the sky, and it shook the clouds in the 9 heavens. Countless phantoms walked out from the black pieces, their auras terrifying to the extreme. It seemed as if they wanted to destroy the world. The older generation expert shook his head and sighed. They were only able to reach this stage because of luck. However, this game has come to an end, and the victor has already been decided. There is no way to reverse the situation. I wonder if they can kill their way out. The current situation was even more dangerous than the situation that the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader and company had been in. There were so many black pieces that it was hard to imagine. It was a vast expanse of blackness as far as the eye could see. Everyone felt their hearts tremble when they saw this. Even great sages would bleed to death if so many black pieces surrounded them. Given the Divine Firmament Saint and Shi Tianzi's combat strength, they might not be able to leave safely. Everyone felt that the odds were against them. Shi Tianzi's expression changed slightly. He looked at the endless army and felt his scalp go numb. "Brother Shen, what do we do now?" No matter how bad his chess skills were, he knew that there was no way out. Shen Tion confidently replied, "No worries, we'll wait and see." Shi Tianzi's eyes flickered with astonishment, and he inwardly sighed. As expected of Brother Shen, he is able to remain calm even in such a dangerous situation. Compared to Brother Shen, my mental state is far inferior. When he thought of this, Shi Tianzi also calmed down, preparing to fight. However, the sound of the heavenly Tao suddenly sounded in the void. It seemed to echo through the heavens and the earth. In that instant, everyone was shocked. Looking over, they saw two blurry figures appear above the board. It was a man and a child playing chess. The layout of the chessboard in front of them was exactly the same as the situation Shen Tion and Shen Tianzi were in. Seeing that the game had been set, the man slowly stood up while the child hurriedly stood up. "Master, why are you going?" The voice of the child seemed to have come from the boundless space and time, traversing through the ages. It felt illusory and impossible to capture. Everyone was shocked. They did not know why such a change would occur. The man sighed and said, "I am stepping into the outer realm to slay evil spirits, quell the chaos, and protect the common people." This voice was solemn and dignified. The child asked again, "When will Master return?" His tone was filled with worry and reluctance as if they would never see each other again after this farewell. The man replied, "I will return once the war is over." This conversation seemed brief, but it caused a tempestuous storm in the hearts of countless people. Some were dejected, others had tears in their eyes, and their hearts were filled with sorrow. They seemed to have seen the descent of the great calamity of the ancient era, as well as the destruction it brought along. There were mountains of corpses, seas of bones, and rivers of blood everywhere. Countless experts stepped out of their homes and entered the battlefield, wanting to fight against the enemies and protect their homes. In the end, countless people buried their bones in the sand, leaving behind their descendants in grief. This was their mission and their helplessness. Even though they protected their homes, they couldn't return to their homeland to meet their old friends again. Everyone was immersed in this conversation. At that moment, a change occurred in the sky. Countless stars suddenly appeared in the bright sky, and light descended, discovering heaven and earth. Dazzling starlight shone on the spherical heaven chessboard, enveloping Shen Tion and Shen Tianzi. They were immersed in endless brilliance, enjoying the baptism of starlight, looking very exceptional. Suddenly, a powerful spatial force burst out from the spherical heaven chessboard. In an instant, the two figures disappeared from everyone's sight. Even the spherical heaven chessboard had been completely shut down and vanished from the supreme sky tree world. Everyone was shocked upon seeing this scene. What happened? Where did the divine firmament saint and Shi Tianzi go? Why did the chessboard suddenly close? They seem to have been teleported away. How did this happen? Could it be that they've really cleared the board game? Since the appearance of the spherical heaven chessboard, there had never been such a strange scene. But now, not only had the tune of the Tao descended, but even the board had changed. More than likely, it was because Shen Tion had cleared the game. This was the only possible explanation. Many people sighed and said, so there's really a secret behind this. Our horizons have been broadened. The divine firmament saint is a true chess genius. He saw through all the mysteries and found a way to clear the game. They had been under the impression Shen Tion didn't know anything about chess. In the end, they realized that the clowns were actually themselves. They were filled with admiration and envy for Shen Tion. If I was the one who had cleared the game, I would have definitely obtained a supreme inheritance. As expected of the son of Providence, Shen Tion. Shen Tion and Shi Tianzi had already entered another space. Starlight lingered about here, and natural laws filled this space. It felt like they were in a sea of stars, incomparably dazzling. The surroundings were filled with stars that shone brightly. One could even see the Milky Way streaking across. Where is this place? Shi Tianzi was bewildered. He had never seen such a peculiar scene. Shen Tion was indifferent and unmoved. At that moment, the space in front of the two of them surged as boundless immortal light shot out. Then, a figure walked out from the void. It was a mighty figure in silver armor. His entire body was enveloped in hazy starlight, making it impossible to see his true appearance. His aura was vast like the sea, vast and unrestrained, grand to the extreme. Shi Tianzi and Shen Tion shuddered upon seeing this figure. He's too powerful. This person is definitely a supreme expert. Shi Tianzi said respectfully, "Senior, may I know where this place is?" The figure slowly said, "This is the inner world of the spherical heaven chessboard. Congratulations on clearing the spherical heaven chessboard game." Shi Tianzi was dumbfounded. "We cleared it?" Before coming in, he had clearly seen that the black pieces have completely surrounded them. Shi Tianzi had originally thought that this chess game had come to an end and that they had completely failed. However, the figure that had suddenly appeared told them that they had cleared the level. Shi Tianzi was stunned, unable to react. The figure spoke once more. This king set up the spherical heaven chessboard to find a successor. To clear the game, one did not need to make the white piece escape alive. It was just to see whether I could meet a fated person. If one tries to clear the game with advanced chess skills, the pieces will just slowly wear one down until they lose. Only by taking every step as I did when I was young can one clear the chess game. I see the shadow of myself when I was young on both of you. Shi Tianzi immediately reacted with an awkward expression. He had originally thought that his chess skills were superb, but it turned out that it was just a coincidence. But soon, Shi Tianzi's heart turned heavy. He discovered that Shen Tion already had a card up his sleeve and even resolutely chose this method to play chess. If it was just one person, it could be said to be lucky. However, for two people to make the same exact moves, it didn't just depend on luck. Brother Shen must have seen through this chess game long ago. However, he wanted to share some of his opportunities with me and thus invited me to play the game with him. Brother Shen is my benefactor. Shi Tianzi looked at Shen Tion gratefully. But soon, Shi Tianzi reacted. According to that person from before, the spherical heaven chessboard was set up by immortal King Shen Tion in search of a successor. Didn't that mean that they would obtain immortal King Shen Tion's inheritance? What existence was an immortal king? It was an existence that far surpassed a Tark, an existence that could look down on all living beings. In front of an immortal king, even a Tark was like an ant that could be easily killed. He hadn't expected that they would actually be able to find immortal King Shen Tion's inheritance ground today. If this was so, that figure must be immortal King Shen Tion. Shi Tianzi immediately felt relieved. No wonder this person's aura was so terrifying. Only peerless immortal kings could have this type of aura. At this time, immortal King Shen Tion said calmly, "You've entered this place because you're fated to meet me. You can thus accept my inheritance. I will impart the Heavenly Cycle Tao Sutra to both of you. I hope that all of you will try your best to comprehend it." The Heavenly Cycle Tao Sutra was an immortal King Sutra that was above that of a Tark Sutra. It was an absolute supreme technique that contained boundless might. If this technique were to spread to the outside world, it would cause countless factions to fight over it. Even Tarks would go crazy over it. Shi Tianzi did not expect to obtain the Heavenly Cycle Tao Sutra on this trip, which made him extremely excited. He glanced again at Shen Tion and sighed inwardly. Brother Shen is indeed worthy of being called the son of Providence. He will encounter a supreme fortuitous opportunity no matter where he goes. This time, it was all thanks to Brother Shen. Shi Tianzi believed that all of this was thanks to Shen Tion. If it wasn't for Shen Tion's guidance, he would be utterly unable to break through the chessboard, so how could he have appeared here to accept immortal King Shen Tion's inheritance? "Thank you, immortal King Shen Tion." Shi Tianzi and Shen Tion cupped their hands in thanks. Immortal King Shen Tion was a peerless expert, and he was even willing to hand over the inheritance to them, so they were naturally extremely grateful. This is the Universe Stars map. It contains the secrets of the Heavenly Cycle Tao Sutra. How much you can understand will depend on your comprehension. Immortal King Shen Tion took out an incomparably dazzling star chart. There were stars all over it, and it was incomparably vast. It was like the starry sea of the universe, with no end in sight. When this diagram appeared, endless natural laws immediately appeared between heaven and earth, continuously descending as if a new world was about to be birthed. Endless starlight burst out from the Universe Stars map. Multicolored light overflowed in all directions, and laws lingered around it. It was a magnificent sight. Shi Tianzi's eyes lit up as his heart skipped a beat. The Universe Stars map instantly attracted him, and even his mind was immersed in it. Shi Tianzi's pupils became incomparably deep as if there was a resplendent sea of stars flowing within. Streak after streak of dazzling divine rainbow light could be seen soaring across his pupils. At the same time, his entire body erupted with divine light, dazzling and resplendent, resonating with the starry sea in the sky and entering a profound and mysterious state. Shi Tianzi's aura was transforming, as if he was wandering through the boundless cosmos, searching for the truth of the Tao. He had fallen into boundless silence. Shen Tion was also excited. However, when he was about to comprehend this technique, immortal King Hun called out to him. King Pure Heaven said indifferently, "This young friend here, this isn't your true form, right? If one wishes to comprehend the Universe Stars map, only by comprehending with their actual body will they be able to obtain enormous benefits. Since you have entered this place, you can also be considered my successor. Now, I will send your main body over." As soon as he finished speaking, immortal King Shen Tion waved his hand, and space was instantly torn into an enormous rift. An incomparably terrifying spatial power surged forth instantly, emitting a boundless might that shot straight into the void. At Jixia Academy's second spirit mountain, Shen Tion was cultivating with his eyes closed. Divine light surrounded his body. However, at that moment, the space around him instantly shattered as a boundless might swept over. Shen Tion was shocked. Before he could react, he was drawn in by this force and disappeared on the spot. In the spherical heaven chessboard, the two Shen Tions looked at each other, dumbfounded. Shen Tion had never imagined that immortal King Shen Tion would see through his disguise. One had to know that he cultivated the Blood God Sutra, and this physical body was a clone condensed by his skill, Blood God's son. Ordinary people would not be able to see any differences between the main body and the clone. Back then, Huang Shi had only made a guess. He hadn't been able to confirm his true identity. Not only had immortal King Shen Tion seen through it, but he had also dragged his main body through the endless void. Was this the power of an immortal king? This was just too terrifying. Shen Tion's heart tightened as a sense of danger arose in his heart. From the looks of it, it didn't seem like he could become invincible just by cultivating the Blood God Sutra. Once he encountered an expert at the level of immortal King Shen Tion, not only would he be able to determine his identity, but he would also be able to traverse space and kill him. It was too frightening. Shen Tion's heart became heavy at this thought. As if reading Shen Tion's thoughts, immortal King Shen Tion explained, even in the celestial world, the Blood God Sutra is considered one of the most supreme inheritances. Furthermore, it contains powerful concealment abilities. Ordinary people are simply unable to see through it. It's a pity that the gap between us is too great. If you had become a Tark and ascended, even I wouldn't be able to tell at a glance whether you're a true body or a clone. It's even more impossible to capture the location of your main body so easily. Immortal King Shen Tion was a peerless immortal king after all, and his strength far exceeded that of a Tark. In front of immortal King Shen Tion, Shen Tion was merely a weakling, so he could naturally see through him. Shen Tion shook his head with a wry smile. He didn't expect that his self-proclaimed invincible life-saving technique would be useless in front of such an expert. It seemed like he had to be more careful in the future. At the very least, he had to become a Tark before he could go out and have fun. Immortal King Shen Tion spoke again. "Come out, old fellow. Don't think that I won't be able to sense it just because you're hiding in this kid's sea of consciousness." A divine soul suddenly appeared in Shen Tion's mind and transformed into a purple phantom that appeared. This person was Yiqian Kong. Yiqian Kong cupped his hands toward immortal King Shen Tion and said, "Greetings, immortal King Shen Tion." Yiqian Kong used to be a powerful being in the celestial world, but his soul had eventually fallen into the mortal world. However, he had still heard of the immortal King Shen Tion. Immortal King Shen Tion was absolutely a top existence in the celestial world. Therefore, even Yiqian Kong didn't dare to act recklessly in front of immortal King Shen Tion. Shen Tion was surprised. This was the first time he saw Yiqian Kong acting like this. Looks like immortal King Shen Tion's status in the celestial world is extremely high. I never thought that the God of War pagoda would end up like this. Even you have become a remnant soul. Immortal King Shen Tion looked at Yiqian Kong and shook his head. Yiqian Kong smiled bitterly but didn't explain anything. Immortal King Shen Tion looked at Shen Tion and said, "You're hiding a lot of secrets. Not only do you have this old brat's protection, you also have that." Immortal King Shen Tion seemed to have noticed something, and a ridiculing smile appeared on his face. Yiqian Kong broke out in cold sweat. This was because immortal King Shen Tion was too formidable, and he was a peerless immortal king. Yiqian Kong wouldn't be able to defeat immortal King Shen Tion even if he was in his prime state, let alone when he was now a remnant soul. If immortal King Shen Tion harbored any evil thoughts towards Shen Tion, then Shen Tion would definitely die. Chapter 459, Heavenly Cycle Stars Array Formation. Yiqian Kong broke out in cold sweat when he saw that immortal King Shen Tion seemed to be interested in Shen Tion's secret. He hastily sent a voice transmission to him. "Senior Shen Tion, this kid is related to that person." Yiqian Kong knew that Shen Tion had many secrets that even immortal kings would be interested in. This was especially true for things related to that person. If it was made known to those in the celestial world, it would cause countless supreme powerhouses to madly seize him. He was worried that immortal King Shen Tion would harm Shen Tion, so he hurriedly brought that person out. Only that person would be able to intimidate immortal King Shen Tion. Oh? Immortal King Shen Tion was surprised. He knew who Yiqian Kong was talking about. However, he did not believe that this boy could be related to that person. That existence was indescribably noble, and even immortal King Shen Tion himself didn't dare rashly mention their name. How could a mere boy from the mortal world be connected to that person? Starlight rippled over immortal King Shen Tion's body as he cast a deep gaze at Shen Tion as if he wanted to see through him. But then, the starlight shook violently, and even immortal King Shen's body began to shake. Immortal King Shen Tion discovered that the divine sense he had left in the mortal world was unable to pry into Shen Tion's true cultivation base and strength. This was simply unbelievable. Given immortal King Shen Tion's cultivation, even a Tark could not hide his aura in front of him. No matter how powerful Shen Tion's cultivation was, it was impossible for him to surpass that of a Tark. Immortal King Shen Tion's body surged with starlight, and he was extremely shocked. He even saw wisps of white fog faintly curling around Shen Tion's body. It was hazy and chaotic, emitting a heart-palpitating aura. Immortal King Shen Tion muttered to himself, refining the primal chaotic chi. Could it be that he cultivated that technique? It seems that the youth before me is truly related to that person. This kid is not simple. I can't treat him casually. Yes, I have to establish good karma with him first. Immortal King Shen Tion's tone instantly changed, and he said with a smile, "Young friend, I've seen your performance. Logically speaking, you are my true successor." Immortal King Shen Tion had seen everything that Shen Tion and Shi Tianzi had done in the outside world. In his opinion, Shen Tion had been in complete control of the entire situation. Shi Tianzi had only been able to enter this place because he was cozying up to him. Immortal King Shen Tion was not a stingy person, and thus he had pulled Chi Tianxian as well. After all, as long as they were fated, they would be able to obtain his inheritance. Furthermore, Chi Tianxi's talent was not weak either. Even when compared to the geniuses of the celestial world, he would not lose out. After all, he was the one with the highest talent among the younger generation of the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty and even possessed Dichoria as well as the Tark bone. He was a true supreme youth. Furthermore, he had come from the 5 regions of the mortal world. His future was limitless. Although the foundation of the mortal world was inferior to the celestial world, once the experts of the mortal world ascended to the celestial world, they were bound to have extraordinary accomplishments. This was because one from the mortal world needed to undergo endless tempering and endure 12 heavenly tribulations before they could ascend. Although the celestial world geniuses had a high starting point, they lacked the willpower to train themselves. Thus, immortal King Shen Tion believed that as long as Chi Tianxi ascended to the celestial world, he would become a powerhouse of the celestial world in less than 10,000 years. Immortal King Shen Tion would naturally not miss such a successor. However, Chi Tianxi was far inferior to Shen Tion. To be able to form a connection with that person, he was definitely a demon-level character. Since such a monstrous genius was related to that person, immortal King Shen Tion had no choice but to take him seriously. Shen Tion's lips twitched slightly upon hearing immortal King Shen Tion's words. In the predetermined fortuitous encounter, the inheritor of immortal King Shen Tion's inheritance would be Chi Tianxi. However, when Shen Tion saw the fortuitous scene in Chi Tianxi's light halo and guided him to crack the board game of the spherical heaven chessboard, he was misunderstood by immortal King Shen Tion. Now, immortal King Shen Tion had actually determined that Shen Tion was actually the true successor, causing him to feel slightly embarrassed. However, Chi Tianxi also obtained the opportunity he deserved, so he didn't really suffer any losses. In short, it was not a big problem. Immortal King Shen Tion continued. Young friend, you have exceptional looks. Even in the celestial world, very few people can compare to you. This king can vaguely see the shadow of my youth in you. This king is very gratified. Thus, I plan to give you a greeting gift. Upon seeing Shen Tion's appearance, immortal King Shen Tion was stunned. This peerless appearance was extremely similar to when he was young, causing him to fall into a trance. Most importantly, this kid had a close relationship with that person. He had to take him seriously. That was why immortal King Shen Tion was willing to take out more benefits to give Shen Tion. Shen Tion was delighted when he heard this. It seemed that being handsome had its benefits. Not only did it make others have a good impression of him, but he could also freeload. Although I have always relied on strength to make a living, since I can rely on my face to get some benefits, how can I refuse? Shen Tion smiled. Senior, how can I accept this? Immortal King Shen Tion shook his head. The Heavenly Cycle Tao Sutra is this king's ultimate technique. It's profound and obscure, and it even surpasses a Tark Sutra. Even if you were given 1,000 years, it would still be impossible for you all to comprehend it all. It contains the great Tao of the universe and involves all things in the world. It's easy to get lost within it. Now, I will draw the sun, moon, and stars of this world over and simulate the universe stars map. It will allow you to gain deeper insights. I believe you should be able to reach the greater mastery stage in about 100 years. I hope that you can comprehend it well and not let me down. Immortal King Shen Tion had gone all out for the sake of a greeting gift. Even though it wasn't difficult for immortal kings to move the sun, moon, and stars of the world, the current immortal King Shen Tion was only a strand of his consciousness. As such, it was not that easy to accomplish this. Fortunately, this was a small world immortal King Shen Tion had created, so it was slightly easier to utilize the laws here than the outside world. Even so, immortal King Shen Tion had to expend a lot of effort. However, in order to be on good terms with Shen Tion, he had to make some sacrifices. Shen Tion smiled. Thank you, senior. In any case, it was a free gift. It would be a waste if he did not accept it. Immortal King Shen Tion nodded slightly and waved his hand. Boundless laws immediately appeared around him. Dazzling stars streaked across the void. Under the guidance of the power of laws, countless stars charged over at an extremely shocking speed. Radiance shone resplendently, and multicolored light overflowed, lighting up the entire starry sky. The stars that were originally in the sky appeared before everyone. It wasn't just that. Immortal King Shen Tion clenched his fist and caused space to warp. The Milky Way that was hundreds of millions of miles away was moved directly below him. They then floated in above the Milky Way, surrounded by the stars in the sky. Although the scenery here was inferior to that in the universe stars map, it was not much different. Seeing this, Shen Tion was shocked. The scale of this was unimaginable. To think that an immortal king would be this terrifying. To think that he would be able to relocate the stars wherever he wanted forcefully. This was simply like seizing the fortune of everything in the world and gathering the essence of the sun, moon, and stars. Shen Tion could sense a vast and immeasurable power surging out of the stars. The power of the stars descended and flowed into his body like a spiritual stream. At that moment, Shen Tion's body was surrounded by resplendent starlight, and his mental state was greatly refreshed. Shi Tianzi also benefited from this. His aura became increasingly vigorous, and he began to draw upon the power of the stars around him to fuse with himself. Comprehending the universe stars map was to use one's divine sense to stimulate the heaven, earth, and universe in one's mind, and then search for the truth of the heavenly Tao. But now, they had personally entered the boundless sea of stars and were baptizing themselves with star power. Comprehending the Tao in such an environment could increase one's speed by 100 or even 1,000 times. Shen Tion didn't hesitate any longer. He sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the universe stars map. In next to no time, he fell into silence while extremely profound energy emanated from his body. The power of laws fell down, and a massive vortex of laws appeared above Shen Tion's head. Shen Tion's entire body glowed while divine radiance coiled around it, and it was enshrouded by multicolored light, causing the obscure heavenly Tao laws to become extremely intimate with him. His comprehension speed was extremely fast, easily catching up to Shi Tianzi. For a time, the entire spherical heaven chessboard was immersed in the sea of Tao. Immortal King Shen Tion's figure froze when he saw this scene, and his voice revealed a trace of astonishment. This kid has a innate constitution? He discovered that Shen Tion seemed to have more secrets than he imagined. How could Immortal King Shen Tion not know what a innate constitution meant? When he was young, he already had a constitution that was unmatched, allowing him to become an exceptional supreme being. His constitution was invincible in the celestial world and had struck fear into the hearts of countless paragons. The innate constitution was a supreme constitution that had never been seen before. It was intimate to all the laws in the world. Any cultivation technique would be a piece of cake before the one with the innate constitution. As a result, those with such a physique could improve their cultivation rapidly and easily grasp all the laws in the world. Who would have thought that not only had this brat inherited that person's inheritance, but he also possessed the innate constitution? He was too extraordinary. Yi Qian pursed his lips and said, "He's pervertedly powerful." He had personally witnessed how Shen Tion made it this far and knew how freakish he was. Immortal King Shen Tion was intrigued. "I see you know quite a bit, old boy. Tell me more. Let's play chess and discuss the Tao at the same time." Yi Qian said bitterly, "Immortal King, can we not play chess?" How could he be unaware of Immortal King Shen Tion's intentions? How was this a game of chess? He was just itching to beat someone. Immortal King Shen Tion's skill in chess was renowned throughout the celestial world, and it terrified countless experts. What he said was not just a game of chess but also a physical game. He'd once set up a game of chess in the celestial world and invited countless people to discuss the Tao. In the end, not a single person had left without a bruised face. Immortal King Shen Tion's chess skill was renowned even in the celestial world. Yi Qian grimaced when he heard that Immortal King Shen Tion wanted to play chess with him. Immortal King Shen Tion shook his head and said, "That's not up to you." Then, he reached out his hand and pulled Yi Qian into the void. Not long after, the space trembled violently as terrifying fluctuations surged out, and there were even faint cries of misery. Shen Tion was currently comprehending the universe stars map and cultivating the heavenly cycle Tao Sutra. Only by coming into contact with it personally would one know just how profound and obscure this Immortal King Sutra was. Compared to a Tark Sutra, it was like the difference between the clouds and mud. It was impossible to compare the both of them. Even though Shen Tion had a innate constitution, it was still not that easy for him to comprehend the heavenly cycle Tao Sutra. The heavenly cycle Tao Sutra was unfathomable, and it encompassed everything. This Immortal King inheritance contained several powerful techniques. Its power and effect far exceeded a Tark Sutra's forbidden chapter. The entire set of inheritances was divided into a few supreme techniques, namely the Heavenly Cycle Divine Guidance, the Heavenly Divine Fist, the Heavenly Star Sealing Sword, and the heavenly cycle star formation. The first technique Shen Tion cultivated was the heavenly cycle divine guidance. The heavenly cycle divine guidance could absorb the power of the stars in the outer realm to strengthen oneself. One could use this technique to absorb the power of the stars, and its effect was far greater than absorbing the spirit chi of heaven and earth. This was especially true for Shen Tion currently after immortal King Hun Tion had relocated the countless stars to be around him, greatly increasing the effectiveness of this technique. Thus, Shen Tion decisively chose to cultivate the heavenly cycle divine guidance first. Soon, unique patterns appeared on Shen Tion's body as if they were carved with Tao patterns, emitting an unfathomable aura. Those Tao patterns suddenly lit up and transformed into vortexes that shot into the sky, causing the stars in the sky to tremble. Streams of extremely dazzling star power poured down like a vast ocean and entered Shen Tion's body. His aura was rising rapidly at a shocking speed. Time flew. 3 years later. Shen Tion abruptly opened his eyes, emitting a dazzling divine light. His aura underwent a tremendous change, becoming vigorous and deep, vast like the sea. Dazzling starlight surrounded Shen Tion, and his eyes were as deep as the sea of stars. If one looked carefully, one could even see stars in them. After spending 3 years, Shen Tion finally cultivated the heavenly cycle Tao Sutra to the greater mastery stage. As expected of a supreme immortal king sutra, the difficulty of cultivating it was even greater than that of cultivating a Tark sutra, making him spend far more time cultivating a single sutra than before. However, Shen Tion's gains were huge. He had already finished cultivating most of the heavenly cycle Tao Sutra's techniques. As expected of an immortal king sutra, it can increase my strength explosively. Shen Tion's eyes shone brightly. Only now did he realize how powerful the immortal king sutra was. He had grasped the various dharmic techniques from the heavenly cycle Tao Sutra, and they were all supreme legacies. To a certain extent, each of them had even surpassed a Tark Sutra. Shen Tion couldn't help but want to experiment. He leapt up and flew into the sea of stars that filled the sky. His body then began to circulate the heavenly cycle Tao Sutra. The stars in the sky exploded, and the boundless power of the stars crashed down like a massive wave. Shen Tion stood proudly in the air, starlight swirling around him. His aura was incomparably majestic as he suddenly attacked the endless void. A fist blasted out, shaking the universe. Shen Tion's fist was matchless, his fist swirling with resplendent starlight, shattering the void into powder. Endless starlight emerged and descended upon the world as if thousands of stars were falling. This strike was imbued with the power of countless stars, and it crashed down like a meteor. In an instant, the star not far away exploded, directly turning into powder. Even the universe itself was pierced through, causing natural laws to shatter in order to vaguely collapse. This strike seemed as if it intended to annihilate all enemies. It was incredible. This was the heavenly divine fist from the heavenly cycle Tao Sutra, and it was capable of utilizing the energy of the stars to punch out with indescribable strength. The power of this punch could directly destroy a great sage. However, it wasn't over yet. Shen Tion formed seals with his hands, and vast and immeasurable power rose from his body. The endless power of stars was drawn over once again, forming countless incomparably sharp astral swords in the void. 10,000 swords surged and covered the sea of stars, exuding a terrifying power. There were 10,000 streaks of light, every single one like the tail light of a comet, flickering with resplendent divine radiance, making the surrounding void split apart. Kill! Shen Tion let out a long roar as he activated his swords filled with starlight and charged toward the endless sea of stars. Rumble! Wherever the sword light passed, stars would explode one after another, turning into dazzling flames that covered the entire universe. The world seemed to tremble as the void shattered into endless nothingness, unable to withstand the ravaging sword light. At that moment, a voice sounded from afar. "Which brat is causing trouble here, trying to ruin this king's game?" Immortal King Hun Tion walked out from the void, and the starlight immortal light on his body surged violently. He was having a good discussion with Yi King Kong when he suddenly realized that the world was shaking as if it was going to collapse. This made immortal King Hun Tion furious. He thought that there was someone who wanted to destroy this place. However, after he saw the next scene, he was stunned. Boom! The swords filled with starlight descended once more, emitting a terrifying power. If his previous punch had only been able to pierce through a huge hole, this sword attack caused the entire region of space to crack, as if it would shatter at any moment. If all of these powers were to gather together, They might really be able to slice apart this entire world. Shen Tion was overjoyed when he saw this and sighed inwardly. As expected of the heavenly star-sealing sword, its might was truly boundless. That's right. This sword technique was the second technique that Shen Tion had comprehended from the Heavenly Cycle Tao Sutra, the Heavenly Star-Sealing Sword. The Heavenly Star-Sealing Sword condensed thousands of swords with the power of stars, shooting down from the 9 heavens to kill the enemy. If the Heavenly Divine Fist was an unparalleled single-target divine technique, then the Heavenly Star-Sealing Sword was an O-divine technique with extremely destructive power. After mastering these two powerful techniques, Shen Tion's battle prowess increased exponentially. And these two techniques were not even the strongest ones in the Heavenly Cycle Tao Sutra. The most powerful one was the Heavenly Cycle Star Formation. This was an unparalleled formation. It could allow 36 experts to set up formations together and unleash their strongest power. According to Shen Tion's estimation, if there were 36 true sages who were skilled in setting up arrays, they could even kill a Pseudo-tark with this technique. If 36-7 Tribulation true sages and great sages were the ones setting up the formation, they could even resist Tark-level experts. If 36 great sages were to join forces, they would be able to suppress a Tark. What sort of concept was this? The gap between a great sage and a Tark was like the gulf between heaven and the earth. Not to mention 36 great sages, even 36 Sub-tarks were no match for a Tark. However, the Heavenly Cycle Star Formation could allow great sages to suppress a Tark. Just from the sound of it, it was already incredible. With this technique, even if the evil spirits from the outer realms invaded, there was nothing to fear. Even though there were very few great sage experts, the major forces of the 5 regions still had hidden old monsters who had stepped into this realm. The evil spirits were the common enemies of the 5 regions. No one would stand by and watch. Thus, gathering 36 great sages was not difficult at all. Shen Tion was delighted. Mastering this technique could allow him to have a life-saving ability in chaotic times. Immortal King Shen Tion was still in a dazed state. He looked at the broken cosmos sea of stars and couldn't help but doubt his life. What the heck? How did someone learn my Heavenly Cycle Tao Sutra so quickly? What kind of joke is this? This is an Immortal King Sutra, one of the most powerful unmatched techniques in the celestial world. Ordinary people would not be able to even understand the slightest bit without thousands of years of cultivation. Even peerless prodigies needed several hundred years to achieve some small success. But what did this king just see? This boy has already cultivated the Heavenly Cycle Tao Sutra to the greater mastery stage in just 3 short years. He even mastered the powerful techniques within. Did this king see a ghost? Chapter 460, Shi Tianzi, I am more powerful than Brother Shen? Immortal King Shen Tion was shocked by the power Shen Tion displayed. He knew that Shen Tion had the Quiney constitution, but even so, he didn't expect him to be that freakishly powerful. The profoundness and complexity of the Immortal King Sutra were beyond words. It harbored the boundless concepts of the heavenly Tao. Even with the Quiney constitution, it should be impossible to gain such a thorough understanding within such a short period. The previous practitioner who possessed the Quiney constitution also had to spend 10 years before he could cultivate the Immortal King Sutra to the greater mastery stage. That was already an amazing record in the celestial world. Countless practitioners had been dumbstruck then. To this day, no one had managed to break that record. But now, Shen Tion managed to cultivate the Heavenly Cycle Tao Sutra in only 3 years' time. Immortal King Shen Tion's worldview had been turned upside down. It looks like this kid didn't just have the Quiney constitution. He must have some other secret attributes. No wonder that person would impart his legacy to this kid. He is indeed freakishly powerful. Noticing the appearance of Immortal King Shen Tion, Shen Tion stepped forward. Senior, I have finished cultivating. Immortal King Shen Tion's body stiffened as he pretended to be calm. You have pretty good innate talent. Of course, you are still not as good as when I was young. No one knew that Immortal King Shen Tion was actually churning with shock inwardly. He was only saying those words in case Shen Tion got a big head. Shen Tion's achievement was mind-blowing. No one else could compare. Even Immortal King Shen Tion himself could not achieve that even at his current age. Of course, he would never admit that. He had to maintain his pride. Shen Tion sighed. Looks like my innate talent is still not good enough. One must have been an exceptional prodigy and be invincible in the celestial world to have become the Immortal King. Since Immortal King Shen Tion had said that Shen Tion was still inferior when compared to him, It meant that Shen Tion was still not as good as those exceptional prodigies in the celestial world. I must work harder. The corners of immortal King Hun Tion's mouth twitched at Shen Tion's words. Your freakish powers are still not good enough? Can you please give some leeway to the prodigies in the celestial world? Immortal King Hun Tion's face turned slightly red. Young friend, no need to be demoralized. You are not as good as me, but you are already better than 90% of the celestial world prodigies. However, this is not all there is to my heavenly cycle Tao Sutra. There are still many major, profound concepts within. If you cultivate it to the maximum level, you can refine the stars in the universe and utilize their energy. Young friend, you need to continue cultivating and improving yourself. The Heavenly Cycle Tao Sutra was immortal King Hun Tion's most powerful legacy. Even in the celestial world, it was considered a peerless legacy and was enough to tempt countless supreme powers. This was the Immortal King Sutra, after all. It possessed boundless Tao concepts. If one could cultivate the Heavenly Cycle Tao Sutra to the greater mastery stage, they could attract the energy of the stars to enhance themselves. When cultivated to completion, one could have absolute control over the energy of the stars. This was a power that belonged to the natural world. It was mighty and terrifying to the extreme. And there was even a higher level beyond that, but no one had been able to reach that transcended level. It was rumored that if one could cultivate to that transcended level, they could merge completely with the entire universe. Immortal King Hun Tion was very excited to see that Shen Tion had such formidable innate talent. Shen Tion was their descendant, after all. If Shen Tion could bring glory to his Heavenly Cycle Tao Sutra, he would also benefit from the limelight. This was why immortal King Hun Tion tried to encourage Shen Tion to improve himself further. Shen Tion was taken aback. He didn't realize the Heavenly Cycle Tao Sutra had so many profound layers to it. And it was true that he felt that he hadn't cultivated the Heavenly Cycle Tao Sutra to completion yet. The universe stars map not only possessed the heavenly Tao concepts, but it was like a whole new world, deep and profound. The universe was so expansive. How could one possibly decipher it all within such a short period of time? He had just deciphered the few most powerful techniques. There was still a lot to learn. Shen Tion cupped his fists in respect. Thank you, Senior, for your advice. I will go to cultivate now. Immortal King Hun Tion nodded with satisfaction. Go on then. But no need to be too anxious. You still have a lot of time. He also wanted to see just how much Shen Tion could achieve. Shen Tion once again settled down into cultivation mode to continue comprehending the universe stars map. Soon, he felt like he was immersed in the universe stars map and in the boundless sea of stars. The surrounding star clusters shimmered with a dazzling divine light. Shen Tion was filled with joy at the sight. He activated his heavenly cycle divine guidance to absorb the power of the stars. In the blink of an eye, limitless starlight descended like a heavenly waterfall. Rays of light shot out everywhere, entering his body. Shen Tion's cultivation level increased thanks to the star power continuously. His body also started to evolve, but a longer period of time was needed before the changes would be apparent. 49 years passed since Shen Tion had entered into his cultivation state. After being still and silent in cultivation for so long, Shi Tianzi finally made some movement. His body shuddered violently as his aura surged and churned wildly. It looked like Shi Tianzi was about to suffer from chi deviation. Wake up! A stern voice rang out like a heavenly Dao full of power and heart-stirring authority. Splat! Shi Tianzi spat out fresh blood as he woke up from his stillness. His face was pale, and his aura feeble. He had clearly been gravely injured. It was like he had been lost in a boundless sea of stars, unable to find his way. Chi deviation was a terrifying thing. Even after being summoned out of it, he was still in a dazed state. Nonetheless, Shi Tianzi soon collected himself. Relief flashed across his eyes. If immortal King Hun Tion had not called him, he might have been completely lost in the galaxy of stars. Thank you, Senior Hun Tion. Shi Tianzi was very grateful. Immortal King Hun Tion's image appeared, and he waved. No problem. You were able to decipher the Heavenly Cycle Tao Sutra to this level in just 49 years' time. Not bad, not bad. Immortal King Hun Tion was shocked. He didn't know that he would encounter such promising prodigies this time. He could feel that Shi Tianzi had also managed to cultivate the Heavenly Cycle Tao Sutra to the greater mastery stage. He was not as ridiculously powerful as Shen Tion, who managed to learn all of the peerless techniques. Nevertheless, Shi Tianzi still managed to master the Heavenly Cycle Divine Guidance, the Heavenly Divine Fist, and part of the Heavenly Cycle Star Formation. This was no ordinary level of talent. Shi Tianzi shook his head with a bitter smile on hearing Immortal King Shen Tion's words. I am too stupid. I can't understand the final technique. He could feel that the Heavenly Cycle Star Formation was the most powerful technique. No matter how he tried, he could not cross the final barrier of understanding. Shi Tianzi had a lot of pride and never backed down from a challenge. Thus, he had tried to force his way through. The more anxious one was, the easier it was to make mistakes. He had nearly gotten lost in the boundless universe and almost suffered chi deviation. Immortal King Shen Tion shook his head. No worries, everything is destined. Since you are unable to decipher it, it means that you are not fated. If you try to force it, you might end up losing more than you gained. Shi Tianzi shuddered as a strange light flashed across his eyes. Immortal King Shen Tion's words echoed endlessly in his mind as his state of mind underwent a gradual evolution. Understanding soon dawned upon Shi Tianzi, and he let go of the knot in his heart. He cupped his hands in respect. Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. I understand now. Even though he was unable to understand that technique, he was still Shi Tianzi. He was still a young paragon. Immortal King Shen Tion nodded with satisfaction upon seeing Shi Tianzi understand so quickly. Given this level of maturity and abilities, this kid will achieve great things in the future. Imparting my legacy to this kid is no loss to me. Shi Tianzi scanned his surroundings. He wanted to see how Shen Tion's cultivation was progressing. He saw that Shen Tion's eyes were still tightly closed and his palms facing the sky. He was still in cultivation mode. Brother Shen has not finished his cultivation? Shi Tianzi scratched his head in puzzlement. It can't be. Given Brother Shen's talents, how can he have not finished his cultivation after so many years? Don't tell me. Brother Shen's enlightenment ability is inferior to mine? No way. How can that be? Impossible. It can't be. But Brother Shen is still cultivating. So it must be true. Does this mean that I have beaten Brother Shen in terms of the ability to gain enlightenment? Shi Tianzi was overjoyed. He puffed out his chest proudly like the indomitable young paragon that he was. Before meeting Shen Tion, he had been touted as the most powerful prodigy across the 5 regions. As a result, Shi Tianzi had always been very arrogant and looked down upon his peers. After being defeated by Shen Tion, he finally realized that there would always be someone stronger than you. Although he had suffered a setback, Shi Tianzi had not lost his competitive drive. He had always wanted to beat Shen Tion in something, but he had never gotten the chance. Especially after spending some time with Shen Tion, he had realized that the disparity between them seemed to grow wider and wider. It was basically impossible for Shi Tianzi to beat Shen Tion at anything. He was so emotionally distraught by the revelation that he wanted to give up. But now, he had chanced upon this scene. He had already woken up, but Shen Tion had not. Wasn't the conclusion to this obvious? This clearly shows that my enlightenment abilities are more powerful than Brother Shen's. Ha, Brother Shen, please excuse me. I have finally beaten you at something. Shi Tianzi was feeling very smug. He felt that he had beaten Shen Tion. Immortal King Shen Tion was puzzled by the wicked smile on Shi Tianzi's face. What kind of weird thoughts are going through this kid's mind? He can't even control the expressions on his face? Young people these days. They get too many ideas in their heads. Ahem, ahem. Immortal King Shen Tion had no idea what Shi Tianzi was thinking about, but he had to interrupt. In case he is having impure thoughts, it will be harmful to his body. Immortal King Shen Tion spoke in a mild tone. Do you mean that kid? He already achieved greater mastery of the Heavenly Cycle Tao Sutra 46 years ago. Shi Tianzi's face stiffened. His eyes widened in disbelief. What? 46 years ago? Shi Tianzi was dumbstruck. He felt a buzzing in his head. He had spent a total of 49 years, while Shen Tion had already mastered it 46 years ago. Didn't this mean that he had only spent 3 years cultivating the Heavenly Cycle Tao Sutra to the greater mastery stage? Damn, what kind of freak is Brother Shen? Why did I try to compete with an enlightenment freak? Was I mad? Yes. I must have been groggy after just waking up from my cultivation. I was thinking nonsense. Shi Tianzi had personally experienced cultivating the Heavenly Cycle Tao Sutra. He knew how difficult it was. It would have been impossible for him to reach the greater mastery stage within 49 years if not for this conducive environment. Yet, Shen Tion had only taken 3 years compared to 49 years. The disparity was just too great. Shi Tianzi shook his head with a bitter smile. Compared to Brother Shen, I am like a piece of useless trash. Immortal King Shen Tion rolled his eyes and groaned inwardly. Like a piece of trash? You are a piece of trash. But of course, you are not the only one. In front of that kid, all the prodigies in the celestial world are just useless trash. Even myself. Ahem, never mind. Of course, Immortal King Shen Tion would never voice out those thoughts. He was worried about hurting this kid's self-esteem. Immortal King Shen Tion pretended to console him. Child, don't be disheartened. With your talents, you are already considered one of the top practitioners in the celestial world. As long as you don't compete with a certain someone, you are considered very powerful. Shi Tianzi took a deep breath and said in a great voice. Thank you, senior. Don't worry, I am fine. He knew that Immortal King Shen Tion was just trying to console him, but Shi Tianzi did not mind. Instead, his determination was once again fired up. Catching up to Brother Shen has always been my goal. The more powerful he is, the more motivated I am. I have to trouble Immortal King to send me away from this world. I need to go find more fortuitous opportunities and try my best to catch up to Brother Shen. It was no longer advisable for Shi Tianzi to continue cultivating in his current state. After all, he had already spent 49 years and could not advance any further. He had even nearly suffered chi deviation. Even if he continued cultivating, it would be useless. Instead, it would be better for him to set this aside for the moment and go find other fortuitous opportunities. The Supreme Skytree world would remain open for 100 years, and half of those years were already gone. He could not afford to waste any time. Immortal King Shen Tion nodded. All right, I will send you out then. You have extraordinary abilities, and I believe that you will be able to complete the cultivation of the Heavenly Cycle Tao Sutra in just another 100 years. The Heavenly Cycle Tao Sutra was already imprinted in Shi Tianzi's mind. He would be able to cultivate even without the universe stars map. He would just need to spend a bit more time. Shi Tianzi already had the foundation, so it should not be too difficult. Shi Tianzi cupped his fists respectfully toward Immortal King Shen Tion. When Brother Shen wakes up, may I trouble Senior to inform him that I will be waiting for him at Jixia Academy. Shi Tianzi wanted to take this time to improve himself as much as possible. Even if he couldn't catch up to Shen Tion, he wanted to narrow the disparity between them as much as possible. Immortal King Shen Tion nodded. Go on then. He waved, and Shi Tianzi's figure disappeared from the spherical heaven chessboard. Immortal King Shen Tion's eyes landed on Shen Tion, and he muttered to himself. This kid has been in silent cultivation for so many years. I wonder how his enlightenment is coming along. At their level, a casual seclusion could easily last 100 or 1,000 years. As a result, Immortal King Shen Tion was not surprised. His image gradually faded away, leaving Shen Tion alone in that space. At this very moment, Shen Tion was completely immersed in his silent cultivation. During this period, he had been analyzing the universe stars map, his divine consciousness wandering across the boundless sea of stars. Up until this moment, Shen Tion finally realized just how many more hidden secrets were inside this universe stars map. It looked like an artifact, but it was more like a whole new world encompassing the entire universe and stars. Through this deciphering, Shen Tion entered a man and nature as one state, forgetting everything else. As a result, his understanding of the Heavenly Cycle Tao Sutra became increasingly deeper. This was not just a great place for enlightenment, but it was also a wonderful place for cultivation. Making use of the Heavenly Cycle divine guidance, Shen Tion's speed of cultivation shot up to over 1,000 or even 10,000 times that in the outside world. While enjoying the cleansing energy of endless starlight, his cultivation level and aura rapidly enhanced. Shen Tion recalled something, and an idea sprouted in his mind. Come, sword! He hollered, and a silver-white light shot out of his body, landing in his hands. It was a silver sword fetus swirling with chaotic aura. It looked extraordinary, but it was rather ugly. It was filled with dents and cracks and didn't look like a sword fetus at all. This was his life weapon, the chaotic sword fetus. This was the life weapon that Shen Tion had refined using the chaotic tinder forging art. Unfortunately, he had been busier lately, so he had forgotten about this sword fetus. This was the perfect opportunity to refine this chaotic sword fetus to look more beautiful. Otherwise, it would be rather embarrassing to draw out a sword that looked like that. Shen Tion executed some hand seals to attract the power of the stars, gathering it to form starfire. The starfire burned and radiated with a powerful aura. Even the surrounding fabrics of space were incinerated. Shen Tion waved and placed the chaotic star sword into the starfire to refine. He kept thinking about how his executing heaven sword looked like in his mind. He muttered to himself, "I hope that I can refine it to look better this time." As the starfire burned and continuously refined this silver sword fetus, it radiated with a dazzling divine light. The light was spectacular and blinding. The silver sword fetus evolved under the continuous refinement of the starfire. But a period of time would be needed before any changes would be apparent. After 9 days and 9 nights, the refinement finally ended. The original sword fetus had now been transformed into a 3 feet long silver sword. The sword was streaked with a silvery shimmer and very light and nimble. It felt very smooth and agile. Countless divine runes were carved onto the sword as if a chaotic star map had been engraved on it. It looked very wondrous and mystical. Finally done. Shen Tion was delighted. He had finally completed refining this sword. Holding the silver sword, Shen Tion felt like he had become one with this weapon. This was his life weapon, and it could grow stronger together with him. He would overcome endless challenges with this sword. And Shen Tion's powers had improved tremendously from before. So after refinement, this sword's aura was indomitable. Shen Tion couldn't resist testing this newly refined weapon. He waved his sword, and blade light rippled through the skies. A beam of silver sword light shot out. The sword beam penetrated the highest levels of the skies as if wanting to cut through the stars in the galaxy. Wherever the sword light made contact, the fabrics of space ripped. Even the heavenly dowries were destroyed, and laws of nature were disrupted. Shen Tion was shocked at the sight. This sword's power was far beyond that of the executing heaven sword. It had reached supreme great immortal artifact level. This sword possessed the power to destroy heavenly dowries. It was definitely an indomitable divine weapon. Most importantly, this sword would continue to increase in power as Shen Tion's own abilities grew. Shen Tion was very excited. He didn't expect to gain such a great bounty. Not only had he obtained the heavenly cycle Tao Sutra, but he had even refined this invincible divine weapon. Shen Tion's eyes burned. "Shall I call you Chaotic Star Sword?" His chaotic aura and starfire refined this sword. It possessed tremendous power. This name was very apt. Hum. The sword hummed. It appeared to like the name which Shen Tion had given it. "I am glad you like it." Shen Tion smiled and kept the Chaotic Star Sword. Like the executing heaven sword, the Chaotic Star Sword could be melded back into Shen Tion's body. But one was in his lungs and the other in his dantian so that the two didn't clash. After storing this Chaotic Star Sword, Shen Tion turned his attention to the Purple Mansion spiritual world. He was stunned by the sight which appeared before him. The small world in his body had expanded at an astonishing pace. Shen Tion's Purple Mansion spiritual world had already been bigger than normal. Then his chaotic nascent soul had split heaven and earth and stabilized the world, transforming it. But previously, Shen Tion's small world had been just about 1,000 miles wide. Now, it was nearly 10,000 miles in size, and it looked like it was still expanding rapidly. It was becoming bigger and wider. Chapter 461, Supreme Weapon, Spherical Heaven Chessboard. Seeing the changes in the Purple Mansion spiritual world, Shen Tion's eyes narrowed. He discovered that not only was space expanding, but an endless amount of star power was also pouring down from the heavens. Starlight shone brilliantly, vast and immeasurable as if a meteor shower cleansed heaven and earth. Under the baptism of the energy of the stars, the laws here were ceaselessly perfected and transformed. In an instant, an extremely powerful life force surged from the sky, scattering across the horizon. Vitality seemed to fill the entire space, and everything seemed as if it was about to be reborn and overflow with vitality. When Shen Tion had just entered the soul formation stage, his Purple Mansion spiritual world had just begun to flourish with vitality. Plants, flowers, and trees just started growing on the ground. With the support of this new vitality, however, these green shoots grew rapidly as if they had taken a powerful medicine. The trees rose into the clouds, becoming extremely sturdy. The flowers and plants underwent a transformation as well. They were wreathed in spiritual light and emanated the aura of life. It was to the extent where there was even a portion that evolved into spirit herbs, turning fragrant and full of spiritual essence. This place had turned into a sea of plants and flowers, full of vitality. Even compared to the outside world, it was no different. Not only that, but a ball of hazy energy also appeared in the void. It was formed from the fusion of vitality and the laws of heaven and the earth. It was also mixed with strands of chaotic chi that coiled together. The ball of energy burst forth with a dazzling light. If one were to carefully sense it, they would discover that there were two weak fluctuations of life within it, as if it was about to give birth to a living being. Shen Tion was shocked and incredulous. One had to know that there were no other living beings apart from the chaotic nascent soul in his purple mansion spiritual world. Furthermore, the chaotic nascent soul was a part of Shen Tion's body and not really considered an independent living being. This sudden fluctuation of life meant that this world was creating life on its own. This was too terrifying. Could it be that his purple mansion spiritual world was really going to evolve into a world? Even though these life signals were very weak and barely noticeable, they could continuously grow stronger by absorbing the vitality and chaotic chi present in the surroundings. It was as if there were two babies inside the energy blob, absorbing nutrients and growing continuously. However, giving birth to them would take an extremely long time. Shen Tion's lips twitched upon seeing this. Weren't girls the only ones who could give birth to life in their bodies? What the heck? I am a man of steel and unyielding character. How can I have a baby? Fortunately, this was within the purple mansion spiritual world and not inside his stomach. Otherwise, he was going to go crazy. However, Shen Tion was curious. What kind of living being could absorb primal chaotic chi to grow? Soon after, Shen Tion's attention was drawn to the chaotic nascent soul. It was also cultivating. Its entire body shone, its body reaching toward the heavens, drawing in and merging the power of the stars into itself. Streams of dazzling star power poured down from the heavens, carrying an indescribably strong power. The chaotic nascent soul aroused an enormous devouring force within its body, and it ceaselessly absorbed the energy of the stars, causing heaven and the earth to tremble while boundless gales arose. The power of the stars poured down like a spiritual stream and entered the nascent soul's body, causing its aura to grow stronger. Ah! As if it felt that absorbing the power of the stars was too slow, the nascent soul squeezed its little face into a ball and reached out its chubby hands to grab the heavens. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled as laws descended. The slightly smaller stars were directly shattered by the giant baby's fist, turning into endless power of stars that scattered into the sky. The larger stars were dragged by the nascent soul and moved around him. Those stars were originally dazzling with divine light. However, under the absorption of the nascent soul, they quickly turned dull and eventually turned into dead stars, exploding into ashes. Surprisingly, the nascent soul was not satisfied yet. It continued to draw the countless stars towards it, trying to absorb all the starlight. In an instant, the surrounding nomological laws were as dense as the sea. The power of the stars surged out like a tidal wave. The light on the surface of the chaotic nascent soul's body became increasingly intense. It was as if it was in a sea of starlight, undergoing a metamorphosis. Its body was changing and growing rapidly. It grew from 33,330 feet to 99,999 feet. At that moment, the chaotic nascent soul was like an ancient god of heaven and earth, commanding the universe. Not only that, the nascent soul's body burst forth with incomparably resplendent light. Holes of light on the nascent soul's body transformed into rapidly spinning vortexes that constantly devoured the power of the stars. Soon afterward, the holes of light changed, becoming more and more resplendent, and increased in numbers. The holes of light lit up one after another and continued to connect together, allowing the power to fuse together. Seeing this, Shen Tion was shocked. This was because the holes of light on the giant baby's body corresponded to the apertures in his body. Cultivating the God-fiend cultivation techniques to the nirvana realm would cause apertures to be formed within the body, and they could transform strength into divine power. The more acupoints one managed to light up, the more powerful their divine powers would be. When Shen Tion reached the peak of the nirvana realm, 365 apertures were lit up in his body. Now, as he absorbed the endless power of stars, Shen Tion's God-fiend body was also transforming. His acupoints were lighting up at an extremely fast speed. From the initial few hundred acupoints, it was swiftly raised to 1,000, a few thousand. These acupuncture points were still undergoing transformation and linking together, erupting with incomparably terrifying power. For a time, Shen Tion's mind was silent as he carefully comprehended. A long time later, Shen Tion woke up from his cultivation. He focused his gaze and discovered that his purple mansion spiritual world had expanded to 1,000,000 miles. The world was vast and boundless. Moreover, this world's natural laws became more and more complete. Boundless spiritual essence was surging from heaven and earth, cleansing the heavens. At a glance, he saw that the world was shrouded in a hazy mist. The surroundings were all white, emitting a powerful spiritual aura. The density of the spirit chi here was not inferior to the cultivation wonderlands outside. After the baptism of the power of stars, Shen Tion's cultivation had also advanced by leaps and bounds. His chi refinement cultivation had risen from early stage soul formation to peak stage soul formation. His God Fiend cultivation had even broken through the peak of the Nirvana realm and stepped into the peak of the mighty prowess realm. There were also 3,650 small apertures lit up in Shen Tion's body, releasing dazzling divine light. These acupuncture points seemed to be connected by a thin thread, flowing rapidly, and the divine power hidden within was vast and immeasurable. This was the power of a mighty prowess practitioner. A mighty prowess practitioner was able to fuse the power of the acupoints into a lake, a river, and an ocean. Under such circumstances, if he were to use the divine power heaven-splitting earth-splitting technique, its power would increase by at least 10 times. Oh no! As if thinking of something, Shen Tion's expression changed slightly. To others, a breakthrough in cultivation was a joyous matter, but it wasn't that good for Shen Tion. This was because he mainly cultivated the chaotic Tinder Sutra. Once his cultivation level broke through, his providence would definitely drop. Now, he had directly broken through from the peak of the Nirvana realm to the peak of the mighty prowess realm. How much providence would be lost from this? Shen Tion still remembered that losing providence would cause unlucky things to happen to him and around him. Back then, even the golden Provo-tark had been unable to hold on and had been possessed by an evil spirit, almost causing chaos. And at this critical juncture before a great calamity, it would be troublesome if his providence fell. Who knew what kind of unlucky thing would happen? Shen Tion hurriedly took out his mirror and looked at the light halo above his head. He was slightly stunned. Shen Tion discovered that his providence halo hadn't downgraded. It was still a dazzling purple-gold halo. There was even a faint improvement, and the purple light became increasingly dazzling and profound. What's going on? Why is my providence rising instead of decreasing? Shen Tion scratched his head in confusion. He had already broken through to the peak of the mighty prowess realm, so how could he not lose his providence? But soon, he realized something. Logically speaking, once he broke through, his providence would definitely drop. Coincidentally, he and Shi Tianzi had entered the spherical heaven chessboard together and obtained a certain amount of providence. The two must have nullified each other, which was why his providence did not decrease. Furthermore, this was an immortal king inheritance, and his providence was supreme. Thus, even though his providence had fallen due to his breakthrough in cultivation realm, it still increased by a small portion. Shen Tion smiled and laughed secretly. Fortunately, I know my limits and have always been working hard to harvest crops. Otherwise, I might have to return to the coal pits. Since his providence hadn't decreased, Shen Tion also heaved a sigh of relief. He clenched his fists and carefully sensed the power in his body. Shen Tion discovered that his body was filled with boundless divine power. It was as vast as an ocean and surged violently. Even Shen Tion himself didn't know how powerful he was now. Based on his estimations, he could probably kill a great sage with a casual punch. If he was slightly more serious, he might even be able to kill veteran sub-immortal experts. Shen Tion had a faint smile on his face. His gains from this trip were enormous. Not only had his cultivation and strength improved, but his foundation had also become very stable. He could transcend the tribulation and become a sage at any time. After roughly understanding his current strength, Shen Tion slowly opened his eyes and spat out a white stream. He stood up, found himself stiff, and stretched. In the end, he discovered that his bones were cracking. How long have I been cultivating? Shen Tion was a bit puzzled. This kind of situation would only occur after a long period of seclusion. Previously, he had been cultivating silently and entered the state of being one with the world, forgetting everything else. He didn't sense the passage of time in the outside world at all. Thus, Shen Tion didn't know how long he had cultivated for. Immortal King Han Tian and Yi King Kong walked out of the void. The two of them walked down slowly. Their figures were majestic, and their auras were imposing. Immortal King Han Tian was still enveloped in starlight, and his aura was unfathomable. Yi Qian Kong, on the other hand, had covered himself with a layer of purple mist that no one could see. Immortal King Shen Tion smiled and said, "You're awake?" He focused his gaze on Shen Tion and couldn't help but feel astonished. Immortal King Shen Tion discovered that Shen Tion seemed to have changed after this period of secluded cultivation. His aura had become hazier and more restrained. However, one could faintly feel that it contained endless divine might. Immortal King Shen Tion sighed in his heart. This kid's comprehension ability was truly abnormal. He had obtained such a harvest in such a short period. As expected of the person he valued. Shen Tion cupped his hands respectfully. "Senior Shen Tion, how long have I been cultivating?" Immortal King Shen Tion replied, "Not too long, just 180 years." "What? 180 years?" Shen Tion's eyes widened in shock. It had only taken him 2 to 3 years to reach the soul formation stage. This time, he was in closed-door cultivation for 180 years? In that case, didn't that mean that the Supreme Skytree world was closed? I had so many children of Providence to tag along. Did I miss so many opportunities? Aish! I am having a mental breakdown. Shen Tion wanted to cry but had no tears. This was a huge loss. "Senior, why didn't you warn me?" Shen Tion had a bitter expression on his face. Even though the person before him was an immortal king, he couldn't help but grumble. This wasn't just 180 years. To Shen Tion, there were countless fortuitous opportunities in Providence. In the end, he missed it because of a single seclusion. Yi Qian Kong felt his scalp going numb. "My little ancestor, you are too bold. This is an immortal king, a supreme existence. Even I can't even beat him, yet you dare to complain about him?" Immortal King Shen Tion didn't mind, and he was stunned instead. He didn't know why Shen Tion had such a big reaction. Isn't it just 180 years? What's there to fuss about? Even a nap of mine lasts hundreds of years. Immortal King Shen Tion didn't care at all. He was an old monster that had lived for countless tens of thousands of years. A mere 180 years was nothing to him. Shen Tion cried out in sorrow, 180 years. How many great fortuitous opportunities have I missed? Furthermore, this is during the opening of the Supreme Skytree world. What a loss. Immortal King Shen Tion waved his hand and said indifferently, "Isn't it just some fortuitous opportunities? What's the big deal? You brat, obtaining this king's inheritance is already the greatest fortuitous opportunity of the Supreme Skytree world. The spherical heaven chessboard was the greatest fortuitous encounter in the Supreme Skytree world, so what sort of fortuitous encounter could compare to the inheritance of an immortal king? This brat simply didn't know how lucky he was and was still complaining?" Shen Tion rolled his eyes and grumbled inwardly. "I'm not only doing this for those fortuitous encounters. I'm also doing it for Providence. After wasting so many years, I have missed out on many opportunities to leech off as friends of Providence. Will they have forgotten about me? What if they don't talk to me again in the future?" The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Immortal King Han was a little embarrassed to see Shen Tion angry. He wanted to be on good terms with Shen Tion, or else he wouldn't have spent so much effort to move all the stars here. If he angered Shen Tion now and lowered his impression of him, wouldn't all his previous efforts be wasted? This wouldn't do. He had to think of a way to make this kid happy. When he thought up to here, Immortal King Shen Tion said boldly, "Don't be angry. It's merely a small fortuitous encounter, so it isn't worth mentioning. I'll compensate you." He then took out a pocket-sized chessboard and tossed it to Shen Tion. "What is this?" Shen Tion scratched his head in confusion. What use does this saint have for a chessboard? To play chess with others? As if guessing Shen Tion's thoughts, the corners of Immortal King Shen Tion's mouth twitched. This isn't an ordinary chessboard. This is this king's inheritance treasure, the spherical heaven chessboard. This is how the spherical heaven chessboard outside was set up. Shen Tion's heart skipped a beat. He knew how powerful the board was and that not even great sages could break it. And this was only because the spherical heaven chessboard was located in the Supreme Skytree world. Only cultivators under 3,000 years old could enter. If the spherical heaven chessboard were to spread to the outside world, even a Tark would not be able to break it. After all, it was Immortal King Shen Tion's artifact, and it was extremely impressive. When he thought up to here, Shen Tion's brows raised. "Senior Immortal King, what level of treasure is this board?" The inheritance of Immortal King Shen Tion probably wouldn't be too bad. King Pure Heaven smiled faintly. In any case, it won't be any weaker than the God of War pagoda in its complete form. Shen Tion was startled. Although he did not know what level the God of War pagoda was, he knew that it was terrifying. It was rumored that the God of War pagoda had killed a perfected immortal even in its damaged state. One could imagine how powerful the complete state of the God of War pagoda was. If the spherical heaven chessboard wasn't inferior to the God of War pagoda, it was absolutely a supreme artifact. Yi Qian was shocked when he heard that immortal King Shen Tion was going to give the spherical heaven chessboard to Shen Tion. Shen Tion didn't know how precious this board was. But how could he not know? Yi Qian snorted and said, "Why aren't you thanking immortal King Shen Tion? Any chess piece here can easily shatter an ordinary immortal artifact. If you can cultivate the Heavenly Cycle Tao Sutra to a sufficiently high level, the might of the spherical heaven chessboard will be even stronger. The chessboard can transform into a trapping array or killing array to restrict the enemy. It can also be used as the strongest shield or armor. The 36,000 chess pieces in the game can be used as flying swords or other forms of weapon to kill the enemy. When using the Heavenly Star Sealing Sword, 36,000 chess pieces will fall like stars, transforming into boundless sword chi to kill the enemy. It can destroy all techniques in the world. Of course, the strongest way of utilizing it would be the combination of the spherical heaven chessboard and the spherical heaven chess pieces. One can set up the complete heavenly cycle star formation by himself using them. Drawing upon the power of the stars in the outer realm to form the most terrifying killing array in the world. However, to achieve this, one must first possess extremely high attainments in the heavenly cycle star formation. Secondly, you have to have unlimited dharmic power. Otherwise, you won't be able to withstand such huge output. Back in the celestial world, the spherical heaven chessboard had been renowned for its battle prowess and was feared by countless people. For immortal King Shen Tion to actually be willing to give the spherical heaven chessboard to Shen Tion obviously showed how generous he was. Even Yi Qian was shocked. Shen Tion was bewildered. Is this thing really that powerful? Yi Qian's words made Shen Tion excited. He took out a spherical heaven chess piece and a supreme grade true sage artifact. Then, Shen Tion circulated his power and controlled the chess piece to collide with the supreme grade true sage artifact. Boom! A loud explosion echoed. The supreme grade true sage artifact exploded into dust and dissipated from the world. Shen Tion's eyelids twitched as he exclaimed, "Amazing!" The supreme grade true sage artifact could not even withstand a single blow from the spherical heaven chess piece. As such, Shen Tion's attitude instantly changed. He said with a smile, "Many thanks, Senior Shen Tion." Although he had wasted 180 years and missed many opportunities, obtaining the Heavenly Cycle Tao Sutra and the spherical heaven chessboard was not a loss. After all, just the Heavenly Cycle Tao Sutra alone was comparable to 10 or even 100 Tark Sutras combined, and the spherical heaven chessboard was even more precious. Its value far surpassed the value of Tark artifacts. In conclusion, this trip was definitely worth it. Immortal King Shen Tion shook his head with a wry smile when he saw Shen Tion's change in attitude. This kid really changed his attitude too quickly. However, Immortal King Shen Tion didn't mind at all. Since he had decided to befriend Shen Tion, wouldn't the bigger the favor, the better it will be? After all, that brat was related to that existence. If I can form a strand of karma with him, doesn't that mean? I can't say it, I can't say it. Chapter 462, Arrival of Evil Spirits, Great Tribulation of the Five Regions. After obtaining the spherical heaven chessboard, Shen Tion immediately felt that this wasn't a loss. But then, he thought of a serious problem. After being in seclusion there for 180 years, the Supreme Skytree World had long closed. The Supreme Skytree World would only open for 100 years. By then, the cultivators inside would be automatically pushed out. Then, the entire Supreme Skytree World would disappear into the void and would only appear after another 8,000 years. As a result, no one had ever remained stuck in the Supreme Skytree World. However, Shen Tion was currently inside the spherical heaven chessboard. This was a separate dimension from the Supreme Skytree World. The problem was that the Supreme Skytree World was closed. How could he get out? Shen Tion inquired, "Senior Immortal King, how should I leave?" He wasn't very worried. After all, there was a peerless Immortal King here. Wouldn't it be easy to leave the Supreme Skytree World? Immortal King Shen Tion definitely had a way. After staying here for so long, it was time to leave. He did not know what was going on in the 5 regions after 100 years. Was the great calamity coming? Was his flock doing well? The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader succession ceremony should have long been over. Who would the new Divine Firmament Sacred Leader be? Immortal King Shen Tion shook his head. The Supreme Sky Tree is a mystical item of the Heavenly Tao. It was born from the great Tao of heaven and earth, and it has been passed down since ancient times. It's extremely mysterious. Until now, no one has been able to forcibly open the Supreme Sky Tree world. Furthermore, the spatial barrier here is extremely sturdy. Even this king cannot open it. No one knew the origins of the Supreme Sky Tree, only that it had existed since the Antiquity era. Moreover, the Supreme Sky Tree would always appear once every 8,000 years, and this rarely changed. Due to the fact that this era was a time of great competition and the density of the heaven and earth spiritual energies far exceeded that of the past, the Supreme Sky Tree world had been born 1,000 years earlier. However, no matter how dense the spirit chi was, it would not allow the Supreme Sky Tree world to open again in a short period. Shen Tion's body stiffened, and his eyes widened in shock. Huh? Doesn't that mean that I can't get out? No way. No way. No way. It is one thing to miss out on countless opportunities in Providence, but to wait another 8,000 years before leaving? If even an immortal king can't open this space, then who can? 8,000 years, that's 8,000 years. When that time comes, I will be old, and who knows what the 5 regions will be like. I just closed my eyes for a while, and just like that, I am stuck here? Shen Tion was at a loss and felt his head buzzing. Even though it would not be a problem for him to cultivate here for 8,000 years, he would be able to live for 10,000 years without dying of old age as long as he could become a sage. But it was meaningless. At that time, he would be old, and the world would have long changed. He did not know how many of his old friends of Providence would be left. Shen Tion couldn't help but feel resentful in his heart. Upon seeing Shen Tion's appearance, Immortal King Shen Tion said, "Young friend, there is no need to be anxious. Although I am unable to make the Supreme Sky Tree reappear, I can try to sacrifice the power of my spiritual will. Perhaps I can open a crack and send you away." Immortal King Shen Tion sighed heavily and seemed to have made a decision. Shen Tion's body trembled slightly as gratitude appeared in his eyes. "Senior, how can I make you do this?" Spiritual will was like another soul to cultivators. Although shattering one's spiritual will would not result in death, one would still suffer serious injuries. Now, Immortal King Shen Tion was willing to give up his spiritual will just to send him out. Such selfless dedication was truly admirable. Yi Kong looked confused. Is it so difficult to open up this space that even an immortal king has to exhaust his full strength? No way, no way, no way. Could it really be that difficult? Yi Kong wanted to give it a try, but he thought of something and stopped. I don't know if I can open it up, but the immortal king is definitely right. I don't know. I don't know anything. Even if I know, I will also not say it out aloud. The less I say, the better. Yi Kong rubbed his swollen face. Immortal King Shen Tion waved his hand and said firmly, "This king has already decided. Little friend, you are a dragon among men. You can bring hope to this world, so what if I give up my spiritual will? This is also the last thing I can do for you. I hope that you can bring this king's legacy to greater heights after you leave." Immortal King Shen Tion didn't wait for Shen Tion to speak and immediately circulated his boundless divine power. In an instant, his entire body erupted with boundless light. The power of the stars was like a monstrous wave that covered heaven and the earth. Endless laws surged out, linking up with the heavenly Tao and entering the universe. Boom! An enormous rift was forcefully torn open in space, and spatial turbulence surged without end while the laws of the heavenly Tao became extremely chaotic. On the other hand, the starlight on the surface of Immortal King Shen Tion's body had become extremely dim, and even his body had become ethereal as if it would vanish at any moment. "Young friend, the passage has been opened. Leave quickly. The passageway isn't stable, and this king has no control over its location. You will be randomly teleported to a location," Immortal King Shen Tion shouted as if he couldn't hold on for much longer. Shen Tion took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Thank you, Senior Shen Tion. I will never forget your kindness." Since Immortal King Shen Tion had already used his spiritual will to open the crack in this place for him, he didn't want to be unreasonable. If the Immortal King's spiritual will was dispersed and he had yet to leave, wouldn't he be completely trapped here? Shen Tion could tell the severity of the matter, and it wouldn't be a bad thing. Shen Tion could only place his gratitude in his heart. It was useless to say anything else. He bowed respectfully toward immortal King Shen Tion, and he then leapt out, passing through the void crack and leaving this realm. Yi Qintong left with Shen Tion, but he still gave immortal King Shen Tion a deep look. Then, the two of them left the spherical heaven chessboard world together. Immortal King Shen Tion heaved a slight sigh of relief when he saw this scene. After acting to such an extent, there shouldn't be any problems. This king is really quick-witted. I managed to gain a good impression again. As expected of me. He gazed deeply in the direction where Shen Tion had vanished, and his figure transformed into specks of starlight that slowly dissipated. In the outside world, in a huge valley. There were thousands of ravines here, and the mountain rocks were towering, seeming like an abyss, located in the depths of endless ravines. This place was unlike ordinary valleys. The rocks here were scarlet red and dazzling, and they seemed as if they were tainted by blood that hadn't dried up, causing it to look extremely horrifying. The air was suffused with grey mist, making it feel ghastly and miserable. This place did not resemble a valley at all. Instead, it resembled an evil hell. Outside the valley, 3 figures were sneaking inside. One of them was a white-clothed man with dark eye circles. The faint power of the void emanated from the surface of his body. It was as if he had become one with the surrounding heaven and earth, seeming very ethereal. Beside him were a huge white tortoise and a fatty in an ancient Taoist robe. Their bodies glowed with light as they stepped on special divine patterns, similarly hiding in the void. Thus, the auras of these 3 people were almost undetectable as they advanced continuously. These 3 people were Wang Shingshu, the White Tark, and Yue Yunde. At that moment, Yue Yunde said, "Old Wang, Old White, isn't it too smooth this time? Why aren't there any evil spirit cubs?" He looked puzzled. Something was wrong. Their goal was to head to the evil spirit forbidden ground to rescue the captured sages. 100 years after the opening of the Supreme Skytree World, the powerhouses of the various sacred grounds had headed to the Supreme Skytree World to search for opportunities and comprehend the heavenly Tao. As a result, all the sacred grounds had been running out of manpower. And during that period, the evil spirit sect, which had been hidden for many years, had taken the chance to attack the 5 regions. The evil spirit army had marched straight down and wreaked havoc. Corpses were strewn everywhere, and blood flowed like rivers. The 5 regions had immediately fallen into chaos. Countless forces had been destroyed, lives were lost, and blood chi could be seen rushing into the sky, dyeing the sky red. Even the sacred grounds had been unable to avoid being attacked by the evil spirit sect, causing rivers of blood to flow. It had to be known that each sacred ground had a great array formation protecting them. Although they lacked their sacred leaders and a portion of the Grand Elders, they would not be defeated so quickly. However, the evil spirit army had been like a sharp evil weapon that charged into the sacred grounds. Thus, many of the weaker sacred grounds had been annihilated in this battle. Countless living beings had been reduced to dead souls under the evil spirit sect's blade. This matter had shaken the 5 regions, causing countless people to feel fearful. They did not know how the evil spirit sect could be so rampant and ferocious. Even the sacred grounds that had been around for countless years could not stand against them. Even though the sacred leaders and grand elders of the various sacred grounds in the Supreme Skytree World had quickly retreated to defend themselves, they were still unable to stop the evil spirit army's advance. Soon, everyone had discovered the reason. It turned out that the evil spirit army had the help of the outer realm's evil spirits. These terrifying evil spirits were from beyond the heavens. They were incomparably powerful and also wielded terrifying killing weapons. Most factions had been unable to withstand the rampage of the evil spirit army and had been slaughtered. Finally, the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty had acted, and countless top experts had attacked in an attempt to wipe out the evil spirit army. In the end, the countless evil spirits had forcefully resisted their attacks, so they were unable to annihilate them. The evil spirits grew stronger and stronger, and more evil spirits crossed the boundaries. In fact, they could now even contend against the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty. Their strength was equally matched, and it was difficult for the 2 parties to determine the victor. Even the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty was unable to forcefully suppress the evil spirit race. After fighting for 100 years, both sides had suffered heavy losses. As for the other forces in the 5 regions, they could not fight against the evil spirit sect at all. They could only hide and rely on the help of the dynasty to survive. The current situation was not good for the 5 regions cultivators. The evil spirits from the outer realm posed too great of a threat, and their strength and heritage far exceeded the native cultivators. It could be said that this was an apocalyptic calamity. Fortunately, the evil spirit experts couldn't casually step into the mortal world. Otherwise, the entire 5 regions would have been reduced to ashes. Even so, the evil spirit sect still ran rampant. They continuously attacked the cultivators of the 5 regions, suppressing and capturing them to the evil spirit sect forbidden grounds. Countless factions had been wiped out, their families had been destroyed, their wives and children had been separated, and the people had been left without a chance to live. Huang Shi and the others knew that this was the evil spirit sect forbidden grounds. A group of heavenly venerables and sages were imprisoned here, so they specially came to rescue them. Hearing Yue Yunde's words, the White Tark did not care. So what? With me here, what's there to be afraid of? I can kill those filthy evil bastards with a flick of my finger. The White Tark had a look of disdain on his face. His body was emitting a powerful aura that shook heaven and earth. Huang Shi pursed his lips. All right, stop bragging. It's not as if I don't know. Every time something happens, you old tortoise runs the fastest. The 3 of them were old partners and were in charge of heading to the evil spirit sect forbidden grounds to rescue the captured 5 regions cultivators. Especially since the 3 of them had similar personalities, they soon got along well. Previously, in the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground, Huang Shi had mixed with the 2 of them. He specialized in scamming people and was very familiar with them. The White Tark jumped up when he heard that. You brat, don't think that you can look down on me just because you've become the Great Void Sacred Leader. When I dominated the 5 regions, your master had not even appeared. If you continue to spout nonsense, I will bite you to death. The White Tark opened his mouth as though he was about to bite down on Huang Shi's head. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Do you believe that I will cut you to death? Huang Shi also shouted, not feeling any fear. In 100 years, Huang Shi had succeeded the position of the Great Void Sacred Leader. In this tumultuous era, where the surroundings were full of spirit chi, and the laws were unprecedentedly clear, the younger generation grew many times faster. Many young paragons had advanced by leaps and bounds, and there were many who had transcended the tribulations, becoming sages within 100 years. Huang Shi was an extremely talented prodigy and had consumed the chaotic sky-mending pill before. His cultivation had already reached the 5 Tribulation True Sage. His battle prowess far exceeded that of an ordinary True Sage and could easily suppress an ordinary Great Sage. Thus, the Great Void Sacred Leader had abdicated his position and let Huang Shi lead the Great Void Sacred Ground while he hid behind the scenes as a Grand Elder. It was not only Huang Shi. The White Tark and Yue Yunde were the same. They were both 5 Tribulation True Sages and had great battle prowess. As the purpose of the trip this time to the Evil Spirit Sect Forbidden Grounds was to rescue people, the people from the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty were afraid of attracting the evil spirit experts. Hence, they had specially sent out 3 experts with powerful concealment abilities to rescue them. Meanwhile, the others waited outside in case anything happened. All right, stop arguing. What if those evil spirit bastards notice us? Yue Yunde stepped out to be the mediator, which gave him a headache. He felt flustered whenever he was with these 2 fellows. However, he didn't really mind it. Although this place was strange, it wasn't much of a threat to the 3 people who had extremely powerful life-saving abilities. After all, if they couldn't beat them, they could still run. The 3 of them hid in the void and crept toward the valley. Soon, they arrived inside the valley. This place was completely dark, and evil energy was surging endlessly, the aura making one shiver. The ground was stained with blood, and broken limbs were scattered everywhere. It was a ghastly sight. Corpses laid everywhere. There was a huge hole in their chests, and their eyes were about to pop out. Clearly, they had experienced incomparably terrifying pain when they were alive. A few nascent soul heretics were also cooking scarlet beating hearts in a big pot, cultivating some kind of evil technique. Those were the hearts that had just been extracted, still beating and dripping with scarlet blood. Those who fell into the hands of the evil spirit sect would not have a good ending. The evil spirit disciples had already lost their humanity and were corroded by the evil aura. Their evil nature was reflected to the extreme, and they were reduced to monsters that only knew how to massacre and wreak havoc. The faces of Huang Shi and the rest turned cold as they said coldly, "These damned scum. I really want to slap them to death." The 3 of them were fuming with rage as they watched this scene, and they wished for nothing more than to slaughter all of these human scum. But soon, they calmed down and suppressed the anger in their hearts. The three of them didn't forget that this was a rescue mission. If they were to draw out the evil spirit here, things would be troublesome. They dove into the void and continued deeper. Finally, they met the imprisoned heavenly venerables and sages on a desolate land. All their cultivations were restrained while their bodies were covered in horrifying injuries, and they were extremely miserable. There were many people whose eyes were gouged out, and their arms were severed. They still had not died and were continuously crying out. The evil spirit sect wouldn't easily kill these high-level cultivators. These people were the best nutrients, able to guide the evil spirits from the outer realm into this world. However, not killing them did not mean that they were not tortured. From the looks of these people, it was obvious that they had been tortured. Save them first. We'll settle the score with them later. Huang Shingshu's eyes were filled with fury. When the White Tark and Yue Yunde saw this, they looked at each other and walked forward. However, right at this moment, countless divine patterns covered the ground before suddenly lighting up and soaring into the sky. Waves of evil chi fluctuated indeterminately before transforming into a gray screen of light that completely enveloped this area. Oh no! The trio's expressions changed slightly. They discovered that the space in this place had been completely sealed. With their strength, they were unable to tear through the void and were completely restricted. The White Tark shouted, "Fuck! We've fallen into a trap." In front of them, the heavenly venerables and sages were nothing but illusions that dissipated from the world. The evil spirit race's powerhouses had used these people as bait. At that moment, the gray mist shook violently while numerous terrifying figures appeared within it. They had repulsive appearances, and their entire bodies were pitch black like devils. There were also sharp black bone spikes on their bodies. Sharp fangs and scarlet pupils were the common characteristics of their bodies, and they were all emitting a ferocious aura as if they were about to sink one's heart. These creatures were all evil spirits from the outer realm. These evil spirits from the outer realm have come from the outer realm through a world rift. They were extremely powerful. Among them, the weakest evil spirit was comparable to a heavenly venerable powerhouse, and the stronger ones were even comparable to human sages. More importantly, there were many evil spirits. They were densely packed and covered the entire valley. Hundreds of evil spirits appeared at the same time, emitting dense evil energy that covered the sky and sun. They seemed terrifying as if they were going to overturn the heavens. These evil spirits had terrifying auras. There were more than 10 sage evil spirits, and there was no lack of true sages among them. And in front of these evil spirits, there was a human controlling them. This person wore pitch black evil armor, and his entire body was shrouded in black flames. His aura was violent and terrifying as if he was a devil from hell that wanted to slaughter the world. The pupils of Huang Shingshu and the other two constricted as their faces changed. Hell Protector King? This person was one of the 3 kings of the evil spirit sect, the Hell Protector King. After the lifeless king had died, there were only 3 kings left in the evil spirit sect. Other than the mysterious and unfathomable evil spirit sect master who had never shown his face, the 2 vice sect masters and 3 kings had appeared and fought a great battle against the great wilderness celestial dynasty before. Therefore, Huang Shingshu and the rest could naturally recognize the Hell Protector King's identity. As a king of the evil spirit sect, he was a true peak great sage. Unexpectedly, they were surrounded by the Hell Protector King this time. From the looks of it, the evil spirit sect knew that they were coming and had set up a trap beforehand. Huang Shingshu and the other 2 had solemn expressions as they sighed inwardly at the huge trouble they had encountered. At that moment, the Hell Protector King took a step forward and sneered with a hoarse voice that sounded like the roar of a malicious spirit. "I've long heard that the new Great Void Sacred Leader, Huang Shingshu, has unfathomable void skills. He has rescued many captives and ruined the Holy Spirit sect's plans many times. Today, I have borrowed the supreme immortal weapon, the Realm Sealing Plate, just to keep you here. Be prepared." Huang Shingshu and the other 2 had used the void laws to wreak havoc in the forbidden grounds of the evil spirit cult and were finally targeted by the Hell Protector King. In order to kill Huang Shingshu and the others, he hadn't hesitated to spend a great deal, borrowing the Realm Sealing Plate to trap them. This was a supreme spatial immortal artifact that could forcibly seal off the entire space and cut off the void. Even a great sage would not be able to break this seal. It was the most suitable artifact to deal with the 3 people who had mastered the power of the void. The Hell Protector King looked at the 3 of them with an evil gaze. "These damn shit stirrers, let's see how you guys escape today." "Hee hee, This time, I have really made a killing. These three were the most monstrous geniuses of the 5 regions, their value far surpassing those ordinary sages. If they were turned into nutrients and sacrificed to the evil Lord Sacred Spirit, they would definitely be able to grace the unprecedentedly powerful evil Lord Sacred Spirit in this world. At that time, the Hell Protector King would receive the blessing of the Sacred Spirit, and his cultivation would increase tremendously. Chapter 463, How Cunning Could the Old Tortoise Be? Seeing how the Hell Protector King looked at them in a bantering manner, Huang Shi and others had a solemn expression. The pressure that person released was just too immense, and they could not endure it at all. Even if the 3 of them joined hands, they were not the Hell Protector King's opponents. Not to mention there were still evil spirit cultivators eyeing them. In addition, the space here was completely isolated. Thus, Huang Shi's ability to escape, which he took pride in, was useless. "We are in deep trouble now," said Huang Shi in a serious tone. He kept on observing the surroundings in an attempt to find a way to escape. The White Tark and Yue Yunde were also very anxious. They had tried already, but they could not tear through space at all. "We're doomed. It can't be that I will die at a young age, right?" Yue Yunde cried out in sorrow. He believed that there was no escape for them. The White Tark said, "Kid, what are you afraid of? The Celestial Dynasty's reinforcements are outside. They will definitely be able to sense the situation here and help us. By then, it's those evil spirit bastards that will die." There were also powerful cultivators coming to their assistance in this rescue mission. It was impossible for those outside not to notice the huge commotion. When the Celestial Dynasty reinforcements arrived, the tide might even turn as there were even a few mighty sages with them. The Hell Protector King scoffed. "I've already guessed that the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty would come to spoil my plans, so not only did I bring the Realm Sealing Plate along, but I even set up the Divine Sacrificial Altar. If they come, I'll show them the Divine Sacrificial Altar's power." The Divine Sacrificial Altar was a peerless evil artifact that the evil spirit sect had created through evil cultivation techniques. The evil spirits from the outer realm could enter forcibly by passing through the barrier of the celestial world thanks to the blood sacrifices. Sure enough, an ancient sacrificial altar floated behind the Hell Protector King. The sacrificial altar was pitch black, and soul-stirring ancient heretical characters were carved on it, emitting dreadful and fearsome aura. A dark red pool of blood was in the center of the altar. Its stench was pungent and sent shivers down one's back. There were still corpses within that were being dissolved and devoured, completely disappearing within. The pool was filled with the blood of cultivators from the 5 regions. They would be sucked dry of their blood, and their corpses would be thrown into the altar to become its nourishment. There was also a black hole shining with bloody light above the altar, emitting a creepy aura from within. It was as if countless evil spirits were absorbing the nutrients and about to appear. The Hell Protector King's eyes flickered with a cruel light as he stared straight at the trio with a hideous smile. "The 3 of you shall become nourishment for the Divine Sacrificial Altar to provide for Lord Sacred Spirit. By then, no matter how many people from the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty come, they'll all face death. This place shall be where you meet your death and aid Lord Sacred Spirit descend upon this land." The Hell Protector King was already prepared. He had set up the blood sacrifice array and prepared to sacrifice all the intruders. The higher the number of blood sacrifices, the stronger the evil spirit that descended would be. The Hell Protector King had already sacrificed over 10 sages, and with Huang Shi and the others' addition, an immortal king evil spirit would be able to descend. By then, there would be no need to fear the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty's reinforcements. The trio's expressions changed instantly. They could sense the fearsome aura the Divine Sacrificial Altar emitted. It was a peerless evil spirit, and although it had yet to descend, its formidable aura sent shivers down their backs. It looked like the evil spirit sect was well prepared to deal with them this time. The Hell Protector King sneered. "Just to obediently be captured without resisting. I might allow you to die a painless death if I'm in a good mood." He was sure of his victory and was confident that he could kill Huang Shi and the others since the space was sealed. Given the trio's strength, they were no match for him. "A mere evil spirit infant dares to look down on me? I'll bite off your head in one mouthful." The White Tark roared, and his bite crushed the void as he stretched out and drew back his tortoise head. He was in the end an old freak that had lived for 10,000 years, so how could he be frightened by the Hell Protector King? Since they could not escape, it was better to fight to the death. Even if they died, they could not allow the evil spirit race to stay unscathed. Yue Yunde also shouted, "If you dare to come close to me, I'll blow you up." After finishing, he took out a pile of strange items. There were peerless sage soldiers with an abundance of energy, powerful weapons that were old and worn out but emitted a fearsome aura, and all kinds of talismans. When so many treasures appeared at once, an immense aura was emitted, and divine light shone upon the ground. The White Tark was stunned as he saw such a scene. He gulped down his saliva and snorted. "You fatso, you actually hid so many treasures behind my back." The White Tark discovered that he was very familiar with the aura of many of the treasures. Yue Yunde had hidden most of the treasures when they had gone exploring together. Yue Yunde said awkwardly, "These are all mine. They're handed down from my ancestors. Also, didn't I take them all out?" Yue Yunde's heart was bleeding. "These are all treasures that I've saved up throughout the years, but they're all going to be used today. Why am I so unlucky?" The Hell Protector King said in disdain, "Stubborn resistance, explode them if you dare." As the Hell Protector King of the Evil Spirit sect, his strength was definitely astonishing. Even if Yue Yunde exploded all his treasures and artifacts, it would not be of much threat to him. Instead, it could save him some time. This place had been sealed off already, so the divine sacrificial altar could absorb the energy of the dead people. Yue Yunde stomped his feet in anger as he cursed, "Fuck, you really think I don't dare?" After finishing, he circulated his power, and the treasures shone with brilliant divine light. Their aura was like turbulent waves that burst out. A terrifying aura surged out and filled up the whole place as if endless energy was about to erupt. His intentions were obvious: if they really could not escape today, then he would completely explode those items and perish with those evil spirit cultivators together. Huang Shi instantly chickened out. If so many treasures were to explode, it was unknown if the Hell Protector King would die. On the other hand, the three of them would die without a doubt. That power was just too frightening. That explosion could even kill a mighty sage. However, the Hell Protector King was just too powerful, and supreme immortal artifacts were protecting him. It was not that simple to kill him. Huang Shi hurriedly spoke. "Brother Yue, I have already found a way to escape." A supreme immortal artifact sealed this place, and ordinary cultivators could not break through it at all. However, Huang Shi had the Great Void Constitution, so he had an extremely high affinity with void arts. Therefore, he had already found the weakest point in the seal, and he could try to break through it. However, he would have to pay a huge price. "What? Why didn't you say that earlier? All my treasures." Yue Yunde was stunned before revealing a face filled with regret. If he had known earlier that they would not die, he would not have taken out all his treasures. Each of his treasures was priceless and extremely precious. That was his whole fortune, and now that they had been activated, he could not take it back. Yue Yunde's mouth twitched as his heart ached from regret. The White Tark also spoke frantically. "Hurry and do it if you have a plan. If you continue to delay, then the three of us are really going to die." It was all a lie about perishing together. If they had a way to leave, who would want to die there? Only by staying alive could they kill more evil spirits. Huang Shi gnashed his teeth and said, "Fuck, isn't it just 90% of my lifespan? I'll take the risk. I'm going to spend my lifespan and try to break through the seal." He instantly gathered his strength within him and emitted endless divine light. The power of void kept on surging with a formidable aura, and soon a humongous void blade was formed. At the same time, Huang Shinshu's hair turned white, and his face was filled with wrinkles. His vitality had dropped to the minimum. He had consumed 90% of his lifespan in one go, so even Huang Shinshu could not take it and became feeble. However, it was a good thing that the effects were obvious. The void blade grew larger and larger while its aura became more fearsome and shattered the surrounding space. The Hell Protector King was astounded. He could sense how frightening that void blade was. Even he might not be able to receive that void blade unscathed. The Hell Protector King started to fear that power, so he made up his mind to completely kill Huang Shinshu. That kid is too powerful, and he might actually escape. Kill. The Hell Protector King roared and ordered the evil spirit army to attack. Instantly, countless evil spirits moved forward, and their auras spread throughout the whole space, shaking the ground. Those hideous evil spirits used pitch-black bone spikes and attacked the trio. Yue Yunde snorted as he spoke. "Since I've already activated them, they can't go to waste. See how I use my ultimate weapon." He directly threw a portion of his treasures at the evil spirits and directly exploded them. If he were to explode all of his treasures, then they would die too. Now that he knew they had a chance to survive, It was impossible for Yue Yunde to perish together. Boom! A huge explosion echoed as sparks lit up the sky. Endless energy surged from the explosion, which seemed to be able to shake both heaven and earth. The huge explosion caught over 10 heavenly venerable evil spirits in the front and tore them into pieces before they could even scream out in pain. Even sage evil spirits could not block that explosion, and over 10 of them were instantly annihilated. A few true sage evil spirits were injured heavily as well, and they retreated while coughing out blood. The explosion engulfed the evil spirit army in an instant. Yue Yunde glowed with pride and said, "I'm not someone you evil spirit infants can look down on." He had used up his last resort and unleashed fearsome strength that instantly injured the evil spirit army heavily. At that moment, the Hell Protector King made a move. Formidable evil aura surged within him, which then turned into a fog made of evil aura that filled the sky and enveloped all the evil spirits. At the same time, the remaining sage evil spirits also made a move, stabilizing the array and quickly reducing the impact of the explosion. The damage was instantly reduced, and the army slowly calmed down. Yue Yunde's expression changed. "Old Wang, are you done? If you're still not done, I'm about to die." His treasures could not stop them for long, and once he used them up, the evil spirit army would charge and kill them. With so many sage evil spirits and the Hell Protector King, who could survive? Yue Yunde was anxious, so he could only keep on throwing his treasures to stall for time as much as possible. "I'm done. Open up." Wang Shingshu's face was as wide as a sheet. He used the void blade and slashed on the space barrier heavily. Bang! The earth shook, and the sky trembled. The space barrier set up by the supreme immortal artifact, realm sealing plate, finally cracked under Wang Shingshu's full-out attack. The trio was overjoyed. Yue Yunde said, "It's open. Now we're saved." White Tark exclaimed, "Kid, you're quite useful. How about you become my human pet, and I teach you peerless arts?" Wang Shingshu replied, "I'll leave you here if you keep spewing nonsense." Yue Yunde interjected, "Cut it out. We'll be trapped if we don't leave now." Seeing how the two of them could argue even at such a moment, Yue Yunde felt resigned. However, it was a good thing Wang Shingshu did not continue arguing. He wanted to use his mystic hearts to escape with both of them. Unfortunately, a figure suddenly appeared from the void crack and just nicely exchanged a look with Wang Shingshu. Wang Shingshu was instantly stunned. He had even forgotten to activate his mystic technique. "What are you doing? Why aren't you leaving?" Yue Yunde and the White Tark urged Wang Shingshu. When they turned their heads, they were also dumbstruck. Brother Shen? Are you human or ghost?" Wang Shingshu's whole body trembled from astonishment, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. That was because the person that appeared in front of them was Shen Tion. After leaving the spherical heaven chessboard, Shen Tion had been wandering in the turbulent void. The void passageway immortal King Hun Tion had created was unstable, so even Shen Tion did not know where he was teleported to. He had been moving in the void when he suddenly realized that space was sealed. Shen Tion had been about to tear through space forcibly to leave when he suddenly saw a crack. Therefore, he did not bother anymore and directly walked out through that crack. Who would have expected that he would run into the white-haired Wang Shingshu, who looked like he was about to die? Shen Tion just wanted to say hello as he had met an old friend, but his face darkened once he heard Wang Shingshu's words. "Huh? Didn't I just cultivate in seclusion for 180 years? Why have I become a ghost? Is he cursing me to die?" Afterward, the White Tark and Yue Yunde also shouted, "Ghost!" They could not help but be dumbfounded as Shen Tion disappeared for too long, particularly in the Supreme Sky Tree world. Although they knew from Shi Tianzi that Shen Tion had entered the spherical heaven chessboard, he had not appeared for 180 years. As such, how could he still be alive? No one could stay in the Supreme Sky Tree world for more than 100 years. It was unprecedented. Therefore, they were scared when they saw Shen Tion. "It's definitely an illusion the evil spirits are using to deceive us," shouted Wang Shingshu. He firmly believed that it was an illusion, so he attacked. He slashed the void blade toward Shen Tion ferociously. "Brother Wang, stop fooling around." Shen Tion was rendered speechless. He directly destroyed the void blade with his hand. "Fuck. This monster is vicious. Let's attack together." Wang Shingshu was instantly shocked, so he asked the White Tark and Yue Yunde to join hands with him. Shen Tion felt helpless. It seemed like he could not explain clearly, so he did not bother doing so and directly used his divine devouring vines. The divine devouring vines formed snakes that directly bound Wang Shingshu. Wang Shingshu was instantly tied up tightly and unable to move. His eyes widened from shock. The White Tark and Yue Yunde were also astonished, and they wanted to help save Wang Shingshu. Unexpectedly, Wang Shingshu was overjoyed and shouted, "It's Brother Shen, it's definitely him. This familiar sense of binding, there's no mistake. Shen Tion / junior brother, you're really alive?" The White Tark and Yue Yunde stopped once they heard Wang Shingshu, and their eyes betrayed their happiness. According to rumors, Shen Tion had died. Although they were unwilling to believe it, they had to admit it. Since Shen Tion had not appeared for a long time, they could not help but feel doubtful. Shen Tion said, "I cultivated in seclusion for too long, and I realized that 180 years had passed once I woke up." Shen Tion was also elated. He never expected to be able to see his old friends once he came out of seclusion. Yue Yunde originally wanted to reminisce, but he suddenly reacted. "Junior brother, we'll catch up later. This place is dangerous, so we should hurry and leave. Old Wang, hurry and send us out." This was not a place to talk about the past as the evil spirit army was chasing behind him. If they stayed any longer, they would face death. Wang Shingshu instantly stiffened. I can't do it. I can only bring 2 people out with my strength now." He had already calculated properly that he would be able to bring the 2 of them and teleport 10,000 miles away before he depleted his lifespan. However, Shen Tion's appearance increased Wang Shingshu's pressure greatly. He had just consumed 90% of his lifespan, so his body was feeble, and there was not enough lifespan to last all 3 of them. If he brought another one along, he might die right there and then. Then, does that mean one of us will definitely die? The White Tark and Yue Yunde were dumbstruck and at a loss of what to do. Currently, it was destined that one of them would not be able to leave. The evil spirit army behind them was about to reach them, so they would definitely die if they stayed here. Wang Shingshu was also troubled. He did not know who to bring now. Shen Tion had escaped with great difficulty, so he definitely had to leave with Wang Shingshu. As for the White Tark and Yue Yunde, they were not bad. They were quite useful to the 5 regions. However, as compared to Brother Shen, they paled in comparison. Therefore, one of them had to sacrifice themselves. Wang Shingshu looked toward the White Tark and Yue Yunde. "Could the 2 of you discuss to see who would be willing to sacrifice yourself and stay?" There was no other choice. Wang Shingshu and Shen Tion had to leave, so they could only choose one person between Yue Yunde and the White Tark. Yue Yunde and the White Tark's mouths twitched. "Sacrificing myself? What a load of bullshit. I'll definitely die if I stay here." The 2 of them were about to cry. "Shen Tion / junior brother, why did you have to appear here now?" Although they were happy to see Shen Tion alive, they were not happy now as one of them had to die by staying here. Shen Tion frowned as he listened to the trio's conversation. He still did not understand just what they were saying. But soon, he realized something. It was no wonder that the 3 of them were so panic-stricken, and even Wang Shingshu had almost spent all his lifespan trying to escape. It turned out that an evil spirit army was chasing them down. The leader of that army was the Hell Protector King with a fearsome aura. There were also a few great sages, over 10 true sages, and numerous heavenly venerable evil spirits. The power of so many powerful evil spirit cultivators was terrifying as they could overturn the whole world. Shen Tion did not mind at all the powerful evil spirit cultivators. He was only slightly curious. With the appearance of so many evil spirits, I bet that the 5 regions' calamity had already descended. I wonder what I missed. Meanwhile, the White Tark and Yue Yunde felt conflicted. They also knew how exceptionally talented Shen Tion was, so he would be much more useful than them if he were to escape alive. Now that the catastrophe had occurred, no one could stay aloof. Only an absolute top prodigy could save the world. The White Tark sighed. "Since this is the case, I'll stay. I lived for more than 10,000 years, so I've already lived enough. The 3 of you may leave." Yue Yunde quivered slightly as if a surge of enthusiasm infected him. "No, I'll stay. Even if I successfully escape, I won't be able to live as long as the White Tark. So, it's not worth it for me to leave. It's better for him to leave." Yue Yunde's eyes burned with passion as he spoke righteously. "How could I stay on the sidelines in the face of trouble? At most, I'll risk my life to stop those evil spirit infants." The White Tark was stunned. He never expected Yue Yunde to say such words. He thought for a moment and said helplessly, "Don't waste time dawdling. I'm old enough for you to call me your ancestor. I order you to leave." Although the White Tark said such things, he had other thoughts. If this fatso suggests to stay again, then I'll accept the offer. It'll seem as if he's great-hearted by saying such words. Well, how cunning could an old tortoise be? After all, if one could survive, who would they be willing to die? There was no choice but to let Shen Tion survive, as his influence on the whole situation far surpassed theirs. However, as for Yue Yunde, cough, cough. There was not much difference with or without him. However, the White Tark did not expect that Yue Yunde would be of the same line of thinking. Upon receiving the White Tark's order, he said, "All right. I understand, ancestor. Since you've ordered me, I definitely have to listen to you. Please rest in peace. Next year, I'll definitely burn the incense stick and hold a memorial service for you." The White Tark? No way. No way. No way. This damned fatso. Why didn't he act according to expectation? Normally, shouldn't we fight over who should stay repeatedly? In the end, this fatso just did it once and backed away? Fuck. I fell into his trap. Fuck. Not one human is good. Chapter 464, Shen Tion, you're surrounded by me. The White Tark felt conflicted as he looked at Yue Yunde. He was pondering whether he wanted to fight for a chance to escape, since he did not want to die either. Yue Yunde directly ran beside Huang Shi as if he had already guessed the White Tark's thoughts. He shouted, "Ancestor, don't be afraid. We'll inform the Celestial Dynasty once we escape. When the Celestial Dynasty's reinforcements arrive, it will be evil spirits that will need to escape. Given your strength, you will definitely be able to stall them for a few hours." The White Tark's mouth twitched, and he could not help but curse in his mind. Fuck, all you know is how to con me. It's not that easy to last so long. I am unable to even defeat a Hell Protector King, not to mention that there are still so many powerful evil spirit cultivators. If I really try to endure, I'll die in a few minutes. Yue Yunde did not care about what the White Tark was thinking, as it was more important to save himself first. He urged, "Old Wang, let's hurry and leave. Old Tortoise has powerful defenses, so he will definitely be able to last. If they did not leave now, then none of them would be able to escape anymore." Huang Shi nodded and said, "Then thank you, Senior White Tark, for blocking the enemy for us. Don't worry. I'll definitely bring reinforcements to save you." Huang Shi turned and left once he finished speaking. He started to activate his mystic arts to teleport them away. However, an extreme spatial force surged toward them. That power enveloped all of them and covered the whole area. The crack was also restored at a speed where naked eyes could see and completely disappeared. Huang Shi was completely dumbstruck as he witnessed that. The Hell Protector King had already approached them with a round disc that was radiating divine light and emitting a powerful aura. This was what was releasing the peerless spatial force. It was the supreme immortal artifact realm sealing plate. The Hell Protector King revealed a hideous smile and said, "There's no need to fight anymore. None of you will be able to escape today." He had already used the realm sealing plate to seal this space again, so none of them can leave. He then narrowed his eyes and discovered that there was one more person. However, the Hell Protector King did not mind, as he had been careless and almost let Huang Shi escape. That person had just nicely appeared and stopped Huang Shi and the others. Therefore, the Hell Protector King could chase up to them and completely seal the space. Accurately speaking, he had to thank that person. Then, I should kill him off painlessly and sacrifice him to Lord Sacred Spirit. If he knew, he would definitely be grateful to me. The Hell Protector King sneered. The human that had suddenly appeared was extremely young and was most likely a peer of Huang Shi. Although the strength of the prodigies of his generation was far higher than the one before, and most of them had broken through to the Tribulation Transcendence stage, it was not to the point where they could threaten him. Given the Hell Protector King's peak mighty sage cultivation, it was simple to deal with a few true sages. If things went sideways, then there was no need for him to stay alive. He wouldn't have the face to reincarnate even if he died. Seeing that the void crack had been closed, Huang Shi's face turned pale, and his mouth twitched. 90%. 90% of my lifespan. It's gone just like that? It's all because of the both of you. Why didn't you decide earlier? Huang Shingshu's heart ached so badly he vomited blood. He had spent 90% of his lifespan to open the crack. In the end, it was all for naught. The two idiots had wasted all the time. Yue Yunde and the White Tark also felt awkward. If they had known earlier, they would not have wasted so much time talking nonsense. They would have directly escaped. Now, no one could leave since Huang Shingshu could not consume another 90% of his lifespan to open a crack once again. More importantly, he did not have that much lifespan either. If he continued spending his lifespan, then he would die right there. Yue Yunde wailed. "It's over. It's all over. We're dead now." They had basically used up all their last resorts, so how could they go against the evil spirit army? Not to mention there was a peak mighty sage, none of them would be able to defeat him. "Since we can't escape, then we'll fight to the death." The White Tark took a deep breath and emitted a bright divine light that shone upon the ground. He suddenly transformed into a 100,000 feet long tortoise and roared toward the sky. He emitted an immense aura, which surged throughout the whole area. His large pupils were like the blazing sun as he glared at the evil spirit army, facing death without fear. Even if he died, he would have to injure the evil spirit army heavily. "There's no other way. Let's fight." Huang Shingshu sighed. There were no other solutions now either. Therefore, rather than awaiting their doom, it was better to fight to the death. Even if they died, they had to die honorably and on the battlefield. He looked toward Shen Tion with passionate eyes as he straightened his back. "Brother Shen, I'm sorry to have let you get caught in such a hopeless situation." If he had not forcibly torn through the void, then Shen Tion would not have appeared here. Therefore, Huang Shingshu felt that he had harmed Shen Tion and was sorry. Shen Tion shook his head, smiled, and said, "Just nice. I haven't fought for 100+ years, so I'll use these evil spirits to warm up today." He stretched his body before turning into a ray of golden light and charged at the evil spirit army. "Brother Shen, you can't. They have a peak mighty sage." Huang Shingshu was so shocked he shouted, but he could not stop Shen Tion at all. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead as he sighed. Why is Brother Shen so reckless? They were not some normal cultivators but the evil spirit army. They had numerous powerful evil spirit cultivators and the Hell Protector King, a mighty sage. It was impossible for them to deal with such opponents. Not to mention them, even a human mighty sage would not be able to defeat them and would most likely die here. Although Shen Tion was powerful, it was impossible for him to go against the Hell Protector King. Huang Shingshu knew just how astonishing Shen Tion's battle prowess was. Shen Tion could already kill a 7 Tribulation Great Sage 180 years ago. However, that was only a 7 Tribulation Great Sage, the weakest amongst great sages. Meanwhile, the Hell Protector King was an 11 Tribulation Mighty Sage and had transcended 4 more heavenly tribulations than a 7 Tribulation Great Sage. Each tribulation of the sage was like a whole new level, and the difference between an 11 Tribulation Mighty Sage and 7 Tribulation Great Sage was like heaven and earth. If they were to really fight, it would be a piece of cake for the Hell Protector King to kill Great Sage Evil Fire. One had to know that those that were able to reach the Great Sage level were all peerless prodigies. However, wanting to step into the Mighty Sage level from Great Sage was like the gulf between heaven and earth. It was extremely difficult. One would require not only talent but also time to amass experience. All the mighty sages have cultivated for thousands to even up to 10,000 years. Even if Shen Tion had disappeared and cultivated in seclusion for 180 years, it was impossible for him to surpass a mighty sage. Seeing how Shen Tion had charged forward without hesitation, Huang Shingshu was worried. He gnashed his teeth and said helplessly, "Fuck, at most, we'll die. I'll risk it with you evil spirit infants." "Brother Shen, wait for me. I'll go with you." After finishing, Huang Shingshu circulated his power and followed behind Shen Tion, wanting to fight alongside him. The White Tark and Yue Yunde exchanged looks and shouted simultaneously, "Attack!" They followed behind the two of them and charged forward too. The Hell Protector King's face was full of disdain as he scoffed. "Such an impertinent fool, you must have a death wish," he ordered, and the evil spirit army charged forward toward the 4 of them. Their evil aura surged and covered the whole sky. The fearsome evil spirit cultivators appeared from the turbulent evil aura one after the other, emitting a powerful aura. The heavenly venerable evil spirits surrounded them completely. They were powerful evil spirit cultivators that had been newly guided to the 5 regions through the sacrificial altar, and each of them was extremely formidable. There were dozens of sage evil spirits alone, over 10 true sages, and even 7 great sages. Such a force could even easily capture a sacred ground. Not to mention there was the most frightening Hell Protector King that led the army. Huang Shi and the others' expressions changed as the number of evil spirits had long surpassed their tolerance level. If all of those evil spirits were to attack them, they would be torn into pieces instantly. However, Shen Tion was calm and composed. He charged forward and instantly entered the evil aura mist like fish to water. Over 20 heavenly venerable evil spirits and 10 sage evil spirits charged toward him. A few true sages also used the killing array against Shen Tion. They were cruel and tyrannical, their evil auras mighty and terrifying. It was as if the evil fiends had descended and were slaughtering the mortal world. The sky was filled with grey fog, and the chilling aura sent shivers down others' backs. Die! The true sage evil spirits roared as if they were vengeful ghosts, their ear-piercing voices reverberating throughout the area. The numerous evil spirits all attacked with their fearsome evil aura, forming heretical ghastly hands that grabbed toward Shen Tion. In that instant, the sky paled in comparison to the shining sun and moon as an endless evil aura swirled throughout the whole space as if able to tear the void apart. Even great sages would not be able to block such an attack by so many powerful evil spirit cultivators with such frightening aura. I announce that all of you have been surrounded by me. Shen Tion smiled as stars shined in his eyes brightly. He formed hand seals, and the power of the stars descended as divine light shone from his body. Endless starlight gathered in the sky and formed numerous astral swords. Each sword's aura was so astonishing it was like a supreme divine weapon with crushing force. What? Why is this power so terrifying? This strike cannot be blocked. Hurry and escape. The various evil spirits' expressions changed, their eyes were filled with fear and terror. They could sense just how powerful the astral swords in the sky were. They could easily kill them. They had never expected this human to be able to unleash such fearsome strength. The heavenly venerable evil spirits' bodies had already turned soft from being suppressed by the immense aura and could not retaliate at all. Even true sages were also trembling with fear. Those evil spirits wanted to turn and escape immediately, but Shen Tion did not give them the chance to do so. He waved his hand, and countless astral swords shot toward them with indomitable force. They pierced through space, creating countless cracks in the void. The heavenly venerable evil spirits exploded like firecrackers, their bodies turning into bloody mist due to that vast power. The 10 sage evil spirits also exploded the moment they came in contact with those astral swords. Their bodies had been crushed into mincemeat. As for the true sage evil spirits, not even they could block a single sword. They were directly sliced into pieces. In but an instant, numerous powerful evil spirit cultivators died. What remained were severed limbs remained, resulting in a ghastly sight. Such audacity! 2 great sages were enraged and charged toward Shen Tion. They had never expected spirit severing to be that powerful, killing so many powerful evil spirit cultivators. The 2 of them unleashed a bloodthirsty aura as they wanted to kill Shen Tion. However, Shen Tion just stood in the air without moving, like an invincible god of war with a heroic bearing. He lifted his right hand slowly, and starlight shone from his body, attracting the power of stars. Endless starlight gathered within his hand and emitted a dazzling light. Shen Tion lifted his right hand toward those 2 great sages. As he punched, it seemed as if he could shatter the skies and churn the seas. Shen Tion's punch was filled with indomitable strength like a shooting star. In that instant, endless starlight gathered within Shen Tion's palms. The starlight transformed into an invincible punch with an aura that could conquer mountains and rivers. Bang! A deafening collision sound echoed while smoke and dust filled the air. The whole ground shook like it was about to collapse. Once the smoke and dust dispersed, there was no one in front of Shen Tion anymore, only a 100,000 feet deep hole. The unparalleled punches had wiped out the 2 great sages, and not even their souls could escape the tragic fate of death. Shen Tion remained calm and indifferent as if he had not just killed 2 great sages but only 2 ants. He kept on attacking, killing dozens of evil spirits with each strike. Shen Tion's fearsome punches could directly crush the evil spirits into pieces whenever they landed. There was also endless starlight that descended from the sky, forming countless astral swords. Those swords pierced through the sage evil spirits with crushing force, reaping their souls effortlessly. The evil spirit army decreased in numbers at speed visible to the naked eyes. Huang Shi and others were slack-jawed. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Huang Shi widened his eyes out of astonishment and could not help but gulp down his saliva. Fuck, Brother Shen is just too powerful. I never expected that Brother Shen would become this powerful in the 180 years that he disappeared, killing a great sage so easily. With Brother Shen around, what is there to be afraid of? He had never expected that Shen Tion's battle prowess would be this fearsome. He could block the evil spirit army alone. Yue Yunde and the White Tark were also overjoyed. Shen Tion had killed the evil spirits before they could even make a move. They might be able to survive. No, they would definitely be able to stay alive. The Hell Protector King on the other hand was filled with terror as he felt a chill run down his spine. This kid is too frightening. Not only is he powerful, but he has large-scale attacks. Even the Hell Protector King was unable to kill so many powerful evil spirit cultivators at the same time. He'll definitely be a great problem. I need to kill him. These were all elite evil spirits, so if they were completely wiped out, he would not be able to bear the responsibility. Kid, go and die. The Hell Protector King could not bear to continue watching, so he charged with a roar. Pitch-black demonic flames started enveloping his whole body, revealing an appalling scene. Those demonic flames were filled with the power of evil aura and could burn sage cultivators into ash. The Hell Protector King's violent aura surged toward Shen Tion like turbulent waves. His pupils had turned crimson red like the bloody sun. It was a soul-stirring sight. If one were to gaze into his eyes, their souls would be corrupted, and they would become crazy bloodthirsty demons. The Hell Protector King, a peak 11 Tribulation mighty sage, had finally made a move. He stood in midair with an immense and turbulent aura that caused endless laws to become chaotic. A frightening scene appeared in the air. It was as if there were endless evil souls and vengeful ghosts screaming. It was as if those pitch-black flames could burn through everything. Huang Shi and the others were astounded, and fear filled their eyes. That power was just too frightening, and they could not help but tremble. The Hell Protector King was definitely one of the top mighty cultivators and could easily kill a great sage. They wondered if Shen Tion could defeat the Hell Protector King. In that instant, Huang Shi and the others could not help but worry. The cruel and tyrannical Hell Protector King said in a sinister tone, "Kid, you dare to spoil the plans of our evil spirit sect. I originally wanted to pull out your soul and light the sky lanterns to welcome Lord Sacred Spirit." Shen Tion snorted. Too noisy. He flew into the air and charged toward the Hell Protector King. Just nice. I'll test just how powerful I am now. An 11 Tribulation mighty sage? Hee, I wonder how many punches he can take. Shen Tion's body was like a sword, and he left behind a trail of golden light. He pierced through the endless void and charged toward the Hell Protector King. Shen Tion lifted his fist and activated the Heavenly Divine Fist. The endless starlight surged and enveloped Shen Tion, emitting dazzling light. His aura instantly reached an appalling degree, as if he could crush mountains and rivers and destroy the stars. Courting death. The Hell Protector King revealed a hideous smile and faced Shen Tion head-on as he punched his fist too. As an 11 Tribulation mighty sage, the Hell Protector King had cultivated the evil spirit sect's mystic arts, so the strength of his physical body was outstanding. In terms of physical body strength, he could even be compared to a sub-immortal. Since Shen Tion actually dared to compete with him in terms of physical strength, he must have a death wish. The Hell Protector King's fists were enveloped in pitch-black demonic flames and emitted a fearsome aura. He could pierce through the void with just a random swing of his hand. In that instant, it was as if the world was about to collapse. The wailings of ghosts and moans of demons could be heard. There were even lightning flashes and thunder rumbling with the pouring bloody rain, sending shivers down one's back. The Hell Protector King attacked. He was like an evil fiend that had descended to overturn this land. Shen Tion was not afraid at all. Shen Tion's fists released an eye-blinding light. It was like shooting stars from the universe. Boom! The two of them collided, and their formidable auras tore through the sky, creating countless cracks and holes. The fabrics of space collapsed and turned into nothingness. Endless divine energy surged in all directions, winding up endless gusts of winds that swept through the ground. Everyone was dumbfounded. They concentrated on the battle to see just who was the winner of this exchange. Crack! A bone-breaking sound echoed. The Hell Protector King was knocked backward like a cannonball, retreating by hundreds of thousands of feet. How is it possible? Hell Protector King was horrified. His forehead was filled with cold sweat as if he was enduring some pain that was beyond words. The Hell Protector King's right arm was gone? There was nothing there anymore. The Hell Protector King was proud of his physical body, yet his right arm had turned into mincemeat during the head-on clash with Shen Tion. If the Hell Protector King had not retreated in time, he might have died from that punch. His whole body trembled vigorously as his eyes were filled with terror and fear. The Hell Protector King had never expected Shen Tion's physical body and strength to be this formidable. He felt as if he had collided with a meteorite when battling with Shen Tion, and he could not block the attacks at all. On the contrary, Shen Tion, who had starlight surrounding him, was unscathed. Ever since he had broken through to the mighty prowess realm, the strength of his physical body had increased exponentially. Coupled with his constitution, the chaotic golden body, Shen Tion's physical body had already far surpassed that of a sub-immortal. He was like a human-like ape that could destroy the world with his fists. Huang Shi and the others' jaws dropped once they witnessed that scene. If it could be said that they were already extremely astonished by Shen Tion easily killing Great Sage Evil Spirit, then the three of them were now dumbstruck when they saw what happened. There were quite a few prodigies that could be on par with great sages, such as Chi-jon, Huang Shi, Yue Yunde, and others could all fight against a great sage. However, fighting against and killing were two completely different concepts. If Huang Shi wanted to kill a great sage, then he would need to pay a heavy price. Of course, there were prodigies that could kill a great sage, such as Shi Tianzi. However, they definitely would not be able to do it as easily as Shen Tion with just a snap of his finger. Not to mention overwhelming a mighty sage, none of the prodigies in his generation could do that. Currently, not only could Shen Tion suppress a peak 11 Tribulation mighty sage, but he could even injure said might sage heavily. Such a level of battle prowess was just too terrifying. Amazing. Huang Shi and Yue Yunde looked at each other and saw the astonishment in their eyes. They could not help but exclaim, as expected of the son of Providence, "Shen Tion is just too powerful." Chapter 465, Someone Fiercer Than the Evil Spirits, the Divine Firmament Saint. The Hell Protector King had a ferocious expression on his face. Unexpectedly, he had suffered a great loss at the hands of a junior. His injuries were extremely severe, and his severed arm was wreathed in star power that was constantly burning his body. The star power continued to absorb the powers of the heaven and earth in the surroundings, ceaselessly burning himself. Not even great sages would be able to get rid of it. Damn you! The Hell Protector King cursed. He could only stabilize his injuries temporarily so that his broken arm would stop bleeding. But the intense pain was like needles stabbing into his heart. It was unbearable. The Hell Protector King was in so much pain that his scalp was numb, and his forehead was covered in a cold sweat. "Brat, I'm going to kill you!" he roared, activating the realm sealing plate and attacking Shen Tion. In that instant, the realm sealing plate erupted with endless immortal light, and great waves of spiritual energy crushed over. Void energy surged out and caused the surrounding space to tremble violently, and it blotted out the sky and covered the sun. A supreme immortal artifact erupted with terrifying divine might in the hands of an 11 Tribulation mighty sage, as if it wanted to destroy the world. This space was instantly sealed up, causing space to fluctuate while the laws and order in the space shattered, seeming to transform this place into ruins. The Hell Protector King's eyes flickered with a cruel light as he laughed ferociously. Shen Tion only had a powerful physical body, and his power was definitely far inferior to his. Considering that he had overcome 11 tribulations and had a supreme immortal artifact like the realm sealing plate, he could kill even great sages, much less a junior. The realm sealing plate surged over with unstoppable might, erupting with incomparably terrifying fluctuations. It flew through the air, glistening and shining, erupting with endless void power, with the intention of wiping out all creatures in this space. When they saw this scene, Huang Shi and the others' hearts trembled, their eyes horrified. This was an artifact that restrained them the most. It contained tremendous power and was impossible to resist. If they were trapped in it, they would die without a doubt, and their bodies would explode. Shen Tion's expression was cold as a chessboard appeared in front of him. The positions of the stars on the board were clearly defined, and the black and white pieces were separated. He casually took out a black piece, and instantly, boundless divine light shot out, overflowing with brilliance. The black piece was small and exquisite, but it exuded a magnificent power, like a small world. Dark light flickered as it channeled star power, illuminating heaven and earth. Shen Tion lightly flicked his hand, and the black piece exploded, turning into a black light that pierced through the endless void and collided with the realm sealing plate. "Hee, a chess piece wants to compete with my supreme immortal weapon?" The Hell Protector King sneered. He had paid a huge price to borrow the realm sealing plate. This was a supreme-grade immortal artifact that could attack and defend at the same time. Even an ordinary Pseudo-tark artifact would not be able to contend with it. Shen Tion actually wanted to use a chess piece to resist the realm-sealing plate? What kind of joke is this? Do you think this chess piece is merely a supreme-grade artifact? If it was true, I'd just eat the sealing plate. The Hell Protector King's face was filled with disdain as he firmly believed that Shen Tion was bluffing. Boom. In an instant, the black piece and the realm-sealing plate collided and exploded, causing flames to spread everywhere. Terrifying divine might swept through heaven and earth, creating a massive gale that caused heaven and earth to tremble. The Hell Protector King's eyes narrowed. He did not expect a chess piece to be able to unleash such power to resist a supreme-grade immortal weapon. He did not mind, thinking that victory was within his grasp. When the flames dissipated and the Hell Protector King saw the scene, he froze on the spot. The supreme immortal artifact, realm-sealing plate, actually exploded and shattered into powder under the collision with the black piece. The Hell Protector King's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. What kind of weapon is this? The power of a chess piece could destroy a supreme-grade immortal weapon? Is this a joke? How could there be such an impressive artifact? Most importantly, there is a huge pile of black and white pieces on the chessboard in front of him. If every single one of them was so impressive, wouldn't they be able to kill me instantly if they were all thrown out? The Hell Protector King was shocked and could not stop trembling. Only now did he realize how terrifying Shen Tion was. This kid was simply inhuman. Not only was his battle prowess astonishing, but he also possessed many supreme treasures. How could he even fight against Shen Tion? The Hell Protector King turned around and prayed sincerely. Lord Sacred Spirit, please descend to this world and kill this person. He had discovered that he wasn't Shen Tion's match at all. If he continued fighting, only death would await him. If he did not ask for help now, how long would he have to wait? If he waited any longer, he would be gone. After he finished speaking, the Hell Protector King slapped his chest without the slightest hesitation. A mouthful of blood essence sprayed onto the altar. He used his own blood essence as a sacrifice to augment his powers, helping the evil spirit experts from the outer realm to appear in advance. Although this would cause the Hell Protector King's vitality to be greatly damaged, and he would need at least 1,000 years to recover, it was still better than dying here. Shen Tion was simply too terrifying. He was far from being his match. Only the descent of Lord Sacred Spirit could kill him. The Hell Protector King's gaze was cruel as he increased the output of his power to help the evil Lord Sacred Spirit descend. The sacrificial altar started to tremble violently while blazing blood-red light and vast evil chi surged. An incomparably terrifying aura burst forth, terrifying to the extreme as if it wanted to overturn heaven and earth. The evil aura surged into the clouds in the sky, causing the sun and moon to lose their luster and the world to be devoid of light. Shit. The evil spirits from outside this region are about to appear. The expressions of Huang Shi and the others changed greatly. That aura was too terrifying, making their fine hairs stand on end and their minds to tremble. The Hell Protector King had sacrificed himself to summon the evil spirits. This was absolutely terrifying. Everyone felt despair. Were they really going to die here? Although Shen Tion was powerful and could defeat great sages, he might not be a match for the evil spirits from the outer realms. As he continued to increase his power, the Hell Protector King's aura became weaker and weaker. He did not mind at all as he laughed sinisterly. Brat, when the Lord Sacred Spirit descends, it will be the time of your death. Although he couldn't defeat Shen Tion, Lord Sacred Spirit could definitely kill him. That was a sub-immortal expert, and killing a junior would be easy. However, Shen Tion's lips curled up slightly. I don't know if I will die, but you are definitely going to die. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Tion's entire body emitted a dazzling golden light. He transformed into a golden streak of light and appeared before the Hell Protector King. Clang! The ocean divine hammer vibrated vigorously as it floated in Shen Tion's hand with a vigorous aura. You! The Hell Protector King's eyes widened in shock. He didn't expect Shen Tion to be so fast and reach his side in an instant. As such, he did not even have the chance to summon the evil spirit expert. The aura of death spread from the bottom of his heart. The heart of the Hell Protector King was filled with fear and terror. He wanted to resist, but Shen Tion didn't give him a chance. The ocean divine hammer was imbued with boundless divine might as it smashed down toward the Hell Protector King's head. Boom! Endless divine force surged, hammer radiance shattering mountains and rivers, piercing through the void. As the hammer fell, the Hell Protector King was directly smashed into minced meat. He didn't even have the chance to scream. A paragon of a generation had died just like that, under a hammer. With the Hell Protector King's death, the altar trembled violently. The void passageway flickered with light and rumbled as if someone was trying to force their way in. But in the end, endless laws descended from heaven and earth, suppressing everything. Even the void pathway gradually stabilized and returned to calm. Damned brat! How dare you ruin my evil spirit race's great plan? Come in if you have the guts. I'm going to tear you apart. A shrill roar sounded from within the passageway, and it caused one's hair to stand on its end. That voice was sharp and ear-piercing, filled with a soul-stirring power. Just this sound alone could easily shatter a heavenly venerable soul. That was definitely an unparalleled powerful being of the evil spirit race. His aura was extremely terrifying. But even so, he was still unable to rush out of the void passageway and could only rage at the other side. There was a spatial barrier between the outer realm and the 5 regions. If one did not use a special secret technique, it would be impossible for one to enter. Seeing this scene, Huang Shi and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Hell Protector King was already dead. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if the evil spirit race experts were allowed to enter this world. From this aura, it was absolutely a sub-immortal evil spirit. They were not its match at all. Hearing the roars of the evil spirit from the outer realm, Shen Tion raised his eyebrows. This saint would like to see just how strong a sub-immortal evil spirit is. He had not even warmed up his hands, and the Hell Protector King had already died. This was simply not enjoyable for him at all. How could Shen Tion let a sub-immortal evil spirit go? Shen Tion's entire body emitted a golden divine light as his body expanded to become 100,000 feet tall, towering between heaven and earth. He transformed into an invincible giant, directly rushing into the void passageway. Huang Shi and the rest stood there with their eyes wide open, dumbfounded. What are you doing, Brother Shen? Charging into the void passageway and engaging in a battle with the evil spirit experts? No way! No way! No way! Is he really that powerful? Boss, that's a sub-immortal evil spirit. Can you not be so fierce? At this time, Shen Tion had already rushed into the void passageway, and startled voices came from inside. You really dare to come in? TSK, what an arrogant brat. Today, I'll let you know what's called the power of the sacred spirit. In an instant, a terrifying aura burst forth from the void passageway, shaking heaven and earth. Bang, bang, bang. Terrifying divine might surged incessantly, causing the spatial passageway to tremble incessantly. An incomparably intense battle seemed to have erupted inside, and the sound of the battle rumbled. However, the voice of the evil spirit suddenly changed. Its tone was filled with shock and astonishment. How is it possible? How could you be so powerful? And no. A shrill and miserable howl resounded, which caused one's hair to stand on its end. Suddenly, a black shadow shot out of the void passageway, flying hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. The black shadow looked illusory and was enveloped by an endless evil aura. However, its aura was extremely terrifying. It was a sub-immortal evil spirit. However, it looked extremely pathetic, as though it had just been kicked out of a place. Shen Tion walked out of the void passageway and stood in the void, his aura incomparably majestic. His expression was cold as he snorted and said, "Today, I will let you see how hard my fist is." Shen Tion's entire body erupted with golden light. Carrying the power of countless stars, he suddenly attacked the evil spirit in the outer realm. The heavenly divine fist's radiance seemed to swallow the mountains and rivers. As he brandished his fist, it carried along the surging star energy, which seemed to shatter heaven and earth. When the evil spirit from the outer realm saw this, it hurriedly counterattacked and conjured endless evil chi to transform into pitch-black ghost hands. The fist light collided with the ghost hand and instantly shattered. Endless waves of energy tore open countless cracks in the void, shattering it into nothingness. The ghostly hand instantly exploded, turning into a puff of gray smoke that dissipated from the world. Damn it, why is this kid so fierce? The evil spirit's voice was horrified. As a sub-immortal evil spirit, its strength was peerlessly formidable, and it could easily annihilate a great sage. But in Shen Tion's hands, it had no room to retaliate and could only continuously block. Shen Tion's attacks grew increasingly ferocious and unstoppable, breaking through the clouds in the sky. The evil spirit in the outer realm was instantly forced to retreat repeatedly as the evil aura on its body exploded. It was as if it had been struck by a star from beyond the heavens, and its body was on the verge of collapse. "Brat, if you have the guts, let me go back." The evil spirit from the outer realm roared. It was filled with fear and didn't want to continue fighting. This brat was too abnormal. If he continued fighting, this seat would definitely suffer a loss. It turned into a grey evil mist, directly rushing toward the void passageway, wishing to escape this realm. Trying to leave? Shen Tion brandished the ocean divine hammer and exerted tremendous force, shattering the void passageway. The outer realm evil spirit instantly froze on the spot as the evil aura on its body fluctuated. The void passageway was broken, and it had no other paths to retreat. "Damn it! I'll fight it out with you!" It roared with a hoarse voice, its body releasing endless black light, deep like ink, terrifying to the extreme. Waves of black mist soared into the sky like an endless purgatory, filled with a terrifying aura. The sub-immortal evil spirit finally erupted with all its strength, drawing out an endless evil mist that covered the world. It was as if darkness had descended and wanted to devour everything. Instantly, this area seemed as if it had fallen into an abyss. It was dim and lusterless, and its aura was terrifying and horrifying. The evil spirit's aura in the outer realm suddenly changed. It became vast and unfathomable, like a peerless evil demon that wanted to wreak havoc in the world. "How dare you offend me? Die!" The evil spirit took a massive evil saber out of the endless black fog. The black light on the saber was extremely deep and incomparably sharp. Countless streams of wretched energy shot out, piercing through heaven and earth and shattering the void. Each stream of energy could easily kill a great sage. This was a supreme evil weapon. Its aura was even more powerful than the realm sealing plate. Shen Tion's eyes burned as he stepped forward. The fiery light within his body was vast and powerful, emitting dazzling radiance. An avatar suddenly appeared behind Shen Tion, shining brilliantly. 10 blazing suns soared into the sky and illuminated the world, dispersing the surrounding black mist. His entire body was wreathed in blazing true sun fire that shot into the sky and incinerated space into nothingness. Countless evil mists were incinerated the moment they came into contact with the true sun fire, turning into grey smoke that dissipated into the world. True sun fire, this despicable power. The evil spirit from the outer realm roared as if it felt extremely uncomfortable. The true sun fire was extremely effective against evil spirits. It could burn away all evil. These were the flames that the evil spirit race hated the most as it could suppress their power. The evil spirit immediately brandished its saber and slashed at Shen Tion. Rumble. An enormous divine furnace sat in the void, suppressing the heavens. The surface of the divine furnace was filled with blazing true sun fire, shining like a scorching sun. This item was the Tark artifact, Divine Sun Cauldron. Shen Tion used the Divine Sun Cauldron to guard the void. He then activated the endless true sun fire, which covered the heavens. Boom! The enormous evil saber collided with the Divine Sun Cauldron, surging with endless divine might. Black mist surged, and flames exploded. But in the end, everything was devoured by the flames. The Divine Sun Cauldron's Tark might was matchless, erupting with tremendous power and directly suppressing this saber. In an instant, endless divine flames spewed out, burning the world and enveloping the evil spirit from the outer realm. The Divine Sun Cauldron descended from the sky and directly absorbed the evil spirit into itself. Endless true sun fire burned incessantly. Shen Tion leapt up like a god that controlled the scorching sun. He controlled the endless flames and rushed into the Divine Sun Cauldron to fight the evil spirit. A loud noise sounded, and fiery light filled the skies. Incomparably miserable howls ceaselessly sounded out from within the cauldron, and it seemed as if one party was enduring indescribable pain. When he saw this scene, Huang Shi was dazzled, and his mind was shaken. This completely exceeded their imaginations, as if they saw a ghost. Was this Shen Tion's battle prowess? They could barely fight with a great sage. However, not only could Shen Tion kill an 11 Tribulation mighty sage, but he could even hang a sub-immortal evil spirit upside down and beat it. Compared to Brother Shen, they were useless. Huang Shi and Yue Yunde looked at each other with indescribable emotions. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, rumbling sounds came from outside. An array formation was set up at this place by the Hell Protector King originally, so ordinary people were unable to break through it. When the Hell Protector King died, the realm sealing plate also shattered, and the restriction disappeared. At that moment, People finally came in. They were, namely, Chi-jon, the 4 divine firmament prodigies, Duo, and all the Eastern Wilderness paragons. They had previously discussed with Huang Shi and the rest to provide support at the periphery. However, a huge array had suddenly risen here and sealed the entire space. Everyone had been feeling that something was wrong and were certain that Huang Shi and the others had been ambushed. The first thing they had done was send a message to the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty seeking help. At the same time, they had also been constantly attacking, trying to break through the array. They had been trying for a long time but to no avail. When the array weakened, everyone finally broke in but had arrived too late. When they saw the scene here, their expressions drastically changed. This was because this place was already covered in endless black mist. It was filled with evil and mournful aura, making one's hair stand on its end. This aura. It must be a powerful being from the evil spirit race. The evil spirit race actually set up a trap here. It looks like Brother Wang and the others are in danger. Kuduo's expression was grave. This aura was too terrifying, making one's heart tremble. Even though they were in the periphery, they could still feel the terrifying evil aura. The black mist exuded an extremely evil aura that could cause people with weaker minds to lose their rationality. Even a sage wouldn't be able to hold out for long. This was absolutely the power of a supreme evil spirit. That was the only explanation why it was so powerful. But then, they heard an incomparably mournful howl coming from within the black mist, making their scalps tingle. Kuduo's heart trembled as he said, "This voice. Could it be that Brother Wang and the rest are being tortured by evil spirits?" The screams were extremely miserable as if the person was enduring endless pain. "Let's go and save them," Chi-jon said solemnly, and his halberd appeared in his hand. Purple chi surged around him and dazzled the surroundings. As the number 1 seed in the world, his talent could not be underestimated. His cultivation had already reached the 6th Tribulation true sage. With his full power, Chi-jon could kill a great sage. Therefore, he planned to rush in and save Huang Shi and the rest. The other paragons in the surroundings also erupted with powerful auras. The auras of the 4 divine firmament prodigies were not much weaker than Chi-jon's. Their cultivation had reached the 5 Tribulation true sage. This was because they had all consumed the chaotic sky-mending pill. Their physiques and talents had all undergone an extremely drastic transformation. Although the other paragons were slightly weaker, they had also broken through to the Tribulation transcendence stage. There were even stronger existences among them. That was Fairy Kuang Yue. She had already broken through to the 7th Tribulation Great Sage and was the person with the highest cultivation. Seeing that there were evil spirit powerhouses, Fairy Cheng Yue's eyes narrowed. She took out the Sun Golden Wheel and prepared to fight. When such a supreme great immortal artifact appeared, it instantly erupted with a terrifying might, and it seemed as if it intended to slash heaven and earth into two. Moonlight lingered in the air, bright and flawless, carrying a peerlessly sharp offensive power. The other paragons were prepared to charge into the black mist. Everyone's eyes were solemn as they prayed in their hearts. "Old Wang, don't die. We will be there soon." Chapter 466, The Return of the Divine Firmament Saint. The geniuses of the Eastern Wilderness were still worried about the safety of Huang Shi and the others. They were prepared to charge in and save them. Little did they know that the 3 of them were just standing at a side and watching a good show. The surrounding black mist surged, its aura overflowing and surrounding the region. This was not only an evil aura, but it was also a supreme array set up by the evil spirits from the outer realm. It used the evil chi as a guide in heaven and earth as the foundation to set up a supreme blood sacrifice array. The black mist contained a supreme evil force. It was like an abyss that constantly devoured blood essence and life force. The evil spirit followers were long dead. The black mist devoured their life force, and they turned into a pool of blood. Not even their bones were left behind. The black mist was also refining the remaining evil spirit experts into pure energy. The ground cracked, and the plants withered, losing all their vitality. This realm was like an endless purgatory, about to fall completely. The sub-immortal evil spirit used the blood sacrifice array to devour everything under the heavens, absorbing vitality to replenish itself. The black mist became darker and darker, emitting a terrifying aura. Ordinary sages wouldn't be able to withstand it for long before they were swallowed and refined. Even if a great sage were to stay here for too long, their vital energy would be sapped dry. This was an unparalleled technique of the evil spirit race, capable of slaughtering countless living beings. Seeing this scene, Huang Shi and the rest felt a chill down their spines. They could feel how terrifying it was and did not dare to touch it. Fortunately, they were enveloped in blazing divine light, and the evil Chi couldn't come into contact with them. This was the method Shen Tion had left behind to protect them. Otherwise, the three of them wouldn't have been able to withstand the overwhelming might of the demonic mist. In front of them, the divine sun cauldron stretched across the void, divine flames erupting out, its brilliance illuminating heaven and earth. The true sun fire was magnificent and dazzling, baptizing heaven and earth with the power of extreme yang. When the black mist touched the true sun fire, it quickly scattered like snow meeting fire, unable to contend against it. Above the divine furnace, endless natural laws rushed into the heavens, their auras shaking the heavens and earth. This power was triggered by the battle between Shen Tion and the sub-immortal evil spirit. Shen Tion had used the divine sun cauldron to suppress it and forcefully dragged the evil spirit into the furnace, using the true sun fire to suppress it. Within the divine sun cauldron, the power of the evil spirit from the outer realm was greatly restrained, making it difficult for it to contend against Shen Tion. Rumbling sounds could be heard. It was the sound of metal striking flesh, making one's hair stand on its end. Huang Shi and the other two were excited. Although they could not see the scene inside, they could guess the battle situation just by hearing the sound. Undoubtedly, Shen Tion had the upper hand and was hammering the evil spirit. The white Tark took a sacred sunflower flower out of who knew where and peeled off a sparkling and translucent sacred sunflower seed with rich vitality. He started munching on the seeds and said, "How long do you think it will take little boy Shen to deal with that sub-immortal evil spirit?" Yue Yunde rubbed his chin and snatched a large handful of sacred sunflower seeds from the white Tark's hands, making the white Tark cry out in anger. Although junior brother is powerful, that is still a sub-immortal evil spirit. It cannot be underestimated. No matter what, it will take at least half a month. How could a battle between experts end in minutes? If they were evenly matched at their level, it would not be a problem for them to fight for half a month. The only way to end the battle quickly was if the difference in strength was too great. Yue Yunde believed that since Shen Tion could crush great sages, he must have the combat strength of a sub-immortal too. The evil spirit from the outer realm was also a sub-immortal, and perhaps even stronger than ordinary sub-immortals. It came from outside this region. Regardless of whether it was in terms of foundation or strength, it far exceeded cultivators of the same level. Of course, that was only for ordinary cultivators. Against cultivators with monstrous talent, even if they were at the same cultivation level, they would still die. Yue Yunde estimated that this battle would only stop after someone exhausted their powers. Huang Shi shook his head and retorted, "I think a few days is enough. Didn't you see Brother Shen taking out his Tark artifact? Wouldn't it be a piece of cake to deal with the evil spirit cub?" Everyone nodded in agreement. They were used to Shen Tion's terrifying battle prowess and were used to being numb with shock. With Shen Tion here, the evil spirit sect forbidden grounds that could cause great sages to bleed to death simply didn't have any pressure on them at all. "We still have time anyway. Let's chew on some seeds first. I've suffered a huge loss this time. I have to make up for it." With that said, Huang Shi took a big melon out of his pocket. The melon was fresh and tender, exuding a soul-stirring fragrance. The huge melon contained rich life energy and was able to nurture the body and recover vitality. Huang Shi picked up the melon and ate it with relish. He ate the melon while recovering his vitality. He even lost a few strands of white hair. Seeing that someone else was eating a melon, the white Tark and Yue Yunde's gazes immediately converged. This was especially the case for the white Tark. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. The sunflower seeds in his hands were no longer fragrant. "Hee, Brother Wang, what kind of seed is this? Why does it smell so good? Can I have a taste?" Yue Yunde even walked up and rubbed his hands with a drooling expression. "What are you doing?" Huang Shi immediately hid the seeds to the side and said, "This is my great tonic. If you want to eat, go find that boy, Chi-jon. Don't have any ideas about mine. I don't have that many treasures." This seed was a treasured azure spirit fruit of the golden-eyed fire ape clan. Even the Jixia Academy teachers coveted this item. It was a spirit fruit at the level of a sage herb. After Huang Shi had received the news, he had run to Chi-jon's side and fooled him for a few days before getting a few. Seeing how Yue Yunde and the white Tark were salivating and wanted to ask for the melon in his hand, Huang Shi naturally refused. "Hee, that's not up to you. Hand over the seeds, or I'll let you have a taste of my divine fist." The white Tark rubbed his palms together and walked toward Wang Shingshu. "What the FCK? Robbery?" Wang Shingshu cried out loudly and hurriedly got up. He had always been the one robbing others. No one had ever snatched from him before. "Old Wang, oh old Wang, with your current strength, you won't be able to withstand our beating." Yue Yunping had a sinister smile on his face as he appeared on the other side, blocking Wang Shingshu's escape route. "Humph, don't even think about it. I would rather die than submit." Wang Shingshu tightly hugged the melon, his will firm. It was impossible to give his melon to others, not in this lifetime. "Is that so? Eat my punch." The white Tark crushed forward and waved his huge tortoise fist, wanting to snatch the azure spirit fruit. On the other side, Yue Yunde also took action. He took out a talisman, lit it up, and threw it toward Wang Shingshu. "Stop, stop, stop. I'll give, all right?" Wang Shingshu cried out loudly. He wanted to cry but had no tears. With his strength, he was not able to defeat the two of them even if he was in his prime form. Furthermore, he had already burned away 90% of his lifespan, and less than 10% of his battle prowess remained. If he continued to fight on, he would definitely get beaten up. Furthermore, these two were not that kind. He had no choice but to hand over the azure spirit fruit and share it with everyone. However, the corners of his mouth were twitching in pain. Damn it! He didn't expect to meet these two scammers who only knew how to scam him. At that moment, rumbling noises sounded from the outside world. More and more divine energy blasted into the black mist, attempting to shatter it. Upon seeing this scene, Wang Shingshu's eyes lit up. It must be our comrades. The three of them immediately flew out of the black mist. As expected, there was a group of Eastern Wilderness geniuses standing outside the black mist. These elites were all good friends of Shen Tion and formed small groups after he disappeared. Many of them had consumed chaotic sky-mending pills before, and their talent could be said to be extraordinary. They all took action, stirring up the black mist. Qi Shaoxuan wielded the square dragon halberd and swung it around. Purple energy rose, releasing endless purple radiance. It pierced through the black mist and destroyed a large area of it. The four divine firmament prodigies attacked as well. A lightning white tiger burst out from Zhang Yunqi's back, roaring as it shattered the endless laws. Fang Chang transformed into a 100,000-foot-tall giant as his body emitted 5 elements divine light. The avatar of a Qilin rose up and suppressed the entire universe. Zhang Yunting played his zither, releasing a beautiful, profound sound as if it was a supreme offensive war cry, destroying the void. Zhao Hao leapt into the air, transforming into a blazing vermilion bird. He wielded the endless mixed divine lightning, causing the world to tremble. After reaching the true sage level, the four of them were significantly stronger than before. Every attack of theirs was no weaker than an attack of a great sage. The other Eastern Wilderness geniuses also attacked. Even the black mist that the sub-immortal evil spirit had set up was on the verge of shattering. After all, the evil spirit was no longer controlling the array. Instead, it was being ravaged in the divine sun cauldron. The black mist here was like a rootless source, and it wouldn't be long before it was shattered. These people were not the strongest. A beautiful figure walked out, the moons around her shining brightly. The 12 silver moons were vast, holy, and flawless. She was like a fairy from heaven that should not have appeared in the mortal world. She shattered the void with a wave of her hand. She was Fairy Kuang Yue. As if she felt that her speed was too slow, Fairy Kuang Yue's azure clothes fluttered, and the moonlight in her body erupted. Clang! The golden moon wheel howled, shooting out endless rays of light. The rays of light were bright and flawless, but they also emitted a terrifying might. The supreme great immortal artifact, the golden moon wheel, erupted with boundless offensive power. This scene made Wang Shingshu's scalp tingle. His heart trembled as he mumbled, "Oh my god, do you have to be so fierce to directly use a supreme great immortal artifact? Is this really appropriate? I feel like you're not going to cut open the black mist, but to kill us all." Wang Shingshu hurriedly ran out and shouted, "Everyone, stop! We're on the same side." Seeing Wang Shingshu appear, everyone revealed puzzled expressions. "Old Wang, aren't you getting beaten up?" Kudua looked confused. They had come rushing in to save Wang Shingshu, but he had managed to run out himself? Beaten up? When have I ever been beaten up? Wang Shingshu was at a loss, not knowing what these people were talking about. Qi Shaoxuan pouted. You're still being stubborn. Look at you. You must have been beaten up a lot. Huang Shi's current state was too miserable. He was as thin as a matchstick and had white hair. He looked like he had one foot in the grave. The corners of Huang Shi's mouth twitched as he sighed. This matter is a long story. He felt extremely wronged when thinking of this. Of these three people, Yue Yunde and the White Tark were completely fine. Only his lifespan had been greatly reduced. Why am I always the one getting hurt? Why am I always the one losing blood? In the end, I am still the one who shouldered everything. But then, he roughly explained what had happened. Everyone was shocked. What? The Hell Protector King set up a trap, and a sub-immortal evil spirit descended? How did you escape? They were naturally aware of the Hell Protector King's strength. He was an 11 Tribulation mighty sage. Given Huang Shi's strength, how could he escape from him? Not to mention, there was still the sub-immortal evil spirit. Everyone suspected that Huang Shi was bragging. However, after sensing the terrifying aura in the black mist, they had no choice but to think about it carefully. Huang Shi did not explain. Instead, he grinned. Hee, you'll find out later. He hid part of the truth and planned to surprise them later. Everyone was confused. Since they weren't the ones being beaten up, who else could it be? Suddenly, a loud explosion came from the black mist. Dazzling silver light shot into the sky and blotted out the sun, suppressing the black mist. Everyone focused their eyes and looked over. They saw a massive 100,000-foot-tall silver divine wheel floating in the void, emitting endless divine light. The silver divine wheel's radiance was resplendent, with multicolored light swirling about, making it holy and grand. Boundless and immeasurable power swept out, transforming into a vortex that constantly purified the black mist, allowing the world to recover its clarity. This object was precisely the Six Paths of Reincarnation's disc. The Six Paths of Reincarnation's disc released its holy power as if it released a rain of light that baptized heaven and earth. And beneath the rain of light, there was a phantom that was violently trembling. It was prostrating on the ground, unable to move. The evil aura around its body dispersed and was continuously absorbed by the Six Paths of Reincarnation disc as it let out an incomparably mournful howl. No. No. The roar was heartbreaking and filled with fear and horror. This person was precisely the sub-immortal evil spirit from the outer realm. Previously, it was dragged into the divine sun cauldron by Shen Tion, and with the might of a Tark artifact and the help of the true sun fire, it was beaten until it doubted its life. The outer realm evil spirits were powerful and had tenacious vitality. It had forcefully been withstanding Shen Tion's attack and didn't explode. It had been secretly delighted, thinking that it had a chance to counterattack. However, after seeing the Six Paths of Reincarnation disc that Shen Tion had taken out, the evil spirit immediately despaired. Anything with the power of samsara was extremely effective against the evil spirit race and could purify the evil aura within their bodies. Once the evil aura was purified, would the evil spirits still be called evil spirits? As expected, under the suppression of the Six Paths of Reincarnation's disc, the evil spirit from the outer realm was finally unable to hold on. It was completely purified and annihilated, exploding into a rain of light. A supreme golden light suddenly burst forth, illuminating thousands of miles, dazzling to the extreme. This was the power of merit, vast and unfathomable, profound and mysterious. Then, endless golden light descended into the valley. Shen Tion's body shook slightly as it was immediately baptized by the golden light, shining brightly. He felt a light feeling of pleasure as if even his soul had undergone an indescribable transformation. A giant golden wheel of light appeared behind Shen Tion, emitting a brilliant light that was majestic and dignified. Upon seeing this scene, Kuduo could not help but cry out, "This is the golden wheel of merit?" His eyes widened. As a Buddhist disciple, how could he not know what the golden wheel of merit meant? It was something that could only be formed after gathering the power of virtuous merit to a certain extent. The golden wheel of merit greatly restrained evil spirits. Furthermore, the greater amount of merit accumulated, the larger it would become. This was a special power of the heavenly Tao, and it possessed great benefits. It could increase one's comprehension ability and could be used to attack, refine weapons, refine pills, etc. However, the most important thing was that it allowed one to look cool. Whenever the person went out, there would be a 100,000 feet golden wheel behind them, making them look extremely cool and awesome. However, the golden wheel of merit was not so easy to condense. It required a massive amount of merit. The Sonic Thunder Buddhist Lord had lived for thousands of years before condensing the Golden Wheel of Merit. Furthermore, the one he had condensed was only 1,000 feet wide. At present, this Golden Wheel of Merit was 50,000 feet in radius. It was just too terrifying. Who could have so much merit? Kutuo's face was full of bewilderment. He wanted to see which god had such accomplishments. Even though the others didn't know much about the Golden Wheel of Merit, they knew that the evil spirit that was killed was a sub-immortal existence. To be able to kill a sub-immortal evil spirit, the person was absolutely a supreme expert. Could it be that the 5 regions were about to produce a supreme expert who could condense a 100,000 feet Golden Wheel of Merit? This was a great thing for them. The evil spirit race was currently wreaking havoc all over the place. They were bringing calamity to the common people, causing them to be unable to continue living. With the strength of the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty, it was impossible for them to mobilize an army to suppress the evil spirits at all times. There were simply too many evil spirits. They were scattered everywhere. This required the strength of the entire 5 regions to contend against the evil spirits outside. The more experts the 5 regions had, the greater the hope. Everyone focused their attention on the depths of the valley. Finally, a figure walked out. It was a man wearing golden armor with golden wings on his back. He stood proudly in the void, looking heroic. The man slowly walked over. His figure was light and graceful, and his body emitted a divine radiance. His handsome face was like an otherworldly immortal, extraordinary and untainted. When they saw this figure, everyone was greatly shaken, with their bodies trembling. Their eyes were filled with astonishment, shock, surprise, excitement, and many other emotions. For a moment, all the paragons stood rooted to the ground in disbelief. "Brother! Brother Shen?" Shi Shaoxuan's voice trembled. Even with his incomparably calm state of mind, he couldn't help but waver. This was such a pleasant surprise. After 180 years, the Divine Firmament Saint had appeared once again. Furthermore, he had killed a sub-immortal evil spirit on his first appearance. This battle record was insane. Only the Divine Firmament Saint could be the one who did it. That man was finally back. I, Chi Shaoxuan, can once again challenge the strongest under the heavens. Junior brother. At that moment, a beautiful figure dashed over and threw herself into Shen Tion's arms. Feeling the warmth in his arms, Shen Tion was slightly stunned. This person was none other than Huang Shi. She tightly hugged Shen Tion's waist and refused to let go, afraid that he would suddenly disappear. This was the person whom she had dreamed about for 100 years and finally met. As a result, Huang Shi put down her reservations and hugged Shen Tion tightly. Senior sister. Shen Tion could feel Huang Shi trembling in his arms. At that moment, she was no longer the hot-tempered saintess of the Divine Firmament sacred ground. Instead, she looked like a weak woman. Junior brother, you are finally back. Huang Shi buried her head in Shen Tion's chest and murmured softly, seemingly in disbelief. Shen Tion's eyes softened as he caressed Huang Shi's back. Senior sister, I'm back. The tears finally broke the dam and wet Shen Tion's clothes. Seeing this, everyone cheered. The Divine Firmament Saint has finally returned. Great, this is great. Everyone had been worried when Shen Tion disappeared. Now that he had returned, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Eunuch Gui's face was also filled with relief. His Highness is fine. Consort Lan, thank you for blessing us. This is great. Instantly, the atmosphere became joyous. As for the other female Eastern Wilderness paragons, their gazes were all focused on Huang Shi. Envy rose in their hearts. The Divine Firmament Saintess is truly blessed to be able to stay in his embrace for so long. If I had such treatment, I would definitely faint from happiness. Fairy Kuang Yue's heart stirred. She turned her head slightly to the side as an inexplicable sour feeling arose in her heart. However, she quickly turned around and focused her gaze on Shen Tion, not wanting to miss a single detail. She was also afraid that Shen Tion would disappear in the blink of an eye. It had been like this back in the Supreme Skytree world. Who would have thought that they would only meet after 180 years? Fairy Kuang Yue looked steadily at Shen Tion, her gaze becoming increasingly gentle. Junior brother, it's good that you're back. Chapter 467, I am not worthy of the position of the sacred leader. Huang Shi was quietly lying in Shen Tion's arms, enjoying his unique warmth. However, at this moment, Wang Shingshu walked out and said, Brother Shen, you can't favor one over the other. You can't hug the divine firmament saintess just because she's pretty. I also want a hug. Why don't the three of us hug together? With that, Huang Shi opened his arms and walked towards Shen Tion. Get lost. Get lost. Shen Tion and Huang Shi grumpily complained. This guy really doesn't stop no matter where he goes. All right. Huang Shi retreated awkwardly. He was just joking. After the commotion caused by Huang Shi, Huang Shi also reacted. She slowly rose from Shen Tion's embrace, her face flushed. However, Huang Shi gnashed her teeth and snorted inwardly. It is all this brat's fault for ruining the good atmosphere. If not, I could have stayed in junior brother's arms a little longer. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Huang Shi glared fiercely at Huang Shi and said, "Old Wang, you look good today, huh? I think your cultivation has improved. I'll spar with you today." With that said, endless Gangjin divine lightning erupted from Huang Shi's body as she aggressively walked toward Huang Shi. Everyone's lips twitched. How could the current Huang Shi look good? He was filled with white hair and looked extremely weak. No one dared to speak up for Huang Shi, however. Huang Shi was currently in a fit of anger. If they provoked her, they would suffer too. Everyone silently turned around and began to pray to the king god. Old Wang, why did you have to provoke this lady? You better pray for your own luck and hope that you can walk out well. The corners of Huang Shi's mouth twitched violently, and he was dumbstruck. Question mark. Big sis, are you being reasonable? If you want to beat me up, at least find a better reason. Who would bully others so openly? Huang Shi's heart was filled with bitterness. Only now did he understand a principle: women were not to be messed with. Especially tigresses, they were not to be trifled with. Big sis, I was wrong, big sis. Just treat me, old Wang, like a fart. Huang Shi quickly begged for mercy. In his current state, he could not withstand Huang Shi's hammer blows. Are you teaching me how to do things? Huang Shi gave a cold harumph and controlled the mixed divine lightning to attack Huang Shi. Huang Shi screamed, "No! Brother Shen, save me!" He immediately ran and dodged the attacks by jumping up and down. Huang Shi did not intend to let him off so easily. She controlled the endless divine lightning to chase after his butt. For a time, this place was in chaos, with miserable cries echoing endlessly. After the two of them kicked up a fuss, the atmosphere became more relaxed. Shen Tion looked around and found that most people were familiar faces. They were all top geniuses from the eastern wilderness 180 years ago. The auras of everyone surged and had become vast and unfathomable. Obviously, most of them had successfully overcome the tribulation to become sages. Shen Tion couldn't help but sigh when he saw this. Looks like everyone has been working very hard for the past 180 years. To be able to successfully transcend the tribulation and become a sage at the age of 200, they could all be considered peerless geniuses. Throughout the ages, very few people were able to attain this level. It's all thanks to Brother Shen. Everyone smiled and cupped their hands respectfully. Most of these peak geniuses were on good terms with Shen Tion and were given the chaotic sky-mending pill. Their physique, talent, and perception had increased tremendously because of that. In addition, because this was the era of calamity, the heavens and earth were full of spirit chi, and the natural laws had become closer to everyone. Everyone quickly refined most of the chaotic sky-mending pill, and their cultivation levels soared. As for those elites who had never taken the chaotic sky-mending pill, they had also received some form of benefits from Shen Tion. Because of the great calamity, the forces of the 5 regions had become dense, and they wanted to create experts as soon as possible. Thus, all the cultivation wonderlands in the 5 regions were opened up to the public for the 5 regions genius trials. Among them, the most famous training ground was the Divine Firmament Sacred Grounds God of War Pagoda. This pagoda was from the celestial world, and it was ancient and profound. It contained boundless inheritances, and it was a prime place for geniuses to train. In the God of War Pagoda, they could fight against the projection of the celestial world paragons. They were also able to experience the bearing of experts from different eras and comprehend the inheritance secret techniques from the celestial world. However, the price of the God of War Pagoda was too high, and many people didn't plan their finances sufficiently. These elites were on good terms with Shen Tion, and the God of War Pagoda lowered its restrictions on them, greatly reducing their fees. As a result, they could freely compete with the projections of the celestial world prodigies in the God of War Pagoda. 180 years was enough for everyone to fully mature. Moreover, their combat strength was outstanding, far surpassing their peers. For example, the Bodhisattva of the Sonic Thunder Sacred Ground, Kuduo. He had once fought against the celestial world paragons and attained enlightenment in the Bodhi Buddhist scripture overnight, instantly becoming a bodhisattva. Although Kuduo had never consumed the chaotic sky-mending pill, he was not much weaker than the 4 divine firmament prodigies. His cultivation had reached the peak of a 3 Tribulation sage. Given Kuduo's battle strength combined with the supreme Bodhi Buddhist scripture, he could put up a fight even against an ordinary 5 Tribulation true sage. There was also the Big Dipper Saint, Chen. He had been originally ranked 4th on the Eastern Wilderness Golden Core rankings and could be considered a peak paragon. Chen had antagonized Shen Tion in the past, causing his nascent soul to crack and his origin to be injured. This had caused his cultivation to plummet. His entire body had almost been crippled, and many rising talented fellows surpassed him. In the end, Chen had chosen to follow Chi-jon's example and befriend Shen Tion. He had also enjoyed the benefits of the God of War pagoda and used it to break through to become a sage. Thus, everyone was very grateful to Shen Tion. Shen Tion smiled. After so many years, everyone's temperament has changed a lot. 180 years was a long time for ordinary people. However, sages had a lifespan of 10,000 years. 180 years was just the beginning. Time passed very fast. The young prodigies back then had all grown up and become mature and steady. Compared to 180 years ago, the changes were extremely great. Fang Chang curled his lips and said, "These guys, each and every one of them became the sacred leaders of their respective sacred grounds. How can they be like before?" Following the traditions of the sacred grounds, there would be a new saint every 100 years and a new sacred leader every 1,000 years. Most of the elites present were the 10th generation saints of the various sacred grounds. They had been in power for 100 years, and it was time for the next sacred leader selection. This was because the talent and cultivation of this generation's paragons far surpassed the past. Many people stood out and successfully assumed the position of the sacred leader. For example, Huang Shi, Chi-jon, Kuduo, Chen Tion, and the others had all taken over the sacred leader's position in their respective sacred grounds. As the sacred leaders, these people naturally could not be like before. Shen Tion was slightly surprised as he asked, "Then who is the current Divine Firmament sacred leader?" Logically speaking, as the latest Divine Firmament saint, Shen Tion could also participate in the selection. But he had been in seclusion at the spherical heaven chessboard for 180 years and had long missed this opportunity. Shen Tion was a little curious. Just who among the saints had assumed the position of the sacred leader? Fang Chang shook his head and said, "No one in this generation holds the Divine Firmament sacred leader position. It's Master who's still in control." Why? Shen Tion was curious. This was a tradition that had lasted for countless years. Why hadn't it been continued? Yue Yunde walked up and said sincerely, "Because we were waiting for Junior Brother to return. Junior Brother has unparalleled talent and supreme talent. You have also contributed greatly to the Divine Firmament sacred ground. We all agree that only Junior Brother has the qualifications to be the next Divine Firmament sacred leader." Although he said that, he was complaining in his heart. Which one of them did not want to be the Divine Firmament sacred leader? However, the conditions did not allow for them to do so. Logically speaking, Yue Yunde's cultivation and combat strength were the strongest amongst all the Divine Firmament saints. Of course, that's excluding Shen Tion. Furthermore, he was the first-generation saint, so he should be the Divine Firmament sacred leader. However, Yue Yunde's reputation was simply too terrible. Previously, he had been swindling everywhere, and he had become the public enemy of the entire nation, incurring the wrath of both man and God. Even if the Divine Firmament sacred leader appointed him as the next sacred leader, the other elders and disciples would not agree. If this fellow became the Divine Firmament sacred leader, wouldn't the Divine Firmament sacred ground lose face? The Divine Firmament sacred leader was a reasonable person. He did not even mention Yue Yunde being appointed as the next sacred leader. The position of the Divine Firmament sacred leader had nothing to do with him. Furthermore, nearly all the Divine Firmament elders and disciples only recognized one person as the next sacred leader. That was Shen Tion, who had been missing for 180 years. Even the successive generations of saints expressed that they were not worthy of being the next sacred leader. This was because the contribution that Shen Tion had made was something no one else could match. Shen Tion had brought back a few copies of Imperial Sutras alone. Not to mention the God of War Pagoda. And other contributions. All the Divine Firmament disciples enjoyed the benefits Shen Tion had brought back and were filled with worship and respect for him. They were willing to wait for Shen Tion to return and assume the position of sacred leader, leading them to the peak. Therefore, the Divine Firmament sacred leader's transition was dragged on. There had yet to be a new sacred leader. Shen Tion was startled. He did not expect that everyone was waiting for his return. Even the sacred leader transition had been delayed. Such a sacred ground was really too heartwarming. Zhang Yunting smiled and said, "It's all right now. Junior brother has returned safely. Our Divine Firmament sacred ground will also have a new sacred leader. Given junior brother's strength, you can definitely lead the Divine Firmament disciples to fight the evil spirits and protect the 5 regions." Shen Tion shook his head with a smile and modestly replied, "Not at all, not at all. I still have to rely on everyone's hard work. Resisting the evil spirits to protect the 5 regions is our duty too. We will not shirk our duty." Shen Tion's words instantly stirred the blood of many elites. Everyone echoed. "Good, well said. The Divine Firmament Saint has such magnanimity. We are impressed. Let's work together and chase the evil spirit brats out of the 5 regions." Shen Tion suddenly thought of a problem. After being in seclusion for the past 180 years, he knew nothing about the 5 regions. He did not know if this calamity was serious or not and whether the 5 regions could endure it. Shen Tion looked at Zhang Yunting and asked, "Senior brother, how is the situation in the 5 regions? How did the great calamity descend?" Zhang Yunting's gaze dimmed, and he sighed. "The current situation is not good for the 5 regions. Not long after the opening of the Supreme Skytree World, the evil spirit sect took advantage of the weakness of the 5 regions' sacred grounds to launch an attack. They had been plotting for a long time. When the time came, they came attacking in full force. The attacks were brutal and bloody. They are extremely inhumane. Across Eastern Wilderness, West Desert, Southern Wilderness, and North Sea, evil spirits from the outer realm have all invaded them. The evil spirit sect is running extremely rampant. They completely disregarded the siege of the sacred grounds. They seem to be fighting to the death. If it was only the evil spirit sect, it would not pose much of a threat to the 5 regions. The various regions have been passed down for many years and have deep foundations. It is not something that can be broken through in a short period. The evil spirits from the outer realm are also cooperating with the evil spirits sect to help powerful evil spirits from the outer realm to descend into this world. There are heavenly venerable evil spirits everywhere, and there are even many sage evil spirits. With so many terrifying evil spirits joining them, they were able to completely crush sacred grounds. After which, they became more and more savage, and their attacks became more and more ferocious. Many factions were destroyed just like that. The people had no way to survive. Even sacred grounds could not escape destruction. At this point, Zhang Yunting, who had always been gentle and refined, could not help but gnash his teeth. This calamity was simply too tragic. Countless cultivators had died in the sea of blood. Even ordinary people and living beings were not spared. The entire 5 regions seemed to have turned into an endless purgatory, corpses were everywhere, and blood flowed like rivers. Only when the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty appeared did they manage to control the situation. However, the situation is still not so good for the cultivators of the 5 regions. The area covered by this calamity is too large. The Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty cannot provide support to all the areas affected. Zhang Yunting sighed deeply. It could be said that this great calamity was already almost the same as the one 10,000 years ago. However, this was only the beginning. No one knew when this would end. The calamity would only get worse, and the number of deaths would also increase. The evil spirits from the outer realm constantly entered this world, causing the 5 regions to face a far worse calamity than before. Zhang Yunting continued. Fortunately, the 5 regions felt unprecedented pressure and became extremely united. The demons and humans have also turned hostility into friendship. We have been fighting against the evil spirits from the outer realm together. Under the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty's leadership, the 5 regions have united against the outer realm. If one place is attacked, the other places will immediately come to support. This will temporarily alleviate the evil spirit sect's offensive position. They won't dare to be too arrogant for now. Especially more than 100 years ago, when Shi Tianzi returned, he brought back the massive heavenly cycle star formation. This formation can gather the power of many cultivators and unleash tens or even hundreds of times the power. Imperial Lord Huang Shi also helped Shi Tianzi refine many heavenly cycle chessboards and distributed them to the various sacred grounds. By relying on the formation and the foundations of the various sacred grounds, as well as the unity of all forces, the 5 regions temporarily have the upper hand against the outer realm evil spirits. More than 100 years ago, after Shi Tianzi had left the spherical heaven chessboard, he heard that a great calamity had erupted. Hence, he had immediately rushed back to the great wilderness celestial dynasty. Furthermore, he had immediately refined the heavenly cycle chessboard to help the cultivators of the 5 regions fight against the evil spirits. Only then did the cultivators of the 5 regions have the ability to fight against the evil spirits from the outer realms and temporarily repel them to restore peace. However, everyone knew that this battle would not end so easily. Once the evil spirits from the outer realm invaded, they would not stop so easily. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for the 5 regions cultivators. This was because the 5 regions foundations and experts were rapidly depleting, while the evil spirits from the outer realms were sending in more and more experts to invade. One day, the strength of the 5 regions would be completely exhausted. At that time, the tragic scene from 10,000 years ago would reappear. Perhaps this calamity was even more terrifying than the one 10,000 years ago. 10,000 years ago, if the heavenly Tao of this realm had not opened up a passage between the mortal world and the celestial world, allowing the celestial world to send experts to help, the 5 regions would have probably been completely destroyed. But 10,000 years later, no one knew if the celestial world would send any more reinforcements. This was because there was a common message that many people received from the various Tark inheritances. The situation in the celestial world was not optimistic either. They had encountered an unprecedented crisis, and a great enemy was invading them. Zhang Yunting sighed helplessly. The celestial world was in danger now. It could not even protect itself, and it might not even have enough strength to support the 5 regions. Thus, this became a troublesome matter. No one knew if the 5 regions could hold on. Shen Tion pondered for a moment. He naturally knew about this matter. Even a supreme expert like the Golden Proto-tark had died miserably in the celestial world. One could only imagine what sort of calamity had befallen the celestial world. It seemed like the situation in the 5 regions was not optimistic. Zhang Yunting said solemnly, based on the current situation, we need to increase our strength as much as possible. We must strive to find a chance of survival at the final moment. Kudu said with melancholy, but there are still evil spirits wreaking havoc in the outside world. They are constantly capturing the powerful cultivators of the 5 regions and bringing them back to the forbidden area as nutrients for the blood sacrifice array, to summon the supreme experts of the evil spirit race. We rushed here this time to rescue the captured cultivators. Such actions were quite common, and they were all controlled by the top experts of the evil spirit sect. As a result, ordinary cultivators did not dare to wander outside at all, let alone improve. Shen Tion frowned. In that case, let's start from our own people. Shen Tion then took out 2 chaotic sky-mending pills and handed them to Kuduo and Chen Zhongjian. Fellow brothers, this pill is the chaotic sky-mending pill, and it possesses the miraculous effect of changing one's natural talent and comprehension ability. It's capable of allowing your cultivations to improve. When Kuduo and Chen Zhongjian saw this, they were stunned. They were on good terms with Chi-jon, Fang Chang, and the others. Otherwise, they wouldn't have mingled together. The 2 of them had naturally heard of the miraculous effects of the chaotic sky-mending pill. It was an unparalleled supreme pill. A large part of the reason Chi-jon, Fang Chang, and the others' cultivation levels were much higher than theirs was because of the chaotic sky-mending pill. In these 180 years, although the 2 of them had not said anything, their hearts had been filled with envy. They had boasted that they would be on the same level as Chi-jon and the others if they had consumed the chaotic sky-mending pill. However, only Shen Tion could refine the chaotic sky-mending pill. It was impossible to find it elsewhere. Now that such a supreme pill had appeared before their eyes, both of them were shocked and in disbelief. Kuduo and Chen Zhongjian never thought that Shen Tion would give them the chaotic sky-mending pill. A transcendent pill like this could easily cause a bloody storm. Especially in this sort of crisis, even peak sacred grounds would go crazy over it. After all, this was a pill that could raise one's strength. Its value was immeasurable. In this situation, every bit of increase in strength would give one a greater chance to live. At once, Their bodies shook, and their eyes filled with gratitude. "Brother Shen, how can we accept such a great gift?" Their relationship with Shen Tion wasn't like Chi-jon and Huang Shi's, which was an iron friendship where they had suffered injuries and bled together with Shen Tion. It was all thanks to Chi-jon and Fang Chang that they could befriend Shen Tion. Kutuo and Fang Chang were close friends, while Chen Tion was close to Chi-jon. That was why they were able to take advantage of Shen Tion and enter the God of War pagoda to cultivate. But now, Shen Tion actually wanted to give them the chaotic sky-mending pill. They were truly embarrassed. Kudo and Chen Tion looked at each other and couldn't help but sigh. It was rumored that the Divine Firmament Saint was extremely righteous and benevolent. Furthermore, he was extremely broad-minded. Seeing it today, it was indeed so. With such a saint in the Divine Firmament sacred ground, how could it not rise to power? With Brother Shen in the 5 regions, how could there be no hope? I Kuduo. I Chen Jon am utterly convinced. Chapter 468, Copper Sparrow Pavilion, Prodigy Arena. Kuduo and Chen Jon looked at the 2 perfectly round chaotic sky-mending pills in Shen Tion's hands that emitted an alluring fragrance. This was a Tark pill. Its value was immeasurable. Even an immortal artifact could not exchange for it. After all, the chaotic sky-mending pill was unique. Only Shen Tion had it, and no one else could refine it. However, due to their pride, Chen Jon and Kuduo found it hard to accept the pill from Shen Tion. A faint smile appeared on Shen Tion's face upon seeing their refusal. "Brothers, please don't stand on the ceremony. Now that the great calamity is upon us, if your strength can increase, not only can we increase our chances of survival, but we can also better contribute to the 5 regions. This is my kind intention. Please don't reject it." Shen Tion had his own plans for giving the chaotic sky-mending pill to the 2 of them. The Sonic Thunder Sacred Ground had always had a good relationship with the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground. They were allies. Furthermore, Kuduo and Fang Chang were good friends and had a close relationship. In addition, the Sonic Thunder Sacred Ground had a deep foundation and many experts. It was also one of the most powerful factions in Eastern Wilderness. Gifting the chaotic sky-mending pill to Kuduo would greatly improve the relationship between the 2 factions. Now that they were facing the 5 regions' calamity, the 2 forces could become more harmonious and help each other. Although Shen Tion and Chen Jon had some disagreements, those were minor conflicts from their youth, so there was no need to take them to heart. He hadn't suffered any losses, but Chen Jon had. Moreover, Shen Tion had also obtained the first portion of the Blood God Sutra because of this. Honestly speaking, this was all thanks to Chen Jon. The Blood God Sutra was an unparalleled legacy and was famous even in the celestial world. If it wasn't for the Blood God Sutra, Shen Tion would have to be even more cautious when he was out adventuring, constantly on guard against danger and protecting his life. If that were the case, his growth speed would not have been so fast. The Blood God Sutra was of great aid to Shen Tion. Now, giving the chaotic sky-mending pill to Chen Jon could be considered a form of compensation. Although the chaotic sky-mending pill was very precious in the eyes of outsiders, it was useless to Shen Tion. This item could only be consumed once. There was no point in keeping more of it. He could only use it to give others a favorable impression. Moreover, Shen Tion still had a large handful of chaotic sky-mending pills in his pocket. He didn't lack any at all. He might as well use it to make friends with some children of Providence and improve their strength. At this moment of crisis, the more friends one had, the better. The stronger one was, the better. Kuduo and Chen Jon's bodies shook violently, their eyes filled with gratitude. Kuduo bowed respectfully to Shen Tion and said, "Brother Shen's broad-mindedness is admirable. Since that's the case, I won't stand on ceremony then. Thank you, Brother Shen." If it was an ordinary item, he would not care so much. After all, Kuduo had been studying Buddhism for decades and was knowledgeable. However, something like the chaotic sky-mending pill was too precious. To be honest, Kuduo was indeed tempted. He sighed inwardly. "I initially wanted to refuse, but Brother Shen's gift is just too precious. I just can't reject it." Tears welled up in Chen Tion's eyes as he said gratefully, "Brother Shen, I can't thank you enough. If you need me in the future, just tell me. I will do anything for you." Chen Jon was thrilled. If he were to consume the chaotic sky-mending pill, he would definitely be able to recover the cultivation he had lost during that period. He could even take another step forward and enter the ranks of the peak prodigies. After all, The chaotic sky-mending pill's effects were supreme. Not only could it increase one's strength, but it could also change one's constitution and talent. Chen Tion was originally the fourth-ranked genius on Eastern Wilderness Golden Core list. His talent was extraordinary. If he took the chaotic sky-mending pill, his strength would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. But what Chen Tion cared about the most was Shen Tion's bearing and magnanimity. Brother Shen actually disregarded the past and gave me the chaotic sky-mending pill. I feel ashamed by my own inferiority. Shen Tion smiled. Quickly consume the chaotic sky-mending pill. I'll stand guard for you guys. Kutuo and Chen Tion nodded heavily upon hearing this. They received the chaotic sky-mending pill and immediately sat down cross-legged to refine the pill. At that instant, endless divine light erupted from their bodies. It was brilliant and multicolored, swirling about their bodies. Kutuo's body was surrounded by golden light. The holy and majestic Buddhist aura illuminated the world. Behind him, a 100,000-foot Buddha golden body appeared. The Buddha was resplendent in gold and jade, and his aura was imposing as if he wanted to suppress the universe. Thanks to the chaotic sky-mending pill, the Buddha golden body's radiance became more and more dazzling, resplendent like a great sun, illuminating heaven and earth. A solemn and dignified Buddhist power burst forth, sweeping out in all directions. At that moment, Kutuo was like a supreme Buddhist mighty figure. His holy Buddhist intent seemed to be able to cleanse all living beings and purify all evil in the world. Rumble. Tribulation clouds appeared in the sky. Lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled, the echoes resounding. Kutuo had already reached the edge of breaking through, wishing to cross the heavenly tribulation. Boom! He rushed into the heavens, entered the 9 heavens clouds, and fought against the lightning tribulation. The tribulation clouds were deep and dark, and they flickered with dark light, causing heaven and earth to dim down in comparison. However, the holy golden light from his avatar did not stop. It blotted out the sky and covered the earth, forcefully engulfing the black light. Everyone looked over and saw a golden Buddha appear in the sky, using its supreme power to resist the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation's might was terrifying. Its strike could easily kill a sage. However, under the golden Buddha's attacks, it became extremely vulnerable. The Buddha smashed apart the endless tribulation lightning with a wave of his hand. Heaven and earth trembled, and space seemed to collapse. Kutuo seemed to have transformed into a Buddhist deity. His expression remained calm and unchanged. He passed 2 consecutive strikes of tribulation lightning with a smile. Before long, Kutuo floated down and stood in front of everyone. His entire body was wreathed in divine light, and his flesh had become crystalline and translucent. Golden light flickered on the surface of his body, and his body contained boundless divine might. The aura within his body was boundless and powerful. Kutuo had successfully broken through from a 3-tribulation sage to a 5-tribulation true sage. His cultivation had increased exponentially. Amitabha. Thank you, Brother Shen. As expected of a pill that can change one's fate, its effects are indeed formidable. Buddha is merciful. May Buddha protect Brother Shen. Kutuo's expression was solemn as if he was an accomplished monk who had attained the Tao, expounding on the supreme principles of Buddhism. But soon, he could not hold it in any longer. He changed back to his old self and shouted, Amitabha, I can't hold it in any longer. This feeling of forcefully acting is too unbearable. Kutuo had completely revealed his true nature, returning to his previous straightforward self. The crowd. Everyone was used to it. Amongst the Eastern Wilderness geniuses, the one who had the least change was Kutuo. This fellow was a simple-minded fellow. Back then, if it weren't for Sonic Thunder Buddhist Lord holding the monk staff against Kutuo's forehead and forcing him to take the Buddhist Lord position, who knew where this guy would have run off to? Kutuo acted so seriously because the previous Sonic Thunder Buddhist Lord forced him. But in front of so many old friends, he finally couldn't help but reveal his true self. Now that my strength has greatly increased, I wonder which fellow is willing to spar with me? Kutuo raised his eyebrows and looked around the group, his fighting spirit soaring. As soon as his cultivation base broke through, his heart began to swell. Not only had his cultivation reached the 5-tribulation true sage level, but he had also successfully cultivated the great Vajra body. His tough body was like an indestructible divine metal now. Even a 7-tribulation true sage would find it very difficult to break through his defense. After his strength increased greatly, Kutuo began to feel that his hands itched again and wanted to find someone to fight. Seeing this scene, everyone was speechless. Even after this bald monk had become the Buddhist lord, he had still yet to change his personality. Meanwhile, Chen Tion also underwent a transformation, and dazzling starlight burst forth from his body. Endless starlight interweaved and coiled, forming dazzling stars that emanated boundless divine light. There were a total of 7 stars. The light lingered around them, dazzling to the extreme. They were connected together and formed the Big Dipper, exuding a vast aura. Under the contrast of the Big Dipper constellation, Chen Tion looked like a god of stars descending to the mortal world with an extraordinary aura. Moreover, as he continuously refined the chaotic sky-mending pill's power, his aura became more and more powerful, as if great waves of spirit chi would pour out of him. Rumble. Thunder rumbled, and lightning danced. Chen Tion's lightning tribulation descended with boundless might. Fight. He let out a long howl and charged into the tribulation clouds, battling the lightning tribulation. Bang, bang, bang. Endless rumbles came from the sky, causing heaven and earth to shake and lightning to explode. The 7 stars of the Big Dipper shone brightly and activated countless laws. It was as if the Milky Way descended, piercing through the dark tribulation clouds and causing the world to produce endless starlight. Lightning surged, and starlight burst forth, creating an extremely dazzling scene. In the end, Chen Tion slowly descended. His body was surrounded by tribulation lightning, and his breathing was slightly heavy. Compared to everyone else, Chen Tion's battle prowess and talent were slightly inferior. However, with the support of the chaotic sky-mending pill, he had also overcome 2 levels of lightning tribulation. His cultivation had also broken through from the 1 tribulation sage level realm to the 3 tribulation sage level. Moreover, there was still a large portion of the medicinal power in Chen Tion's body that had yet to be refined. After completely refining it, he could probably break through and become a true sage. Chen Tion's face lit up with excitement, and he immediately expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Shen." From now on, he had once again stepped into the ranks of the elite prodigies. Although he still couldn't compare to Chi-jon and the others, he wasn't too far away. Thus, Chen Tion's gratitude towards Shen Tion was like a surging river that flowed endlessly. Shen Tion nodded slightly. "Since everyone has successfully broken through, let's go back first." Although they had not successfully rescued the 5 regions cultivators, they had killed the Hell Protector King and many other powerful evil spirits. There was even a sub-immortal evil spirit buried here. This could be considered revenge for those kidnapped. However, everyone knew that this was far from enough. The evil spirits from the outer realm were extremely powerful and had a large population. They were far more powerful than this. Killing the Hell Protector King and the sub-immortal evil spirit would at most cause the evil spirit race to feel a moment of pain, but it was not enough to harm their foundation. In order to deal with the invasion of the evil spirits from the outer realm, they needed to discuss more and find a solution. Everyone nodded and asked, "Brother Shen, are you returning to the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground?" Shen Tion shook his head. "Let's return to Jixia Academy first." Although he had not returned to the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground for 180 years, he was in no hurry to return. After all, the Sacred Ground still had the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader and Azure Lotus, these 2 peak powerhouses. With the God of War Pagoda and Yikin Kong's remnant soul, there was no need to worry about the evil spirits invading the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground. Furthermore, he had some matters to attend to at Jixia Academy. Previously, when Huang Shi had given him the immortal peach herb, he had asked for a chaotic sky-mending pill. However, Shen Tion had important matters to attend to at that time and hadn't had time. After which, he had entered seclusion for 180 years because he had entered the spherical heaven chessboard. After dragging it out for so long, it was true that he could not delay any longer. Thus, Shen Tion planned to deliver the chaotic sky-mending pill to Huang Shi as soon as possible. Such a supreme pill was similarly effective to experts at the level of Huang Shi. The current situation was extremely bad for the 5 regions. As the strongest existence in the 5 regions, if Huang Shi's cultivation level could improve, he would better protect the 5 regions. When they heard Shen Tion's words, the Eastern Wilderness geniuses replied, "Then we'll go with Brother Shen." "Yeah. We haven't been back to the academy for a long time. Let's have a good gathering when we get back this time." They were all Jixia Academy students. Due to the eruption of the Great Calamity, they had all rushed back to protect their sacred grounds. As such, it had been almost a century since they had returned to Jixia Academy. It was a good opportunity to go back and take a look. Most importantly, they wanted to follow Shen Tion. After all, Shen Tion was publicly acknowledged as the son of Providence. Following him was definitely not wrong. Shen Tion nodded with a smile. "All right, let's go back together." After everyone made some preparations, they set off together toward Chi Academy. Great Wilderness. This region was not only the head of the 9 prefectures in Middle Ground, but it was also the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty's headquarters. The situation here was different from other places in the 5 regions. The surroundings were enshrouded with dense mist and were filled with vitality. There wasn't a trace of disorder in the surroundings. It could be said that the Great Wilderness region was one of the few places in the 5 regions that evil spirits had not invaded. After all, the evil spirit sect did not have the guts and strength to launch an all-out attack against the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty. Shen Tion and the others quickly arrived at the Great Wilderness region's Sky Saint City. This place was prosperous and peaceful. There was a sea of people, and it was extraordinarily bustling. Many cultivators of the 5 regions got along harmoniously. Due to the arrival of the Great Calamity, the various regions had fallen into war disputes. Every day, they were on tenterhooks, and the atmosphere was incomparably tense. Therefore, when they entered Sky Saint City, everyone's tense faces gradually relaxed. Huang Shi suggested, "Brother Shen, why don't we go to the Copper Sparrow Pavilion? It can also be considered as a welcoming reception for you and celebrating your safe return." Copper Sparrow Pavilion was a place of memories. The first gathering they had before joining Chi Academy was at Copper Sparrow Pavilion. This place held everyone's memories from 180 years ago. Shen Tion nodded. He also wanted to take a look at Copper Sparrow Pavilion again. Since they were already in Sky Saint City, there was no hurry to find Huang Shi. After being in seclusion for 180 years, Shen Tion also wanted to see the changes in the outside world. They walked toward Copper Sparrow Pavilion together. Everyone laughed as they walked, discussing the past event that had happened here, where they had fought a great battle against the Middle Ground prodigies. "Did you know? Back when we were here, we fought hundreds of prodigies from Middle Ground, and all of them were previous saints of their respective sacred grounds too. Ha, we were all new students, yet we still beat those senior students until they pissed in their pants." Kuduo's face was full of excitement as he told the others about his past deeds. At that moment, Huang Shi scratched his head and said, "Baldy, this doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. I remember that you had a match back then. You were beaten until your head was full of bumps, and your horns were outstanding." Huang Shi clearly remembered that their generation had suffered many losses during the battle with the Middle Ground prodigies. And he had been utterly defeated and humiliated. Huang Shi stared at Kuduo in confusion. Why? How could this bald monk brag about something so embarrassing? Kuduo? Cough, cough. Benefactor, this poor monk doesn't know what you are talking about. But why are you slandering this monk? Do you want to spar with me? I think you want to spar with me. Since that's the case, let's go and spar. Kuduo's eyes were bright as he stared at Huang Shi and mumbled non-stop. Huang Shi's face was black as he rolled his eyes. Damn it. You only know how to bully me now. When I recover a few hundred years of my lifespan, I'll kill you, baldonkey. Of course, Huang Shi wouldn't say this out loud. After all, he would be beaten up if he said it. Given his current state, it could be said that he could not beat anyone. Seeing this scene, everyone shook their heads and laughed. The others were also discussing the interesting events of the past, making the atmosphere harmonious. The way they behaved was rather reminiscent of the brotherhood between young men who went on an adventure together. However, after 180 years, many things had changed. Some people and some things had already been completely obliterated in this world. Thinking of this, everyone sighed. Shen Tion, on the other hand, didn't feel much because he had been in seclusion for 180 years. Moreover, in the spherical heaven chessboard, Shen Tion had also become one with the world, his mind becoming distant from the physical world. Time flies. 180 years was like a blink of an eye to him. Thus, Shen Tion was still young at the moment and wasn't as emotional as everyone else. All right. Let's go in and sit. Let's drink and chat today to celebrate junior brother's safe return. Fang Chang suggested, preparing to enter the Golden Phoenix room. Bam, bam, bam. At that moment, a commotion came from downstairs. The noise was intense, carrying waves of rumbling Dao laws, shaking heaven and earth. Just what happened? Everyone was curious and looked over. Below the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, a huge arena had appeared. The arena was densely covered in inscriptions and coiled with laws, emitting a powerful aura. This was created by top-tier experts, and no one below the sage level could break it. On the arena, a group of young geniuses was sparring with each other. The sound just now was triggered by the geniuses sparring in the arena. Shen Tion smiled when he saw this. Why is there an extra arena inside the Copper Sparrow Pavilion? They did not have these things 180 years ago. Chi-jon smiled and said, Brother Shen, back then, we became friends with the middle ground prodigies and turned hostility into friendship, leaving behind a beautiful legacy. Later on, Shi Ling, Shi Kui, and the various paragons proposed to establish the prodigy arena in the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. Every time Jixia Academy's recruitment season comes, the prodigies are encouraged to spar with one another. The geniuses below are all new students of this generation. Shen Tion was surprised. Doesn't Jixia Academy recruit students only every 100 years? Based on the time, there should still be 20 years left. Zhang Yunting explained, after the invasion of the evil spirits from the outer realm, the recruitment of students at Jixia Academy changed from 100 to 30 years. The recruitment period for the various sacred grounds has also started to shorten. This is in order to nurture experts as soon as possible, to resist the evil spirits from the outer realm. Therefore, the paragons of the past few generations have all grown extremely quickly, far beyond the generations before. Zhang Yunting smiled bitterly and shook his head. He was overwhelmed with emotions. Fortunately, we started our cultivation early and had the assistance of junior brother's chaotic sky mending pill. If I was born a few generations later, I might not be considered a paragon anymore. Now, these little fellows are more abnormal than the last. Chapter 469, Paragons of the Successive Generations. After listening to Zhang Yunting's explanation, Shen Tion's eyes lit up, and he looked toward the prodigy arena with interest. He also wanted to see how talented this generation of paragons was. Although the invasion of the evil spirit race was an era of chaos and disaster, it was also a golden age. Many exceptional prodigies would appear in this era. They were born to fight against the calamity and protect the world. They could be said to be protected by the heavenly Tao itself. Regardless of whether it was in terms of strength or talent, these paragons far surpassed those of the previous generations. Moreover, their providence would be extremely high, and they were fully deserving of being children of Providence. After all, only those with high luck would be able to obtain fortuitous opportunities and quickly become stronger. A few prodigies were currently fighting in the prodigy arena. Rumbling sounds continuously sounded, resounding endlessly. Terrifying divine might swept out, its might world shaking. Everyone looked over and saw two youths in their 20s sparring. One of them was the current Sky Tripod Saint. A giant silver cauldron floated above his head, erupting with a tremendous force. His aura was terrifying to the extreme. His cultivation had already reached the peak of nascent soul, and he had even achieved Golden Core 8 refinement stage. To be able to reach the peak of nascent soul at such a young age with a Golden Core 8 refinement stage cultivation, he could absolutely be called someone with extreme talent. In the past, only the predecessors of the Sky Tripod Saint could reach this realm. However, this generation's Sky Tripod Saint was only 20 years old. For him to have such accomplishments, it was enough to show that he was extremely talented. This was mainly because the great calamity had descended, causing this world to also sense danger, which was why so many geniuses appeared. In addition, the various large sacred grounds wanted to create experts as soon as possible and open their cultivation wonderlands to the outside world. They wanted to recruit talented cultivators and nurture them wholeheartedly. The prodigies of this generation were indeed far more talented and powerful than their predecessors. However, his opponent was even more terrifying. It was a man wearing an 8-trigram Taoist robe. His aura was elegant and easygoing. A faint smile appeared on his face, and his aura was extraordinary. He held an ancient 8-trigrams compass in his hand. His aura was simple and unadorned, but it also emitted a solemn deterrence. This person stood on the arena and seemed to have fused with heaven and earth, causing others to be unable to capture his figure. His cultivation was also at the peak of nascent soul, but he had reached the peak of nascent soul with his golden core at the 9th refinement stage. His aura was terrifying to the extreme. The two of them fought crazily, erupting with powerful might. However, the Sky Tripod Saint had no room to retaliate in that person's hands. That person took out the 8 trigrams compass and immediately erupted with a mysterious power that spread throughout heaven and earth. Strange patterns transformed into a light screen and completely sealed the area. In an instant, the void started to distort as cracks appeared on it before it shattered. By the time the light dissipated, the Sky Tripod Saint was already heavily injured and could no longer resist. On the other hand, the man in the 8 trigram robe had an indifferent expression as if he hadn't spent any effort at all. Instantly, the crowd cried out. Shima Juga is too strong. Not even the Sky Tripod Saint is his match. To be able to set up such a terrifying formation with a wave of his hand, he's indeed a formation grandmaster. Given his strength, he should be ranked at the top of Jixia Academy's current generation of geniuses. Everyone was shocked by the power that Juga Shima had displayed. Shen Tion was also curious. Cultivators who grasped the powers of formations were very rare. This power was different from chi refinement and body tempering, where one used their own power and physical strength to resist the opponent's attacks. Those who grasped the powers of formations used the power of heaven and earth to coordinate with the array formation, constructing a powerful formation to deal with their opponents. Those who cultivated this power could instantly set up supreme formations after they grew up. Formation grandmasters were extremely useful on the battlefield. They could even fight against 1,000 soldiers by themselves. Zhang Yunting explained, this person's name is Juga Shima. He is a top prodigy of the hidden Juga clan. He possesses the inheritance of the Juga clan and Shima clan, 2 great clans who specialize in the formation Dao. He's extremely proficient in the power of formations. It's said that he can set up a great formation in 3 steps and use the power of his formation to surround and kill his opponent. At his peak, he even set up a supreme formation that could kill a late-stage heavenly venerable. A hidden clan was no weaker than a sacred ground. They were even better than sacred grounds in certain aspects as well. The reclusive clans had been passed down since ancient times. They hid in seclusion and did not participate in external conflicts. Most of the inheritances in their clan were well preserved, their foundations incomparably deep, and their strength extremely powerful. Thus, the appearance of a hidden clan was a good thing for the cultivators of the 5 regions. They could fight against the evil spirits together. Shen Tion nodded slightly. This calamity targeted the entire 5 regions, and no one could remain unscathed. If the hidden clans did not take action, they would not be able to escape death by themselves when all the cultivators of the 5 regions were exterminated. However, this Juga Shima was truly extraordinary. If it was 100 years ago, he would definitely be considered to be a peak genius. Not just the hidden clans, there are also many other sacred grounds that have produced geniuses. Shi Shaoxuan walked out with a deep gaze. His gaze shifted as he looked at another area on the arena and said, "Brother Shen, look." Shen Tion looked in another direction. There were Dao patterns that rushed into the heavens, swirling about densely. 2 prodigies were currently fighting. One of them had a robust figure and an imposing aura. Behind him, a 10,000-foot-long giant Peng appeared, its might vast and immeasurable, as if it could swallow the world. Clearly, this was a paragon of the great Void Kun race. He was using the Kun race's supreme Kun Peng arts. This person only had an early heavenly venerable cultivation, but his strength was already terrifying to the extreme. His opponent was a late-stage heavenly venerable prodigy. However, in the hands of this person, the geniuses of the older generation had no way to retaliate. He used the unmatched technique to turn the Kun Peng into a Peng, releasing endless divine light and devouring the endless void. In an instant, his opponent was defeated and retreated with blood spurting out of his mouth. This scene shocked countless people. Shi Shaoxuan said indifferently, "This person is Kun Peng Tsi. He is the son of Kun Ming, the clan leader of the Kun race in the North Sea. He successfully turned into a Peng at the age of 35, and his Kun Peng arts are considered unmatched under the heavens. His combat strength is extremely formidable. With an early heavenly venerable cultivation, he can even fight a peak heavenly venerable." Shen Tion nodded. He had grasped the Kun Peng Dao and naturally understood it. For Kun Peng Tsi to successfully transform into a Peng at the age of 35 and moreover cultivate the Kun Peng arts to an extremely deep level, his talent could be said to be extremely extraordinary. Next, everyone shifted their gaze to another battle. Divine flames were raging there, looking incomparably dazzling. Blazing flames soared into the sky, burning the sky into nothingness. The entire region was engulfed in endless flames. The power was vast and mighty, as resplendent as the sun, illuminating the 9 heavens. Under the flickering flames, one could vaguely see 10 figures controlling endless divine flames to fight against dozens of geniuses. Shen Tion was astonished. This was because he discovered that the flame was also the true sun fire. Although its purity was inferior to his own, its might was still terrifying to the extreme, able to incinerate a heavenly venerable. Chi-jon introduced again. These 10 are the top 10 paragons of the divine flame Crimson Crow race from southern border. Their combat strength is unparalleled. This race is a descendant of the Golden Crow, possessing a portion of the Golden Crow bloodline. Those from the divine flame Crimson Crow race are experts at playing with fire. They can control all kinds of flame power. These 10 geniuses of the divine flame Crimson Crow race are flame paragons. They could control the true sun fire from birth. Therefore, they are also known as the 10 Great Golden Crows. There are even rumors that they're the reincarnations of the ancient Golden Protarch and his 9 children. Shen Tion carefully looked over, and his lips twitched. He finally saw the 10 Great Golden Crows' appearances through the endless flames. They had similar appearances. All of them had golden hair and golden eyes, and their bodies were surging with true sun fire. Their auras were extremely terrifying. The person in the lead had an imposing figure and a surging aura. He was slightly stronger than the other brothers. The others had similar auras. Only the last person looked dispirited and seemed to be malnourished. Shen Tion's lips twitched upon seeing this. How was this a rumor? This was simply the reincarnation of the Golden Protarch and his 9 sons. Especially that last brat, he was exactly the same as the 10th underdeveloped Golden Crow. After everyone explained, Shen Tion roughly understood the current situation. Basically, every major power had produced a paragon. They were all extremely talented individuals. For example, the mysterious dragon phoenix maiden of North Sea, Shui, possessed both the bloodline of the dragon and phoenix race. She had been born with the Tao inscriptions of fire, water, and yin. She could control both the ice and fire elements. She had cultivated the true dragon sutra to perfection at a young age. She broke through the mighty prowess realm at the age of 21, so she was absolutely one of the top powerhouses of her generation. There were also many powerful prodigies from middle ground. The most prominent one was Shi Tianzi's personal disciple, Jaden Stone. He cultivated the Heavenly Cycle Tao Sutra and the Huang Shi Imperial Sutra. At the age of 32, his cultivation had already reached the soul formation stage. Just a heavenly divine fist of his allowed him to reign invincible among the younger generation. This person had once torn apart a true sage with his bare hands as a mid-stage heavenly venerable. He had the title of the second heavenly son. But in the end, everyone focused their attention on an area. There were also 2 geniuses there sparring. One of them had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. His eyes were bright, and his body was tall and straight. He carried a 3-foot-long sword on his back. His aura was awe-inspiring. And his sword intense soared into the sky. His black hair cascaded down like a waterfall as he wore the divine firmament saint's clothes. His body exuded a transcendent and untainted aura. This person was surrounded by dazzling and flickering lightning. His aura was extremely terrifying. Opposite him was a young man in a crimson flame robe. 6 blazing suns rose behind him, giving him a mighty aura. These 2 people were the current saints of the divine firmament sacred ground and the 9 sun sacred ground. Due to the sacred ground's tradition of having a new saint every 100 years, Shen Tion had automatically been replaced by a new saint. Upon seeing that it was the divine firmament saint having a fight with the 9 sun saint, everyone perked up. The divine firmament saint and the 9 sun saint exchanged looks. Without any superfluous words, they engaged in battle once again. In that instant, endless divine light shot out of the prodigy arena, triggering a heaven-shaking explosion. Rumbling sounds could be heard as flames soared into the sky. Endless lightning and blazing flames intertwined and exploded, causing countless cracks to appear in the surrounding space as if it would shatter at any moment. Everyone's eyes lit up. They could see the cultivation levels of the 2 opponents. They were both peak nascent souls who had achieved the Golden Core 9th refinement stage. However, the power that they unleashed was comparable to a mid-stage heavenly venerable. To have such achievements at this age was extremely extraordinary. If it was 100 years ago, given their talent and strength, even the paragons of the older generation would not be their match. The crowd continued to observe, only to see that the battle had undergone a transformation. The divine firmament saint's aura suddenly changed, becoming extremely mighty. Lightning flashed around him as though he had fused with lightning. At that moment, he was like a supreme god that controlled the lightning tribulation, intending to annihilate all living beings. With a wave of his hand, the Divine Firmament Saint stirred the endless chaotic mixed divine lightning, cleansing the world with divine light. It emitted a terrifying might. The arena was instantly covered in dazzling lightning. Terrifying divine might surged without end, and it emanated an aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. It seemed as if it intended to tear the heavens and the earth apart. By the time the lightning dissipated, the Nine-Sun Saint was already convulsing on the ground. His entire body was charred black by the lightning, and white smoke was coming out of his mouth. Shen Tion raised his brows in surprise. He could tell that the Divine Firmament Saint's technique came from the forbidden chapter of the Divine Firmament Lightning Imperial Sutra, Declamity. To be able to comprehend the Lightning Imperial Sutra to such an extent at his age, his talent was extraordinary. Zhang Yunting smiled and said, "This person is the current Divine Firmament Saint. This generation's Divine Firmament Sacred Ground has a total of 10 extremely talented elites. This boy is the strongest. He can fight a late-stage Heavenly Venerable." Shen Tion was even more surprised. Before he joined the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground, only Zhang Yunxi, Fang Chang, and Zhang Yunting could be considered top elites. Back then, they had only achieved the Golden Core 8 refinement stage, yet their names had already resounded throughout Eastern Wilderness, their strength reaching the top of the Golden Core list. However, the current Divine Firmament Saint had reached the peak of the nascent soul stage and had cultivated till the Golden Core 9th refinement stage. From the looks of it, the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground had been developing rapidly during this period. It had recruited elites from all over the world, and more geniuses were emerging. As if reading Shen Tion's thoughts, Zhang Yunting smiled and said, "This is all thanks to the inheritances you brought back. Junior brother, not only did you find the supreme inheritance of our sacred ground, Declamity, but you also brought back many other imperial sutras. Furthermore, with a cultivation wonderland like the God of War Pagoda, it could help improve the disciples' battle prowess at a very fast pace. In addition, junior brother Yundi created a series of thunder explosion talismans and mecha production lines for the sacred ground. The Divine Firmament Sacred Ground's heritage has rapidly expanded. Now, the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground has become the most popular choice of disciples in Eastern Wilderness. Thus, the source of their livelihoods is many times better than before. Furthermore, many people with exceptional talent have appeared." Zhang Yunting sighed. If not for his junior brother, how could the sacred ground have developed so quickly? Junior brother Shen Tion was truly worthy of being the son of Providence, one who was able to lead the sacred ground to its peak. Zhang Yunting continued to explain. "These little fellows are all abnormally talented. For example, each of our 10 Divine Firmament lads is extremely impressive. They have all cultivated the Divine Firmament Lightning Imperial Sutra to an unfathomable level. Furthermore, they have all mastered Declamity and grasped the mixed divine lightning. Their strength can easily crush paragons of the same level. If the 10 of them worked together to set up the Yin-Yang 5 elemental thunder array, they would be able to sweep through hundreds of paragons of the same level." Zhang Yunting shook his head and smiled bitterly. If they had not consumed the chaotic sky-mending pill before, improving their physique and talent, they would be no match for these kids. Truly, the new generation surpasses the old, and the young will sometimes surpass the old. Chapter 470, Divine Firmament Sacred Leader, Being a Father. Shen Tion was very pleased to see so many talented geniuses appearing in the 5 regions. Given their talent, it wouldn't take long for them to grow. At that time, they could contribute to the 5 regions and resist the evil spirits together. However, right at this moment, Shen Tion's body trembled slightly. He suddenly felt an extremely intimate and blood-related aura. This aura? Shen Tion's gaze shifted as he surveyed his surroundings before finally focusing on the Divine Firmament Saint. He could feel that this boy's bloodline aura was very similar to his. It felt like they came from the same source. Shen Tion's eyes burned as he asked, "Senior brother, what is the name of this generation's Divine Firmament Saint?" He focused on the Divine Firmament Saint, and the light in his eyes turned increasingly resplendent. Zhang Yunting smiled and said, "This generation's saint is closely related to junior brother. To be precise, this kid is junior brother's nephew." Shen Tion was slightly stunned. Where did this nephew come from? But then he realized that it had been 180 years. His cheap brothers must have gotten married and had children. As the 13th prince of the country of fire, Shen Tion naturally had 12 elder brothers. However, he did not know which royal brother's son this person was. He had even joined the Divine Firmament sacred ground as the saint of this generation. Zhang Yunting explained, this generation's Divine Firmament saint is called Shen Tion and his brother Shen Ao's biological son. Shen Tion was relieved. Among the 12 royal brothers, only Shen Ao had a high cultivation talent. Moreover, Shen Tion had gifted the chaotic sky-mending pill to Shen Ao. After undergoing the chaotic sky-mending pill's transformation, Shen Ao's physique and talent had undergone a tremendous transformation. As a result, his son had also absorbed some of the effects of the chaotic sky-mending pill, which explained why his talent was astonishing. Zhang Yunting smiled and said, when Shen Tion came into the world, brother Shen Ao put in a lot of effort to name him. In the end, he named him Shen Tion to bless junior brother's safe return. Yushan. The meaning behind this name was to hope for the heavens, Tian, to bless Shen Tion. Shen Ao had been extremely worried during Shen Tion's disappearance and hoped that Shen Tion could return safely. This was how the name of his son had come about. Shen Tion was astonished and sighed inwardly. So it's sixth brother's son. Who would have thought that he would have already become an uncle? Things were the same, but people had changed. I didn't expect sixth brother to be so concerned about me, always thinking about me. How heartwarming. Zhang Yunting smiled. Shen Tion is extremely talented. He has the divine pure body, his talents are top-notch, and his battle prowess is unparalleled. His cultivation speed is extremely fast, and it can be said that he progressed at a tremendous pace. Yushan can be said to be the person with the greatest talent apart from junior brother. Zhang Yunting was also delighted. Shen Tion was the current Divine Firmament saint. The stronger his talent was, the better it was for the Divine Firmament sacred ground. Shen Tion nodded with a smile. Since he was his nephew, he should greet him. He stretched out his hand and released an immeasurable power, grabbing towards Shen Tion. An invisible hand condensed in the void, pulling Shen Tion up to the second floor of the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. Shen Tion was dumbfounded. He was originally enjoying the cheers of the crowd on the stage when an irresistible force suddenly swept over. Before he could react, he was sucked away. Shen Tion suddenly panicked as he mumbled. What's going on? Could it be that some peerless old witch has set her eyes on this saint's peerless looks and wants to take me for herself? No way. No way. No way. Could I really be that unlucky? This saint is still young and cannot do such a thing. Oh. But if she's good-looking, I might consider it. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces darkened. What was this kid thinking all day long? What nonsense. Shen Tion's lips twitched. He hadn't expected Shen Tion to have such thoughts. It looked like this kid had been led astray by someone. Shen Tion looked around, his gaze sharp and filled with warning. He wanted to see who had led Shen Tion astray. This kid is still a child. Huang Shi silently turned his back and turned his head to the side. He muttered softly, "Can't see me, can't see me. Forget it. No matter what, this kid is still my nephew. If the child has been led astray, then he should be corrected." At that thought, Shen Tion walked towards Shen Tion. Shen Tion was still in a daze. When he saw Zhang Yunting and the others, he heaved a sigh of relief. So it's Elder Yunting. You don't have to do this. You can just call me up next time. This just makes me panic. Shen Tion was still nagging, but when he saw Shen Tion suddenly appear in front of him, he froze on the spot. You. Shen Tion's eyes were dazed and filled with disbelief. Shen Tion smiled and kindly said, "Child, I'm your 13th uncle." Boom. Waves immediately surged in Shen Tion's heart as his thoughts rapidly changed. Confusion, astonishment, calmness, surprise, shock. Shen Tion's expression changed rapidly. Soon, Shen Tion's body trembled violently, and he was filled with excitement. 13th uncle, you're definitely 13th uncle. Only 13th uncle's looks can be better than mine. Shen Tion. Everyone? You are too narcissistic. How can you be so thick-skinned to say such things? It is fine if you said that brother Shen was more handsome than you. There is no doubt about that. Even without you saying it, we already know that for a fact. But other than brother Shen, no one else is as handsome as you? You must be joking. I, Huang Shi, am the first to be unconvinced. I, Kuduo, am the second. I, Yun Yuade, am the third. Fourth, fifth, sixth. In the end, everyone gave up. In terms of looks, they were indeed slightly worse than Shen Tion. Shen Yushin's physique was the divine pure body that the chaotic sky-mending pill had baptized. This type of divine body was an innate constitution. It allowed one to be born innately spotless and untainted by worldly filth. Shen Yushin, who possessed the divine pure body, had a body that was wreathed in divine light. It was crystal clear and far superior to ordinary people. His appearance was indeed top-notch. He could charm a large number of fairies with his appearance. Of course, that would depend on who he stood with. If a handsome man stood with a group of ugly people, that handsome man would naturally be charming. However, no matter how handsome a person was, they would all pale in comparison when standing next to Shen Tion. Shen Yushin knew this very well. After seeing Shen Tion, Shen Yushin was convinced that he was his 13th uncle. After all, only Shen Tion had such peerless looks. Only his 13th uncle could be so heroic. Shen Yushin's eyes burned with excitement. 13th uncle, you're finally back. You are my idol? I grew up listening to your stories. Shen Tion's name had already spread throughout the 5 regions and had been passed down for many years, creating countless legends. Until now, no one had been able to match up to Shen Tion's accomplishments. They were unmatched contributions that were obtained through brute force, and no one was able to match them. As Shen Ao's son, Shen Yushin had heard of Shen Tion's heroic deeds since he was young. Even his father, Shen Ao, would lament Shen Tion's strength from time to time. He was the 13th brother he respected the most. Subconsciously, Shen Yushin was filled with curiosity toward this 13th uncle whom he had never met before. It was only after he joined the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground that he realized that Shen Tion was even more powerful than the rumors. The Divine Firmament Sacred Ground's development was all thanks to Shen Tion. He was the one who had led the Sacred Ground to its peak. Shen Tion had long been hailed as a god by the Divine Firmament disciples and was deeply rooted in their hearts. Therefore, Shen Yushin was determined to follow Shen Tion's footsteps and walk the path of invincibility from 180 years ago. And, of course, he did manage to do so. Although Shen Yushin was not as freakish as Shen Tion, he was similarly invincible among his peers and had successfully become the Divine Firmament Saint. Now that his idol had appeared before him, how could he not be excited? Shen Tion nodded with a smile. Although this brat was a little strange, he was neither servile nor overbearing. He was valiant and quite likable. Yushin, it's our first time meeting. 13th uncle will give you some greeting gifts. Shen Tion waved his hand, and 2 supreme treasures instantly appeared. Multicolored light swirled about. It was incomparably dazzling, erupting with powerful holy might, their aura boundless. Then, 2 artifacts surrounded by dazzling divine light appeared before Shen Yushin. One of them was the Long Yuan Divine Armor, a defensive artifact that the Divine Firmament's sacred leader had given him back then. Now, it was perfectly justifiable for him to give it to the current Divine Firmament Saint, Shen Yushin. The other was the purple-green double swords. This was also an artifact with extremely powerful offensive capabilities. It was a sword that was carefully nurtured by a peerless sword sage in the ancient battlefield 10,000 years ago. Although Shen Yushin had entered the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground, he had also cultivated sword skills with Shen Ao. From the resplendent sword chi emitted from his body, it could be seen that this boy's sword Dao cultivation was not weak either. As a result, Shen Tion had chosen to give the twin swords to him. The purple-green double swords and the Long Yuan Divine Armor were both sage artifacts. When used together, the prowess one could display was excellent. As his strength increased, sage artifacts were no longer of much use to Shen Tion. As the Divine Firmament Saint, Shen Yushin indeed needed to equip himself well. Only then would it match his status. After all, he was his own nephew. He had to take good care of him. Thank you, 13th uncle. Shen Yushin was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed respectfully. He was extremely excited. These are sage artifacts. And they're even 13th uncle's famous treasures. Even father wouldn't be able to take out such a valuable treasure. As expected of 13th uncle, he is so generous. I am truly fortunate. Shen Tion said solemnly, Yushin, since you are the Divine Firmament Saint, you have to shoulder the responsibility and be responsible for protecting the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground. The Divine Firmament Saint was not only a title but also a responsibility. Shen Yushin nodded and said firmly, Yushin knows. I will defend the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground to death. Shen Tion nodded slightly, a gratified smile appearing on his face. He seemed to have seen his own shadow in Shen Yushin. At this moment, another 9 figures flew over. They were all prodigies of the younger generation and were only in their 20s. Their auras were extremely powerful. These people were dressed in the core disciple robes of the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground. They were the other 9 Divine Firmament prodigies. The moment they saw Shen Tion, they hurriedly knelt on one knee and respectfully greeted. "Greetings, Sacred Leader." Shen Tion froze, confused. Divine Firmament Sacred Leader? Was his master here? Shen Tion looked around but didn't see Zhang Long Yuan. Zhang Yunting smiled and explained, "Father announced it to the public 80 years ago. The day junior brother returns will be the day you become the new Divine Firmament Sacred Leader." Shen Tion didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His master was simply not even giving him a chance to reject. Shen Tion didn't intend to refuse, nonetheless. As the former Divine Firmament Saint, he still had feelings for the sacred ground and a strong sense of belonging. Moreover, everyone had unanimously requested it, so he couldn't refuse. There was no harm in holding the position of the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader. Instead, there were many benefits. After all, the position of a sacred leader symbolized the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground's prestige. Most of the sacred ground's resources could be provided for his cultivation to enhance his strength. The two were like one, sharing both honor and disgrace. The corners of Shen Tion's lips turned up at that thought. "Everyone, please rise." A gentle force surged with a wave of his hand and lifted the 9 Divine Firmament prodigies. Shen Tion then took out 9 other sage artifacts and handed them to the Divine Firmament prodigies. "I will also give you people some greeting gifts. I hope that all of you will focus on your cultivation and strive to contribute to the sacred ground." These people were Divine Firmament disciples, and they were the most talented elites. Shen Tion naturally wouldn't be stingy with them. The key was that the sage artifacts in his little treasury were all counted in baskets. There were many of them, but they were not very useful. Even if he took out 9 at once, Shen Tion wouldn't feel the pinch. Since they could be used to raise the strength of Divine Firmament disciples, he felt that it was much better to give them out instead. The Divine Firmament prodigies received the sage artifacts with excitement. They said gratefully, "Yes, thank you, Sacred Leader." Sage artifacts weren't much to Shen Tion, but they were supreme treasures to these young geniuses. After all, very few sacred grounds would give sage artifacts to their juniors. The main thing was that sage artifacts were really too precious. Even sacred grounds would not casually give them away. Secondly, given the junior's strength, they might not be able to fully utilize the effects of the sage artifacts. However, Shen Tion had too many sage artifacts, so he didn't care. Although they were unable to use the sage artifacts to their full potential, at least they had an additional life-saving artifact. They were all his children, so he naturally had to pamper them. Shen Tion didn't care, but it didn't mean others didn't. The 9 Divine Firmament prodigies, who had obtained the sage artifacts, were extremely excited. Their respect for Shen Tion was like a torrential river that flowed endlessly. Upon seeing this scene, all the paragons were shocked. Their eyes were shining with envy. Which sacred ground's sacred leader would be so generous? Giving a sage artifact on their first meeting? It was one thing to gift 1 or 2, but to gift more than 10? This generation's Divine Firmament sacred leader was truly domineering. The Divine Firmament disciples were too blessed to have such a sacred leader. At that moment, another figure arrived on a divine rainbow. In an instant, a violent wind howled, its aura oppressive, like a huge wave that reached the heavens. When ordinary geniuses sensed this aura, their faces turned pale, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble and go soft, almost collapsing onto the ground. Even Shen Tion and the other elite prodigies wore grave expressions as if they were facing a formidable enemy. This person was definitely a formidable opponent that could not be ignored. The divine light was retracted, and the person who came was a charming young girl. This woman wore a long white dress, and her appearance was peerlessly beautiful. She was like a celestial maiden that left others in the dust. Her eyes were as bright and resplendent as the sea of stars, and her skin was as clear and translucent as fine jade. The most magical thing was that there was a pair of young and tender black dragon horns on the girl's head that flickered with endless divine light. However, a pair of dazzling phoenix wings appeared behind her, sweeping up gusts of wind as they flapped. This woman stood in midair like a supreme goddess that stood aloof from the world, and her bearing was cold and arrogant, causing others to be unable to approach her. All of the prodigy's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this. It's the Dragon Phoenix Maiden? She's the most mysterious Dragon Phoenix Maiden of North Sea? Rumor has it that the Dragon Phoenix Maiden's strength is unmatched. Now that I've seen her, she is indeed extraordinary. This aura, she must have transcended the tribulation to become a sage. Everyone's eyes were filled with deep shock. The Dragon Phoenix Maiden could be said to have a great reputation that shook the 5 regions. She had come into being 100 years ago and reigned supreme in the North Sea. She was invincible throughout the world and left others in the dust. At that time, she had only been 21 years old and had already become a demon venerable. Now that 100 years had passed, no one knew how astonishing the Dragon Phoenix Maiden's battle prowess was. Her aura alone was no weaker than the geniuses of the older generation. And that was not the main point. It was rumored that the Dragon Phoenix Maiden's identity was extremely mysterious, and no one knew her true origins. However, some people had heard that the Dragon Phoenix Maiden had an extremely high status in Black Dragon Island. The current Black Dragon King, Wu, was extremely respectful toward her. Yes. The Black Dragon King had to be very careful when meeting this lady for fear of angering her. Therefore, everyone was guessing if Shui was the daughter of some old antique on Black Dragon Island. That was why her status was so high. The moment the Dragon Phoenix Maiden appeared, she walked straight toward Shen Tion. Her tone was cold, and she looked unfriendly. They all have a gift. Where is my gift? Everyone? Everyone was dumbstruck and puzzled. Shen Tion was the Divine Firmament sacred leader, so it was only right for him to give a greeting gift to a Divine Firmament disciple. What did he have to do with the Dragon Phoenix Maiden? More importantly, the Dragon Phoenix Maiden was actually asking Shen Tion for a gift? They had never heard of a relationship between the current Dragon Phoenix Maiden and Shen Tion. Or could it be that the Dragon Phoenix Maiden wanted to extort him? TSSSS. This lady was too daring. You can blackmail anyone, but you want to extort this generation's Divine Firmament sacred leader, Shen Tion? This lord had been able to hammer a great sage 180 years ago, and his battle prowess was unparalleled. Although he had disappeared for more than 100 years, his strength would only increase and not decrease. No matter how high the status of the Dragon Phoenix Maiden was, she could not offend this generation's Divine Firmament sacred leader. Are you really not afraid of being spanked? However, Shen Tion didn't mind her rudeness. His body trembled, and his expression changed slightly. That was because he realized that the Dragon Phoenix Maiden also had a bloodline connection with him, and it was even stronger than that of Shen Yuxian's. This bloodline aura was passed down from generation to generation and was extremely intimate. For a moment, Shen Tion stood rooted to the ground in confusion. As if noticing Shen Tion's strange reaction, Shui indifferently transmitted her voice. My mother is Bing, and my real name is Shen Tion. Shen Tion began to buzz with excitement. What happened? What the? Didn't I only sleep with Bing once? One shot was enough to do the job? Shen Tion scratched his head. He didn't expect that after he had been in seclusion for 180 years, not only would he have a nephew, but he would also have a 100-year-old daughter? The world has changed too quickly. I, Shen Tion, am still a child. Chapter 471, The Whole World's Fairies Are Waiting for You? Shen Tion was caught off guard. He had never expected to suddenly have a daughter. However, that sense of connection constantly reminded him that she was of his flesh and blood. Shen Tion was his biological daughter. But that was not it. Not only had she inherited the power of his bloodline, but she had also inherited the Dragon Phoenix power. When Shen Tion had dual cultivated with Bing, the Divine Phoenix power and Divine Dragon power within Shen Tion had merged and formed the ultra-rare indestructible Dragon Phoenix physique. A portion of the Dragon Phoenix power had entered Bing's body. Bing was Shen Xiu's mother, so she had inherited a portion of her mother's strength and a portion of the Dragon Phoenix power. Therefore, her constitution was also the indestructible Dragon Phoenix physique. Although Shen Xiu's physique was not as powerful as Shen Tion's, it was also a supreme divine constitution that was unprecedented. Sensing the connection of the bloodline within Shen Xiu, Shen Tion smiled. He also had a daughter. Seeing Shen Tion's reaction, Shen Xiu snorted, and her attitude was cold. It was mainly because when she had been born, her father had not been beside her mother. Also, he had not even appeared once in 180 years. Shen Xiu felt as if she was an orphan since she had never enjoyed fatherly love. If it was not for Bing constantly telling her words such as Shen Tion could not come because of an accident, or he will definitely appear, Shen Xiu might have thought that her father had already died. Now that Shen Xiu verified her father had not died, She heaved a sigh of relief. However, she did not have strong feelings toward her father. They had never spent time together and were completely unfamiliar. Not to mention that Shen Tion did not go and see Aobing as soon as possible after appearing in Sky Saint City. That made Shen Aokshu even more upset. That's the reason her attitude was so cold. She didn't plan to treat Shen Tion with a good attitude. Shen Tion could naturally sense Shen Aotian's resentment, so he felt awkward. It was mainly because he did not know that such a thing had happened. Otherwise, he would have definitely rushed over immediately. She was his daughter, so how was it possible that he would not be concerned about her? Even though Shen Tion had been through a lot, he still did not know how to face such a situation. Shen Tion took a deep breath and smiled amiably. It's the first time we've met, so as you fath, I'll naturally give you a meeting gift. Shen Tion knew that Shen Aokshu did not plan to expose their relationships, or else she would not have sent a voice transmission to him. She would have spoken directly instead. Since she had not said it out loud, she must be unsatisfied with him. Shen Tion was aware of that, so he did not mind. It was, in the end, his first time being a father, so he really did not know how to deal with such human relationships. Especially with the calamity now, many powerful evil spirit cultivators would target him because of his fame. Shen Tion was not afraid, but he was worried that the evil spirit race would think of ways to target those dear to him to threaten him. It was impossible for Shen Tion to guard his kin all the time, after all. Temporarily not revealing their relationship could also be counted as a kind of protection for Shen Aokshu. Although Shen Aokshu had exceptional talent, and her battle prowess could be compared to the previous batch of prodigies, she was still too far from the powerful top cultivators. This calamity was not something these young prodigies could influence. In the end, it would depend on the top cultivators on both sides. The celestial world had yet to send powerful reinforcements, so the 5 regions were still small in numbers and meager in strength. Therefore, they would have to rely on themselves. Only by increasing their strength quickly and increasing the average cultivation level of the 5 regions' cultivators could they deal with this calamity. As for his daughter being unsatisfied with him, he could only curry favor with her. She was his daughter, so he naturally had to coax her. Shen Tion waved his hand, and instantly a brilliant light was emitted, shining upon the ground. A fearsome aura surged through the whole area, shaking the heavens. Even the fabrics of space could not endure the immense aura and collapsed. A blood-red longsword floated in front of Shen Tion. Endless laws surrounded it as it unleashed a sharp aura. The surrounding sword aura was vast and harsh, and just a slight amount was enough to crush the fabrics of space. Once that sword appeared, the swords in the vicinity resonated with it. The swords of countless prodigies instantly trembled as if they had met with the King of Swords, and they bowed toward it. Everyone was astounded. That supreme weapon emitted endless divine energy as if it could destroy the world and tear through space. That sword was the Executing Heaven sword. That sword had been nourished in the lobe of his lung by the power of chaotic aura. The original pseudo-immortal artifact had transformed into a supreme great immortal artifact. The Executing Heaven sword would strengthen Shen Tion greatly. If he were to use that sword and unleash its sword aura, he could even kill a sub-immortal. However, he still chose to give it to Shen Aokshu. That was because Shen Tion had used the chaotic tinder forging art and forged his life artifact, Chaotic Star Sword. Although the Executing Heaven sword was powerful, it paled in comparison to the Chaotic Star Sword. Shen Tion had crafted the Chaotic Star Sword himself, so it suited him better. Therefore, even if he gifted the Executing Heaven sword to Shen Aokshu, there was no influence toward Shen Tion's battle strength. Also, the Executing Heaven sword had sentimental value. When Shen Tion had first met Aobing and formed the Dragon God contract, it had been because of the Executing Heaven sword. It could be said that the Executing Heaven sword was like their token of attachment that had tied him and Aobing together tightly. If he gave the Executing Heaven sword to Shen Aokshu, not only could her strength be increased, but the chances of her survival would also increase. It would count as compensation to Shen Aokshu for Shen Tion's long absence. But it was far from over. Shen Tion waved his hand again, and another supreme treasure appeared. A brilliant golden light suddenly burst out. It was shining as bright as the sun, covering the sky. A round golden sun rose up with a vast and unfathomable aura. That was the supreme great immortal artifact Sun Golden Wheel. That was a peerless defensive immortal artifact, and it could even block a perfected immortal's full-out attack once activated to its limit. Such a peerless immortal artifact would tempt even a perfected immortal. However, Shen Tion still gave it to Shen Tion without hesitation. She was his daughter, so he had to pamper and protect her so that no mishaps would happen. Shen Tion's body trembled slightly when she saw Shen Tion was willing to give the executing heaven sword and sun golden wheel to her. Her snow-cold expression turned conflicted. It was as if she did not know what to do. In the end, Shen Tion smiled brightly like a flower blooming. She was so beautiful and ethereal. She used voice transmission and said, "Thank you, Father." Shen Tion took the two immortal artifacts, and her opinion of Shen Tion gradually changed. "I guess Father does care for me after all. He is even willing to give such precious immortal artifacts to me. I must have misunderstood him." Everyone was dumbstruck. The Dragon Phoenix Maiden really obtained treasures from the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader? Two supreme great immortal artifacts at that. No way! No way! No way! Is it really this simple? Even I'm tempted now. Many people wanted to give it a try. However, they only thought of it and did not really go and try their luck. They did not know the true relationship between the Dragon Phoenix Maiden and Shen Tion. They thought it was because of Black Dragon Island. Aokshu was the peerless prodigy of Black Dragon Island, and Shen Tion was Black Dragon Island's human partner. The two of them had a close relationship, so it was normal for Shen Tion to give treasures to one's juniors. Meanwhile, they were not related to Shen Tion at all. Thus, if they were to go up and ask for one too, they might even be beaten to death. This new Divine Firmament Sacred Leader was not to be taken lightly. However, there were those that could not resist the temptation and stepped forward. He was Kun Pengtse of North Sea's Great Void Kun race. He walked straight toward Shen Tion and looked at him before speaking. "Uncle One, you can't favor one more than the other. I also want a present." This time, Shen Tion was stunned. "When did I become this kid's uncle? There's another that wants to extort treasures from me by claiming to be related to me? Is it possible that they think I am good-tempered?" Seeing that Shen Tion was about to flare in rage, Kun Pengtse hurriedly spoke. "Uncle, my aunt is the princess of the Great Void Kun race, Kunyu. She has been insisting on not marrying anyone but uncle in the past 100+ years. Not even grandfather could persuade her. Uncle, please just accept my aunt." Kun Pengtse smiled as Shen Tion's return was a weight off their mind. If not, if Kunyu continued making a commotion, then she might really become an old woman that no one wanted. Shen Tion instantly looked awkward once he heard Kun Pengtse's words. Amazing. He could actually find such a link in our relationships? Unexpectedly, Kun Pengtse's words caused many prodigies to follow his example. A man walked forward. He wore a robe as white as snow and carried a green longsword behind. His eyes were extremely sharp as his sword intent soared toward the sky. He was a sword cultivator but seemed carefree and unrestrained. He even held a wine calabash in his hand. Seeing such a scene, Shen Tion could roughly guess that person's identity. He was definitely a disciple from the Grand White Grotto Heaven. That was because he looked extremely similar to Sword Venerable Lotus, Li Changzhe. That's right, that kid was Li Changzhe's son, Li Wang Yue. Li Wang Yue looked at Shen Tion in reverie. "Uncle, Aunt Lionel is waiting for you too." Shen Tion. OMG, here comes another one. Naturally, it did not end here. Another prodigy walked out. That person had a gentle disposition like a green lotus. Heavenly aura with hazy light surrounded her. She looked ethereal and charming. She was this generation's Jade Lake Saintess, Yao Zai. Yao Zai also spoke. My master, Sacred Leader Quang Yue, and Aunt Master Heavenly Venerable Xiaoling are waiting for you." Shen Tia. Amazing. This time two came at once. Fairy Quang Yue's body trembled slightly behind Shen Tion, and her pretty face glowed rosy red. Fairy Quang Yue had never expected that Yao Zai would mention her too. In the past years, countless top prodigies had visited the Jade Lake sacred ground to ask for her hand in marriage. Fairy Quang Yue was Jixia Academy's goddess, so she was admired and revered by countless people. Many exceptionally talented prodigies wanted to obtain Fairy Quang Yue's love, but they had all been rejected. That was because the whole Jade Lake sacred ground knew that Fairy Quang Yue had given her heart to Shen Tion. Even Xiaolinger had not interfered as she thought that Fairy Quang Yue was worthy of Shen Tion. Fairy Quang Yue did not explain anything but chose to keep silent. She even vaguely anticipated just what kind of choice Shen Tion would make. Unfortunately, another prodigy stepped forward before Shen Tion could even speak. That was a female prodigy that wore rainbow divine light clothes and emitted rainbow divine light. Her aura was also extremely powerful, on par with top prodigies of other sacred grounds. More importantly, she was a rainbow divine peacock. She was this generation's peacock princess, Huang Shi. Huang Shi looked at Shen Tion with admiration and said, "Uncle, my aunt is also waiting for you." Her aunt was the previous generation's princess, Kong Meng. Kong Meng had encountered Shen Tion in the primordial battlefield trial, and they had explored it together. Therefore, Kong Meng had also fallen deeply for Shen Tion. So much so that Kong Meng had never looked for a Tao companion in the last 180 years and waited for Shen Tion's return. A man was beside Huang Shi. He also stepped forward and said reluctantly, "Uncle, Aunt Ling Long is also waiting for you." He was Saint Langxi from the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty and also Princess Ling Long's Jr. Seeing that so many people had stepped forward, Saint Langxi also wanted to help his aunt. Shen Tion instantly felt a chill down his spine. Just how many are there? When I was young, I didn't do anything to them, nor did I flirt with them. Why are there suddenly so many of them? Are they planning to force me to marry? Shen Tion instantly felt a gaze of resentment from behind him. It was Shen Tion. Shen Tion gnashed her teeth in anger. He had actually caused so much trouble? Just how many women did he flirt with when he was young? At the same time, a resentful gaze was also locked on Zhang Yunting. That gaze was from Zhang Yunxi. She saw that no one was helping her, so she glared at Zhang Yunting. "Why didn't you give birth to a child that could help me?" Zhang Yunting instantly understood, then he said awkwardly, "Junior brother. Actually, Yunxi is also waiting for you. How about you consider her too?" Shen Tion. Shen Yushan looked at Shen Tion in admiration. What father said is correct. 13th uncle is indeed a ladies' man. Just who could be favored by so many people? And they're all the saintess and princesses of top factions? They were even willing to wait for 100+ years for 13th uncle to return. As expected of 13th uncle. He's our role model. Shen Tion hurriedly stopped them. All right. Since we've met, then we're fated. Today, I'll mainly transmit the Imperial Sutra's explanation to all of you. It'll depend on your aptitude for enlightenment to see how much you can understand. After finishing, Shen Tion waved his hand, and a few balls of divine light appeared from within him, entering those prodigies' minds. Those were Shen Tion's understanding of the Imperial Sutras, such as the Kunpeng Dao, Purple-Green Sword Technique, Imperial Sutra of Sun, Rainbow Divine Light, and so on. He used divine consciousness to transmit it to them, and it counted as a meeting gift. At the same time, it was also to stop them from speaking anymore. If they continued, all the prodigies in the Copper Sparrow Pavilion might even step forward since there were so many people that liked him. It would be impossible for him to accept everyone. Who would be able to hold up? Even if he had the chaotic body, he would not be able to stand it. Shen Tion could not help but sigh. Who said that being handsome was a good thing? Sigh. How could one's body be able to last? Chapter 472, Brother Shen, receive my full-out attack. The various prodigies were elated upon receiving Shen Tion's understanding through his divine consciousness. They were the purest and most unique insights of the Imperial Sutras, containing supreme profundities that could allow others to understand quickly. Also, the one that had bestowed them was none other than the legendary Divine Firmament's sacred leader, Shen Tion. This was definitely a priceless gift. All prodigies knew that Shen Tion had exceptional talent and peerless battle prowess. His understanding of the Imperial Sutras definitely reached an unfathomable level. The various prodigies were over the moon, and they hurriedly expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, uncle." They sat down cross-legged and started to immerse themselves with their eyes closed, sensing the divine consciousness's heritage. Seeing how everyone finally quietened down, Shen Tion heaved a sigh of relief. These little kids are really too lively. If they continued speaking, how many more nephews and nieces or juniors would appear? Cough, cough. I shudder at that thought. Shen Tion discovered a problem through this incident. Most of these prodigies were the offspring of people from his generation. Did the cultivators of the 5 regions all get married so early? Shen Tion narrowed his eyes and asked out of curiosity, "Senior brother, why have so many prodigies already given birth to children?" Prodigies such as Li Chang's, Kunming. Their true age was just a few hundred years old. A sage could live up to 10,000 years, so it could be said that they were extremely young. In the end, they had given birth to children so early, and their children had already grown so much. Thus, Shen Tion was truly curious. According to Shen Tion's understanding, few cultivators would give birth to children at such a young age. In the past, it was normal for cultivators to give birth to children when they were around a few thousand years old. Meanwhile, over 1,000-year-old cultivators without Tao companions could be found everywhere. Everyone was concentrated on cultivating and only thought of ways to increase their strength. As such, few would focus on love relationships, getting married, and giving birth. Basically, they would wait until they had reached a certain level of cultivation or achievements. When they had the time, they would consider giving birth to children. The cultivators had started giving birth when they were just a few hundred years old, so it was a little bizarre. Zhang Yunting smiled and explained, "The calamity has descended upon us, so the great wilderness celestial dynasty has been encouraging the prodigies to get married and give birth earlier. If more children are born, then the overall strength of the 5 regions cultivators will increase as much as possible." Such a concept has been firmly established in everyone's minds. As such, a new batch of prodigies will be born every dozen years. Shen Tion. So, they rely on giving birth to children to deal with the calamity? But they do make some sense. As this was the era of calamity, spirit chi was in abundance, and the cultivators would have a higher affinity with the laws. Hence, the growth of this generation's prodigies was extremely fast. This generation's monstrous prodigies were a good example. They were just around 20 to 30 years old, but they had broken through to the soul formation/mighty prowess stage/realm. If it was in the past, this would be something unimaginable. Without hundreds to thousands of years, basically, no one would be able to reach such a cultivation level. Meanwhile, by encouraging cultivators to give birth, there would be more fresh blood and higher chances of monstrous prodigies being born. 1 in 10,000 or even 1 in 1,000,000, it would not be difficult for top prodigies to appear. Although the 5 regions were in great danger as the evil spirits from the outer regions had started invading them, the various sacred grounds could still last for some time. That time was enough for many children to grow up and become powerful cultivators. They would protect and defend the 5 regions from the calamity together. At that moment, the various prodigies' understanding of their respective imperial sutra increased more and more. Light rained from the sky like falling crystal petals, and this whole place was filled with the aura of enlightenment. The various prodigies' auras increased more and more, surging out of them vigorously. They enjoyed the rain of light and looked heavenly. Their bodies emitted mysterious strength and shone with divine light as they continued attaining enlightenment of the heavenly Tao. Rumble. The fearsome divine energy was vast like the sea as it swirled around them. In a short moment, someone was successful in enlightenment and had a huge increase in cultivation level. Everyone could sense they were breaking through one after the other, their auras filling the whole Copper Sparrow Pavilion. It was soon covered by endless spirit chi. The prodigies benefited greatly, and many of them had cultivation breakthroughs. They slowly awakened, and their faces were filled with joy. They exclaimed, "The Divine Firmament's Sacred Leader's Imperial Sutra insights are really unfathomable. We cannot even begin to compare. My understanding of the Imperial Sutra has increased by quite a few times thanks to the insights. Me too, I have successfully cultivated the Imperial Sutra of Sun to greater mastery. Me too, me too. Same for me. Thank you, Senior Sacred Leader. Thank you, Uncle." All the prodigies were delighted. They had benefited greatly from this enlightenment and saved at least dozens of years of cultivation. Therefore, the prodigies were grateful and full of admiration toward Shen Tion. However, just when they were about to stand up to express their gratitude, they realized that Shen Tion had suddenly flown straight into the clouds, leaving a trail of divine light behind. Everyone was stunned and baffled. Why did the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader leave? That's right. I originally wanted to negotiate with him to see if he could accept my aunt. That's right, that's right. My aunt has stayed at home for so many years too. It's time for her to marry. Me too, same for me. Shen Tion was drenched in cold sweat. He heaved a sigh of relief as he was troubled. Phew, it's good that I reacted quickly. If they were to surround me again, I think my head would explode. Being a senior is just too terrifying. Shen Tion, who had been heroic and invincible all along, also had to retreat when encountering matters related to love. After all, his mindset was still the same as 180 years ago, and almost nothing had changed. Who would be able to deal with it when so many people wanted to talk about his marriage? Therefore, it was better to escape first. Seeing that he had finally gotten rid of them, Shen Tion heaved a sigh of relief. At that moment, the fabrics of space vibrated vigorously until they were distorted. A dazzling light appeared in the air, and a powerful aura surged. The fabrics of space were torn apart by a supreme force, and a brilliant hole of light appeared. The light enshrouded within shone brightly with a magnificent aura. Shen Tion narrowed his eyes and saw that two figures appeared out of nowhere. One of them wore a purple scholarly robe and seemed majestic. His eyes were so deep they seemed to contain the world. However, his aura was extremely gentle. He seemed to merge with heaven and earth with each step he took, and he looked unreal and impossible to capture. Meanwhile, the other wore white clothes. His face betrayed that he had been through the vicissitudes of life, and he seemed more mature and was no longer unruly. His aura was extremely powerful but restrained within his body. Nonetheless, others could still sense the extremely violent energy contained in his physical body. Those two were Huang Shi and Chi Jon. Shen Tion's pupils constricted upon seeing them. Even at his current level, he could not see through Huang Shi. Instead, felt that he had become even more profound and unfathomable. Shen Tion exclaimed inwardly, Huang Shi is truly the most powerful cultivator in the 5 regions. With a cultivator of his caliber, even the evil spirits would not be able to invade the 5 regions easily. Afterward, Shen Tion looked toward Chi Jon. He discovered that Chi Tion's cultivation level had also increased greatly. Chi Jon had successfully broken through from mid-stage heavenly venerable to 6th tribulation true sage. However, given Chi Tion's battle prowess, he could contend against mighty sages. As expected of the young paragon, his talent was indeed high. Chi Tion stepped forward and said, Uncle Shi and Brother Tianzi, it's been a long time. Huang Shi revealed an amiable smile and said, You've returned. Upon sensing Shen Tion's aura, Huang Shi had directly brought Chi Jon over. Shen Tion nodded and exclaimed, I was in seclusion for too long. I came out too late. Huang Shi smiled and nodded. Tioner, since you could cultivate in seclusion within the spherical heaven chessboard for so long, you must have benefited greatly. With his understanding of the supreme sky tree world, how could he not know what the spherical heaven chessboard signified? It was the greatest land of fortuitous opportunity in the supreme sky tree world, and great fortuitous opportunities were within. Meanwhile, Chi Jon had also recounted the situation in the spherical heaven chessboard after his return. Therefore, Huang Shi knew that Shen Tion had obtained immortal King Hun Tion's heritage. Shen Tion nodded and said, Indeed, I've benefited greatly, and my strength increased. Shen Tion was still very humble in front of Huang Shi. Huang Shi laughed heartily and said, Good, very good. There will be more hope for the 5 regions with you here. Huang Shi had long been treating Shen Tion as his disciple. Otherwise, he would not have passed the Huang Shi Imperial Sutra and Immortal Peach Herb to him. Seeing that Shen Tion had obtained such achievements, he felt gratified. Shen Tion nodded. He hesitated for a moment before saying, Uncle Shi, I've already refined the chaotic sky-mending pill you have mentioned. However, it's not the peach sky-mending pill, but a banana sky-mending pill. Shen Tion recounted everything related to the sacred battle abode to Huang Shi and said, Although the banana sky-mending pill's effects cannot be compared to the peach sky-mending pill, I'm willing to give 2 sky-mending pills as compensation. After saying that, Shen Tion took out 2 chaotic sky-mending pills and passed them to Huang Shi. The effects of a single banana sky-mending pill could not be compared to the peach sky-mending pill. There was not much difference. Thus, the value of 2 banana sky-mending pills was much higher than just 1 peach sky-mending pill. Since each person could only eat 1 pill, 1 more pill would mean another powerful cultivator could be created. However, Shen Tion did not mind. Huang Shi was the most powerful cultivator in the 5 regions, and the burdens he carried were far beyond that of normal cultivators. Everyone was cultivating peacefully, but he would need to keep an eye on the top evil spirit cultivators to prevent accidents. Otherwise, once powerful cultivators of their caliber started killing, the whole 5 regions would be plunged into an abyss of misery. Therefore, Huang Shi was the senior that deserved to be respected the most in the 5 regions. Giving the sky-mending pills to him could not only increase his strength, allowing him to protect the 5 regions better, but the extra pill could also nurture another powerful cultivator. Now that the 5 regions were in danger, they were all on the same boat and had to fight against the evil spirits. It was also a good thing for the 5 regions that Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty was about to have another powerful cultivator. Huang Shi nodded and said in gratification, "How considerate of you, Honor. Then, I'll leave it to you youngsters to reminisce. I still have some matters to settle, so I'll take my leave first." Huang Shi took the 2 sky-mending pills and disappeared in the boundless void. He had to consume the chaotic sky-mending pill to increase his strength as soon as possible so that no unforeseen circumstances would occur. Also, he had to choose a Grand Elder from Jixia Academy to consume the chaotic sky-mending pill too. If so, then there would be 2 powerful top cultivators in Jixia Academy. Ergo, there would be a higher chance of defeating the evil spirit race. Seeing that Huang Shi had left, Shi Tianzi walked towards Shen Tion with excitement. "Brother Shen, you're finally out." Shi Tianzi's eyes were filled with passion. Shi Tianzi had left the spherical heaven chessboard before he could bid farewell to Shen Tion, as the latter had still been in seclusion. Who would have thought that 180 years had passed since that last meeting? As for Shen Tion, Shi Tianzi was filled with respect and admiration toward him, but also full of fighting spirit. He was, in the end, a young paragon and could be said to be invincible in middle ground. Only after meeting Shen Tion had he experienced setbacks. Fortunately, Shi Tianzi's Tao heart had not been affected. Instead, he had become more determined. He treated Shen Tion as his rival, his friend, and the target he pursued. Seeing his rival returning safely, Shi Tianzi was also elated. Shen Tion smiled and said, "In the many years we've not met, Brother Tianzi is still as handsome and talented as before. I bet Brother Tianzi has already cultivated the Heavenly Cycle Tao Sutra to perfection, right?" If not for Shi Tianzi, Shen Tion would not have obtained immortal King Hun Tion's heritage. As for this exceptionally talented, extremely powerful sheep with high providence, Shen Tion had a very favorable impression of him. Since this sheep was the best to fleece. Shi Tianzi's mouth twitched upon hearing that. "You're flattering me. I can't be compared to you at all." He did not forget that he had been confident that he could win against Shen Tion in the past. Unfortunately, the harsh reality had given him a punch in the face. Therefore, in the years that he had left the spherical heaven chessboard, Shi Tianzi had worked hard cultivating and focused on comprehending the Heavenly Cycle Tao Sutra. If there was a will, there was a way. As such, he had successfully cultivated the Heavenly Cycle Tao Sutra to greater mastery. However, as compared to Shen Tion, the difference was like heaven and earth. 3 years and 150 years, it could not be compared at all. Shi Tianzi sighed heavily. It's better not to compare one's talent with Brother Shen. It's just too much pressure. It's like even I, a paragon of this generation, am like a piece of trash. Sigh. It's really hard to be me. Since he could not compete against Shen Tion in terms of talents at all, Shi Tianzi still wanted to win against Shen Tion in other aspects. For so many years, he had always wanted to win against Shen Tion once. Seeing Shen Tion had returned, Shi Tianzi asked out of curiosity, "Brother Shen, just what is your cultivation level now?" Shi Tianzi knew that Shen Tion's cultivation level and battle prowess were not proportional. In the past, when Shen Tion was at the peak of nascent soul, he had already defeated Shen Tianzi, who was a mid-stage heavenly venerable. At that time, their battle strength had been on par with a true sage. After 180 years had passed, Shen Tion would definitely have broken through. Therefore, Shi Tianzi also wanted to see just which realm Shen Tion had reached. Shen Tion smiled and said, "Half-step Tribulation Transcendence." Shi Tianzi's eyes lit up once he heard that. When Shen Tion was in early-stage soul formation, he could fight with a 7 Tribulation Great Sage, but now that he was half a step away from the Tribulation Transcendence stage, he must have the battle prowess of a mighty sage. Meanwhile, Shi Tianzi, a peak 6 Tribulation Great Sage that was half a step away from Great Sage, also had the strength of a mighty sage. Then didn't this mean he had a chance to compete with Shen Tion? Shi Tianzi's battle intent soared. "Brother Shen, how about we have a battle? This time, Brother Shen, you must use your full strength to fight against me," Shi Tianzi said with a resolute tone. He suspected that Shen Tion had been lenient and had not used his full strength previously. Otherwise, he would have definitely lost even more badly. Nonetheless, Shi Tianzi still had his pride, so he wanted to have a fair fight with Shen Tion where they would exert their full strength. Even if there was a difference between the two of them, he wanted to see just how big the difference was. Shen Tion seemed troubled once he heard Shi Tianzi's words, and he replied, "Brother Tianzi, I shouldn't do such a thing. There's no such thing. Just use your full strength, Brother Shen. I'll be able to receive it no matter what." Shi Tianzi was full of confidence. He had not lazed around in the past 180 years, so his strength had improved greatly. He believed he could force Shen Tion to use his full strength. But Shen Tion wanted to say something, but Shi Tianzi interrupted him. "Brother Shen, there's no need to try persuading me. Let's use our full strength." "All right." Shen Tion sighed before waving his hand. Then a bright divine light appeared, and a huge divine cauldron floated in front of him. The divine cauldron was filled with blazing sun fire that could burn the void into nothingness. A powerful sage aura surged throughout the whole place. The vast aura was as boundless as a sea, and it could seemingly crush the whole world. That cauldron was the divine sun cauldron. Since Shi Tianzi wanted him to go all out, Shen Tion could only listen, or else it was disrespectful to him. Shi Tianzi's jaw dropped, and he crazily gulped his saliva. "Brother Shen, how about we compete with our heavenly divine fist?" Shi Tianzi's lips twitched violently. "Fuck. I said I wanted you to exert your full strength, but it's not like I want you to beat me up. Who would be able to take it if you took out a Tark artifact?" "Oh, okay, sure." Shen Tion nodded and stored his divine sun cauldron. Speaking of which, this was not the ace up his sleeve. He had yet to even take out his spherical heaven chessboard. Shi Tianzi instantly heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Shen Tion did not take out his Tark artifacts, he still had a chance to fight with Shen Tion. Shi Tianzi's eyes burned with passion as he cupped his hands and said, "Please enlighten me through this battle." After finishing, Shi Tianzi charged at Shen Tion first. His figure was like a shooting star that soared into the clouds, leaving behind bright divine light. Shi Tianzi clenched his fists, and a tremendous force was emitted, crushing the endless void into pieces. Shen Tion's eyes lit up. In the past 180 years, Shi Tianzi had been immersed in cultivating the heavenly divine fist, so he was already extremely proficient in it. Given his 6th Tribulation true sage cultivation, he could completely unleash the heavenly divine fist's power. The force of that punch was so terrifying that even a mighty sage would not be able to block it head-on. That also aroused Shen Tion's battle intent, and he roared, "Come at me." Shen Tion flew into the air, and starlight surrounded him. Shen Tion turned into a vast divine light as he soared into the sky, and his fist glowed magnificently as he punched. In that instant, a huge boundless fist made of aura was formed in front of him. That aura fist punched with an overwhelming force as it collided with Shi Tianzi. Boom! An earth-shattering sound echoed. It did not seem like a normal battle at all. It was more like two meteorites colliding. The aura shook the earth as if going to crush the whole universe. Endless divine light flashed in the sky. It was so bright that it could blind one's eyes. The vast divine energy surged vigorously and filled the whole place like the boundless sea. One would only be able to see the whole sky covered by endless divine light, making even the sun and moon dim in comparison. When the light dissipated, Shen Tion stood in the air with an immense aura that was unfathomable. On the other side, Shi Tianzi floated in mid-air. His body trembled slightly as he retreated a few steps, and his eyes lit up. Looks like Brother Shen's understanding of the heavenly divine fist is equally profound. However, it is not a big problem as I am naturally born a paragon, and I have immersed myself in the cultivation of heavenly divine fist for 100 years. There's no chance that I will lose in this battle. Brother Shen, prepare to receive the full-out attack that I have cultivated for the past 180 years. Chapter 473, Unfulfilled Love. Shi Tianzi erupted once more. Divine light appeared on the surface of his body, forming mystical runes that circulated around his body. Dazzling divine light flourished with mist. Endless divine force erupted, merging with heaven and earth. He took a step forward, and the void shattered, causing the laws of the world to shatter. Brother Shen, I'm going all out. Shi Tianzi took a deep breath. His movements were like lightning, vigorous like a dragon. It was as if a great star had fallen, it soared terrifyingly fierce. A huge phenomenon of creation appeared behind him. The power of yin and yang circulated and interweaved, finally forming an incomparably magnificent embryonic world. Within it, the energy of earth, water, fire, and wind interweaved and coiled about. The laws of the heavenly Tao crisscrossed, and it was like the world of chaos was pressing down. Shi Tianzi swung his fist down. The fist light was like a desolate dragon rampaging down on Shen Tion. This strike seemed to carry the power of heaven and earth, carrying endless divine might and the power to shatter mountains and rivers. Shen Tion's eyes narrowed. Endless starlight blossomed around him, drawing in the power of stars from outer space. A terrifying avatar appeared behind him. A dragon's roar pierced the heavens, and a phoenix's cry resonated in the air. Countless divine lights shot into the sky. A pair of phoenix wings then appeared behind his back. The phoenix wings were spread and created a hurricane. Flames filled the sky and illuminated the world. Shen Tion's 5 fingers closed together, and multicolored mists surged, carrying a matchless aura and striking forward. In an instant, the two of them collided. In an instant, 1,352 heavenly divine fists were blasted out, and the terrifying might seemed to cause heaven and the earth to collapse. A vast expanse of space collapsed and caved in before shattering into ruins. Space was obliterated while the laws fell into disorder. Terrifying spatial turbulence swept out, swallowing the two of them. However, they did not care. They continued fighting in the boundless space turbulence. The surroundings flickered with dark light, and its might shook the heavens. The pitch-black turbulence was terrifying, emitting a soul-stirring power. Two figures interweaved continuously, colliding into dazzling divine light and illuminating heaven and earth. Auspicious multicolored light was surging. Shi Tianzi's entire body shone as his Daiquoria appeared, and his Tark bone activated. He then erupted with astonishing power, simply about to shatter the heavens. His aura was too domineering, as if an unmatched deity was attacking the world, making all living beings bow down before him. Space shattered, and stars fell with a wave of his hand, causing the laws of heaven and earth to tremble as if they were about to be completely severed and obliterated here. On the other side, Shen Tion's heroic appearance was matchless. His white clothes were otherworldly, fluttering in the wind, not tainted in the slightest. He stood in the chaotic space, as steady as Mount Tai. No matter how Shen Tianzi attacked, he would shatter the attack with a single fist. The two continuously fought, every fist piercing through the void and shattering the heavens. Their auras were terrifying beyond understanding. Even the turbulent space couldn't withstand their power, and countless cracks appeared on it. Terrifying black turbulence swept over 10,000 kilometers, terrifying to the extreme, containing tremendous power. Everywhere it passed, everything was annihilated. This battlefield was filled with world-destroying power. It was as if this entire world was going to be wiped out. Just a casual punch could severely injure an ordinary true sage and kill a sage. The terrifying clash would cause a great sage to feel as if their liver and gallbladder were about to split apart. Even great sages would tremble in fear. The two of them fought without end, and they fought until heaven and earth dimmed in comparison. Their ferocious might seemed to pierce through heaven and earth. The void around them exploded. Heaven and earth resonated and were destroyed into ruins. The two of them were like unmatched deities, slaughtering their way into the 9 heavens clouds, moving unhindered through the sea of clouds. After a long time, a figure finally fell, retreating several tens of thousands of kilometers. Every single step he took crushed space into powder, causing heaven and earth to resonate. This person was none other than Shi Tianzi. After exchanging nearly 10,000 blows with Shen Tion, he finally couldn't resist and retreated in defeat. Shi Tianzi's breathing was heavy and chaotic. Traces of blood seeped out of his fist. His hands were trembling, and the avatar behind him dimmed. Shi Tianzi didn't seem to mind. On the contrary, he was delighted. At this time, Shen Tion's white clothes fluttered, and he floated down. Not a single wound could be seen on his body, and even his aura was incomparably calm. Brother Tianzi's battle prowess is indeed formidable. Shen Tion sighed. Given Shi Tianzi's battle prowess, even some veteran great sages might not be his match. Shi Tianzi, who had Daiquoria and possessed the Tark bone, had also grasped the creation divine skill. He was destined to become unmatched, dominating the universe. Shi Tianzi let out a bitter laugh when he heard Shen Tion's words. I'm still far inferior to Brother Shen. I lost this battle. Shi Tianzi was extremely shocked. Even if he used all his strength, he still couldn't shake Shen Tion. As their two fists collided, he felt as if he was striking the immortal metal from beyond the heavens. It was indestructible, making his hands go numb instead. One had to know that he was a peak 6 Tribulation true sage while Shen Tion was only half a step away from transcending a Tribulation. If Shen Tion's cultivation level was the same as his, he could probably destroy him with a flip of his hand. Thinking of this, Shi Tianzi couldn't help but sigh. Brother Shen's talent was indeed peerless. With such combat strength, he would definitely dominate the world and suppress all enemies. Compared to him, the gap between them was simply too great. However, Shi Tianzi seemed to see a glimmer of hope in Brother Shen. He could be the one who had the strength to save this world. With Brother Shen's talent and battle strength, he will definitely bring hope to the 5 regions when he matures. The 5 regions are saved. Shi Tianzi stared fixedly at Shen Tion, the light in his eyes becoming increasingly bright and profound. After a long while, he finally shook his head with a bitter smile. Brother Shen, if you have time, then go and see that girl Ling Long. When you disappeared, that girl started making a fuss. She was sad for many years. She even ran in front of the Imperial Lord, crying and making a fuss. She wanted the Imperial Lord to take action and bring you out. Fortunately, the girl calmed down when she learned that you were safe. Otherwise, the entire dynasty would be in chaos because of her. Shi Tianzi also had a helpless expression. He could already tell that Princess Ling Long was lost in love with Shen Tion and couldn't extricate herself. However, she could not be blamed for this. After all, Brother Shen's heroic bearing and charisma were unparalleled. Even if he was a woman, he would also fall for Brother Shen's unparalleled elegance. However, she was still his favorite royal sister. If he could fight for her, he would do his best to fight for her. Shen Tion. He looked a little awkward and did not know what to say. Why is there another marriage proposal? To be honest, I really didn't do anything to them. Why are so many people talking about marriage? I am very tired of this. Seeing Shen Tion remain silent, Shi Tianzi sighed and shook his head. The first time she met you in North Sea's tomb, you already caused her to fall for you. Brother Shen, take care of yourself. Shi Tianzi then turned around and left, leaving Shen Tion alone with a blank expression. After a long time, Shen Tion sighed and said, "This is a troublesome matter. We have to find a time to resolve it." When he thought of this, he also left, flying toward the outside world. Copper Sparrow Pavilion. At this moment, there were few people inside the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, and it was extremely quiet. Because it was the recruitment period of Jixia Academy, most of the prodigies had rushed to Jixia Academy to register. Thus, the Copper Sparrow Pavilion had temporarily become a little deserted. Shen Tion heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. He had not thought of how to handle this matter yet. He needed more time. As for Zhang Yunting and the others, they were still waiting at the Golden Phoenix Pavilion. Everyone was overjoyed to see Shen Tion return. Zhang Yunting stepped forward and asked, "Junior brother, what did you do just now?" Everyone was puzzled. They didn't know why Shen Tion had left without saying anything. Shen Tion paused for a moment and said, The Imperial Lord had something to discuss with me just now. I had to go find him for a while first." He couldn't possibly say that it was because of those brats. Everyone nodded slightly without any doubt. Zhang Yunting continued. "Junior brother, father sent a message just now, asking junior brother to return to the sacred ground as soon as possible to attend the sacred leader handover ceremony. 80 years ago, the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader had already announced to the public that Shen Tion was the current Divine Firmament Sacred Leader. Now that Shen Tion had returned, there were still some procedures to go through, although there wasn't a Sacred Leader succession ceremony. After all, the Sacred Leader handover process could not be settled in a few words. Shen Tion nodded. "Let's hurry back then." After not returning to the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground for so many years, a trace of longing rose in Shen Tion's heart. This was his home after all, and it had always been of great help to him. Thus, Shen Tion still had deep feelings for the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground. "All right, let's set off now." Everyone answered before leaving the Copper Sparrow Pavilion together, rushing toward the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground. A few days later, at the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground. Because the evil spirits from the outer realm had invaded the 5 regions and launched a full-scale attack, the great forces of the 5 regions had started to construct teleportation formations, which connected to each other. When the evil spirit race invaded a certain place, the various large factions would be able to rush over to help as soon as possible. This basically combined all the forces of the 5 regions into one. With the help of various teleportation formations, it did not take long for everyone to rush back to the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground from Middle Ground. The Divine Firmament Sacred Ground had changed greatly from 180 ago. Walls rose from the outskirts of the sacred ground, surrounding and protecting the central grounds. The walls towered into the clouds, looking majestic. The light lingered on them as they shone brightly, emitting a powerful spiritual pressure. The walls were made of extremely precious spirit gold and were indestructible. The walls of the city were engraved with gorgeous divine patterns that intertwined with each other, emitting a boundless aura. These were formations that specialized in trapping and killing enemies. They were filled with a terrifying killing aura that enveloped the entire divine firmament sacred ground, making it impregnable. Even sages were unable to enter easily. If one dared to force their way in, they would definitely be surrounded and killed by the countless formations. Massive mechas were stationed at the back of the city walls. They were in charge of guarding the area and guarding against the invasion of the evil spirit army. The mechas were shining with a metallic luster. They looked like giants that could hold up the sky and the earth. Their auras were extremely powerful. Basically, every mecha was comparable to a heavenly venerable. These mechas were Chi-jon's creations. The mechas only needed one to reach the golden core stage to operate. Once they mastered using the mecha, they could erupt with power comparable to a heavenly venerable. These mechas could also work together to form a battle formation, allowing them to unleash 10 or 100 times the power. For example, this area was filled with hundreds of metallic white tiger mechas. If they were to join forces, the power they could unleash could easily kill a sage. There were also many areas where different mechas were stationed: green dragon mechas, vermilion bird mechas, black tortoise mechas, etc. These mechas of different attributes were used by disciples who cultivated different types of lightning. Additionally, the previous problems with the mechas had basically been resolved. Furthermore, their power had also increased. They could now use military formations to fight their enemies. If it was truly a matter of life and death, they could still combine thousands of mechas and construct the lightning beast array. At that time, even if they were faced with a great sage powerhouse, they would still have the strength to fight against them. This was a terrifying thing. How big was the gap between a great sage and a golden core or nascent soul cultivator? This gap was simply so big that the weaker cultivators could be destroyed with a flick of a finger. Furthermore, a great sage could obliterate a large area of golden core cultivators as if they were ants in one go. Let alone thousands of golden core cultivators, even tens of thousands or even 100,000 golden core cultivators would not be a match for a single great sage. Their strengths were on completely different levels. No matter how many people there was no way they could resist. However, these cultivators could contend against a great sage with the help of some mechas. One could see how terrifying the power of these mechas was. Seeing this scene, Shen Tion couldn't help sighing. I didn't expect the sacred ground to change so much after not returning for so many years. It could be said that given the divine firmament sacred ground's defensive strength, it was definitely a peak existence in the eastern wilderness. It was strong enough to look down on all other factions nearby. Even if the evil spirit race were to invade, it would not be that easy to breach this defensive formation. Zhang Yunting smiled and explained, other than the great wilderness celestial dynasty, the divine firmament sacred ground is probably the safest place in the 5 regions. At the same time, Zhang Yunting sighed in his heart. It was all thanks to Junior Brother's guidance that they could create such a strong foundation in such a short period. Shen Tion had contributed greatly to the divine firmament sacred ground. Everyone continued forward and soon arrived near the God of War Pagoda. This place has changed dramatically. The small town had already expanded into a huge city. It was grand and imposing. This place was packed with people, and the atmosphere was extremely bustling. Not only were there divine firmament disciples but there were also disciples from other factions and sacred grounds. These people were all attracted by the God of War Pagoda and wanted to enter it to train and improve their strength. Thus, it could be said that there were a lot of experts present. Golden Core and Nascent Soul experts were everywhere, and there were also many heavenly venerables. Zhang Yunting continued. The God of War Pagoda is one of the main sources of revenue for the sacred ground. Numerous cultivators are coming here to train every day. They are all elite disciples of the various factions who have sufficient funds. Additionally, there are teleportation formations set up here to facilitate the passage of cultivators. Because the God of War Pagoda was located here, many people came in droves, wanting to enter the trial. Therefore, the divine firmament sacred ground could open up other establishments here. For example, after one went to the God of War Pagoda and fought hard for a day, shouldn't they come out for a meal, drink, and rest? Therefore, they needed somewhere where they could get such services. As such, the divine firmament sacred ground had long arranged all services there. During one's free time, one can relax here without traveling anywhere else. These were all revenue sources for the sacred ground. Furthermore, the teleportation formation also required a certain amount of spirit stones for one to use. This was also a huge revenue source. After all, the crowd here was unimaginably large. There was also a series of tourist attractions, photography, and small local specialties. The sacred ground could make a fortune within minutes. It was through the development of this service chain that the Divine Firmament sacred ground could develop so rapidly, allowing it to have the money to forge so many meccas and city walls. Shen Tion nodded slightly. He had expected this outcome. Back when the God of War pagoda was situated here, the reason the Divine Firmament sacred leader had not wanted to split the revenue of the God of War pagoda itself was because of the industrial chain's development. The speed of earning spirit stones was on par with the speed of the God of War pagoda. Shen Tion couldn't help but sigh. His master was indeed his master. Indeed, it was useful to read more books. At that moment, an extremely vast aura suddenly erupted above the Divine Firmament sacred ground. Dazzling divine light swept over from all directions, illuminating the heavens. Endless rain of light scattered down, surrounding heaven and earth. Everyone looked over and saw a dozen figures walking over. They rode on divine rainbows, their figures were ethereal, and their auras boundless. They were peak experts. The surrounding cultivators were shocked since so many people appeared. They hurriedly bowed and said respectfully, "Greetings, Grand Elders." These people were the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground's Grand Elders. Of course, they were not the most senior elders, the Supreme Elders. They were Elder White Lotus, Elder Golden Lotus, Elder Crimson Lotus, and the other elders. As 100 years had passed and the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader had changed, their current generation of elders had taken the opportunity to be promoted to Grand Elders, and their status had greatly increased. Moreover, given their strength, they could indeed hold the position of Grand Elder. Elder White Lotus, Elder Golden Lotus, Elder Crimson Lotus, and the rest had all reached the true sage level. But that was not the main point. In front of these Supreme Elders, there were two incomparably robust figures that stretched across the void, their might imposing and majestic. One of them was covered in lightning. His aura was as vast as the ocean, unfathomable. Just a trace of lightning that leaked out from his body was enough to shatter space. This person stood in the void like a supreme monarch that wielded lightning. He could control endless lightning to destroy the world with a wave of his hand. Beside this person was an old Taoist who wore a violet ribbon immortal robe, and he had a sage-like bearing. He looked a bit old, but his body contained endless power, terrifying to the extreme. Once his power erupted, it seemed as if he could overturn heaven and earth. Upon seeing these two people, admiration and respect appeared on everyone's faces. These two people were the previous Divine Firmament Sacred Leader, Zhonglong Yuan, and Azure Lotus, Chu Long. The Divine Firmament Sacred Ground was able to develop in such a manner only because of the two of them. Only by continuously improving would a sacred ground with such a deep foundation appear. As such, Zhonglong Yuan and Chu Long's prestige even surpassed that of many previous sacred leaders. At this time, Zhonglong Yuan and Chu Long appeared before Shen Tion. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader looked at Shen Tion as his body rippled with heavenly aura. "Tioner, you're finally back." Zhonglong Yuan could sense that Shen Tion's temperament had undergone a massive transformation as if he had been reborn. There seemed to be some type of unmatched supreme treasure on his body, making his aura seem boundless and immeasurable. Thinking of this, Zhonglong Yuan couldn't help but sigh. After disappearing for so many years, he had indeed chanced upon another fortuitous opportunity. If he became the sacred leader, the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground was destined to look down on the 5 regions. He. Chapter 474, Repairing the Divine Firmament Lightning. Everyone was pleased to see Shen Tion return. Elder Azure Lotus, Chu Long, also walked out. His white eyebrows raised as he smiled. "Martial nephew, how was your harvest this time?" He had personally seen Shen Tion enter the spherical heaven chessboard that day and knew that he would definitely obtain a great opportunity. After all, they hadn't even cleared the game, and they had already obtained pseudo-immortal artifacts as rewards. Shen Tion had successfully cleared the game, so how could his gains be small? As for Shen Tion's 180-year disappearance? To be honest, they were not very worried. The spherical heaven chessboard was left behind by a supreme figure of the celestial world. Since Shen Tion had entered the spherical heaven chessboard, he would definitely be protected by a mighty figure, so why would he encounter danger? On top of that, his Providence was supreme, and he was a true and deserving son of Providence. Everyone was looking forward to Shen Tion returning with a fortuitous opportunity. Seeing him today, it was indeed true. The aura emanating from Shen Tion alone caused Elder Azure Lotus to faintly feel pressure and be unable to figure Shen Tion out. It looked like this kid had a rich harvest. Shen Tion took a step forward, cupped his hands, and said respectfully, "I have troubled master and martial uncle. Disciple has indeed obtained some opportunities." Zhang Long Yuan and Chu Long were both seniors Shen Tion respected the most, so he naturally had to respond politely. "Ha, alright. As expected of the Divine Firmament sacred leader of this generation. Your providence is indeed supreme." Chu Long laughed heartily, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Although the other Grand Elders did not say anything, they were also very pleased. They had been watching Shen Tion grow up and treated him as their junior. The Supreme Elders were also very happy to see Shen Tion return safely. Rumble. However, right at this moment, a sound suddenly echoed from outside. When everyone looked over, they saw many Divine Firmament disciples standing in front of the mechas. The disciples were old acquaintances of everyone, Song Fu Gi, Lu Taiyi, Xiong Meng, Qin Yundi, and others. Their faces were filled with respect and devotion. Song Fu Gi stood at the front of the group and shouted excitedly, "Fellow disciples, our new sacred leader is finally back. Quickly show your enthusiasm and welcome the return of our sacred leader." With that said, all the Divine Firmament disciples were immediately fired up. They all took out their longswords and threw them high into the sky. They activated their techniques and controlled the position of their longswords. Countless longswords glittered and glowed with a brilliant silver light. They interweaved and lingered, covering the sky completely under the endless sword rays. Sword cries resounded through the heavens. The sounds they emitted tingled one's bones, making one's blood boil. Everyone was dazzled by what they saw. As countless swords flew through the air, they formed dazzling sword shadows that were incomparably gorgeous. In the end, the countless swords were all arranged in an orderly manner, forming an incomparably massive Tian character in the void. It was grand and majestic, and the scene was incomparably spectacular. At that moment, countless Divine Firmament disciples shouted piously, "We shall work hard to cultivate every day and follow the sacred leader to become an immortal." Rumbling sounds echoed through the heavens and the earth, causing the hearts of countless people to tremble. However, this was not the end. Qin Yundi took out a token and instantly lit it up. In an instant, thousands of mechas burst forth with resplendent divine light, shooting out streaks of mixed divine lightning that went straight into the sky. Beams of colorful lightning shot into the sky and exploded. It was like a dazzling fireworks show that illuminated the world. This mixed divine lightning was formed by combusting countless spirit stones. But right now, it seemed as if it didn't cost anything at all. Huge amounts of it were spent just to celebrate Shen Tion's return. Amidst the endless fireworks, all the Divine Firmament disciples bowed and shouted in unison, "Divine Firmament disciples welcome sacred leader Shen Tion." When they saw this scene, everyone was stupefied, inwardly sighing that this was truly too extravagant. Just the amount of spirit stones consumed was comparable to the total income of many cultivation grounds for several years. The surrounding disciples finally reacted. They had spent so much money just to welcome this generation's Divine Firmament sacred leader. Wasn't this generation's Divine Firmament sacred leader Shen Tion? The one who had disappeared many years ago? That was to say, the man who had been renowned throughout the 5 regions back then had finally returned. In an instant, the crowd erupted. Although most of these cultivators were juniors that had risen recently, they had all heard of Shen Tion's name. He was Jixia Academy's Human Compound's prime disciple. He had gone against a 7 Tribulation great sage the moment he entered the academy. He had cleared the game of chess that was said to be unbeatable in the spherical heaven chessboard. Even the all-powerful Shi Tianzi, who had slaughtered countless evil spirits, claimed to be inferior to Shen Tion. Although Shen Tion had disappeared for 180 years, his fame hadn't diminished in the slightest. Instead, it made him become more famous. He was like a legend to the newer generation. With the emergence of the Great Calamity, monstrous geniuses emerged one after another. However, no one could break the record that Shen Tion had set back then. In fact, it could even be said that they were far inferior. Only now did they understand how terrifying Shen Tion's talent and combat strength were. He was simply unprecedented and unparalleled. Throughout the ages, there was no one who could achieve this level of accomplishment. Thus, everyone was filled with shock and joy upon seeing Shen Tion return safely. While the evil spirit race was wreaking havoc, the return of such a supremely talented expert was a good thing for the 5 regions. With the addition of sacred leader Shen Tion, they might be able to better resist the evil spirits from the outer realm. Instantly, the entire divine firmament sacred ground became extremely lively. Everyone was cheering and celebrating Shen Tion's return. Amidst the cheers of countless people, Shen Tion was welcomed into the main peak by Zhonglong Yuan. The two of them entered the sacred leader palace. Zhonglong Yuan's body shimmered with heavenly aura. "Tioner, now that you have returned safely, it's time for you to assume the position of the divine firmament sacred leader. Now, I will hand over the position of sacred leader to you. I hope you can lead the sacred ground to resist the evil spirits from the outer realm." Shen Tion's body trembled, and he solemnly cupped his hands. "Yes. Disciple will follow Master's teachings and swear to protect the sacred ground and resist the evil spirits." Zhonglong Yuan nodded. Then, he took out a golden token. The surface of the token flowed with golden light and was engraved with strange patterns. At the center of the token, the 2 words Divine Firmament were engraved. The words were like horned dragons, strong and powerful, containing immense might. This was the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader token, a symbol of the Sacred Leader's status. Moreover, the Sacred Leader token had many functions and great authority. Not only could one command the Divine Firmament disciples and elders, but one could also control the entire Divine Firmament Sacred Ground's formation. This was a formation that the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground had passed down since ancient times. It contained endless divine might. It could be said that the Sacred Leader token was the core of the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground. It controlled the entire Sacred Ground and was extremely important. Since Shen Tion held the position of the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader, the Sacred Lord token was naturally imparted to him. Zhonglong Yuan handed the Sacred Lord token to Shen Tion and said, "Tioner, since you are the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader now, you can use all the resources of the Sacred Leader Mountain and the Sacred Ground. Also, our sex-inherited Tark artifact, the Divine Firmament Lightning Emperor flags, will be safeguarded by you." After saying that, Zhonglong Yuan took out another item. In that instant, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled, releasing tremendous pressure that swept over Shen Tion. In front of them, numerous flags that were enshrouded in divine light appeared, and they were extremely dazzling. Each flag emitted a tremendous pressure, their aura not weaker than a Pseudo-tark artifact. The flags combined together to unleash the might of a Tark artifact. Zhonglong Yuan's body rippled with immortal light as he said, "The Divine Firmament Lightning Emperor flags consist of 1 main flag and 10 subsidiary flags. Combined, they can unleash supreme power. You can also use the Divine Firmament Lightning Emperor flags as the foundation to set up the Divine Sky Lightning Array. At its peak, it can even kill a Tark." Back then, the Divine Firmament Tark had used the Lightning Emperor flags to make a name for himself in the 5 regions. He successfully established the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground and shocked the 5 regions. This item is the symbol of our sect. It is also our most important item. The Divine Firmament Lightning Emperor flags are extremely precious. Its power is boundless, far surpassing ordinary Tark artifacts. But due to the war 10,000 years ago, when supreme evil spirits invaded the 5 regions, countless factions suffered heavy losses. Even our sect's Tark artifact, the Divine Firmament Lightning Emperor flags, was destroyed in that battle. For the past 10,000 years, although our sacred ground tried our best to repair the Tark artifact, we have yet to succeed. At present, the Divine Firmament Lightning Emperor flags only have their main flag, as well as the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and Shilin flags. Although the Divine Firmament Lightning Emperor flag's power has decreased, it is still ranked as a Tark artifact. Today, I shall pass on this flag to you. Firstly, you can use it to protect yourself and kill evil spirits. Secondly, I hope that you can restore it to its former glory. Zhonglong Yuan stared at Shen Tion with deep emotions. He knew that it was extremely difficult to make the Divine Firmament Lightning Emperor flags return to its peak. The entire Divine Firmament Sacred Ground had spent 10,000 years and expended countless resources, but all it did was repair 1 main flag and 4 subsidiary flags. Furthermore, it was only because these flags were not completely destroyed but were just in a broken state, which allowed them to be restored. Even so, the Divine Firmament's predecessors had expended countless efforts to barely repair it. The remaining 6 flags could no longer be restored. They had been completely destroyed in the battle 10,000 years ago. Unless it was forged anew, it was basically impossible to recover. However, forging them was easier said than done. After all, it was a Tark artifact, which could only be refined by Tarks. And the 5 regions had not produced a Tark for many years. Even Huang Shi was said to be quite a distance away from becoming a true Tark. Thus, this matter was delayed, and the Lightning Emperor flags were unable to unleash their greatest power. Now that Zhonglong Yuan handed the Divine Firmament Lightning Emperor flags to Shen Tion, he was secretly looking forward to it. This was because Shen Tion was an unprecedented son of Providence and possessed supreme luck. He could make anything impossible possible. Perhaps the Lightning Emperor flags could return to its peak in Shen Tion's hands. Yes, Master. I will do my best to repair the Divine Firmament Lightning Emperor flags. Shen Tion earnestly received the Divine Firmament Lightning Emperor flags and also felt a heavy sense of mission land on his shoulders. The position of Sacred Lord was not only a title but also a mission. From today onward, he would be responsible for protecting the dignity of the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground and protecting the safety of the disciples, as well as leading the Sacred Ground to achieve glory. However, Shen Tion did not feel that it was a burden. His ties with the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground were rather many. Even if he did not hold the position of Sacred Leader, he would still protect the Sacred Ground. Good, very good. The heavenly aura around Zhonglong Yuan's body rippled violently. His heart was filled with gratification. After passing the position of the Sacred Leader to Shen Tion, he finally felt at ease. He firmly believed that Tian'er was the supreme son of Providence and was the dragon amongst men. Under Tian'er's lead, the 5 regions would definitely win this tough battle. After all, this was his era. Zhonglong Yuan turned and left, leaving the Sacred Leader Mountain to Shen Tion. As the current Divine Firmament Sacred Leader, Shen Tion naturally had to stay at the Sacred Leader Mountain. Zhonglong Yuan moved to the Grand Elder's residence and continued to protect the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground. Seeing Zhonglong Yuan leave, Shen Tion also began to study the Divine Firmament Lightning Emperor flags in his hand. He could feel that although the Divine Firmament Lightning Emperor flags were broken, the power this artifact contained was far greater than a Pseudo-tark artifact. After all, it was a Tark artifact. If it was completely repaired, the power it erupted with wouldn't be weaker than the Divine Sun Cauldron, perhaps even stronger than it. In particular, these Tark artifacts were extremely powerful in terms of both offensive and defensive capabilities. If he used the complete Divine Firmament Lightning Emperor flags to set up the Divine Firmament Sky Lightning Array, any living being below the Tark level would die upon contact. In that case, he could better protect the Sacred Ground and prevent evil spirits from invading. How should I repair it? Shen Tion frowned slightly. How could a Tark artifact be repaired so easily? Moreover, Shen Tion didn't know much about weapon refinement. At most, he had only refined a life weapon. As if recalling something, Shen Tion's eyes lit up. Old Master Yi, do you know how to repair this Tark artifact? Since he couldn't think of anything, he would ask. It would be a waste not to use such good resources. As a powerful being of the celestial world, Yi Qian must have a solution. Yi Qian said slowly, not only can your chaotic tinder forging art forge a life weapon, but it is also a supreme artifact refining art. Although you can't refine a Tark artifact with your current strength, refining some Pseudo-tark artifacts shouldn't be a problem. After all, what you control is the chaotic true fire. It is the supreme flame that many refining masters dream of. The destroyed Divine Firmament Lightning Emperor flags are at most at the Pseudo-tark level. You can definitely replicate those flags. Then, with the flags, you should be able to unleash the power of a Tark artifact. Shen Tion's eyes lit up. The chaotic star sword he refined was a supreme great immortal artifact. But its power was no weaker than a Pseudo-tark artifact. In some aspects, it even surpassed it. This was due to the augmentation of the chaotic true fire, which resulted in the birth of innate spiritual chi in the sword, causing it to transform. This meant that the chaotic true fire was extremely helpful for weapon refinement. Thus, with his current strength, refining a Pseudo-tark artifact wasn't too difficult. With this in mind, Shen Tion walked straight to the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground's treasury without any hesitation. If one wanted to refine a Pseudo-tark artifact, not only did they need superior refining techniques, but they also needed a massive amount of refining resources. Shen Tion hadn't paid much attention to weapon refinement before, nor had he collected many materials. However, It was not a big problem. With a faction as powerful as the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground as his backing, there was no need to worry about these things. Given his sacred leader identity, he could easily retrieve the materials from the treasure vault. Shen Tion quickly took out a large pile of refining materials from the Sacred Ground's treasury and prepared to refine the subsidiary flags. Clang! The sound was deafening. The Divine Sun Cauldron sat in the void, erupting with powerful might. Endless true sun fire burned in the Divine Furnace, releasing a temperature that made one's heart jump. After all, what Shen Tion refined this time was a Pseudo-tark artifact array flag. If he didn't use the Divine Sun Cauldron, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand the violent energy and would cause the furnace to explode. Soon, Shen Tion prepared all the materials and started refining them according to the chaotic tinder forging art. With a wave of his hand, another wave of blazing flames rose. Raging flames burned brilliantly, mixed with silver mist. The ore was incomparably terrifying, able to easily burn the void into ashes. This fire was the chaotic true fire. When this ball of flame appeared, even the true sun fire submitted to it. Shen Tion waved his hand and threw the chaotic true fire into the Divine Sun Cauldron. Then, he took out more than 20 sage artifacts. If one wanted to refine a Pseudo-tark artifact, the simplest method was to reforge sage artifacts. Sage artifacts were forged from extremely precious immortal metals. Through the smelting of flames, the sage artifact could reverse to its origin. If one refined the immortal metals from scratch again, it would truly take too long. Some people needed to spend several years or even decades forging pseudo-immortal artifacts and sage artifacts. The aspect that took the most time in weapon refinement was smelting the ores and immortal metals. Shen Tion didn't plan on wasting so much time on mining, so he directly used the ready-made ones. In any case, he had enough sage artifacts in his little treasury. There was no point in keeping them. 20 sage artifacts entered the Divine Sun Cauldron and were instantly enveloped by the chaotic true fire. In an instant, an incomparably dazzling divine light burst forth. Under the smelting of the chaotic true fire, the sage artifacts transformed into drops of sparkling and translucent source fluid that dripped down. However, it would still take some time to completely refine over 20 sage artifacts. 3 days later, more than 20 sage artifacts had already been completely refined into a ball of silver liquid. Divine energy gushed out from within, containing boundless might. Dense immortal light surrounded the source fluid, flickering with dazzling divine light. The impurities within were continuously being refined and reduced. Then, Shen Tion threw all kinds of supplementary refining materials into the furnace and smelted them with the chaotic true fire. Soon, the supplementary refining materials turned into drops of pure liquid that merged with the silver liquid. The Divine Sun Cauldron immediately erupted with resplendent radiance, dazzling to the extreme. The ball of source liquid mixed with the supplementary materials and erupted with extremely dense energy. Shen Tion formed hand seals and fused the source fluid together. He had to first construct the model of the flag according to the idea in his mind. The liquid was quickly divided into 6 portions, each of which vaguely took the shape of a flag. Then, Shen Tion activated the power of lightning, condensing countless bolts of chaotic divine lightning that blasted into the Divine Sun Cauldron. He wanted to use the chaotic true fire and chaotic divine lightning to temper and forge a Pseudo-tark artifact. At the same time, this chaotic divine lightning had different attributes. This way, each subsidiary flag would be perfectly compatible with the main flag, allowing it to unleash boundless power. At the same time, Shen Tion also threw in the main flag and the 4 subsidiary flags. With the tempering of the chaotic true fire and the chaotic divine lightning, its quality would definitely increase by a level. However, this still required a certain amount of time to nurture before it could change. Fortunately, Shen Tion wasn't in a hurry. He continued to enhance his firepower and use the chaotic divine lightning to refine the weapon. Dazzling divine light covered the entire Sacred Leader Palace. The liquid in the Divine Sun Cauldron was also gradually transforming. Time flew, 81 days later. A phenomenon appeared above the Sacred Leader Mountain. An incomparably resplendent divine light soared into the sky, illuminating the heavens and carrying an incomparably intense pressure. At that instant, a terrifying pressure swept across the entire Divine Firmament Sacred Ground like a tidal wave. Everyone's attention was gathered. They shifted their gaze to the Sacred Leader Mountain with incomparable shock. They could feel an incomparably vast Pseudo-tark pressure coming from the Sacred Leader Mountain. It was extremely powerful. This aura, Could it be that sacred leader Shen Tion has already broken through to the Tark realm? No, 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 this aura is coming from a supreme artifact. Could it be that sacred leader Shen Tion has refined a Pseudo-tark artifact? Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that not only did Shen Tion know how to refine pills, but he also knew how to refine weapons. Moreover, he had refined a Pseudo-tark artifact in one go. Was there still anything he couldn't do? The sacred leader was simply omnipotent. Chapter 475, Catastrophe in the Five Regions, North Seas Crisis. The sacred leader palace was overflowing with lightning, and the sound coming from within was deafening. After 81 days of tempering, the origin liquid's impurities had been completely removed. Sparkling and translucent divine light swirled around the liquid as surging energy surged out like a tidal wave. Shen Tion waved his hand and stored the chaotic true fire into his body. Then, he changed his hand seals, condensing the endless chaotic divine lightning into a lightning hammer that struck the lightning emperor flags. Clang! 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 Golden spears clashed, sparks flying everywhere. Under the pounding of the divine lightning hammer, the lightning emperor flags constantly changed shape, becoming similar to the original version. The chaotic true fire converged, and the temperature suddenly dropped. The source liquid also continued to condense and solidify. Boundless divine light burst forth and spread throughout the entire sacred leader palace. The light was dazzling and magnificent. It was as bright as the sun. Wave after wave of powerful pressure swept out, its might boundless and immeasurable, engulfing the world. In the interior of the divine sun cauldron, endless phenomena burst forth. The 10 lightning beasts' avatar roared, and it erupted with a shocking might that shook the heavens and the earth. Endless lightning radiance shot out, dazzling and colorful as if dazzling fireworks were burning and blooming. All kinds of lightning attributes were present. They intertwined with each other and erupted with a terrifying aura. Then, the power completely dissipated and entered the lightning emperor flags. 6 flags appeared in the divine sun cauldron. A divine light surrounded every flag, and all sorts of divine inscriptions were flowing on them. A powerful pressure instantly burst forth. The aura was terrifying and overflowing. These were the 6 flags that Shen Tion had refined. Moreover, they emitted an intense sub-tark pressure. They were all Pseudo-tark artifacts. Shen Tion smiled when he saw such a scene. It seemed like this refinement was very successful. These flags looked extremely similar to the original Divine Firmament Lightning Emperor flags. They could even fuse together. In other words, the flag that he had created was completely compatible with the original. If the two of them were to combine their powers, they would be able to become the same weapon as before. I'm such a genius to be able to repair a Tark artifact. Shen Tion was very gratified to find that the artifact he refined was even stronger than the original. This was because the flags had all been tempered by the chaotic true fire and the chaotic divine lightning. They now possessed a trace of the characteristics of the primal chaos. Every flag could release chaotic divine lightning that was 10 times stronger than the mixed divine lightning. Thinking of this, Shen Tion once again refined the original flag and the 4 flags. In next to no time, these original Lightning Emperor flags glowed brightly while laws could be seen coiling around them. Numerous silver-colored markings also appeared on them. Their qualities had all transformed, and their power was several times stronger than before. Shen Tion smiled when he saw such a scene. Shen Tion waved his hand, and 11 Lightning Emperor flags flew into his hand. Immediately, an incomparably vast aura surged out, filled with an intense Tark's might. Just sensing this pressure was enough to make one's heart tremble and palpitate. Up until now, the Divine Firmament Lightning Emperor flags had finally returned to its peak state, and it had even surpassed the original form. The Divine Firmament Lightning Emperor flags shone with resplendent light, containing a power that could destroy the world. Once it erupted, it was as if it could shatter the sun, moon, and stars and even destroy the world. As expected of the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground's inherited Tark artifact. It's impressive. Shen Tion nodded with satisfaction. With his understanding of the power of the Lightning Emperor flags, it would be easy for him to kill a sub-Tark with this weapon. If the Lightning Emperor flags were used to set up the Divine Firmament Divine Sky Lightning Array, even an immortal evil spirit would be forced to retreat. Of course, this also depended on who was activating it. If a Tark controlled it, it would not be impossible to kill a Tark of the same level. It could be said that the Divine Firmament Lightning Emperor flags was absolutely a supreme artifact. At Sacred Leader Mountain, Zhang Long Yuan walked over, his heavenly aura surging around his body. After sensing the aura coming from the Sacred Leader Palace, his body shook violently. As the former Divine Firmament Sacred Leader, how could he not know the source of this aura? It was obvious that the Divine Firmament Lightning Emperor Flags was the one emitting the strong Tark aura. Only a Tark artifact could unleash such pressure. Did that mean that Tian'er had truly repaired the Lightning Emperor Flags? At the thought of this, even Zhang Long Yuan, who had lost all sense of emotion while cultivating, could not help but feel excited. He originally did not have much hope of repairing the Divine Firmament Lightning Emperor Flags. After all, the difficulty involved was indescribable. Zhang Long Yuan only hoped that he could find a chance to repair it one day with Shen Tion's supreme luck. However, he never expected that this day would come so quickly. It hadn't even been 3 months since Zhang Long Yuan handed the Divine Firmament Lightning Emperor Flags to Shen Tion. In 3 months, Shen Tion had completed what the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground's predecessors could not do even after 10,000 years. How could Zhang Long Yuan not be shocked? He stared at the Sacred Leader Palace and couldn't help but sigh. I still underestimated Tian'er's talent. With Tian'er around, our Divine Firmament Sacred Ground is destined to be invincible. For some reason, I suddenly feel that those evil spirit bastards are going to be in deep shit. The consequences of those that go against him will be horrifying just thinking about it. Hey. Shen Tion tidied up his tools and walked out of the Sacred Leader Palace. The moment he stepped out, he saw Zhang Long Yuan standing not far away. Shen Tion walked over with a smile. Master, I've already repaired the Divine Firmament Lightning Emperor Flags. After he finished his sentence, Shen Tion took out the Divine Firmament Lightning Emperor Flags. The 11 flags extended across the void, erupting with dazzling divine radiance. A terrifying oppressive might swept forth, covering heaven and earth. Its might was extremely frightening. Good, very good. Tian'er, you are indeed the son of the heavenly Tao. You managed to solve a problem the previous generations of sacred leaders couldn't resolve for 10,000 years so quickly. Zhang Long Yuan's heavenly aura rippled slightly as he looked at Shen Tion, his heart filled with gratification. Shen Tion humbly replied, "You're too kind, Master. I was just lucky. However, Master, what do you think of the might of the Divine Firmament Lightning Emperor Flags?" Zhang Long Yuan's gaze shifted slightly as he looked at the Divine Firmament Lightning Emperor Flags. He could not help but feel surprised. It was because he discovered that the main flag of the Divine Firmament Lightning Emperor Flags and the original 4 subsidiary flags had undergone a huge transformation, far surpassing the original strength. Coupled with the additional 6 flags, it caused the aura of the Divine Firmament Lightning Emperor Flags to become even more terrifying. Zhang Long Yuan's heavenly aura rippled intensely. These flags' power far exceeds what it had been. If I was the one that used it, I could even kill a perfected immortal with it. This was no joke. The power of Tark artifacts was terrifying to begin with, so it was nothing unexpected. Furthermore, Zhang Long Yuan was a top-notch expert, and the Divine Firmament Lightning Imperial Sutra he cultivated was very compatible with the Divine Firmament Lightning Emperor Flags. Given his strength, he could use the Divine Firmament Lightning Emperor Flags to set up the Divine Firmament Sky Lightning Array. Killing perfected immortal-level experts was not difficult. In fact, Zhang Long Yuan's statement was somewhat reserved and humble. Shen Tion's eyes brightened. He handed the Divine Firmament Lightning Emperor Flags to Zhang Long Yuan and said, "Master, you should control the Divine Firmament Lightning Emperor Flags then. Only you can unleash the full power of the Divine Firmament Lightning Emperor Flags." Hearing Shen Tion's words, Zhang Long Yuan froze. "Tian'er, how can this be? The sacred leader should control the Lightning Emperor Flags. Furthermore, it was you who restored it. How could you hand it back to your master?" Zhang Long Yuan didn't expect Shen Tion to return the Divine Firmament Lightning Emperor Flags to him. Who would give away such a supreme great artifact? Wouldn't it be nice to keep it for yourself? "Master, we're all members of the same sacred ground. It doesn't matter who uses it. Besides, only with Master in control of it will we be able to better protect the sacred ground," Shen Tion said firmly. Although the Divine Firmament Lightning Emperor Flags was a supreme artifact that was extremely precious, Shen Tion didn't mind and chose to return it to Zhang Long Yuan. This was because he had a lot of treasures on him, and what he had was completely sufficient. For example, the Divine Sun Cauldron, the Spherical Heaven chessboard, and the God of War Pagoda. The latter two were even more powerful than the Lightning Emperor Flags. The most powerful ability of the Divine Firmament Lightning Emperor flags could only be unleashed through setting up formations. It was more suitable for a defensive battle. On the formation aspect, Shen Tion controlled the even more powerful Heavenly Cycle Star formation. The Divine Firmament Lightning Emperor's flags thus became dispensable and unimportant to him. Hence, he might as well hand the Divine Firmament Lightning Emperor flags to Zhonglong Yuan. This way, he would be able to protect the sacred ground. After all, Shen Tion could not stay in the Divine Firmament's sacred ground forever. While he was gone, if Zhonglong Yuan could wield the Divine Firmament Lightning Emperor flags, he could better protect the sacred ground. Zhonglong Yuan didn't say anything else. He knew Shen Tion was thinking about the big picture. However, he still reminded him. "Tianer, if you give me the Lightning Emperor flags, you'll have no treasure to protect yourself." Shen Tion shook his head with a smile. "Master, I still have many supreme treasures on me. Look." With that, Shen Tion took out a chess piece and threw it toward a nearby mountain. In an instant, the chess piece turned into a deep black light that shot into the sky like a falling star. Boom! A loud explosion could be heard. The mountain that was thousands of feet wide instantly exploded into nothingness. Dust filled the air, and not a single stone could be seen. Everything was demolished to dust by this chess piece. Zhonglong Yuan's eyes narrowed. He could feel that this chess piece was extremely powerful, even comparable to a Pseudo-tark artifact. However, in terms of might, it was still inferior to the Lightning Emperor flags. Shen Tion guessed what Zhonglong Yuan was thinking and took out the board. "Master, I have tens of thousands of such chess pieces." Zhonglong Yuan. A single chess piece possessed such terrifying power. Tens of thousands. If he were to unleash them all, wouldn't he be able to destroy the world? Gosh! This was too exaggerated. Zhonglong Yuan's heavenly aura shook violently, almost collapsing. Who would have thought that the clown was actually himself? "I'm thinking too much. Tianer has so many treasures with him. Why would he need the Divine Firmament Lightning Emperor flags? Tianer is truly worthy of being the son of Providence. With the sacred ground in his hands, I can finally be at ease." At that moment, an alarm sounded from within the Divine Firmament's sacred ground. The ear-piercing sound lingered as it resounded throughout the Divine Firmament's sacred ground, attracting everyone's attention. What's going on? What had just happened? Why are the 5 regions' messaging tokens ringing? Is the evil spirit race attacking again? Which faction has been attacked? Everyone was shocked and started to panic. The 5 regions' messaging token was left behind by the experts of the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty. They were responsible for contacting the various great powers of the 5 regions. If any power encountered an attack from the evil spirit race, they would immediately send a message to the dynasty to request reinforcements. The Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty would then immediately make arrangements to inform the nearby powers to rush over to help. When one side was in trouble, all sides would help. It was because of the 5 regions messaging token that the forces of the 5 regions were tightly tied together. But in recent years, few forces used the 5 regions messaging token. Even though there were still evil spirits wreaking havoc in the outside world, few dared to attack the 5 regions' forces on a large scale. During this period, everything had been peaceful. Just as everyone thought that they would be able to steadily develop and strengthen their foundation, the evil spirit race began to stir up trouble again. For the 5 regions messaging token to suddenly ring today, something big must have happened. Shen Tion and Zhonglong Yuan looked at each other and immediately rushed over. Soon, the two of them arrived at the location of the token. The other elders of the Divine Firmament's sacred ground had also rushed over. All of them had solemn expressions on their faces as if they had encountered something extremely troublesome. What happened? Shen Tion and Zhonglong Yuan went forward to inquire about the situation. "Greetings, sacred leader, Elder Long Yuan." Upon seeing the two of them, the surrounding elders bowed. Elder White Lotus walked over, took a deep breath, and explained with a grave expression, "Sacred leader, senior brother Long Yuan, we just received a message from the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty. Many regions in the 5 regions have huge wormholes that connect to outer space. Countless evil spirits from the outer realm have charged into the wormholes and brought calamity to the world. This matter was extremely troublesome. Back then, it was the evil spirit sect that had been causing chaos in the 5 regions. Although the evil spirit race from the outer realm was behind them, there were not many evil spirits that participated in the battle back then. It was not a huge threat to the 5 regions, so the major factions could still deal with it. With the appearance of the wormhole, the evil spirit army had a pathway to enter the 5 regions continuously. All the forces were in danger. Zhang Longyuan's heavenly aura rippled as he said indifferently, "Is no one stopping the wormhole?" The evil spirit sect must have sacrificed a large number of living beings and worked together with the evil spirits from the outer realm to create so many wormholes. But as long as the wormhole was destroyed, the evil spirits from the outer realm would not be able to enter the 5 regions. It's different this time. The evil spirits from the outer realm are extremely arrogant. A great sage tried to destroy the wormhole. In the end, he was easily killed by powerful evil spirit experts. This time, the evil spirit race has sent a supreme powerhouse into this world. There are even many sub-immortal evil spirits. Elder White Lotus Stone was extremely grave. This was news from the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty, so there couldn't be any mistake. The current situation was extremely dangerous. Sub-immortal evil spirits were not something ordinary factions could fight against. In the battle 10,000 years ago, the foundations of the various sacred grounds had suffered heavy losses and had yet to recover. With the current foundation of the various sacred grounds, they would still be able to gather some true sages and great sages to fight together. However, cultivators at the sub-immortal realm and above were extremely rare. Most people who reached this realm would choose to ascend to the celestial world, and thus there were not many experts of this level left in the 5 regions. Furthermore, the number of sub-immortals the evil spirit race had sent down this time was extremely high, and they were extremely powerful. To the forces of the 5 regions, this was a destructive threat. Elder White Lotus continued, "The evil spirits from the outer realm have already launched an all-out attack on the 5 regions. The evil spirit army is attacking many places. The most dangerous and tense place is North Sea. Countless evil spirit armies have appeared near the chaotic Star Island to engage in wanton slaughter. Many forces in North Sea have already perished. Blood has dyed the endless sea red, and corpses are strewn everywhere. It is said that the number of sub-immortal evil spirits appearing in North Sea is no less than 5, and the number is still increasing. Right now, Black Dragon Island and the Great Void Kun race are organizing their forces and mobilizing all the forces in North Sea to defend the area. However, they are also stretched out, and their defensive line may collapse at any moment." Shen Tion and Zhang Longyuan frowned when they heard this. The Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty's reinforcements haven't been dispatched? The invasion of these evil spirits was not something that ordinary powers could withstand. Only the reinforcements from the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty could help resolve this problem. After all, the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty was publicly acknowledged as the strongest power in the 5 regions. There were countless experts in it, and there was no lack of sub-immortal level existences. Elder White Lotus's eyes dimmed. The evil spirit race is also attacking the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty. Many experts are being held back. Even Imperial Lord Huang Shi is restrained by the supreme evil spirit experts, and he's unable to provide assistance. The 5 regions were in great danger now. The evil spirit race had long planned to send out an evil spirit army to hold back the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty experts, preventing them from supporting North Sea. As long as the evil spirits from the outer realm captured North Sea, they could use it as their base. At that time, there would be an endless stream of evil spirits appearing in North Sea, slowly devouring the entire 5 regions. Before long, the evil spirit race's forces would become so powerful that no one would be able to defeat them. At that time, it would be the end for the 5 regions. So now, the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty has sent a message to the other forces in the 5 regions, asking us to reinforce the powers in North Sea as much as possible. Elder White Lotus sighed. The current situation was too dangerous for the various forces. Even if some forces had yet to be besieged by the evil spirit race, they did not dare to rashly provide support. After all, if there was a crisis, it was basically impossible to return to provide support. But if one didn't go and North Sea was taken over by the evil spirit race, the consequences would be too dire. Given Black Dragon Island and the Great Void Kun race's foundation, they probably could not withstand the evil spirit's invasion. Shen Tion frowned. He took a step forward. In that case, I'll make a trip over. Shen Tion had many close friends in North Sea, especially Aobeng and Shen Aokshu. That alone meant he had to go. Shen Tion couldn't just stand by and watch the mother and daughter fall into danger. Elder White Lotus immediately stopped him. No, this is too dangerous. Tianer, you should stay in the divine firmament sacred ground. We'll arrange for other reinforcements to go to the North Sea. This time, a large number of sub-immortal evil spirits had appeared. It was not so easy to deal with them. Although Shen Tion was extremely talented, he had only cultivated for 180 years, and his foundation was not deep enough. Elder White Lotus didn't understand Shen Tion's true combat strength and didn't want him to fall into danger. Shen Tion shook his head and firmly said, "And Master, I have to go." "Since that's the case, I'll go with you." Zhang Long Yuan spoke indifferently as the heavenly aura around his body surged violently. He wasn't worried about Shen Tion's safety. Given his providence, how could he encounter danger? Moreover, Zhang Long Yuan had just seen Shen Tion's trump card. With so many chess pieces, not to mention sub-immortal evil spirits, even perfected immortal evil spirits would bleed. As for why Zhang Long Yuan proposed to follow along? Of course, it was to express his attitude. Even though he knew Shen Tion wasn't in danger, as his master, he had to show concern so that he could gain a favorable impression. At the thought of this, Zhang Long Yuan's heavenly aura rippled. As expected of me. I'm really too smart. Hey. Chapter 476, Bloodstains North Sea, Supreme Evil Spirit. Seeing that Zhang Long Yuan wanted to follow along, Shen Tion felt a little warm in his heart. He knew that Zhang Long Yuan was worried about him and wanted to protect him. Shen Tion smiled helplessly. "Master, you should stay in the sacred ground. If anything unexpected happens, you can also protect the sacred ground." If they were to head to North Sea together, the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground's protective ability would immediately decrease by more than half. It would be troublesome if the evil spirit race invaded the sacred ground at that time. If Zhang Long Yuan presided over the sacred ground with the Divine Firmament Lightning Emperor flags, even if a perfected immortal evil spirit attacked, there was nothing to be afraid of. In this way, Shen Tion could also go and assist North Sea without any worries. All right, how about this? I'll go with Dionner. Junior brother, you stay in the sacred ground to guard it. Elder Azure Lotus, Chu Long, walked out with a strong sense of righteousness. However, no one knew that Chu Long was secretly delighted. Junior brother, oh junior brother, you can't beat me this time. I will definitely increase Marshal Nephew's favorability of myself. Zhang Long Yuan's body paused as he looked at Chu Long. His heavenly aura trembled slightly. After a long while, Zhang Long Yuan said indifferently, "Senior brother, I'll leave Dionner in your hands." Although Chu Long often caused trouble, his strength was unquestionable. How could the eldest senior brother in the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground, who was the strongest in the 5 regions, be weak? With Chu Long accompanying Shen Tion, he could feel a little more at ease. Chu Long patted his chest and promised, "Don't worry. With Marshal Nephew and me stepping out, we will definitely beat those evil spirit brats until their heads swell." Although this crisis was far greater than before, Chu Long was not worried. With his nephew, the son of Providence, around, how could he possibly encounter danger? There must be a huge treasure waiting for me. I will definitely be rich this time. Elder White Lotus stepped forward and said worriedly, "Senior brother, Dionner, you must be careful. If you meet an enemy you can't fight, you must protect yourself. Safety is the most important. We shall be in the sacred ground, waiting for your return." Shen Tion and Chu Long looked at each other and nodded. "Rest assured, everyone. There's no time to lose. Let's set off now." With that, they leapt up and rushed toward North Sea. At Chaotic Star Island, the sky was like ink, incomparably dark. Countless howls and wails resounded in the vast sea, and the sounds of battle and slaughter echoed. Countless corpses floated on the surface of the sea. Broken limbs were scattered everywhere, and blood dyed the entire sea red. The pungent smell of blood lingered in the air. It was as if blood filled the entire world, drowning all living beings. Judging from the current situation, an incomparably tragic battle had already erupted here. Some of these corpses belonged to the sea race, while others belonged to the evil spirit race. All of them were lying here with heavy casualties. In the sky, there was a huge wormhole. The area near it was enshrouded in dense mist, and natural laws crisscrossed about. The imposing aura was extremely terrifying. Grey nefarious chi surged and covered the sky, causing the sun and moon to dim in comparison. Countless figures could be vaguely seen within the void wormhole. Every single one of them was terrifyingly powerful, making one's mind tremble. Those figures were shrouded in a dark and sinister aura. Their faces were ferocious like demons from hell, and their auras were terrifying. These figures were the evil spirits from the outer realm. In front of the black fog stood dozens of evil spirits. They all released a sub-immortal pressure, wishing to break through the restrictions of heaven and earth and walk out of the wormhole. In the west of the chaotic Star Island, countless sea folk gathered. A defensive formation was set up there. The defensive line was vast and covered a large area of the sea. Black dragons rampaged on the surface of the sea, roaring and emitting an incomparably majestic aura. Hidden beneath the surface of the water were numerous void kuns. They were enormous in size and possessed vast auras, and they seemed as if they would charge out at any moment. There were also various marine race experts in the surroundings. All of them took out their weapons and artifacts. Their expressions were solemn as they waited for the next battle to erupt. In front of the team stood two majestic figures. Their auras were boundless and unfathomable. They were all top-notch experts. These two people were the previous king of Black Dragon Island, Yi, and the previous generation's Great Void Kun race's king, Khonshu. When the wormhole had appeared and the evil spirits started invading this place, all the forces in North Sea felt a strong sense of danger and that no one could remain unscathed. As North Sea's top factions, Black Dragon Island and the Great Void Kun race naturally had to step forward to rule over the sea tribes to resist the evil spirits. However, the prestige of this generation's Black Dragon King, Wu, and Void Kun's King, Kunming, was not enough to lead everyone. Because of that, the two kings of the older generation stood forth to take charge of the situation. But even they felt a headache when they saw the current situation. Old Black, what do we do now? There are too many people from the evil spirit race. The previous waves of attacks have already caused heavy casualties among the North Sea races. If this continues, we won't be able to hold on for much longer. Khonshu's expression was grave. The evil spirit race had already launched several attacks earlier. Their army consisted of many evil spirits, with countless experts among them. The North Sea cultivators had paid a heavy price to force them back. This was because the ones that were dispatched this time were all elite powerhouses of the evil spirit race. Heavenly venerable evil spirits were everywhere, and there were even large numbers of sage evil spirits. Furthermore, there were more than 20 sub-immortal evil spirits still hidden inside the wormhole. Just these sub-immortal evil spirits were enough to annihilate over 90% of the entire North Sea's forces. If not for the fact that there was a barrier in this world that prevented those sub-immortal evil spirits from walking out easily, North Sea would have long since fallen, and this place would have become a burial zone. Yi's body trembled when he heard Khonshu, and he said solemnly, "Even if we can't, we have to. If we retreat, there will be no hope for North Sea. I only hope that the reinforcements from the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty will arrive as soon as possible." Yi sighed. At this time, it had already reached a critical moment of life and death. Once North Sea fell, not only them, but even the 5 regions would be in danger. They could only pray that the reinforcements would arrive as soon as possible and fight the evil spirits together. Otherwise, even if they used all their strength, it was impossible for them to resist the evil spirit army. Khonshu's eyes darkened. Right now, the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty is being held back by the evil spirit race. They definitely won't send reinforcements so quickly. Even if the other forces of the 5 regions are willing to help, it will be considered a drop of water in the bucket. There were truly too many sub-immortal evil spirits here, and they were far from what ordinary powers could go against. Even if Black Dragon Island and the Great Void Kun race joined forces, they were still forced to retreat. Yi said with a snort, "Let's take it one step at a time. At most, I'll fight it out with these evil spirit bastards." They basically had no way out. If they lost here, they could only hide in their ancestral lands, borrowing the foundation left behind by their predecessors to resist. However, the outcome would still be set in stone. No matter how deep their foundations were, they would not be able to withstand the endless army of evil spirits. They would be merely struggling at death's door. Therefore, they had to win this battle. At this moment, a terrifying might erupted from the wormhole. Miserable evil chi surged violently while a shocking aura surged out, and it seemed as if it intended to invade the entire heavens and the earth. A sinister laugh sounded from within the wormhole. "All of you, charge. Today is the day when the evil spirit race will rule the world." Instantly, the blood of all the evil spirits boiled over, and they roared ruthlessly, "Kill! Kill!" The roars of countless evil spirits surged over. Their imposing manner was earth-shattering and terrifying. The evil aura surged even more intensely. Countless sinister-looking evil spirits could even be seen from inside the wormhole, ready to slaughter their way out and destroy the world. When they saw this scene, the cultivators with lower cultivations felt their bodies go soft, and their faces turned pale as their hearts trembled. The peak experts' faces were also stern as fear filled their eyes. However, not a single person backed down. They were all on high alert, ready to fight a bloody battle at any time. Once the defensive line was breached, the evil spirit race would completely emerge from the wormhole. All of the members of the sea race were unafraid of death. They had to persist until the last moment. Seeing that the evil spirit race had launched another attack, some of the races of the North Sea roared in return. "Brothers, let these evil spirit cubs see our prowess. Kill them all. We can't let them walk out of this alive." "Right, let's fight it out with them." Countless experts of the sea race moved out and charged toward the wormhole. They wanted to kill the low-level evil spirits that walked out and prevent them from leaving. Many sea race cultivators engaged in a fierce battle with the evil spirits in the blink of an eye. The chaotic Star Island fell into chaos. Shouts of slaughter echoed throughout the world. Terrifying energy swept out, shaking the world. This was an extremely tragic battle. Corpses that fell from the void could be seen everywhere. There were many corpses, some from the sea race and some from the evil spirit race. It was an extremely tragic sight. This battle had even turned the sky red. Blood also rained down from the skies, dyeing the sea red. An evil spirit roared and activated its evil hand skill, instantly smashing 100 sea race cultivators into minced meat. There were also powerful beings who unleashed their might and activated their supreme artifacts to kill the sage evil spirits. This was an apocalyptic battle, and it was terrifying. All beings below the heavenly venerable level were merely cannon fodder. Even heavenly venerable powerhouses were extremely weak in the face of this great battle. All of the races of North Sea had reached an agreement with the evil spirit race to split the battlefield into two sections. One region was the heavenly venerable battlefield, while the other was the sage battlefield. On the heavenly venerate battlefield, several powerful cultivators were killing evil spirits. Among them were the 4 princes of North Sea, who were extremely powerful. Young Master Bay of the Silver Octopus race waved his 8 massive tentacles, instantly trapping a large number of heavenly venerable evil spirits and tying them up. Boom! A loud explosion resounded. Those evil spirits were directly squeezed into a bloody mist as evil aura scattered in all directions. At the side, the Golden Crab race's young Master Xie brandished the pair of giant pincers in his hands. With the power to sink mountains and rivers, he also smashed a group of heavenly venerable evil spirits into minced meat. The Shark Prince from the Killer Shark race wielded a blood-colored saber and slashed out countless blood-colored saber beams. In an instant, the saber flare tore through countless pockets of void, easily annihilating heavenly venerable evil spirits. The mighty Black Turtle race's young Master Wu stood up and rammed his turtle shell into an evil spirit, creating a massive hole in the void. The 4 of them looked like invincible gods of war. This is the strength of the evil spirit race? That's it? In my opinion, they're too weak to even withstand a single blow from me. Young Master Xie brandished his huge pincers, his face full of pride. That's right, that's right. These evil spirits are too weak. With us 4 young masters working together, it will be as easy as blowing off dust to finish them off. Upon hearing young Master Xie's words, the other 3 young masters hurriedly welcomed him. The other sea race cultivators couldn't help but roll their eyes when they heard these 4 fellows. The 4 young masters of North Sea were all prodigies from hundreds of years ago and could be considered experts of the older generation. Although their talent was not top-notch, they had already broken through the Tribulation Transcendence stage and reached the 1 Tribulation Sage level. Yet, these 4 shameless sages were acting fiercely in the heavenly venerable battlefield and still had the nerve to brag? However, no one said anything. After all, they were fighting against evil spirits. If they could kill one more evil spirit, it would still be considered a contribution to the 5 regions. Apart from the 4 young masters of North Sea, many powerful paragons appeared and displayed their divine might. For example, the newly risen Kunpeng Tsi. He transformed into an invincible Kunpeng and galloped through the sea. With a wave of his hand, he tore apart 1,000 feet of space and annihilated hundreds of evil spirits. With his mid-stage demon venerable cultivation, he was able to cross boundaries to kill peak heavenly venerable evil spirits and forcefully carve out a path of blood. On the other side, a peerless woman in a white dress brandished a blood-colored sword and killed countless evil spirits. The long sword in her hand waved continuously, shooting out countless blood-colored sword beams. Like a rainbow piercing through the sun, it instantly dispersed a large area of evil fog, causing countless evil spirits to bleed and their corpses to be separated. Behind her, a blazing golden light rose up like a sun, enveloping her completely. Even a peak heavenly venerable evil spirit wouldn't be able to touch her the slightest bit. This woman was Shen Tion. When she learned of the crisis that erupted in North Sea, she immediately rushed back to resist the evil spirits. With the help of the executing heaven sword and the sun golden wheel, Shen Tion's combat strength was unparalleled. Even if dozens of heavenly venerable evil spirits surrounded her, they would still be utterly defeated. She leapt up, and her white dress fluttered as she charged into the sage battlefield. Seeing this scene, countless people couldn't help but swallow their saliva and sigh at the Dragon Phoenix Maiden's power. A fierce battle had erupted in the sage battlefield. One of the main fighting forces was this generation's leader of the Great Void Kun race, Kun Ming. He held a Kun divine halberd in his hand, his aura solemn and dignified. As the halberd light swept out, it instantly severed the three sage evil spirits at the waist, causing blood to flow through the void. The war halberd flowed with blood and stood between heaven and earth, its aura boundless. He was a peerless prodigy of North Sea, and he had already become a Tribulation true sage within 100 years. Coupled with the Kun Peng arts and an unmatched divine weapon, Kun Ming's fighting strength was incomparably powerful, far exceeding his peers. Beside him, there was also a beautiful figure fighting bravely. This person wore blue clothes and had blue hair. She looked valiant and heroic. She held a dark blue longsword in her hands. The sword was sharp without any signs of weaknesses. It cut through the water and myriad chaos, easily killing the sage evil spirits. This person was the princess of the Great Void Kun race, Quiney. She was also a Tribulation true sage and was extremely powerful. The two of them joined forces and constantly charged into the battlefield, causing many evil spirits to bleed. It wasn't just the Great Void Kun race. Those from Black Dragon Island were also fighting a bloody battle. Wu transformed into a black dragon that was tens of thousands of feet tall. His claws were sharp and could easily tear through the void to kill the sage evil spirits. Even ordinary true sages were no match for him. As the second rank 9 black dragon to appear in Black Dragon Island in the last 10,000 years, he was extremely talented. Especially after he became the Black Dragon King of this generation, he was supervised and specially trained by the experts of the clan for 100 years. After cultivating for 100 years, Wu's strength had increased tremendously, and his cultivation had reached that of a Tribulation true sage. This pet dragon that had always been lazy finally matured and began leading Black Dragon Island to fight the evil spirits. However, their battle prowess did not affect the battle much. There were too many powerhouses involved in this battle. There were even many true sage and great sage powerhouses that took part in this battle. Those experts were all in the deepest part of the sage battlefield. Every attack of theirs erupted with terrifying might and could shatter the void. In the wormhole, more than 20 sub-immortal evil spirits were doing their best to break through the barrier and enter this realm. Their strength was terrifying to the extreme. Every time they struck down, the barrier would tremble non-stop. It wouldn't be long before it shattered. Yi and Kunshu finally stopped observing when they saw this scene. They leapt into the air and charged toward the wormhole with over a dozen black dragons and void kuns. In next to no time, all of them were respectively facing a sub-immortal evil spirit. The Black Dragon Island and the Great Void Kun race did not have that many sub-immortal experts. However, when all the great sages joined forces, they could still barely hold their own against a sub-immortal. This was because the barrier suppressed the evil spirits, and they could not unleash their full strength. However, if these sub-immortal evil spirits were to successfully leave the wormhole, then the forces of North Sea would not be able to go against them. Thus, everyone did not fear death and attacked the sub-immortal evil spirits. In an instant, a brilliant divine light burst forth from the void. Yi transformed into a 10,000-foot-long black dragon. His entire body shot out black flames, his aura overflowing to the heavens. With a wave of his hand, the huge dragon claw seemed to fall from the sky, instantly annihilating the void. Bang! The void shattered, and endless laws seemed to diminish in existence. The sky was blasted through, turning into ashes. In an instant, the sub-immortal evil spirits retreated while the evil mist around him spread. "How dare you!" The sub-immortal evil spirit was immediately furious. Several experts hurriedly walked out, wishing to surround Yi. "Kill!" Yi let loose a long cry as he used his dragon tail to defend himself against countless attacks. "You dare to bully my 5 regions?" Khonshu let out a long howl as he transformed into a 100,000-foot void kun. He swept up a torrential column of water and blasted it toward the sub-immortal evil spirits. Boom! Water splashed everywhere. Another sub-immortal evil spirit was blasted out and directly fell into the wormhole before retreating to the outer realm. Damn you! 5 sub-immortal evil spirits moved out together. They circulated endless evil energy and transformed into monstrous fists that charged toward Khonshu. Just in time. Khonshu transformed into a Kunpeng and tore through the void for thousands of kilometers, bursting forth with incomparably terrifying void power. This move caused the surrounding heaven and earth to instantly tear apart and collapse. Boom! A loud explosion echoed. The huge fist exploded, and the 5 sub-immortals trembled slightly. Khonshu was also forced back tens of thousands of feet before he finally came to a stop. It was fortunate that he had the support of the barrier of heaven and earth. Otherwise, Khonshu would not have been able to withstand the combined attack of the 5 sub-immortals. There might even be danger to his life. However, Khonshu's attacks also restricted those sub-immortals, preventing them from continuing to attack the spatial barrier. North Sea's experts were overjoyed. As long as they continued attacking like this, they might be able to hold on until reinforcements from the dynasty arrived. However, how could the evil spirit race not have a backup plan? "We can't drag this on any longer. Quickly end the battle." "Sir, please deal with these ants." The sub-immortal evil spirits cried out. Rumble. A figure suddenly appeared within the wormhole. That person's entire body was surrounded by pitch-black evil energy, his power overflowing into the heavens. He was like an unmatched evil god, about to bury the great world. An incomparably terrifying aura erupted instantly. The aura was horrifying and swept through the entire world. Fear and horror rose in the hearts of everyone, and they were utterly unable to arouse the slightest intention to resist. Cultivators below the heavenly venerable level were even more bedeviled. They became bloodthirsty and started attacking their friends and family. Even a heavenly venerable powerhouse wouldn't be able to resist the evil aura corrosion for long. "Retreat, retreat!" Yi and Khonshu roared. They were similarly shaken. This aura was too terrifying. It was not something a sub-immortal level expert could possess. Could it be a perfected immortal evil spirit? Chapter 477, Dragon King's Bloodbath, Shen Tion's Arrival. The moment this evil spirit powerhouse appeared, the world instantly turned dark. He stood in the wormhole and seemed to have become one with the world. His scarlet-red eyes were as scary as the blood-red sun, and his entire body emanated shocking energy. When they saw this figure, everyone was frightened and trembling. This person was definitely a perfected immortal evil spirit. "Get out of here!" Yi released a low roar, his mind trembling. Even though there was only a single word difference between a perfected immortal and a sub-immortal, the difference in strength between the two was unimaginable. This level of evil spirit was not something they could contend with. However, that evil spirit powerhouse didn't give them a chance to escape. He waved his hand, and the surrounding space instantly exploded. Evil light flourished, and an enormous hole was blasted open in the sky. Boundless power swept toward the North Sea cultivators. Boom! In an instant, over 10 great sage experts coughed up blood as their figures retreated explosively for a few tens of thousands of meters before falling into the sea. Their faces were pale, and their auras turned weak. Blood also started flowing from their bodies. Seeing this scene, everyone felt dizzy, and their minds trembled. The power of a perfected immortal was truly too terrifying. And this was with the obstruction of the heaven and earth barrier weakening his strength. Otherwise, this strike alone could kill all the great sages. "Damn you!" Gritting his teeth, Yi mustered all the strength in his body and slammed it at the immortal evil spirit. The dragon's tail, which was over 10,000 feet long, suddenly twitched, carrying with it a power that could shatter mountains and rivers as it entered the sea of clouds. He had to buy time for his race to retreat. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to escape. The immortal evil spirit laughed coldly, saying disdainfully, "What a stubborn resistance." He clenched his fist, and an incomparably vast power burst forth. Space instantly gathered together, and countless evil aura surged, forming a gray barrier. The dragon's tail slammed into the barrier, causing a huge ripple, but it was unable to shatter it. Yi's pupils constricted violently when he saw this scene, and his heart trembled without end. When he attacked with his full strength, He actually couldn't even break through the defenses casually set up by a perfected immortal. And at this time, the immortal evil spirit gently waved his large hand, slapping toward Yi. This seemingly ordinary strike contained an indescribable power, and its might was unstoppable. In that instant, Yi's entire body trembled, his fine hair standing on end. This wave of power was too terrifying, as if it could easily tear him into pieces. It was impossible for him to resist this attack up front. Yi's body immediately curled up, his entire body erupting with resplendent divine light, looking incredibly dazzling. The dragon god's power burst forth, condensing into the dragon god armor to block the attack. However, it was all futile. Boom! A loud explosion could be heard. The dragon god armor exploded instantly. Yi's scales flew everywhere as he fell from the sky and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Old Black. Kunshu's eyes burned with fury as he activated the Kunpeng arts and charged toward the immortal evil spirit. Another one courting death. The immortal evil spirit snorted and attacked again. The large pitch-black hand was like the sky as it pressed down, instantly smashing Kunshu into the bottom of the sea, producing overflowing waves. Poochie! Kunshu spat out a mouthful of blood as his eyes were filled with shock. The power of this evil spirit was too terrifying and far from what they could contend against. If they waited until they broke through the world barrier, everyone would definitely die here. Could it be that the heavens want my North Sea dead? Kunshu cried out in sorrow as despair flashed across his eyes. The current situation was completely hopeless for the North Sea cultivators. Quickly open the barrier between heaven and earth. The immortal evil spirit spoke. He sent countless black dragons and void khans flying with a wave of his hand, causing them to vomit blood and suffer heavy injuries. Yes, Lord Evil Immortal. More than 20 sub-immortal evil spirits attacked the barrier with respectful expressions. Rumble. The sound was like an explosion in the hearts of the North Sea cultivators, causing them to shiver. Without the interference of the North Sea experts, the sub-immortal evil spirits continued to attack the spatial walls with unstoppable force, causing the world to tremble. We're doomed. Despair appeared on the faces of the sea folk cultivators. Once the barrier shattered, they would have to face the true power of more than 20 sub-immortals and a perfected immortal evil spirit. This small army could kill everyone present. Yi and Kunshu looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. They had not expected that there would be such a powerful being hidden within the evil spirit race. The current situation was extremely troublesome. At this moment, the immortal evil spirit's attack arrived once again. He wanted to completely bury these people here. He sneered sinisterly. Ants, die. The immortal evil spirit waved his hand and gathered countless evil auras, forming a gigantic evil saber. The tip of the saber was extremely sharp, and it directly split the sky into two. In an instant, the void was annihilated, and the laws shattered. Everyone watched as the shocking saber light swept over as if it wanted to cut apart heaven and earth and annihilate them. Stop. However, from the depths of the sea came an old and solemn roar. Boom. Water splashed 30,000 miles into the sky. From the depths of the endless sea, an incomparably huge black dragon suddenly rushed out. His body was 1,000,000 feet long. The black dragon's body flowed with dark light, and his pupils were as bright as the sun. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws as he roared at the sky. His aura was terrifying and boundless. In fact, he was no weaker than the immortal evil spirit. Everyone was overjoyed and exclaimed, "We're saved! We're saved! Experts are supporting us. We will definitely be able to stop those evil spirit bastards." As soon as this powerful being appeared, he immediately suppressed the immortal evil spirit's aura, causing the world to regain its brightness. Seeing this, Yi was overjoyed and called out, "Ancestor!" This dragon was the old Dragon King of Black Dragon Island. He was the old Dragon King who had lived for tens of thousands of years. His seniority was extremely high, and he was also a Pseudo-tark who had crossed 25 heavenly tribulations. As soon as the old Dragon King appeared, he immediately activated his Azure Dragon Claw and grabbed toward the sky. An enormous dragon claw appeared in the sky, covering the sky and covering the earth as it stretched across the sky. Boom! In the blink of an eye, countless saber projections were annihilated, and countless rifts appeared in space. Seeing that his attack was blocked, the immortal evil spirit's eyes narrowed. Then, he sneered and said disdainfully, "Oh? An old dragon who is barely surviving wants to stop me?" He could tell the old Dragon King's true state at a glance. Even though the old Dragon King was powerful, his lifespan was nearing its end, and he was already on the verge of death. This was especially so since the old Dragon King had not ascended to the celestial world, and his strength had not been converted into immortal power. Otherwise, the immortal evil spirit might not be the old Dragon King's match. An old dragon that was barely surviving was not worth him being afraid of. Today, I will slaughter you, old dragon, and extract your dragon tendons and dragon core to refine a great artifact. The immortal evil spirit smiled sinisterly as he formed hand seals with his hands. Endless evil aura gathered and transformed into a gigantic black ball that shot toward the old Dragon King. The black sphere was like a great sun, dark light flickering about, releasing a terrifying aura, able to easily kill sub-immortals. The entire North Sea was instantly covered by endless black light that blotted out the sky, as if it was about to be completely destroyed. The old Dragon King roared and mobilized his boundless power of divinity. It transformed into a huge energy ball and blasted forward. Roar! Terrifying might swept toward the surroundings and shook the sky, causing countless waves to arise. Countless cultivators were shocked. A battle between perfected immortals was truly terrifying. At that moment, the old Dragon King had already rushed forward. He turned into a black beam of light and charged toward the immortal evil spirit. "Leave this place first." The old Dragon King roared and ordered Ao Yi and the others to retreat. A perfected immortal level battle was simply not something that ordinary people could participate in. The power that leaked out could heavily injure a sub-immortal. Understood. Ao Yi hurriedly retreated with Khonshu and the other great sages upon hearing this. However, they did not stay far away. If there were any unexpected situations, they would be able to rush forward to provide support immediately. On the other side, the 20 or so sub-immortal evil spirits also retreated, watching from afar, not daring to go near them. At this moment, the old Dragon King was already engaged in a fierce battle with the immortal evil spirit. A terrifying might instantly erupted, shaking heaven and earth. The old Dragon King's body was glowing with an unfathomable aura. He activated the Azure Dragon Claw, its power unstoppable as if it wanted to tear heaven and earth into two. The enormous dragon claw stretched across the sky and descended straight from the sky, sweeping through the heavens and the earth. The immortal evil spirit's expression was cold as a bone saber instantly appeared in his hand. Evil light flickered. The bone saber danced through the skies, emitting an endless amount of evil energy. The evil fog instantly gathered as if a supreme evil god was executing a world-destroying saber technique. Boom! The sound was like thunder, piercing through the universe. The battle between them was too terrifying, every strike able to pierce through the heavens, shatter natural laws, and turn the void into ruins. Terrifying fluctuations swept out endlessly as if they wanted to destroy this world. Space had long been shattered into nothingness, and spatial turbulence surged out. The black torrent was filled with a soul-stirring power that swept out thousands of miles. The two continued to fight until the sky turned dark. Everyone looked worried. "We must win this battle." They did not know if the old Dragon King could resist the immortal evil spirit. However, if he could not stop him, then North Sea would be in deep trouble. Two figures flew out of the wormhole. The old Dragon King was covered in blood, and his aura was chaotic. It was obvious that he had been severely injured. On the other side, the figure of the immortal evil spirit appeared. Evil aura overflowed from his body, and there were a few bloody claw marks on his chest. Evidently, the immortal evil spirit did not gain the upper hand in the battle with the old Dragon King. "How dare you injure my holy body? Die!" roared the immortal evil spirit. The evil aura behind him was boundless as incomparably terrifying phantoms condensed. Those phantoms were like 3,000 evil sovereigns that wanted to obliterate everything in the world and annihilate everything in the endless evil fog. The evil phantom figures moved along with the immortal evil spirits. His killing intent overflowed into the heavens and slashed out countless blade lights. The old Dragon King's face was solemn, and his eyes were filled with determination. He could sense how terrifying this power was, but the old Dragon King could not retreat because behind him were North Sea's common people. If he retreated, the others would die. The old Dragon King stepped forward, and his dragon claw shone with incomparably dazzling divine light. "Kill! Kill!" Both of them roared out as killing intent engulfed the entire world. Bang! 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 Booming sounds resounded through the sky with extremely shocking might. Then, a bloody light appeared. The pitch-black bone saber approached the old Dragon King and cut him in half. Splat! The old Dragon King spat out a mouthful of blood and forcefully used his last bit of strength to push his upper dragon claw into the immortal evil spirit's chest. He then plucked out his heart and crushed it. Ah! Die! The immortal evil spirit let out a miserable cry and slashed the old Dragon King away. The old Dragon King fell from the sky and landed heavily on the sea. Yi and the other Black Dragon Island experts rushed forward and shouted, "Ancestor!" They did not expect the old Dragon King to pay such a huge price to stop the immortal evil spirit. At this moment, another beautiful figure rushed out and hugged the old Dragon King. "Great-grandfather, are you all right?" This woman was the Dragon Lady, Aobing. Tears flowed down Aobing's face, and her heart filled with grief. The old Dragon King was her most respected great-grandfather. He had lived for tens of thousands of years, and his cultivation level had long since reached the realm for him to ascend. However, he had never ascended to the celestial world so that he could protect Black Dragon Island. Yet, such a respected senior had ended up like this. "Child, don't cry. Hurry and leave this place." The old Dragon King's voice was weak, and his aura was indistinct. It was obvious that he could not hold on for long. Everyone's eyes were filled with tears. Such a hero chose to protect this realm with his life. How could one not feel grief? "Ah! I'm going to kill all of you." Aobing's long hair fluttered about, and her aura was piercingly cold and filled with piercingly cold killing intent. She leapt up, directly slaughtering her way into the heavens. Calm down." Yi hurriedly stepped forward to stop Aobing. The evil spirits in the outer realm were too terrifying. Now that the old Dragon King had retreated in defeat, they could no longer resist. "We shouldn't stay here for too long. Let's return to Black Dragon Island and use the Tark artifact in the defensive formation." Yi quickly recovered his senses and gave the order. This was not the time to be sad. If they stayed any longer, everyone would die here. On the other side, the immortal evil spirit was still alive even though the old Dragon King was severely injured. He sat in the void to recover from his injuries, ordering more than 20 sub-immortals to attack the world barrier, wishing to completely break through to this realm. "Let's go." Seeing this scene, Yi and the others immediately flew toward Black Dragon Island. If they were to wait for the immortal evil spirit to recover from his injuries, they would definitely be dead by then. However, before they could fly 10,000 miles away, they were stopped by a blood-colored light screen. Even a sub-immortal expert would not be able to shatter it. On the wormhole of the void, the immortal evil spirit laughed sinisterly. "You want to leave? I have long set up a sealing array here and completely sealed the surrounding 5,000 kilometers. You can only enter but not leave. All of you will definitely die here today and become my nutrients." Boom! A loud explosion echoed. The barrier between heaven and earth of this world was finally completely shattered by the combined efforts of more than 20 sub-immortal evil spirits. An incomparably terrifying might swept through heaven and earth. The evil aura was vast and mighty, causing countless people to tremble. Kill! 20 sub-immortal evil spirits appeared, and they all charged toward the North Sea cultivators. Monstrous evil shadows appeared in the sky, terrifying to the soul. It was as though countless evil demons had appeared, about to bring calamity to the world. Numerous evil figures crisscrossed through the sky while evil lights covered the sky. In an instant, countless cultivators were covered in blood. Corpses littered the ground, and blood dyed the sea. "Go, stop them." Yi's eyes revealed a hint of determination. He leapt up and led a few sub-immortals and a dozen great sage black dragons to attack the evil spirits. "Kill. Even if we have to die, we have to skin these evil spirit bastards alive." Huang Shi roared as he also led the top experts of his clan to attack the sub-immortal evil spirits. Several dozen figures rushed into the heavens, erupting with endless divine might and wishing to overturn the heavens. Terrifying fluctuations swept out, and it caused heaven and earth to dim down. The Black Dragon Island and Great Void Kun experts moved out, forcefully stopping the close to 20 sub-immortal evil spirits. The other sea race members also realized the danger. The patriarchs and peak experts of their race stepped forward and engaged in a battle with the sub-immortal evil spirits. An incomparably tragic war erupted above the chaotic Star Island. Even if all of the powerful beings of the North Sea were mobilized, they still wouldn't be able to withstand the slaughter of the sub-immortal evil spirits. Soon, the North Sea cultivators were at a disadvantage. From time to time, experts would fall from the sky and lose all signs of life. Among them, there were even true sage and great sage experts. Before a sub-immortal, such existences were fragile. Were they really going to die here today? Was the North Sea truly going to be devoid of life? The sea was filled with the color of blood. There were sounds of battle, miserable wails, and battle cries everywhere. As the heaven and earth barrier shattered and the evil spirit race launched a large-scale invasion, it forced everyone to fight to the death. Yi and Khonshu were fighting a bloody battle with dozens of great sages. However, their situation was also very bad. Both of them were covered in blood, and their auras were weak. Under the attacks of the 20 sub-immortal evil spirits, everyone could only retreat and forcefully resist. On the other side, there were a few sub-immortal evil spirits that were unstoppable. They were recklessly slaughtering everyone around them endlessly. Many peak true sages and great sages joined forces in an attempt to resist the sub-immortal evil spirits. However, they were forced back repeatedly, coughing out blood from their mouths. The surface of the sea was long filled with countless corpses. However, every sea race member fought on. No one retreated. Their faces were filled with determination as if they were facing death with equanimity. In the void, Aobing waved her ice crystal sword as she constantly slew the evil spirits. Every strike of her sword was capable of slaying a true sage evil spirit. However, it did not affect the battle situation much. Her black dress was already stained with blood. It was a ghastly sight. In front of her, there was a sub-immortal evil spirit who was glaring at her. In an instant, the evil spirit howled, bringing with him endless evil power as he brazenly descended. An enormous evil claw appeared in the sky, piercing through the void like a hot knife through butter. Clang! Aobing swung her sword to defend, and her body shook violently as she retreated. Although she had recovered her cultivation from 10,000 years ago, it was still very difficult for her to resist a sub-immortal evil spirit. However, another sub-immortal evil spirit appeared behind her. He brandished the evil saber and slashed straight at Aobing's back. There was no way for her to dodge. Aobing was greatly shocked. She sensed the aura of death spreading over and did not have time to react. At that moment, the void shattered. A void cave of light appeared in the sky with dense mist curling about the entrance, looking dazzling and resplendent. A white-clothed man walked out of the void. He had a handsome face and an extraordinary aura. He was like an otherworldly immortal that had descended into the mortal world. He stood between heaven and earth, seeming untainted by the mundane world. The eyes of the sub-immortal evil spirit narrowed upon seeing the man who had suddenly appeared. But then, he sneered. Die. The sub-immortal evil spirit turned his evil saber and slashed at the man. Evil chi gushed out in an extremely horrifying manner, slicing the void into two. However, the man remained calm and raised his right hand gently. The evil saber was caught between the man's fingers and could not move. What? The sub-immortal evil spirit was alarmed as he attempted to pull out the evil saber. However, he realized that he could not move it at all. Clang! The sound of an explosion could be heard, the evil saber exploded into pieces.